Short socks, shorts, and hair ties. What a steal. The bastard factory manager has run off with his mistress. Everything must go in this fire sale. Jiangnan donned a white short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with a Hello Kitty cartoon. Below, he wore shorts and simple flip-flops, seated on a stool while passionately shouting his sales pitch. His enthusiasm was palpable. "Hey, miss, care to buy some shorts? Only $10 for two." The girl passing by hesitated, glancing at the stall. The makeshift market spread over a 2-meter by 2-meter cloth, neatly displaying a variety of goods. "Take your time. We've got every style imaginable. Bow ties, blue and white stripes, Pikachu, even bikinis." The girl stole a glance at the array of shorts, her cheeks heating up. Then her gaze landed on Jiangnan, who looked about 18 or 19, sun-kissed, and handsome, his eyes alight with expectation. Her face turned even redder. "Ugh, how inappropriate." Jiangnan was taken aback. "Hey, don't walk away. If you're not buying shorts, how about a hair tie or a clip? What's so inappropriate about it? It's just shorts." His heart ached as he thought about the fate of his business. After an hour of shouting, his voice was hoarse. He still hadn't made a sale. If he didn't open shop soon, he couldn't even afford to feed himself, not to mention rent was due any day. Lo and behold, isn't that our Jiangcheng number 1 Heisnan Shun? A girl wearing a crop top, sporting a bob hairstyle, clung to the arm of a tall boy, teasing him with a smile. Jiangnan frowned. "Li Muyin? Just my luck. A classmate. Holy cow. The spatial abilities? Darling, you're not joking, are you? I remember there's only one spatial ability master among the 3 Dao Tian level strong individuals in our Huaxia, and it's him." Li Muyin scoffed, of course. When he awakened his spatial powers, it caused a stir all over Jiangcheng. That Dao Tian level master even came to meet him, wanting to take him as a disciple. Wang Lin was incredulous. Then why is he selling stuff here? "Hey, you don't know?" Although Nan Shun awakened a spatial ability, his aptitude test revealed an 11 talent. The Dao Tian level master was so disgusted he left in a huff, thinking this trash talent will never reach the bronze level in his lifetime. Wang Lin's reaction was priceless. What a freak. With a weary roll of his eyes, Jiangnan interjected, "Are you two buying anything or not? If not, scram. Don't waste my time." Wang Lin snickered, kicking a pair of socks on the stall, leaving a clear footprint. "What's the deal? We didn't say we weren't buying, did we? Is this how you do business?" Jiangnan narrowed his eyes at the sock now marred with dust, delivering a radiant smile. "How about getting your girlfriend a bikini? She'll find it's useful later tonight." Li Muyan's face flushed, taking a step forward and kicking the items on the stall into disarray. "Keep your mouth clean. Do you know who my brother Wang is? A power-type awakener of Jiangcheng's Spirit Wu University." Jiangnan sneered. "Scared me. I thought his old man was Wang Gang." Wang Lin shot back coldly. "You little street vendor, what's with the bravado? You're just a waste. What's wrong with being a street vendor? And making a living with my own skills." Jiangnan stood his ground fearlessly. "Making a living? Today, we'll make sure you can't even afford to eat." As he spoke, a sinister laugh escaped his lips. He threw a punch at Jiangnan's head, a force so powerful it stirred the air around them. In an instant, Jiangnan felt a surge of spatial waves envelop him, and he abruptly shifted back 1/2 meter, narrowly dodging the blow. The effort left him feeling drained, as though all his strength had been sapped away. This caught Wang Lin off guard. Holy hell, he really did awaken a spatial ability? But so what? Still got the nerve to dodge? Another punch lashed out, slamming into Jiangnan's jaw. The exertion had drained Jiangnan to the brink, and he collapsed to the ground, his mind spinning. Spit! He coughed up blood onto the stall's cloth. Booey! Blood components detected. The ultimate street stall system is merging. Merging successful. Gift for the stall owner. 1 piece of bloodstained cloth, 1 stool, and a 10-fold lottery draw. Would you like to draw? What is happening? Dazed from the force of the punch, Jiangnan's mind buzzed. Since when did street vending come with a system? A 10-fold draw? Could they possibly give me an SSR on my OG girlfriend or something? Would you like to draw? Again, asking if you'd like to draw? Are you going to draw or not? Jiangnan was bewildered. Why the urgency? Fine. He'll draw. Lucky wheel spinning. 10 draws commencing. Thank you for your patronage. Received 1 basic strength potion. Thank you for your patronage. Received 1 basic strength potion. After 9 repetitions of thank you for your patronage, Jiangnan's face darkened, so they were all nonsense draws after all. Congratulations. You've won a mystic cleansing fruit. Unlock system item inventory. Jiangnan glanced at the item inventory, now displaying 9 strength potions and 1 mystic cleansing fruit. Strength Potion Effect. Increases the physical constitution of the consumer tenfold, lasting for 3 days and nights. Mystic Cleansing Fruit Effect. Washes the marrow and purifies the spirit, enhancing the consumer's innate talents. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. That basic strength potion sounded powerful. He swiftly retrieved a bottle from the inventory. Ding! Suddenly, a full water cooler bucket appeared on the stall. Jiangnan was taken aback. Holy crap, this is one big bottle. Is the system confused about the term bottle? Truly, enormous strength brings unexpected surprises. Oof. Spatial system? Is this all you've got? Can't withstand even one punch from me? Calling yourself Nanshan? What a joke. Wang Lin was reveling in his privilege as he berated the prostrate Jiangnan, delighting in his sense of superiority. Yet the sudden appearance of the bottle made him halt momentarily. Hold on, let me finish. Jiangnan twisted off the cap, grandly holding the bucket to his lips for a vigorous chug. Wang Lin, what's happening? Mid-fight, and you're drinking? Chugging down the strength potion, Jiangnan felt a cool sensation wash over his head, a deluge of power erupting from within. His physical prowess soared tenfold. Jiangnan set the bucket down, his fists surging with energy as he sprang upright to strike Wang Lin squarely in the gut. The force unleashed a series of sonic booms. Wang Lin had no way of bracing himself. Bang! His face contorted as though he had been hit by a truck, and he retched bile. Jiangnan's punch sent him toppling, bent over like a shrimp. What is this monstrous strength? Li Mu Yan stood frozen in disbelief, momentarily forgetting the crumpled Wang Lin. What unfolded before her eyes was nothing short of extraordinary. Jiangnan, why are you bald? Jiangnan froze, instinctively touching the top of his head. Smooth as glass. Holy crap, where's my hair? Imbite? Not a strand left. System, where's my hair? Please don't mind these minor details, stall owner. Minor details? How can my luxurious mane be a minor detail? What kind of ridiculous strength potion renders me bald after drinking? So imbite. And stronger? Chapter 2. Absolutely unstoppable. You are courting death. Wang Lin's expression was a grimace. With his girlfriend at his side, how could he possibly afford to lose face? As a power-type awakener, Wang Lin had reached the bronze level at an early stage. How could he possibly struggle against the mere black iron level of Jiangnan? Thus, enduring the excruciating pain, he swung another fist. Bang! This punch was firmly caught by Jiangnan, who squeezed down with force. Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Wang Lin howled, his face contorted in agony. He began to question his very existence. I am the power-type awakener. How could I possibly be overwhelmed in strength? Was this young man also a power awakener? How could he possess such incredible force? Wasn't he supposed to be a space type? From Wang Lin. Anger value 888. The system notification echoed in Jiangnan's mind, and his eyes immediately brightened. After merging with the system, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of its basic functions. The lucky draw was conducted using anger values. Each draw required 10,000 anger values. A 10 consecutive draw would amount to 100,000. Just a moment ago, he had been perplexed about how to acquire these anger values. Now it seemed remarkably simple. All he needed to do was incite anger in others. What perverse preference did this system possess? In that moment, Jiangnan's gaze towards Wang Lin transformed. That it was as if he were staring at a gleaming golden pie-shio. Grasping Wang Lin's fist, he turned and pinned him to the ground, straddling him with a left punch. Bang! Ah! From Wang Lin. Anger value 666. With a right punch. Bang! Ah! From Wang Lin. Anger value 686. Jiangnan rained down punches, the sounds of impact and cries resounding continuously. Watching the ever-increasing anger values, he was overjoyed. It felt as if he had consumed an endless supply of energy, utterly unstoppable. Feeling unsatisfied after a while, he grabbed a small stool beside him and began to pummel Wang Lin's face mercilessly. From Wang Lin. Anger value 999. Using the stool seems far easier than using my fists. In no time, a crowd began to gather, many recording the spectacle on their phones. Wow, this bald guy is incredibly fierce. He doesn't look very old. I hope he doesn't cause any serious harm. Isn't this a bit excessive? Just look at the state he's in. His face is all swollen. Excessive? I saw that girl flip this guy's stall earlier and call us smelly street vendors. If not him, then who should we hit? He deserves it. We are merely responding to the national call. Li Mayan stood in place, utterly flustered and at a loss. Wang Lin was a bronze level 3-star powerhouse, a remarkably strong power awakener. How could he be so thoroughly dominated by Jiangnan? This mere black iron level. Was he on some sort of adrenaline high? Jiangnan was usually quite the docile individual. Stop. If you keep this up, I will call the police. From Li Mayan. Anger value 888. Jiangnan paused with the small stool in hand, gazing at the now swollen, pig-like visage of Wang Lin, who was on the verge of tears. Had he truly been beaten to the point of weeping? Fine, I won't hit you anymore, but you've ruined my entire stock of socks. How am I supposed to sell them now? You owe me. Wang Lin's composure had completely shattered. He had been utterly dominated by a high school student. Weakly, he inquired, how much? 10 yuan a pair. What? ISNT at 10 yuan for 4 pairs. Why don't you just go and snatch them? Jiangnan smirked. Do you think that's not what I'm doing? Wang Lin. Wang Lin's resentment level 666. Over 200 pairs of socks, and just like that, 2,000 yuan is in my grasp. Wang Lin wasn't particularly eager to buy them, but if he didn't, he feared he wouldn't be able to leave today. To Li Muyan hurriedly helped the battered Wang Lin back to his feet, bitterly lamenting. Tomorrow is the monthly examination for the Lingwu class. Just wait to be kicked out. Starting tomorrow, don't even think about remaining in the Lingwu class. Jiangnan, completely oblivious to her words, waved his hand dismissively. Godspeed. Do visit again next time. Wang Lin's resentment level 999. Come again, to get beaten up once more? The onlookers grew in number, and with the money firmly in hand, Jiangnan dared not linger any longer. He swiftly wrapped up the makeshift stall, tossing it onto the back seat of his bicycle, while clutching the small stool under his arm. Jiangnan rode off on his Phoenix brand bicycle, his spirits lifted as he hummed a cheerful tune. Riding my beloved bicycle, I shall never face traffic jams. The chain clicked rhythmically against the wheel cover, as if providing an accompaniment to his melody. Tomorrow marks the monthly examination for the Lingwu class at Jiangnan. One high school, and Jiangnan, burdened by his abysmal talent, has been struggling. Ever since awakening his spatial abilities in his first year, he became a rare Lingwu practitioner. Yet by the time he reached his 3rd year, he had barely advanced to the pitiful rank of Black Iron 3 stars. His classmates had already reached the pinnacle of Black Iron, with some even ascending to Bronze. If he fails to break through to Black Iron 5 stars in this month's exam, he would be relegated back to the ordinary class. With no school-provided Lingzhu for his cultivation, his strength would stagnate. 2 decades ago, numerous spirit ruins portals emerged across the globe, releasing spiritual energy that ushered Earth into an era of spiritual revival. Alongside this, a multitude of spirit beasts surged forth, challenging human society. Thanks to the revival, humans were able to awaken extraordinary abilities. After enduring initial turmoil and paying a heavy price, the current era of peace was achieved. However, those who awakened extraordinary powers inevitably brought upheaval to human society, prompting the gradual refinement of policies targeting Lingwu practitioners. Across major provinces and cities, Lingwu universities were established, and the division of Lingwu classes in high schools was one such policy. Jiangnan was fortunate to be an awakener, blessed with the rarest spatial ability. However, it came with the most lamentable talent. Thus, this grand mix-up ensued. Initially, Jiangnan thought that being kicked out wouldn't be so bad. Being an ordinary person could also be quite decent. With hands and feet, even as an orphan, he could sustain himself without issue. Yet, this unexpectedly acquired supreme street vendor system ignited a spark of ambition within him. That so-called washing marrow fruit. I hope it proves to be effective, Jiangnan mused, suddenly feeling a refreshing coolness on his head. Oh, how could I have forgotten that I'm bald? That damned strength potion was such a ripoff. System, why does your introduction only highlight the benefits? What about the side effects? You can't be this unscrupulous, can you? Do not concern yourself with such trivial details. Jiangnan, Wang Defa, given the system as track record. Surely that washing marrow fruit doesn't have any side effects. Why overthink it? Let us just head home and give it a try. After riding for more than half an hour, I arrived at a narrow alley in the suburbs of Jiangnan. At the entrance of the alley, a bustling barbecue stall was in full swing, attracting numerous patrons, and Jiangnan's stomach growled in response. The auntie serving the dishes called out, Xiaonan, just closing up? You must be hungry. Here, Aunt Zhou will serve you a plate of fried noodles. Jiangnan smiled and replied, no need, Aunt Zhou. I've already eaten outside. Here's the rent for this month. 2,500 and I apologize for the delay. Aunt Zhou accepted the rent, saying, oh dear, it's not easy for you, juggling studies and working part-time. Why have you shaved your head? Jiangnan chuckled. Hee hee, I thought it would keep me cooler in summer. but it looks quite spirited. After exchanging a few more polite words, Jiangnan hurried home, eager to test whether the cleansing essence fruit truly possessed any miraculous effects. Chapter 3. Just how fast is the hospital Wi-Fi? Upon returning to his modest abode, he secured his bicycle to the old locust tree at the entrance. The 25-square-meter rental unit was small but impeccably organized by Jiangnan. Beneath the bed lay a considerable amount of merchandise. Despite his growling stomach, Jiangnan ignored his hunger, drew the curtains, and with a thought, the cleansing essence fruit appeared in his hand. Gazing at the plump, red fruit resembling a plum, Jiangnan swallowed hard. What was there to fear? He had nothing of value to lose. In a moment of resolve, he swallowed the cleansing essence fruit whole. It melted in his mouth, and then it was gone. Vanished. What about the promised essence purification? Even a plum would have a hint of sweetness, wouldn't it? However, 5 minutes later, Jiangnan suddenly felt a heightened sensitivity to spiritual energy, which began to surge wildly towards his body. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level soared to the black iron 7 stars. Jiangnan could sense that his innate talent had truly been enhanced. Though he was unsure of the exact level of this enhancement, it certainly would no longer be ranked. He was ecstatic. His hands trembled with excitement. But once he regained his composure, he quickly checked himself for any deficiencies. Thankfully, he hadn't lost any parts. After drinking the potent elixir, he had turned bald. Who knew what side effects the cleansing essence fruit might have? Jiangnan remained apprehensive and began to conduct a thorough examination. Just as he was finishing up his inspection, the door swung open. Jiangnan, you're back so late. You must not have eaten, right? I've made you a bowl of noodles. A demure girl in a floral dress, her hair tied in a ponytail, stood at the doorway, holding out a bowl of noodles, her eyes wide as she took in the sight of Jiangnan, who was intently checking something. Her mouth fell agape in disbelief, and in a moment of realization, her cheeks flushed crimson. With a loud bang, she shut the door. I've left the noodles at the door. Wait until Jiangnan is done before eating, Jiangnan exclaimed. Hey. What do you mean by when you're done? Are you misunderstanding something? Do you think I'm doing something strange? Before he could explain, the girl had already fled. Her face still flushed. The noodles were quite tasty, albeit a tad salty. But don't ask. The taste was simply that of tears. He could only wait for a more opportune moment to clarify things. Considering she was the landlord's daughter and attended the same school, making it easier to stay in touch. Having stabilized his emotions, Jiangnan began to meticulously study the system. Glancing at the resentment value, he noted it exceeded 110,000 after delivering a resounding defeat to Wang Lin. He had reaped considerable rewards, with Li Mayan also contributing significantly. This was sufficient for yet another 10 consecutive draws. He mused, if he were to obtain something like a marrow-cleansing fruit, wouldn't that be delightful? Lucky big turntable. The 10 consecutive draws have commenced. Thank you for your patronage. A consolation prize of a strength potion. Thank you for your patronage. After a full 10 attempts, Jiangnan's expression had turned as dark as coal. What a thankless patronage. Why on earth does the thank you for your patronage option even appear on the lucky turntable? Is it because I'm balding? His inventory now contained 10 bottles of strength potions. Wait, he could set up a stall to sell those strength potions, although consuming them would lead to baldness. The miraculous strength they provided could not be overlooked. He could also conveniently earn resentment points. Nice. Resolved in his decision, Jiangnan reclined on his bed and took out the domestic smartphone he had purchased for 50 yuan from a street vendor, preparing to scroll through his phone before sleep. Instead, he stumbled upon the WeChat group of his class. The discussions within were fervent. Hey, brothers and sisters, did you see the video of the bald guy from Jiangxing Night Market beating up a student from Lingua University on Weibo? It has over 400,000 views. What is going on? Send it over. Soon, someone uploaded a short video. In it, the bald Jiangnan, clad in a Hello Kitty t-shirt, was straddling Wang Lin, relentlessly pounding him with a small stool. Holy moly, this bald guy is fierce. The cries were absolutely pitiful. Even from behind the screen, one could feel the pain. The one being beaten, if he wasn't mistaken, appeared to be a bronze-level strength-type practitioner. Right? This bald fellow, seemingly unassuming, possessed the strength to overpower him, yet he was out on the streets selling goods. Truly, masters are found among the common folk. Jiangnan chuckled to himself behind the screen, never expecting to be filmed. However, the footage was blurry. The cameraman was clearly shaky. Hey, doesn't that bald guy look a bit like our classmate Jiangnan? That guy. Don't be ridiculous. He looks too weak to even be a bronze-level awakened one. True, he only advanced to black iron 3 stars after 3 years, What a waste of the spirit orbs he receives every month, and he is from the spatial system. After tomorrow's monthly exam, we won't be classmates anymore, right? Best of luck. Take care, take care. Observing the lively banter in the group, Jiangnan remained silent, merely smirking. Tomorrow, Jiangnan had no intention of leaving. They should all brace themselves for a surprise. Wait a moment. Wasn't the one assisting the beaten brother to leave our classmate Li Mayan? No way. It really is her. He had indeed heard that she was dating a boy from Lingwu University. Li Mayan, what is going on? Dear sister, Li Mayan, how did the fight break out? Care to share? Li Mayan, is your boyfriend all right? Resentment value from Li Mayan 555. The system was rapidly refreshing Li Mayan's resentment value. Jiangnan was overjoyed. He suddenly found his classmates utterly adorable. Clearly, this girl was also keeping an eye on the group. Could she not be infuriated? Now she was accompanying Wang Lin in the hospital for stitches. Thus, Jiangnan decided to send a message as well. Nanshan, Li Mayan, is the hospital's Wi-Fi rather slow? I truly envy you fortunate individuals who can leech off the internet. My data is nearly depleted. From Li Mayan's resentment level 999. Am I merely here to mooch off the internet? Can you be any more shameless? Who among us lacks a sense of decency, from start to finish? She remained silent, while the system's resentment level continuously refreshed. Even before Jiangnan fell asleep, it was still updating. Women hold grudges. TSK. The next day, with a heart full of joy, Jiangnan stepped outside only to encounter the landlord's daughter, who was ready to head to school with her backpack. Yujing, little sister, yesterday, Zhou Yujing glanced at Jiangnan, her pretty face flushing once more. Bashfully, she said, Brother Jiangnan, you should really get to bed earlier at night and take care of your health. After saying this, she flicked her ponytail and dashed away with remarkable speed. Jiangnan could only lament. Am I so misunderstood? Little sister, hear me out. I am truly not that kind of person. I merely had a health checkup. I swear I did nothing shameful. Wearing a cap to cover his bald head, Jiangnan rode his bicycle, accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of the wheels, all the way to school. The monthly exam was fast approaching. Chapter 4. Is it you? Teacher Chiyu. As Jiangnan entered the classroom, the previously noisy atmosphere, stirred by the impending monthly exam, suddenly quieted down a notch. His handsome and fresh visage still managed to capture the attention of several female classmates. However, the thought that he would no longer be their classmate after the monthly exam brought a hint of melancholy. He walked over to his seat by the window and sat down, prompting the chatter among his classmates to resume. Why is our Nanshan still wearing a hat, trying to act all high and mighty? Probably knows he is about to be kicked out and can't bear to face anyone. Jiangnan gazed out at the scenery, lost in thought. 3 years ago, the name Nanshan echoed throughout the entire Jiangcheng. Now, the term Nanshan had become a mere joke. Perhaps today, everything would be different. Just then, the class monitor, Li Xiang, approached Jiangnan. Jiangnan, don't feel disheartened. If you get kicked out, so be it. Perhaps being a spiritual warrior isn't for you. But your spatial abilities still hold value. At least they can open a dimensional space for storing items. My father runs a logistics company. After you graduate high school, you can work there. 3,000 a month. Plus I can provide spiritual orbs for your training. What do you think? Li Xiang's words caught the attention of several classmates. What? 3,000? Isn't that a bit much? 300 is more reasonable. Haha. No wonder my brother Xiang is doing such a good job as class monitor. Jiangnan shot a glance at Li Xiang and grinned brightly. So you want me to be a delivery guy? Upon hearing this, the entire class burst into laughter, and Li Xiang chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. Haha. A spatial ability user delivering packages. That's right on point. 3,000 is the limit, no more. Li Xiang insisted. This is a rare opportunity. Think it over. Jiangnan grinned widely. I know the foreman at the Jiangnan construction site. Your earth abilities could dig a cesspool faster than 10 excavators. Right? The moment these words left his mouth, the entire class turned red-faced, stifling their laughter, unable to contain themselves. What the heck? An excavator? 10 of them. Li Xiang's face darkened. From Li Xiang's resentment value 999. Don't push your luck. Jiangnan was about to speak when, after a sleepless night, Li Muyin stormed into the classroom, her dark circles prominent, and confronted Jiangnan. You will take responsibility for what you did to me last night. Jiangnan pondered for 2 seconds. What's the matter? Still hurting? As soon as these words escaped, the entire class fell silent, and the gazes directed at the two shifted dramatically. What on earth? What is going on? Did you two engage in a naked brawl last night? I never expected that. Absolutely never. Is my Nanshin really that fierce? The circle is truly chaotic. Li Mu Yin suddenly realized the implications of her words. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted angrily. You shameless person. From Li Mu Yan's resentment value 789. Just then, the homeroom teacher, clad in professional attire, entered the classroom and rapped the blackboard with a pointer. Return to your seats and be quiet. Li Xiang squinted and muttered. Just you wait. I'll make sure you get what's coming to you. Jiangnan grinned. This resentment value is indeed easy to earn. The homeroom teacher then announced. The monthly exam will commence shortly. Assessing the levels and attack power of spiritual warriors. Gather in the gymnasium, and everyone better be alert. Class 1 of spiritual warriors is an elite class. Don't drag us down, understand? The teacher's gaze landed on Jiangnan, eliciting a wave of snickers from several classmates. Jiangnan remained unfazed. The gymnasium of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School was transformed into a venue suitable for spiritual warriors, resembling a glass house. On the third floor, less than 500 students from 10 classes of the senior year spiritual warrior program assembled in orderly lines. After a monotonous speech from the principal, the monthly exam commenced. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a testing machine, akin to a punch power tester, with a target crafted from titanium magnesium alloy and a display screen to show the values that a student from class 10 stepped up first. Bursting with energy as flames engulfed his hands. With a fierce swing, a fireball the size of a basin struck the testing machine. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted, the target was charred, and the display screen revealed the value. Black iron 9 stars. Attack power A. The student returned to the line, face alight with excitement and pride. The proctor remarked, very good. Next, one by one, students approached the testing machine, showcasing their abilities, most awakened with the 5 elemental types. While others had special awakenings, such as beast transformation, strength, or telekinesis. The rankings on the leaderboard fluctuated constantly according to level and attack power. After 2 hours, it was finally Class 1 of Spiritual Warriors' turn. The students were already eager to showcase their prowess. Li Xiang jumped out first, taking a deep breath, and stomped his foot heavily. The reinforced concrete floor twisted violently, forming a concrete fist that struck the testing machine with tremendous force. Bronze 3 stars. Attack power S. The ranking soared to the top of the leaderboard. Li Xiang let out a long sigh of relief, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, truly deserving of being the class leader of spiritual warriors. Bronze 3 stars. That S incredibly formidable. A genius. I heard his talent is rated A. No wonder. How many high schoolers can reach the bronze level? Amidst a chorus of admiration, Li Xiang rejoined the ranks. Casting a scornful glance at Jiangnan, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable that a few classmates followed, leading to Li Mu Yan as an awakened metal elementalist. She commanded the steel balls with fierce intent, driving them forcefully against the testing apparatus. The impact was comparable to that of a firearm, even sparking flames. At the pinnacle of black iron 10 stars, her attack power was rated A. Her ranking surged dramatically, catapulting her into the top 10 on the leaderboard. Hiss. The first class of elemental warriors was indeed formidable. This girl was extraordinarily powerful. Those awakened in elemental systems were all sorcerers, and her attack power was indisputable. With an icy demeanor, Li Mu Yin approached Jiangnan, declaring, just wait to be expelled from the elemental warriors class. Class 1 Jiangnan. It's your turn. A smirk curled at the corners of Jiangnan's lips as he adjusted his cap and sauntered toward the testing machine. Who said Class 1 was filled with beasts? There's still the southern god here. A mere half-meter teleportation from a novice. He probably won't even manage to make the testing machine register a value. As Jiangnan took the stage, the crowd began to murmur, all eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Ignoring the biting comments, Jiangnan inhaled deeply, feeling his muscles tighten as if forged from steel. Stepping forward with his left foot, he pivoted his waist, unleashing a thunderous iron fist. The punch produced a deafening shockwave. Bang! The titanium magnesium alloy target crumpled like clay under the force. The 4 anchored corners of the machine were severed, and the entire apparatus was sent hurtling away, as if struck by a truck. It shattered the glass windows and plummeted from the 3rd floor onto the rubber playground, rolling over 20 meters. The resulting shockwave swept Jiangnan's cap off, revealing his bald head. The arena fell into a profound silence. Li Xiang was dumbfounded. So was Li Mu Yin. Even the entire student body, the invigilator. And the principal stood in stunned silence. A bald head, One punch obliterated the testing machine. For a moment, the students experienced a collective illusion. Teacher Saitama, is that you? Just a cape short of the real deal. Chapter 5. Awakened by a punch. This is a living embodiment of One Punch Man. What terrifying power is this? Our school's testing machine, although basic, should be able to withstand attacks below the 5-star bronze level. Right? A strength elementalist wouldn't be capable of sending the machine flying, would they? You all seem to have forgotten. The southern god is a spatial elementalist. The entire crowd gasped in shock, the students in the gymnasium utterly astounded. Jiangnan scratched his head, surprised that his full strength had sent the testing machine soaring. Was the strength potion this formidable? Innocently, he inquired, Teacher, did I have to pay for this, will I? From Li Xiang. Anger value 999. From Li Muyan. Anger value 999. From Wang Tian Yi. Anger value 999. Pay you what? Is that the crux of the matter? Is the principal truly this irate? Am I really going to have to compensate? The invigilator's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he had witnessed this punch. Was it truly something a high school student could deliver? Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he said, Could a few classmates please bring the testing machine back? Rest assured, you will not be held responsible. It is our school's failure to manage this properly. Moreover, it is high time for our school to acquire a new testing machine. Principal Wang's expression darkened significantly. From Wang Tianyi's resentment value 999. Jiangnan secretly reveled in the moment. Teacher, please refrain from saying any more. If you do, the principal might just give you a dose of your own medicine. Shortly thereafter, several students returned with the testing machine from the playground. One could hardly fathom how this heavy contraption, weighing at least 700 or 800 pounds, had been propelled so far. The students playing basketball on the court were left dumbfounded. Which senior had the audacity to hurl the testing machine all the way from the 3rd floor of the gym? It was utterly terrifying. The entire faculty and student body stared at the battered testing machine in collective silence. As if it had been struck by an armor-piercing round, Jiangnan felt a surge of exhilaration. Although the display flickered slightly, it remained operational. Black iron 7 stars, attack power. Jiangnan's name shot straight to the top of the leaderboard. Hiss, am I seeing things? The South God possesses such terrifying attack power, yet is merely a black iron 7-star. Attack power, max. Wang Tianyi, feigning composure as he gazed at the dilapidated testing machine, remarked, It seems the damage isn't too severe. With some repairs, it could still be usable. However, moments later, bang, the testing machine fulfilled its final mission, erupting in a shower of sparks before completely shutting down and becoming irreparable. From Wang Tianyi's resentment value 999. What repairs could possibly be made now? Principal, is your frugality truly commendable? The proctor inquired. I recall your awakening was related to spatial abilities. How is it that your physical strength? Jiangnan casually replied. Yesterday, while I was setting up my stall at the Jiangnan night market, someone punched me, and that triggered my awakening, leading to a second awakening of my strength abilities. The proctor. Principal, Li Mayan. Wang Defa? This explanation had clearly been premeditated by Jiangnan. Goodness, no wonder it seemed so familiar. Wasn't he the one from the viral video yesterday? The one who mercilessly pummeled a college student with a small stool? Indeed, this is absurd. A dual awakening. Simply by being punched. Is it really that easy? All eyes in class Lingwu 1 suddenly turned towards Li Mayan, their expressions revealing understanding. So, this was the story. Yesterday, Jiangnan had knocked Li Mayan's boyfriend out cold. That explained the earlier conversation. The proctor chuckled. Well, this is your fortunate encounter. I will report it to the school that a dual awakening is exceedingly rare. You will receive an additional spirit pearl each month. Jiangnan's eyes sparkled. Thank you, teacher. After stepping down, Jiangnan approached Li Mayan and shyly said, Please remember to thank my brother Wang when you visit the hospital. Without him, I wouldn't have achieved this dual awakening. Li Mayan gritted her teeth in frustration. From Li Mayan's resentment value 999. This playful jab had brought her a moment of joy. The surrounding students looked at Jiangnan with a mix of envy and disbelief. Is it really possible to achieve a dual awakening just by being punched? Such fortune is truly rare in this world. Is this idea not utterly splendid? Should we perhaps also reach out to Li Mayan's partner? Or should I take a swing at him? Proctor. All right. Next up, Lu Wuqian from Class 1. For those who were unable to take the test, the monthly examination has been postponed. We shall conduct the test once the new equipment arrives. It was only then that he realized the testing machine had already been obliterated by Jiangnan's punch, rendering any further testing futile. From the proctor's resentment value, 200. From Lu Wuqian's resentment value, 666. The system's resentment value list was rapidly refreshing, as those who had not tested contributed a wave of resentment value to Jiangnan. Jiangnan remarked that his classmates were truly delightful. If there were to be another opportunity, he would certainly mend his ways. Yes, he would strive to shatter the testing machine at the earliest. Quite mischievous indeed. Thus, the monthly examination was abruptly concluded by Jiangnan's punch. As the crowd dispersed, Li Xiang approached, coolly stating, "Don't celebrate too soon. With your lackluster talent, what does it matter if you awaken dual systems? It will only bring you temporary glory, and you will inevitably be left behind by us." Jiangnan raised his fist and replied, "What's the matter, human excavator? Is your skull harder than the titanium-magnesium alloy testing machine, Li Xiang?" From Li Xiang's resentment value, 888. Humph, we shall see. Watching Li Xiang's retreating figure, Jiangnan was utterly elated. Following Wang Lin, this fellow had become his second significant source of resentment, contributing nearly 30,000 resentment points on his own. This treasure must be nurtured well. After school that evening, Jiangnan rode his sturdy bike straight to the Jiangxing night market. Along the way, he began to devise his grand money-making scheme. The Jiangxing night market was bustling with vendors. Upon arrival, Jiangnan activated his spatial abilities, and suddenly a portal opened beside him. A spatial systems spirit warrior. He might not excel in many areas, but he certainly possessed the unique ability to create an alternate space for storage. With his current prowess, he could only conjure a 3 cubic meter space, and it required minimal effort to maintain. Much of his merchandise was conveniently stored within this alternate space. A square cloth was spread out on the ground, neatly displaying socks, undergarments, hair ties, and clips. The only addition was 10 bottles of mineral water. The caps were clearly opened, and the labels torn off. Scrawled haphazardly on the bottles with a marker were 4 large characters. Farmer's 3 punches. This was Jiangnan's pre-prepared stamina potion. Come, 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 step right up and take a look. Socks, undergarments, hair ties, all at bargain prices. Plus, the ancestral farmer's 3 punches, and it even has a slight sweetness. Chapter 6. A special skill. Cracking stones with my forehead as the sky grew darker, the night market began to fill with more visitors. With Jiangnan's rousing cries, he indeed attracted quite a crowd. 2 passing young ladies whispered to each other, "Hey, isn't that the bald fellow from yesterday who sat on a stool? He's back at it again. Oh my, it really is him. He is somewhat handsome. What? Are you smitten?" "Not at all. Bald heads are not my type. If he had hair, I'd definitely ask for his WeChat." Jiangnan. System, you still remember the details. Miss, I assure you, I did not intend to be bald. Behind the 2 ladies, a tall and handsome man rolled his eyes and said, "Let's enjoy ourselves tonight. Tomorrow our team is heading into the spirit ruins." The lady pouted. "How could you say something so disheartening? Come on, let us go take a look." The tall handsome man retorted, "What is so interesting about a bald head? It's not like I'm not more handsome." The 3 of them approached the stall to select goods, and many items left the 2 ladies blushing. Jiangnan, with keen eyes, noticed a small red elastic band peeking from Zheng Wei's lower back as he bent down. He chuckled. "What's up, brother? Is it your zodiac year this year? Wearing red shorts too? My red shorts definitely won't fade. Rest assured, 2 for $10. Zheng Wei's face darkened. "Where the hell are you looking?" From Zheng Wei's resentment value 666. The 2 ladies followed Jiangnan's gaze and naturally noticed the hint of red on Zheng Wei's lower back, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Zheng Wei, this is truly your zodiac year. How vibrant, so flamboyant." Listening to the boss, "Let us get 2 pairs. They 1T fade." Jiangnan interjected. "The 2 fairy sisters are right. Let us get 2 pairs. From Zheng Wei's resentment value 666. "You little rascal, not as handsome as me. I was incredibly handsome when I had hair. You know, scanning to pay, $10 added to the account." Zheng Wei, filled with frustration, fixated on a bottle of mineral water at the stall. Upon seeing it, he chuckled. "Farmer's 3 punches. What is that?" Jiangnan immediately perked up. "Brother, you don't know about this. It's a family heirloom. Farmer's 3 punches. It's a bit sweet. 1 bottle down, strength increases tenfold. Just 3 punches to take down the enemy." Zheng Wei's eye twitched. "Is it really sweet? This bottle is clearly already opened, right? Family heirloom? Can mineral water even be a family heirloom? Waiter, bring me a bottle of 82 mineral water." just the same flavor, incredibly authentic. Boss, are you pulling a fast one? This is just water, right? Zhang Wei scoffed. The two ladies were equally bewildered. Family heirloom mineral water, impressive indeed. Jiangnan glared. Hey, you don't believe me saying that? He picked up a red brick from the roadside and slammed it against his forehead. The ladies gasped in horror. Before she could finish, the brick shattered against Jiangnan's forehead. Zheng Wei. The lady. Are all street vendors this dedicated nowadays? Do you believe it? Saying this, Jiangnan broke another red brick with a loud bang, causing onlookers to shudder. I tell you, before drinking Farmer's 3 punches, even getting up was a struggle. After drinking it, I can split bricks with my head and tear off manhole covers with my hands. Just asking if you believe it. Saying that, he lifted the brick to his forehead again. Zheng Wei quickly intervened. Brother, don't do that. Brother, I'll buy, all right? How much? Jiangnan wiped the brick dust from his forehead and smiled. Not expensive. 11,000 a bottle. Zheng Wei nearly choked on his own saliva, exclaiming in astonishment, 10,000. This ancestral mineral water of yours is quite exorbitant. Jiangnan shrugged nonchalantly, but it works wonders. The two young ladies, intrigued, urged him on. Zheng Wei, why not give it a try? It's not as if you can't spare that sum. After all, those folks are smashing red bricks. They are putting in so much effort, faced with the eager anticipation in their eyes. Zheng Wei had no choice but to acquiesce. Sigh. Let it be a case of spending money to witness a remarkable spectacle. He transferred 10,000 via WeChat. Jiangnan promptly called out, wait a moment. Brother, I still need 1 yuan. Zheng Wei was taken aback. Isn't it 10,000? Why is there still 1 yuan missing? Jiangnan replied matter-of-factly, a red brick isn't money, right? 1 piece costs 50 cents. From Zheng Wei's resentment value 666. You want me to pay for breaking bricks? This business is quite a steal. Just wait and see if it's ineffective. Without further ado, under the expectant gazes of the two young ladies, Zheng Wei uncapped the farmer's 3 fists and took a swig. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, a wild surge of energy erupted from within him, flushing his face crimson. Holy cow! It's really happening. Excitement filled Zheng Wei's eyes. He was already a bronze 2-star strength awakener. With a 10-fold enhancement, his strength reached a terrifying level. As he lightly clenched his fist, he astonishingly shattered the air. Boss, this stuff really works. Your ancestral mineral water is phenomenal. Thus, tomorrow's expedition for the team would be all the more assured. Jiangnan chuckled awkwardly. Well, if it works, then I can't possibly deceive you, can I? Yet the two young ladies were left agape. Zheng Wei, you've gone bald. Really bald. Ha, I can't hold it in anymore. What a shiny bald head. Their laughter echoed, clutching their bellies and doubling over, tears streaming down their faces. Zheng Wei rubbed his head, hissing as the night breeze blew, bringing a chilling sensation. Truly, he had gone bald. From Zheng Wei's resentment value 999. From Zheng Wei, the system's resentment value skyrocketed, surpassing 10,000 in no time. Zheng Wei erupted in fury. Boss, are you messing with me? Where's my hair? Jiangnan patted Zheng Wei on the shoulder. Oh, come on, brother, don't sweat the small stuff. The wheel of karma turns. Who escapes the fate of baldness? Small details. I'll fight you on this. Zheng Wei's eyes reddened, but he was restrained by the two young ladies. Baldness can be quite charming, they reassured him. Besides, you weren't deceived. Farmer's 3 fists truly have an effect. Pahana, let me laugh a little longer. I can't take it. Jiangnan winked at the two young ladies, grinning. It seems that between the two of us, I'm still the more handsome one, right? The young ladies replied. Pooh, you're so handsome. Let us add each other on WeChat. All right then, the trio departed, leaving Zheng Wei's forlorn figure in stark contrast. His gleaming bald head reflected the streetlight's glow, while the two young ladies continued to laugh uncontrollably. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class sped by, halting at the entrance of the night market. A stunning beauty, clad in a jacket and short shorts, gracefully descended from the driver's seat. Her beauty was breathtaking, akin to a snow lotus blooming in the night sky. Her silver hair cascaded to her shoulders, and her blue eyes were as profound as the ocean itself. At that moment, she clutched her phone, revealing playful canines and a mischievous expression. It had to be him. This time, there could be no mistake. From the passenger seat emerged a girl dressed in a white orchid shirt and fitted jeans, adorned with a sun hat. She chuckled. Xiaoao, you've been searching for almost half a year. You always say the same thing. Xiaoao, her face flushed with indignation, retorted. Humph, do you think I wouldn't recognize him just because he shaved his head? That unscrupulous merchant. Oh, it makes me furious just thinking about it. With that, she seized Zhong Yingshua's arm and headed straight for the Jiangnan night market, the sound of her grinding teeth audible. Zhong Yingxue stifled her giggles. Covering her mouth, those shorts have seriously faded. Xiaoyao shot her a glare. Shoo! Don't say that. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 7. Double Trouble. Having just sold a bottle of Farmer's 3 Punches, Jiangnan was relishing his success. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Not only was he making money, but he was also accumulating a substantial amount of resentment points, striving for prosperity and a better life. He promptly retrieved a stack of red bricks from the alternate dimension. Come, ancestral Farmer's 3 Punches, 1 sip to split a brick, 2 sips to kick a durian, 3 sips, and I ascend to the heavens. Living like a deity, without embellishment, he proclaimed, let's split bricks right here. As he raised a red brick and struck it against his forehead, it shattered with a resounding thud. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. And soon a crowd began to gather. This fellow was truly smashing bricks. Nowadays, it seemed one couldn't even set up a stall without some remarkable skill. The boss is quite the daredevil. He values money over his own safety. Then someone called out, "Boss, are those bricks fake?" Jiangnan, taken aback, stood up holding the brick. Fake? Come, let me try smashing you with it. From Song Xion's resentment points 666. Boss, even if they're fake, I wouldn't dare to challenge you. Haha, the boss is bold. Genuine bricks, red-skinned, black-hearted kiln bricks, tough as nails. This gentleman certainly knows his stuff. As more people began recording short videos, the crowd swelled. Yet, after Jiangnan had smashed over 20 bricks and lost his voice from shouting, the spectators still refused to part with their money. Jiangnan felt a pang of regret. Aren't red bricks worth something? Nowadays, even watching a 2-person performance requires a ticket. Can't you buy Farmer's 3 Punches? Or at least a hair tie or some shorts? It seemed they were all trying to get something for nothing. Just then, waves of astonishment rippled through the crowd as many had gravitated towards another spectacle. Jiangnan continued his relentless brick smashing, oblivious to the movement. Such an exquisite beauty. I've never seen anyone so stunning in my life. She rivals those celebrities. I am in love. Is this what love at first sight feels like? Xiaoyao's gaze darted about, her entire being radiating untamed energy, akin to a white wolf foraging in the snow. Her blue eyes sparkled, her silver hair cascading to her shoulders, clad in short shorts and a black tank top beneath a denim jacket. Exposing her delicate navel, she stood tall at approximately 180 centimeters, her legs straight and resembling a character from a comic. Meanwhile, the slightly shorter Zhong Yingxue donned fitted denim jeans paired with a crisp white shirt. Adorning her head was a sun hat, and her black hair was cut to ear length, revealing her snow-white neck. Her features were so striking that they seemed almost otherworldly, a scene too intricate to capture in words. How about it? Have you found her, Xiaoyao? Zhong Yingxue inquired. Summer Yao shook her head, continuously searching the surroundings. Suddenly, Zhong Yingshue's eyes lit up. There are many people over there. Let us take a look, with a spark of excitement. Summer Yao grasped Zhong Yingshue's hand and maneuvered through the crowd, only to spot a bald man breaking bricks. Jiangnan looked up and his face turned pale immediately. He was ready to teleport away. At last, I've caught you. Where do you think you're running? With that, he lunged forward, executing an invincible choke hold on Jiangnan. What the? Jiangnan gasped, rolling his eyes in exasperation. From Summer Yao's resentment. 1,000. You wicked, heartless merchant. I've been searching for you for half a year. Those 2 pairs of shorts you sold me have all faded. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Jiangnan's forehead, his face a picture of guilt. Nonsense. How do you know they faded? Summer Yao gritted her teeth in frustration. How could she not know? After wearing them for just 1 day, she had planned to enjoy a lovely bath and a good night's sleep, only to discover in the bathroom that the faded shorts had dyed her skin black. Zhong Yingxue burst into laughter. She had no idea what kind of dye was used. Summer Yao took a full week to wash it off. And she didn't even dare to scrub too hard. It was a nightmare she could never forget. How could she possibly admit to this? It was utterly mortifying. Ever since that incident, Summer Yao vowed to seek revenge. Over the past 6 months, she had scoured various night markets. She had encountered Jiangnan twice, but he had always managed to escape. This time, she was determined not to let him slip away. With a flushed face, Summer Yao declared fiercely, "What is it to you? Humph, pay me back." The crowd erupted in astonishment. What was happening? Was this bald boss truly so formidable? Were these two stunning beauties really here to confront him? Wow, being choked by beautiful women. I want that too. TSK. The shorts faded? A rogue merchant. Deservedly so. How enviable that I wish I could be a rogue merchant too. Initially, Jiangnan contemplated teleporting away, but now, the two were tightly pressed against him, nearly squeezing the breath out of him. Where could he run? Yet, Zhong Yingxue stood by, covering her mouth in shock, gazing at Jiangnan with wide eyes, tears already brimming. Jiangnan? Is that you? Hearing that familiar voice, Jiangnan froze momentarily. He had been so focused on Summer Yao that he hadn't noticed Zhong Yingxue's presence. He lifted his gaze to the girl before him. Yingxue? His heart swelled with immense joy. Before he could utter a word, Zhong Yingxue disregarded everything and rushed into his embrace. In an instant, Jiangnan was enveloped in her fragrance. Caught in a warm and tender collision, the crowd's mentality shattered instantly. What the heck? A pincer attack? Must it be so fierce? Is there no justice left in the world? At that moment, Jiangnan found himself struggling to endure this dual assault. Yingxue, I can't breathe. In the Jiangnan region, a struggle ensued, suffocating and undeniably stifling. Yet, the sensation felt remarkably exhilarating. It was only then that Zhong Yingxue realized the impropriety of the situation and hastily released her grip, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. She wiped away the dust from Jiangnan's forehead. Xiaoyao, momentarily taken aback, wondered why Xue had rushed in. Was she seeking vengeance on her behalf? Xiaoyao quickly let go of Jiangnan. Xiaoyao replied with a baffled expression, shaking her head furiously. I finally caught him. What if he escapes if you let him go? Zhong Yingxue, with eyes full of helplessness, replied with a bittersweet smile. This is Jiangnan, the friend I mentioned from the orphanage. Xiaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment. In a way, what are the odds? They actually knew each other long before, and in the orphanage, no less. Childhood sweethearts. With a fierce yet innocent expression, Xiaoyao declared, then I'll loosen my grip a little. But you mustn't run away. At that moment, Jiangnan stood speechless, gazing at Zhong Yingxue. He could vaguely discern traces of her childhood visage. Wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, Zhong Yingxue remarked, why did you shave your head? And why are you here selling goods and breaking bricks? Jiangnan scratched his head and chuckled. It's summer, so I decided to shave it all off, no need for constant haircuts. It saves money. As for breaking bricks, I thought this business might be a bit more lucrative. Zhong Yingxue's eyes grew red once more. The years spent outside the orphanage must have been quite arduous for him. Hadn't they? Jiangnan, unfazed, responded. What's there to worry about? We faced countless hardships together in the orphanage, didn't we? With hands and feet, we wouldn't starve. Both of them were orphans, having grown up in the Jiangxing orphanage, relying on each other for support through the most challenging times. As a child, Jiangnan would save his pocket money for months just to buy her a bag of white rabbit cream candies. Whenever she was bullied, Jiangnan always stood in front of her as a shield. When Jiangnan fell ill, it was always her who kept vigil at his bedside. Zhong Yingxue. Jiangnan was more than a friend. He was the sturdy tree that sheltered her from the storms of life. This bond was irreplaceable, worth more than any amount of money. Two parentless orphans, relying on each other, endured the most trying years together. They thought it would last forever until Zhong Yingxue awakened her fire-related abilities at the age of 13. A talent that reached a terrifying S grade. Eventually, she was adopted and meticulously trained by the prestigious Zhong family. Despite her numerous tears and protests, she was separated from Jiangnan. After that, they never saw each other again. Jiangnan moved out of the orphanage at the age of 16, becoming self-sufficient until today. Who would have imagined they would meet again in this very place? Xiaoyao pouted. Hey, little bald head, don't think you can evade my retribution like this. You owe me. Jiangnan's face turned sheepish as he tentatively suggested. How about I compensate you with 2 pairs of shorts instead? You can choose your favorite color this time. Xiaoyao glared at him, her grip tightening. Puffed. As if, what would I need those for? I can just dye them myself. Jiangnan rolled his eyes at the strength of this girl named Xiaoyao. All right, enough of the teasing. After all these years, you're still as mischievous as ever. Let's grab a meal together later and catch up. Xiaoyao showed no signs of releasing Jiangnan, having firmly resolved to make him taste her prowess. Just wait until I finish my shopping. Xiaoyao effortlessly pinned Jiangnan onto a small stool, maintaining her grip around his throat, her entire weight pressing down upon his back. Don't even think about escaping. I'll help you sell. Jiangnan rolled his eyes in exasperation. You can sell all you want. Just let go. I can't breathe. Chapter 8. I must be blinded by money. The crowd that had gathered was utterly dumbfounded. Their eyes were as red as cherries. Why don't we set up a stall tomorrow too? Observe the scene. There stood Zhong Yingxue quietly beside Jiangnan, while Xia Yao maintained her formidable grip from behind, fearful of letting him slip away. Yet, she felt a genuine happiness for Zhong Yingxue, for she alone understood the significance Jiangnan held in Zhong Yingxue's heart. That said, the position they were in was undeniably conspicuous, though the girl seemed entirely unfazed. With a playful blink, Xia Yao chirped in a sweet voice, "Come take a look, everyone. It's quite a bargain." The mere sound sent a shiver down Jiangnan's spine. A tall, wild goddess speaking in such an endearing tone. Even if he silently recited a mantra, he couldn't withstand this. "Why are you trembling?" No, it's just cold." From Xia Yao's grievance value 333. In the sweltering summer heat. Are you jesting with me? Though Zhong Yingxue felt a bit embarrassed. She joined in to assist Jiangnan in selling goods. Consequently, a remarkable scene unfolded. Two stunning beauties fervently promoting Jiangnan's merchandise, while he sat like a statue on the small stool. Paralyzed, the onlookers were instantly electrified, eager to buy, not for the goods themselves, but merely to catch a glimpse of the two enchanting women. One bold fellow rushed forward. "Everyone stay back. $10 for 2 pairs of shorts." "Right? I'll take 10 pounds. What on earth? Are you selling underwear by weight? 10 pounds. You won't finish them even if you lived forever. Save some for the next generation. Don't block my big brother. 10 pounds of shorts. And I'll weigh them right now. Family heirloom shorts, no problem. Even our bottled water is a family tradition." From Wang Tai's grievance value 285. From Lu Quan's grievance value 666. From Zhong Yingxue's grievance value 111. Only Xia Yao was snickering to herself. "They're all faded. You all go ahead and wear them." Suddenly realizing, she found the thrill of trickery quite delightful. In less than 10 minutes, the goods were entirely sold out, leaving behind 9 bottles of Farmer Sanquan that no one dared to touch. Jiangnan was filled with mixed emotions. After shouting for so long with no results, he glanced at the two girls, true masters of street vending. It seemed that good looks could indeed be a means of sustenance. After packing up and tossing the assorted items into another dimension, even the 2 big guns were included. "All right, let us go eat. Today, I treat." Jiangnan was in high spirits. Now it was Xia Yao's turn to be taken aback, exclaiming, "You have spatial abilities?" Even Zhong Yingxue was momentarily stunned. Spatial abilities? There are probably fewer than 10 in the whole world. Jiangnan shrugged. What else could it be? You're using spatial abilities to sell on the street. Xia Yao's voice rose by 3 octaves. Think that the unscrupulous vendor I have been pursuing for over half a year is actually a spatial ability wielder. A spiritual warrior. What does that mean? Do you believe that delivering packages suits me better? Xia Yao. From Xia Yao's resentment value 666. I'm just teasing you. My talent is the most inferior E grade, and my cultivation progresses slowly. What of spatial abilities? Surely, one cannot resort to robbing a bank. Life must go on. Clearly, Xia Yao did not absorb this information, but instead began to ponder something. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue gently shook Jiangnan's arm. "It's all right. I protected you in the orphanage. Now, I shall protect you." Jiangnan. Wow, does Xiao Yingxu need to be this gentle? It's making my heart melt. The 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the night market, and Jiangnan was momentarily stunned upon seeing the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Is Xia Yao really that wealthy? How old is she to be driving such a luxury vehicle? Jiangnan occupied the passenger seat, while Zhong Yingxue sat in the back. His gaze fixed on the driving Xia Yao. Xia Yao felt flustered under his gaze. "What are you staring at? I'm 18, and I have a driver's license." Jiangnan rubbed his eyes. "I think I might be nearsighted. It must be the dazzling wealth obscuring my vision." From Xia Yao's resentment value 666. Mischievous. If it weren't for Xiaoxue, I would definitely settle the score with you. What shall we eat? Grilled skewers. Let South hit the street stalls. What about Xiaoxue? I'll follow Jiangnan's lead. The powerful V8 engine roared, causing a stir among the onlookers at the night market, enviously whispering, "What a background. Isn't that stealing business?" Unbeknownst to Jiangnan, his video of breaking bricks had been shared by enthusiastic netizens on Weibo, skyrocketing in popularity, surpassing the previous video. At the street stalls in Xiamen, grilled kidneys, soy sauce noodles, and 3 bottles of freshly squeezed juice, spicy food. Xiaoxue, doesn't tea like it spicy? Zhong Yingxue smiled. "You remember, Jiangnan replied. My memory is quite sharp. Watching Jiangnan and Zhong Yingxue share tender moments made Xia Yao pout in irritation. From Xia Yao's resentment value 333. Indeed, this little girl Xia Yao must have some issues. I must stay vigilant. Jiangnan asked. Xiaoxua, where are you studying now? Songjiang Spiritual Warrior High School. Xia Yao is in the same class as me. We're both in our final year. Jiangnan paused. Songjiang Spiritual Warrior. The competition there must be fierce, right? Songjiang Spiritual Warrior is the only high school in Jiangxing exclusively for spiritual warriors. Boasting complete facilities and a strong faculty. Every year, they rank among the top 3 in the Provincial High School League. Xia Yao chuckled. Competition? Not a chance. Xiaoxua has a bronze 9-star fire ability. Her output is astounding, and with my bronze 7-star beast transformation ability, we are quite formidable. If it weren't for that scoundrel surnamed Luo, Xiaoyao, don't say that. Zhong Yingxue furrowed her brow. Xia Yao reluctantly fell silent, but couldn't he help but add, can't we let Jiangnan step up in the team? Although he is a bit unscrupulous, at least he is trustworthy. Moreover, he possesses spatial abilities. He would undoubtedly dominate in controlling the situation. Zhong Yingxue shook her head. I will handle my own matters. Xia Yao retorted. How will you handle it? He has pushed you to such an extent. Had it not been for my presence, what would you have done, Xiaoyao? Xia Yao, feeling a pang of frustration, could only resign herself and sulkily eat her skewers. Jiangnan, however, refrained from further comment and instead said, Shui is just a bit stubborn. Come, have some skewers, Sister Xia Yao. Shall we add each other as friends? Jiangnan offered his QR code, giving her a knowing glance. Xia Yao, slightly bewildered, accepted the friend request. In response, Jiangnan discreetly sent a message. Let us chat when you have some free time. Instantly, Xia Yao's anger dissipated, and under the table, her long legs playfully nudged Jiangnan's knee, as if to say he was quite perceptive. Here, Shui, add me too, so we can stay in touch. The Zhong family treats you well. Huh? Zhong Yingxue smiled. My parents are quite decent. Although Grandpa Zhong can be a bit strict, it's all for my own good. What about you? How have you been these past years? Jiangnan scratched his head. Me? Just getting by, really. I moved out of the orphanage at 16, rented a place, worked at the university gate selling skewers, grilled cold noodles, and served tables. In the end, I found that selling on the street was the most lucrative. Attending Jiangxing No. 1 high school was also quite enjoyable. Upon hearing this, the two girls immediately felt a surge of protectiveness towards him at such a tender age of 16. Balancing studies while working various odd jobs to make ends meet must have been incredibly challenging. Yet, he brushed off all the hardships with a single remark, his smile still radiant. Xia Yao suddenly found Jiangnan less irksome. After all, buying those faded shorts was just a means of survival. How pitiable. Well, considering your plight, I suppose I shall secretly forgive you. Chapter 9. You little decimal, so unthoughtful. Jiangnan himself did not perceive his life as particularly arduous. With hands and feet, he was perfectly capable of supporting himself. There were countless others in this world who endured far worse conditions. Why wallow in self-pity and bitterness? That would merely be a disservice to oneself. Yet, the two girls had already conjured their own narratives. Jiangnan, drenched in sweat, balanced a tray while grilling skewers, supporting an entire household. Just moments ago, he had been breaking bricks with his head at the street stall. Your humble demeanor in the pursuit of a living is truly admirable. Xia Yao said with pity, you should eat more. Look how thin you are. Zhong Yingxue's eyes reddened, filled with self-reproach as she lamented, why didn't I find you sooner? Thank goodness you sold those faded shorts to Xiao Yao, or else we would never have crossed paths. Xia Yao interjected. Hey, Shui, are you mistaken? I am the true victim here. My heart aches. Jiangnan, perplexed, asked, what have you two concocted in your minds? It's really not that exhausting. You know, I was just grilling cold noodles. Selling hundreds of portions in a single night at the university gate is more profitable than working in an office. Isn't it? If it hadn't been for the prohibition on street vending later on, I might still be selling them now. Seeing Zhong Yingxue's eyes glistening with tears, Xia Yao couldn't bear it any longer. She handed over a bank card. Here, this is 100,000. Zhong Yingxue rummaged through her bag. I also have 50,000. Jiangnan replied earnestly. I must insist, despite my sunny charm, handsome countenance, and dashing demeanor, I am truly not that kind of person. You two, are you planning to keep me? From Xia Yao's resentment value 999. From Zhong Yingxue's resentment value 666. Xia Yao gritted her teeth in hatred. I'll keep you, you big-headed ghost. I wouldn't even look at you, baldy, heartless swindler. Zhong Yingxue chided playfully. Xiaonan, you're being mischievous again. Jiangnan shrank his neck and laughed it off. They enjoyed their meal heartily as it came to an end. Xia Yao reached out towards Jiangnan. What are you doing? Give me your phone. Xia Yao stared at the domestic smartphone Jiangnan handed over. Its screen shattered into pieces, yet still in use. She was genuinely taken aback. What a piece of junk. I'll get you a new one later. Jiangnan pondered for a couple of seconds, seemingly making a serious resolution. By the way, do you need any accessories for your leg? I don't want to try anymore. From Xia Yao's resentment value 333. What nonsense. Come on. Smile for a picture. The three of them huddled together, with Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yu sandwiching Jiangnan in the middle. Xia Yao wrapped her arms around Jiangnan's neck, squishing his face out of shape. Come on, Xue, get a little closer. Yes, even closer. Click. In the photo, Xia Yao held a skewer in her mouth, hugging Jiangnan while his distorted face beamed with joy, and Zhong Yingxue half lay on Jiangnan's shoulder, making the trendiest gesture, the invincible reverse scissor hand. Haha. If it weren't for your shiny bald head reflecting too much light, it would have been perfect. Jiangnan. Zhong Yingxue laughed. Send it to me later. I want to use it as my screensaver. Sure. At the counter, Jiangnan rushed to pay the bill. I told you I'll treat. You both helped me sell the goods. It can't be for free. Right? Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue couldn't compete with him. Boss, how much is it? 341. Just round it off. All right then. Jiangnan scanned the payment and was about to proceed. Sorry, your balance is insufficient. What the heck? What is going on? How can it be insufficient? Farmer Sanquan bought 10,001. Besides, all that stuff was just sold. He quickly opened his WeChat wallet. Upon glancing, he was dumbfounded. Balance. 124.69 yuan. What the heck? Where's my money? My hard-earned cash? Jiangnan remembered every transaction he made. It should have been 12,469 yuan. How did it drop by 100 times? This decimal point is quite inconsiderate. Did you mistakenly point it in the wrong place? Behave. Go home and take the two ladies with you. Don't scare me. I was wrong, can't I? Jiangnan rubbed his eyes and checked again, and it really was just over 100. The boss looked on in suspicion. What is happening? Taking two beautiful ladies out to eat, and you're broke. You can't be serious about not having money, right? Jiangnan, that is impossible. Wait for me. System, where's my money? The hard-earned cash I made from breaking bricks. Congratulations, stall owner, successfully paid the stall fee. Within the stall's coverage area, the stall owner activates invincible mode. The paid stall fee is automatically converted into skill points at a ratio of 100. 1. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the skill learning section. Congratulations, I'll congratulate your sister. What use are those skill points to me? Can they help me woo ladies or buy hand-grabbed pancakes? What on earth is this stall fee for? Any transaction completed on the street vendor's cloth must incur a stall fee, which is divided at a rate of 9.99, 0.01. The stall fee will automatically convert into skill points for the vendor to learn skills. I am utterly flabbergasted. In this moment, Jiangnan is frantically sending telegrams. He has heard of a 50-50 split and a 90-10 split, but 9.99, 0.01. Is this for real? And it even includes decimals. I am risking my life to sell goods, and you think it is easy for me to earn a little money. That is hard-earned money. I personally invested my own hard cash into socks and underwear. And yet the system takes a cut of 9.99, leaving me with a mere 0.01. Jiangnan was instantly enraged. Is this paltry some even money to me? Puffed. It is far from money. It is a matter of life and death. System detected the vendor's insult, deducting funds. Jiangnan could only watch in disbelief as his balance plummeted from 124.69 to 24.69. This foolish, ridiculously handsome system is trying to take my life. Cornered, Jiangnan stood frozen, pitifully gazing at Zhong Yingxue, who was standing at the door. The boss rolled her eyes. Young man, is this really necessary? You rushed to settle the bill, only to find your balance insufficient. Her gaze pierced through him like an arrow. What a calamity! Zhong Yingxue walked over with a smile, settled the bill, and patted Jiangnan on the shoulder. Today, Jiangnan learned the taste of embarrassment that don't ask. Just say I've forgotten my payment password. My fingerprint is gone. WeChat isn't linked to a card. My phone is dead. Xia Yao. What's wrong? Why so slow? Zhong Yingxue cheerfully replied. Nothing. Jiangnan's phone card. Wow. Yingxue is simply too wonderful. She even knows to save face for him. Jiangnan appeared dazed, not even realizing how he returned to the alleyway. Watching the luxurious G-Class Mercedes speed away, Zhong Yingxue did not forget to wave goodbye. Just like that, she leaves? Is she really that straightforward? What about the 50,000 or the 100,000 no farewell? Hey, I still have things to say. Yingxue, Xiaoyao, I'm not being coy. If it's a sugar daddy situation, then so be it. I'm that kind of person. Come back quickly. Don't let my tears fall. With only 24.69 left in his pocket, Jiangnan felt as though the entire world had turned bleak as he walked past the landlord's barbecue stand. The raucous noise and shouting made him frown. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Chapter 10. Go give him a taste of his own medicine. At the barbecue stand on the corner, a table of people sat gathered. The leading man, bare-chested with a large gold chain around his neck and a dragon tattoo across his shoulder, was shouting boisterously. Below him sat 6 or 7 young men, clad in tight white tank tops and skinny jeans, sporting trendy shoes. Truly the epitome of spirited youth. The most striking feature was their uniformly shaved heads, causing quite the uproar. A few tables over, several older patrons frowned, their faces displaying displeasure. The tattooed man shouted, "Why is it so slow? Can we get the drinks? If they don't arrive soon, we'll finish these skewers ourselves." Aunt Zhou smiled apologetically. "It's coming right up, big brother." Zhou Yuqing, who had come to help after school, tied her hair in a ponytail, donned an apron, and hurriedly delivered 6 or 7 large beers to the table. Upon witnessing the scene, the imposing figure known as Gui Jianlong found his entourage's attention diverted from the libations before them. Zhou Yuqing, with her charming and petite demeanor, resembled the quintessential girl next door. The intense scrutiny from the group left her feeling uneasy, prompting her to timidly exclaim, "Big brother, I've placed the drinks here for you. Consider this extra cup a gift." Gui Jianlong's spirits lifted at her words, a mischievous grin revealing his prominent yellowed teeth as he seized her wrist, saying, "Little sister, don't leave. How about sharing a drink with me? I'll give you an extra 1,000 yuan. Fear flooded Zhou Yuqing's eyes as she instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but the strength of his grip was overwhelming, leaving her wrist reddened. Concerned, Zhou Yuqing's mother hurried over, smiling nervously. "Big brother, perhaps we should let this go. My daughter is still quite young. Let us call it even for this table." "Yuqing, aren't you hurrying home?" A chorus of Gui Jianlong's underlings suddenly rose in protest. "What's this? Do you look down on our big brother?" one of them challenged. Gui Jianlong tightened his hold, his expression hardening. "What's the matter? Do you think you're better than me? She's coming with me tonight." Zhou Yuqing had never encountered such a situation before, her eyes reddening with tears as she struggled to free herself. Just then, a nearby patron, unable to bear the scene any longer, stood and shouted, "Have you lost your mind? You're too drunk to even remember your own name. That girl is still in high school. Show some decency." Fueled by indignation, the man's friends tried to restrain him. Gui Jianlong, emboldened, raised his bottle to strike the man, but in that moment, a steady hand caught the bottle midair, revealing Jiangnan with a serene smile. "Whoa, who was this little bald guy?" "Jiangnan." Zhou Yuqing gazed at him with her tear-stained eyes, feeling inexplicably less frightened. "Who are you, little brat? Want to meddle in our affairs?" Gui Jianlong sneered, to which Jiangnan responded with a grin. "Big brother, it's me. Surely you can see that." He pointed at his bald head. Gui Jianlong appeared bewildered. "Bald? What's this? Do you want to join our bald brotherhood?" With a bashful demeanor, Jiangnan replied, "Hee, I've long admired your reputation, but never had the chance. By the way, what's your name?" Gui Jianlong was taken aback. "What? You want to join the gang, yet you don't even know my name." From Wang Chang's resentment value 666. "Changge. Ah, Changge. How could I forget? Look at my memory." Wang Chang scoffed. "So you want to join the gang? Go, show that little brat what you're made of. I'll make sure you're in." Though perplexed by this foolish newcomer, Gui Jianlong felt a surge of amusement. Jiangnan chuckled. "This is easy." With that, he lifted the bottle and approached, throwing an arm around the enthusiastic patron's shoulder, firmly pushing him back into his seat. The man retorted, "You little brat, aligning with the wrong crowd at such a young age." Unfazed, Jiangnan pointed to the bottle in his hand, prompting the man to pause. "What's this supposed to mean?" Jiangnan replied, "See this? It's green." "Ah, right." He then pointed at the platter. "This is white. The beer in the cup is yellow, commonly referred to as yellow." The diners at the nearby tables are utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is this audacious act? Wang Chang. Oh, by the heavens, I'll show you some colors. I instructed you to deal with them. And you actually showcased some colors, huh? Yellow? Yell to your third uncle. From Wang Chang's resentment points 999. From the enthusiastic brothers' resentment points 666. From Zhou Yuqing's resentment points 521. Are you playing with fire, my friend? It seems you are courting disaster. Wang Chang was immediately incensed, just as he was about to rise. Jiangnan seized a bottle and swung it at the bald-headed man with a fierce smash. Bang! Glass shards flew everywhere. Blood splattered across his face. This sudden turn of events startled everyone nearby. This fellow is ruthless. Did he just crack open Bald Chang's skull? My goodness! Jiangnan pointed at the bloodied Wang Chang to Dio. You see that? What color is this? Enthusiastic brother. Red. Jiangnan's face lit up with satisfaction. Ah, that's the right color. Now, take him down. Bald Chang clutched his head and hollered at a few of his underlings, enraged, smashed their beer bottles, and lunged at Jiangnan. Quick as a flash, Jiangnan grasped one's wrist and twisted it savagely. He then kicked him away. The assailant flew back 7 or 8 meters, crashing into the wall of the narrow alley. Skill triggered. Unarmed combat. Current level. UPS. If the esteemed ones are fond of it, please leave your footprints in the comments section, and do not forget to bestow a 5-star rating and add it to your bookshelf. Hee. Chapter 11. Can we still operate an excavator? In the corner opposite the narrow alley, several young men, bruised and battered, were squatting on the ground. Jiangnan was seen firmly stepping on the hand of the bald-headed Chang, which had just grasped Zhou Yuqing. Grinding. The bald-headed Chang emitted a feeble wail. Even the cries of pigs during the new year pale in comparison. Wang Chang. Little brother, please stop. Can we not consider it our fault? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Consider it your fault? Wang Chang shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. No. It is indeed our fault. Stand up. On one leg. Hands on your head. Give me a smile. The few little brothers could only comply. However, for Wang Chang, who weighed over 200 pounds, this was quite a challenge. Balancing on one leg, he nearly toppled over as soon as his foot touched the ground. Jiangnan kicked him. Eventually, he was forced to remain pinned against the wall. Standing on one leg, wearing a smile that was more grotesque than ACRY.AS for the meal money that we'll pay. We'll pay. The broken tables and chairs that will cover that too. The little brothers frantically pulled out money. Before long, Jiangnan had gathered 7 or 8,000 in his hands. Only then did he express satisfaction. Quite cooperative. Keep your eyes sharp. That stall is under my protection. I live right here. If I ever see you drinking and getting carried away again, you know the consequences. The bald-headed Chang and his companions repeatedly forced smiles. Brothers, remember, Jiangnan grinned, turning to walk towards the stall. Wang Chang and the others finally sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground. Jiangnan turned back. Who told you to put your guards down? Looking for a fight. In the end, he turned around and gave them another good thrashing. Wang Chang's resentment level 999. Upon returning to the stall, several warm-hearted older brothers promptly called out, "Come on, little brother, have a drink." Young men with such a sense of justice are rare these days. I see you have quite the skills. You must be from Lingwu High School nearby, right? Haha. Little brother, do be cautious. Don't let them cause you trouble later on. Jiangnan scratched his head and chuckled. It's all fine. I've handled it. Aunt Zhou hurried over. Is everything all right? Xiaonan, you scared me to death. Who would have thought this could happen? After beating them, they won't come back here looking for trouble, will they? Jiangnan reassured. No, leave this matter to me, and take this money. It's for their meal and the tables and chairs. Oh my, why is there so much? We need this much. Jiangnan insisted on stuffing the money into Aunt Zhou's hands. Keep it. The excess can count as my rent for next month. Alas that you child. Yuqing, shouldn't you thank Xiaonan? With teary eyes, Zhou Yuqing timidly approached. Thank you, brother Jiangnan. Her heart was still racing, and Jiangnan patted her head. Then I shall take Yuqing home first. On the way back to the small courtyard, Zhou Yuqing walked beside him, her cheeks flushed. Remembering Jiangnan's valiant figure from earlier made her heart race even faster. Brother Jiangnan, can I be as formidable as you? Jiangnan, you started school early. At merely 15 or 16, you will undoubtedly awaken your extraordinary abilities. Keep it up. The optimal age for the awakening of such powers is indeed 16. Though there are those with remarkable talent who awaken even before this age, like Zhong Yingxue. Jiangnan himself awakened at 16, while it is not impossible for others to awaken after that age. It is quite rare. Yes, I will heed Brother Jiangnan's advice. Tomorrow morning, may I accompany you to school? Zhou Yuqing inquired, her cheeks flushed, evidently summoning great courage to voice her request. Jiangnan naturally nodded in agreement. The young girl, having just experienced so much, was undoubtedly filled with trepidation. Zhou Yuqing beamed with excitement. Then I shall wake you up tomorrow morning. As if suddenly remembering something, she added, that I will knock on your door. Jiangnan. That all right. I cannot possibly explain this. Back in his small room, Jiangnan lay on his bed, perusing the list of resentment points. The resentment from Zheng Wei still being refreshed. This guy holds a grudge quite tenaciously. Would he come back to take a swing at me? At this moment, Jiangnan felt that the stall fee had been somewhat worth it. Did the stall owners activate an invincible mode within the designated area? Were they afraid that I might sell subpar goods and get beaten to a pulp? The skill section seems quite useful. That it appears that learning certain skills requires personal activation. After a day of hustle, Jiangnan had amassed over 300,000 resentment points. Unable to restrain himself, he indulged in 3 rounds of 10 consecutive draws. The initial 10 yielded only 1 soul cleansing fruit and 9 bottles of strength potion. The remaining consolation prize, however, was different. Thank you for your patronage. 1 pound of detoxifying yellow beans as a consolation prize. This continued for 20 rounds. Detoxifying yellow beans. Effect: capable of neutralizing all poisons known to man. Crunchy and flavored like chicken. Subsequently, his inventory swelled with 20 pounds of detoxifying yellow beans. System store activated. Previously acquired consolation prizes can be purchased in the system store. Strength potion, 100 resentment points per bottle. What does this mean? Henceforth, will the consolation prizes be detoxifying yellow beans instead of strength potions? One can purchase a bottle of strength potion for merely 100 resentment points, yet a draw costs 10,000. What a ludicrous system. By the way, do these detoxifying yellow beans really neutralize poison? Jiangnan was far too wary to experiment carelessly. After drinking a strength potion, he had lost his hair, and it still hadn't grown back. Who knows if these detoxifying yellow beans might have any side effects? He finally understood. The consolation prizes were all a scam. Only genuine rewards were worthwhile, determined to try the effects of the detoxifying yellow beans when the opportunity arose. Having learned a lesson, Jiangnan was hesitant to partake. If only he could collect his resentment points, perhaps they would already be off the charts. With a heavy heart, he consumed the soul-cleansing spirit fruit, enhancing his aptitude and elevating his cultivation to black iron 8 stars. He wondered if there was a limit to such enhancements. His talent should now be at an A level, right? Jiangnan didn't wish to dwell on it too much. He would just keep going until he reached the limit. Previously, due to his poor talent and slow cultivation, his spatial abilities were utterly useless. Now that he had a chance, it would be foolish not to strive for it. With that thought, he took out his domestic marvel of technology and began browsing. Suddenly, a circle appeared in the Lingwu class group chat. Wow, Nanshun is trending again. The views on Weibo have surpassed 1 million. Jiangnan is setting up a stall at the night market, smashing bricks with his forehead. Someone uploaded a video of him smashing bricks. In the video, Jiangnan is both shouting and breaking bricks. It's absolutely exhilarating. Is he really doing it? The indomitable Iron Head boy. By day he demolishes testing machines with a single punch, and by night, he is smashing red bricks with his forehead. Is my South God this busy? South God, can your head withstand a heavy weight? South God, not only can I withstand a heavy weight, I can also operate an excavator. Wow, huh? Li Xiang. From Li Xiang's resentment value 999. Jiangnan chuckles behind the screen. Filled with curiosity, he downloaded Weibo, registered an account named Bald Guy, and even used a profile picture of Saitama. Upon browsing, he actually found the video of himself smashing bricks, with over 150,000 views and more than 10,000 comments. He couldn't help but leave a mark. Right there, real bricks. Tomorrow, I must visit the night market to see him. Although the guy is bald, he is still quite handsome. He is my type. TCH, you have no chance. I noticed 2 stunning beauties helping him sell goods. They are incredibly beautiful. Jiangnan opened the comments and replied, Brother, you're not mistaken. Image. The attached image was indeed the one taken by Xia Yao. In moments of provoking envy, how could Jiangnan let this opportunity slip by? Another wave of resentment. Please, 5-star reviews, and add to the bookshelf if you like, or you might get lost. More comments, more support. Chapter 12. Don't touch him. Let me handle this. After a brief detour, he returned to WeChat and found Zhong Ingshua's contact. Her online name was Listening to Snow, with a profile picture of an adorable cartoon snowman. Jiangnan sent her the photo, and she replied instantly, "Why are you still on your phone this late? Get some rest. Good night." Jiangnan's heart nearly melted. Wow, the emoticon is too cute. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 1 in the morning. He then forwarded the photo to Xia Yao. Her online name was Wolf Extinction, with a profile picture of a white wolf howling at the moon under the night sky. What the heck? Xia Yao, are you serious? Wolf Extinction? That is several levels more intense. I didn't even notice when I messaged her during dinner. After sending her the image, she didn't reply, probably already asleep. Jiangnan turned in for the night. But the next morning, he was awakened by an explosion of notifications in the class group and on Weibo, class group. South God. Wow. Who are those two stunning beauties? How did you manage to hook up with them? You can even attract girls while smashing bricks at the night market. The silver-haired lady is incredibly cool. Even I, as a girl, am smitten. Your Weibo is blowing up? You don't know them? They are the campus flowers of Songjiang Lingwu High School. Zhongying Xiwa, and that is Silver Wolf Xia Yao, renowned for her incredible fighting skills throughout the city. The question is how does Jiangnan know them? South God. They were a gift for topping up my phone. The lively atmosphere suddenly fell flat. From Zhou Bing's resentment value 134. From Han Yuan's resentment value 422. From haha, this is just too delightful. Jiangnan absolutely adores these adorable classmates. Upon reopening Weibo, I was greeted with a staggering 99 notifications. Upon closer inspection, I found that my follower count had inexplicably surged to over 10,000, accompanied by a flurry of private messages. Hey there, would you like to join me at the Jiangnan night market tonight? I can't wait to see you in action. Bald guy? Wow, that's quite fitting. As a stylist, how about I gift you a year-long perm card? Step aside, those two beauties are mine. Those legs, truly impressive. And that head, so fair. Through wind and rain, I await you at the Jiangxing night market. Is that not our school's Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao? A fleeting glance at Jiangnan left me thoroughly astounded by these silly netizens. To the brother offering me a perm membership card, don't leave just yet. Let's meet up tonight. Yet, there are also those who are rather unpleasant. One named Luo dared to lay a hand on my woman. You're asking for death. In that moment, Jiangnan was incensed and replied, if you dare, you will perish. Then I must have died 1,000 times already. He, quite audacious. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 999. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1,000. The resentment value list was refreshing at an alarming rate. This was the first time I had witnessed 1,000. Surely this fellow wouldn't die from anger. Would he? Inside a luxurious villa, Luo Tianxiang, clad in sleepwear, crushed his phone with a snap. His face was a mask of frost. Find out who this person is, and ensure that Xiao Xue remains unaware. Yes, young master, as Jiangnan set off for school. He was in high spirits, amused by the volatile temperament of that fellow named Luo Oda in no time. He was nearing enough for 10 consecutive draws. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuqing quietly walked beside Jiangnan, occasionally stealing glances at him. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Upon reaching the alleyway, a gathering of elderly gentlemen was watching the spectacle, utterly perplexed. Curiosity piqued, Jiangnan approached to discover. Goodness, Bald Chong and his companions were still standing in the golden rooster stance, hands clasped atop their heads, sporting prominent dark circles under their eyes. Their legs trembled as if they had spent the entire night awake, rooted in place out of sheer fear of Jiangnan. Upon spotting Jiangnan, they chorused, "Good morning, Brother Nan." All eyes suddenly fixated on Jiangnan. Is this bald fellow truly the boss? Zhou Yuqing gazed at Jiangnan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Scram, 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 making a spectacle of yourself so early in the morning. Jiangnan retorted, exasperated. Brother Nan, what nonsense is this? Do I lack dignity? The group felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hastily departed. Chong, is that it? How could it be, given the lad's skills? He is likely a spirit warrior. I must seek out someone to deal with him. It must be my brother Chong. Arriving at the classroom, after Jiangnan had claimed the top spot on the leaderboard yesterday, no one dared to speak ill of him. Yet, none held high hopes for his future. Even if he had awakened a power-type ability, what difference would it make? His talent was subpar. It was only a matter of time before he fell behind. No one had ever seen an E-grade talent ascend to the silver or gold ranks. There was Li Xiang and Li Mayan, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, clearly having endured sleepless nights. During the morning cultural class, his indifference was palpable. Despite having consistently topped the class with excellent grades, having earned his tuition through hard work, there was no reason for him to tune out. After all, even spirit warriors needed to study, did they not? It is rare for someone to think like Jiangnan. At noon, he devoured 2 large bowls of green beans stewed with potatoes from the cafeteria. Something felt off about the taste. It was peculiar and not what it usually was. Consequently, during the afternoon class, a true crisis unfolded. Midway through the lesson, Li Xiang, seated in the front row, turned pale as he clutched his stomach. Just as he was about to raise his hand to speak, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. What on earth was happening? Frothing at the mouth. Goodness, could it be food poisoning? The green beans at lunch did taste a bit strange. I had them too. My mother once told me that undercooked green beans are toxic. Even the teacher was flustered, quickly instructing the students. Hurry, carry him to the infirmary. At that moment, Jiangnan's eyes lit up. This was an extraordinary opportunity. He stood up and shouted, "Don't touch him." His voice startled the entire class. What was going on? Jiangnan, don't you dare cause any trouble. This is a matter of life and death. Li Mian seized the moment. Isn't it true? If you're being petty because of yesterday's incident, that's just too small-minded. A wave of sarcastic remarks ensued. But Jiangnan paid no heed and retorted, is it really useful to take him to the infirmary? This is food poisoning. He could go into shock at any moment. It would be too late by the time the ambulance arrives. Why not let me give it a try? Jiangnan's expression radiated righteous determination, leaving both classmates and teacher bewildered. The teacher exclaimed, Jiangnan, you can treat illnesses? Jiangnan replied, in my hometown, there is a field with exceptionally rich spiritual energy, where the yellow beans grown possess detoxifying properties. They are quite effective. Upon hearing this, both classmates and teacher wore skeptical expressions. Indeed, since the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth, there had been instances of plant mutations, resulting in some possessing unique effects. But detoxifying yellow beans, was that credible? What were they hesitating for? If they didn't act soon, he might not make it. Looking at Li Xiang, who was writhing on the ground and foaming at the mouth, the teacher gritted his teeth and said, let us give it a shot. If it doesn't work, we'll carry him to the infirmary and call for an ambulance immediately, without wasting a moment. Jiangnan opened a portal to another dimension, pretending to extract yellow beans from in reality. He retrieved detoxifying yellow beans from his system. He took a pound and selected one to feed to Li Xiang. Jiangnan was certain that these yellow beans could detoxify. After all, having consumed the strength-enhancing potion had indeed granted him tremendous power, but the side effects, who knew what the side effects of these detoxifying yellow beans might be? Li Xiang, you're going to have to bear with me. We're classmates after all. You must understand my good intentions. I am helping you. This is for your own good. Cough. Cough that I truly have no ulterior motives. Not even a tiny bit. Chapter 13. Li Xiang. Li Xiang, you are truly something. All the classmates' gazes were fixed upon Li Xiang as he swallowed the detoxifying yellow bean. Filled with skepticism, could that yellow bean truly detoxify? And was Jiangnan really so kind-hearted? After all, the incident from yesterday had not brought them any closer. They watched as Li Xiang's complexion fluctuated between blue and white before, in just a few breaths, transforming to a vibrant red that he looked utterly bewildered. What had just happened? Had he really been foaming at the mouth in front of the entire class? And convulsing? The teacher inquired with genuine concern. Li Xiang, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body? Li Xiang wiped the corner of his mouth, which bore remnants of foam. I just experienced a bout of dizziness and intense abdominal pain. But now I feel much better. Not only did he feel restored, but he also felt invigorated. He could carry a sack of rice up several flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. In fact, he even had a craving for spicy hot pot. At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted towards Jiangnan, filled with astonishment. It truly worked. This yellow bean is incredible. The results are immediate. Is he really fine now? Yes, I feel splendid. Just a moment ago, the teacher, with a look of deep appreciation, remarked, we owe a debt of gratitude to classmate Jiangnan. He saved you with the yellow beans. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Indeed, if it weren't for Jiangnan, Brother Xiang would probably be lying in a hospital bed right now. Li Mian appeared embarrassed, wondering who would have thought that the yellow beans would be so effective. Li Xiang felt a bit sheepish. After treating Jiangnan so poorly, who could have imagined he was the one who saved him? Repaying malice with kindness. Thank you. Jiangnan looked somewhat guilty. Ha. It's nothing. We are classmates. After all, it's only right to help each other. Wait, what is happening? What about the side effects? Why does Li Xiang seem completely unfazed? Could it be that side effects vary from person to person? Oh no, my stomach is starting to hurt too. The green beans we had for lunch must have been toxic. What did the school say? I ate quite a bit of those beans at noon. I'm starting to feel pain as well. What should I do? I don't want to spit out foam. A chorus of lamentations arose in the classroom. The teacher, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly said, Jiangnan, your yellow beans. Jiangnan replied with nonchalance. Please distribute them. They are all classmates. How could I stand by and watch them suffer? The teacher was moved by his words. I will do so immediately. There are not many students with such integrity as you these days. Classmates should look up to Jiangnan. Under the admiring gazes of his peers, the teacher took a pound of yellow beans and left the room. The principal was alarmed. Food poisoning had struck not only their class, but also others throughout the school. It was confirmed to be caused by the green beans. Jiangnan, look, Jiangnan, with resolute determination, declared, distribute them. I cannot bear to see my classmates in distress. The teacher was touched. I am going right now. Students with your character are rare. As the classmates looked on in admiration, the teacher hurried out with the yellow beans. The principal was in a state of panic. An incident like this could lead to significant repercussions. However, upon hearing that the yellow beans contributed by Jiangnan could counteract the poison with remarkable efficacy, and that students had already recovered after consuming them, he was overwhelmed with gratitude. What an exemplary student. We must commend Jiangnan for his remarkable contribution and reward him with a spirit pearl this month. After distributing the beans, it turned out that every teacher and student in the school consumed a yellow bean. And indeed, all discomfort dissipated, leaving everyone feeling invigorated. The principal, drenched in sweat, sat in his office and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew! Finally, it has been suppressed. I must express my gratitude to that rascal Jiangnan. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the mathematics lesson continued, yet Jiangnan furrowed his brow. The antidote in the form of the yellow bean truly proved potent, yielding immediate results. But what are the side effects? Is it possible that only he experiences them? Is the system truly this treacherous? No, that is not right. Zheng Wei consumed the potent elixir and ended up bald, yet Li Xiang faced no repercussions. Jiangnan began to suspect that this phenomenon was dependent on the individual. Now that all the faculty and students had ingested the detoxifying yellow beans, surely, with such a wide net cast, the effects would be apparent. However, the atmosphere remained eerily calm. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. Perhaps there truly were no side effects. That would be splendid. He could consider it an act of benevolence. Just then, Jiangnan's eyes lit up. What was Li Xiang up to? He noticed a sudden change in Li Xiang's complexion. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach began to protest. First, he could bear it, but the urge grew increasingly unbearable. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he subtly lifted his rear. PFF, the sound was faint, unnoticed by anyone. Yet the back row erupted in whispers. What on earth? That stinks. Did you just fart? Get lost. It wasn't me. It's absolutely foul. A biological weapon. Li Xiang maintained a facade of seriousness, determined not to reveal his culpability. Stay calm. Steady now. Unmoved by the tempest around, he resolved to remain unperturbed. This flatulence was certainly not his doing. Yet suddenly, the pressure surged with overwhelming force. Bang! Pop! The effort to suppress it proved futile, and he resigned himself to the release of a thunderous double explosion that made the stool tremble slightly. In an instant, the classroom fell into a deathly silence. Even the chalk on the blackboard snapped under the tension. All eyes turned to Li Xiang, drawn by the thunderous sound akin to a firecracker. The unique aroma spread throughout the room, a peculiar blend of sour and sweet, reminiscent of unwashed socks pickled in a jar of sauerkraut for an entire year. Oh no! Jiangnan recoiled at the scent. Nearly retching. What on earth did this guy consume for breakfast? Sauerkraut and pork buns. The odor was absolutely overwhelming, and it wasn't he even New Year yet. Who set off this bomb? Ugh! This is quite the pressure for Li Xiang. Li Xiang. Indeed, you are aptly named. Surely, you've reached 3 megapascals. Oh, poor stool. How you suffer. Li Xiang sat rigid, hands firmly pressed against his thighs, his entire being trembling, his face flushed like a baboon's rear. The two girls seated beside him had already begun to roll their eyes and gag. Jiangnan covered his nose, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. What a scene. The side effects of this detoxifying yellow bean cannot possibly be. This is certainly not what I have given you. It was the teacher who instructed you to consume it. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Jiangnan. For those who enjoy it, please add it to your bookshelf and leave a 5-star review. If you found it amusing, let the comment section fill with laughter. Chapter 14. The wind in this corridor is quite strong. The teacher was momentarily stunned by this double entendre. Truly, a seasoned veteran. With a gentle tap on the blackboard, he calmly stated, "Come, let us continue with the lesson. This, you see, is..." The sweet and sour scent lingered in the classroom. Yet it wasn't long before everyone's expressions began to shift. Li Mayan's delicate face flushed slightly, her fingers gripping the ballpoint pen so tightly it turned pale. Her body, seated on the stool, subtly leaned to one side. Careful not to exert too much force, lest the sound be too loud. As a qualified little fairy, one must never let air escape. Mastering the art of silent flatulence is indeed an essential course for a fairy. However, faced with the overwhelming pressure, the control was unfortunately amiss. The melodious and even pitch-modulated sound akin to celestial music echoed forth. It was prolonged, reminiscent of a swona being played, like a trombone transitioning from the highest to the lowest notes. Jiangnan. Dear little fairy, please do not strain your sphincter any further. It is too difficult. Let it all out. I assure you, this is not good for your health. Many nearby turned their gazes towards Li Mayan. Some male classmates biting their lips to the point of drawing blood, as an awkward atmosphere enveloped the classroom. Snap! The girl had crushed the ballpoint pen. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Suddenly, a cough erupted, accompanied by a resounding bang. Others flipped through books, sipped water, and amidst it all came the sounds of puffs and bangs. The entire class erupted into a lively cacophony, with the rustling of pages, the squeezing of water bottles, and the creaking of chairs and desks. Thus commenced an unprecedented musical ensemble. Bang, bang, clap, bang, 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 pop, puff, 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 puff. Some adorable female classmates, feeling quite embarrassed, continued to inhale deeply, attempting to salvage the chaos they had wrought. Seriously? It cannot be retracted. Give it up. Jiangnan could not contain his amusement, even beating his palm against the desk, heartily providing a rhythm for them. The classmates stared at Jiangnan accompanying the beats, utterly dumbfounded. Is it really necessary to be this cool? Oh, to be honest, it has a certain flair to it. However, a significant issue arose. The aroma in the classroom grew increasingly vibrant, almost eye-watering. At last, one student could no longer endure. Wiping tears from the corners of their eyes, exclaimed, "Classmates, are you not feeling hot? Shall we open the windows? Quickly, let's do it. It is simply too warm today. Open them all." Clever indeed, you little rascal. Once the classroom windows were flung open, the air improved considerably. The elderly man sweeping outside the classroom lifted his gaze. He was met with the sight of a visible plume of white smoke billowing from within. A sudden gust of wind swept it toward him. The elderly man exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, what on earth is that smell?" If it had been one or two individuals, it might not have been an issue, but now the entire class was experiencing this predicament. In an instant, all eyes were fixated on Jiangnan. Just moments ago, they had all consumed the yellow beans, and now, it was Jiangnan who had generously provided them with the beans, which indeed had detoxifying properties. How could they possibly blame him? Consequently, Jiangnan's resentment meter skyrocketed. From Li Xiang's resentment meter, 999. From Li Mayan's resentment meter, 999, a cascade of 999s flooded in, not only from his class, but from others as well. It must be noted that the entire school had partaken in the detoxifying yellow beans. The situation was no better in other classes. Jiangnan was utterly amused. This was not mere schadenfreude. He had aided them in detoxification, thus performing a good deed. Indeed, a commendable act. Li Xiang, with a dark expression, declared, "Teacher, I need to use the restroom." He had been filled with gratitude toward Jiangnan just moments before, but now, it seemed that being near him was never a good sign. The teacher cast a mournful glance at Jiangnan. Go ahead, teacher. I want to go too." "Me as well." "Well, you all go. I'll join you for a moment. Students, please start your self-study." As soon as the teacher stepped out, the entire class erupted. The students rushed toward the restroom like wolves on the hunt. In the blink of an eye, Jiangnan found himself alone in the classroom. That he stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seems this detoxifying yellow bean does have side effects. Its purpose is to detoxify, but the side effect is diarrhea, perhaps. Naturally, after detoxification, the toxins must be expelled. right? Such a notion does make sense. However, the intensity of the reaction was rather overwhelming. The entire campus was thrown into chaos, and Jiangnan swore he had acted with good intentions. He patted his chest in relief, grateful that he had abstained. What if Jiangnan suddenly felt a wave of discomfort in his stomach, accompanied by a sense of weakness that it dawned on him that he had also consumed 2 large bowls of green beans at noon. Jiangnan. He pulled out a detoxifying yellow bean, hesitating for a moment before ultimately chewing it and swallowing it whole. His expression turned to one of despair. The taste of chicken was nowhere to be found. The cycle of karma is indeed relentless. Who could escape its grasp? The retribution arrived swiftly, like a whirlwind. Jiangnan rose. His face darkened as he made his way to the restroom, but a peculiar odor permeated the hallway to in the corridor. A young lady in a very short skirt, with hair cascading down to her waist, walked elegantly. Suddenly, her body stiffened, the short skirt fluttered slightly, and her long hair swayed in tandem. Jiangnan swallowed hard. The draft in this corridor is rather strong. The young lady turned back, glaring at Jiangnan in indignation, before hastily retreating. Where had her elegance gone? Indeed, even celestial beings can have their moments of embarrassment. When my hair flows to my waist, will the wind play with it? Jiangnan was surprised to find himself composing poetry. He had just arrived at the restroom. The throng of heads and the cacophony of desperate cries emanating from within left Jiangnan utterly astounded. The restroom was bursting at the seams. After much effort, he finally managed to squeeze inside, only to be confronted by a scene that profoundly challenged his worldview. All the stalls were occupied, but could this possibly deter these brilliant minds? Absolutely not. There stood a line of urinals, where a group of individuals were half squatting. This posture was nothing short of inhumane. Each person's expression was one of utter ecstasy. What the hell? Is this even possible? Jiangnan was bewildered. How could it not be? Can a living person truly be choked to death by their own bowels? No worries, it's liquid. It can be flushed away. What the hell? Is this really about whether it can be flushed? Hurry up, for heaven's sake. Hurry up. Some were so anxious they stomped their feet and banged on the doors. Inside, brother, what are you panicking about? The matter is not yet resolved. A fellow in line, wearing a calm expression, chuckled and said, "No need to rush." A classmate, whose face was flushed from holding it in, curiously inquired, "What is wrong? Aren't you anxious?" The calm individual replied, "Just a moment ago, I thought it was merely a fart." Turns out, it was not. With that single utterance, people instinctively recoiled a meter away, their faces stricken with terror. "I'm done. What about you all?" Jiangnan buried his face in his hands. Indeed, when one is on the verge of an explosive release, one must never trust any seemingly benign fart, for that it might very well be deceiving you. Chapter 15. One who can trick is a trickster. Having queued for ages outside, even Jiangnan's expression began to shift as he urged, "What on earth is taking so long? Brother, are you embroidering in there?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Jiangnan instantaneously transported himself inside. A piercing scream echoed forth, nearly causing that fellow to topple headfirst into the stall, just as he was blissfully relieving himself. Suddenly, a living person appeared. What the hell? Instantaneous bowel movement. I, the great Jiangnan, have no equal. This supernatural ability can be utilized in such a manner. What did you think? All space-manipulating superhumans worldwide have to file reports, as they tend to rob banks with remarkable ease. No matter how robust the vault door may be, it proves ineffective. Yet here was Jiangnan, using it merely to relieve himself. "Jiangnan, are you done yet?" The fellow, "Not yet, I say." Jiangnan, "Please don't stare at me like that. If you do, I might lose my composure." Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. "No composure? Do you need me to assist you?" From Malong. Resentment points 999. Drenched in sweat, Jiangnan exerted considerable effort to finally conclude the ordeal that he instantaneously teleported away from the battlefield and returned to the classroom. It dawned on him that no one was inside. The restroom door was still locked. Outside, the line had nearly worn the door down, voices hoarse from shouting, yet Jiangnan still did not emerge. Unexpectedly, he amassed a significant amount of resentment points. Initially, Jiangnan thought that once the commotion subsided, classes would resume. However, the school was suspended. As for the reason, the school restroom that was limited. Half the students had gone home to shower and change their pants. The remaining students busied themselves with self-study in the classroom. Jiangnan sat innocently in class, feverishly working through exercises, as he could no longer bear the piercing glares of his classmates filled with grievance. When school was dismissed, he was the first to flee, for he feared that lingering any longer could result in his demise. It seems now, the stall fee is certainly not paid in vain. At least on this makeshift market stall, one is invincible, thus avoiding a dire fate. This big fool did the dashing system has indeed considered matters with great foresight. Once again, riding my trusty bicycle, I arrived at the bustling night market of Jiangnan, only to be awestruck by the throngs of people. What is going on? Why is it so packed? Jiangnan is struggling to squeeze his way inside. Oh my goodness, the bald man has arrived. It was worth the wait. Haha, I thought he wouldn't show up today. I've been waiting for him. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the crowd turned in unison, their gazes landing on Jiangnan, parting to create a path directly to his stall. It dawned on Jiangnan that his Weibo had exploded yesterday. The brick-breaking video had gone viral. After dinner, netizens, seeking entertainment, had come to witness the spectacle that Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with opportunity. A blatant business opportunity. He swiftly laid out his stall cloth, displayed 10 bottles of Nongfu Sanquan, and took a seat on a small stool. Behind him, a row of red bricks was stacked. He raised his hand, grabbed a brick, and smashed it against his forehead. It shattered instantly. Goodness, he's really doing it. Starting off with such a spectacular feat, the boss is impressive. This is far more thrilling than watching the video. In this day and age, street vendors are all experts. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Jiangnan, want to smash bricks with your head, kick durians with your feet, and tear off manhole covers with your hands? Just drink this Nongfu Sanquan. If I can do it, so can you. Immediately, someone in the crowd jeered. Is this for real? What is this? Miracle water? Give me a break. Even the old village bull is about to be blown pregnant by your boasts. Someone even inquired about the price. How much for a bottle? Jiangnan, 11,000 a bottle. No haggling. Goodness, you can't be this blatant in your robbery. 11,000. I'll take it. Upon hearing this, even Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback, a slender figure clad in a white t-shirt, with flowing long hair like a bamboo pole, approached. He held up a live-streaming device. Without hesitation, he tossed out 10,000 in cash, while the live stream erupted with a flurry of 666 comments, praising his extravagance. Nongfu Sanquan from 82, refreshing and sweet. You deserve it. Jiangnan finally understood. It turned out this was a little internet celebrity who had come to ride the coattails of his viral Weibo video. Jiangnan accepted the money and handed over a bottle of Nongfu Sanquan to the live streamer. The streamer flipped his stylish bangs and chuckled. Brother, if this doesn't work after I drink it, I'll have to expose you right here. The viewers are all watching. Jiangnan smirked. If it doesn't work, I'll take your head off and kick it like a ball. The streamer laughed. Huh? That's what you said. Why does that sound a bit strange? If it doesn't work, why would you take my head? From Su Yuan's resentment value 451. Never mind, let us do it. Here we go. Saying this, the streamer truly gulped it down in one go. The crowd was left dumbfounded, then burst into laughter. On the live stream, the comments flooded the screen. All of them were, ha. He bald. Lightbulb.my mom asked me why I was kneeling on the ground watching the video, but I've laughed myself unconscious in the bathroom. In a moment of spontaneous excitement, Su Yuan let out a loud belch and instinctively tossed aside his flamboyant bangs. Wait, where are my bangs? No, where's my hair? How's it going? Is it effective? Jiangnan asked as he threw an arm around Su Yuan's shoulder. With a pained expression, Su Yuan replied, It's not the boss. I can't say if it works well. But I can assure you, my hair is genuinely gone. Jiangnan responded, That's not important. What truly matters is that, my brother, you can now break bricks. Not important. What do you mean it's not important? I'm bald now. For goodness sake, what do I need to break bricks for? I need hair. After all, I'm a streamer who relies on my looks for a living. From Su Yuan's resentment value 666. Haha, whether it works or not. We'll find out once you crack a brick. You've already spent 10,000. Don't be cowardly. Jiangnan encouraged, isn't it? This is a golden opportunity to gain followers. The onlookers chimed in, spurring Su Yuan on. He considered it for a moment and thought, well, I'm already bald. I might as well go all out. In this day and age, fans are equivalent to money, but upon seeing the red bricks on the ground, he faltered, real bricks, to break them with my bare hands. If the bricks don't shatter and my skull gets cracked open instead, that would be quite the spectacle. How about we just forget it? Jiangnan wouldn't hear of it. How can we not do this? If you don't break the bricks, people will say my farmer's 3 punches are ineffective. What will become of my business? With that, he picked up a red brick and aimed for Su Yuan's bald head. Su Yuan didn't even have time to react. Bang! The brick shattered. From Su Yuan's resentment value, 999. But look, it's not your head, right? The crowd gasped in astonishment. With Su Yuan's scrawny figure, a gust of wind could easily topple him. Did drinking farmer's 3 punches truly enable him to break bricks? Jiangnan grinned. No problem, right? Bang! He brought the red brick crashing down on Su Yuan's head once more. From Su Yuan's resentment value, 999. Bang! Jiangnan exclaimed. Everyone, take a look. This head, definitely a iron-headed kid. Bang! It seemed Jiangnan had become addicted to this, as he had smashed more than 10 bricks on Su Yuan's head in no time. Su Yuan wanted to escape, but being held tightly by Jiangnan left him with nowhere to flee. Damn, are you trying to take my head as your brick-breaking tool? I can indeed break them. But it hurts like hell. From Su Yuan's resentment value, 999. Chapter 16. One wave has not subsided. Another rises. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. They had witnessed this scrawny monkey-like streamer drink farmer's 3 punches and actually break bricks? If you say it's staged, one must have the strength to pull it off. Given Su Yuan's appearance, how could he possibly have such skills? The live stream chat exploded with comments. Using a red brick to crack open a skull? He has already shattered over 10 bricks. The boss can't possibly hold a grudge against him. Just look at his pitiful expression. It's hilarious. A big rocket for the win. Does farmer's 3 punches really work? Damn, I want a bottle too. Su Yuan, initially seething with anger, found himself with nowhere to vent as he watched his follower count surge. Fine, I'll endure it. The crowd couldn't contain themselves any longer. It's just 10,000. Right? Give me a bottle. And me too. The old man, bald by nature, scoffed at the notion of fear. Jiangnan chuckled. We only accept cash. He added, just wait. I shall withdraw some for you. As for the reason behind accepting cash, Jiangnan wished to grasp the fruits of his labor in his own hands, contemplating how the system would take its cut. Was it truly a ludicrous 9.99? 0.01. Let them dream their grand dreams. Business was booming. Su Yuan, initially hoping to be let off the hook, was unaware that while Jiangnan collected the payment, he was still using his head to break bricks. Su Yuan was left speechless. Was the resentment from Su Yuan ever truly quelled? In a mere moment, the bruised and battered bald Chong arrived. This time, he not only brought along his 7 or 8 underlings, but also a scar-faced man leading a following of 20 or 30. Brandishing clubs as they paraded through the streets, Bald Chong wore a forced smile. Hee Scarborough, this time, we're counting on you. Last night, he wreaked havoc on our brothers. Scarborough scoffed. What a useless fellow. What can he do? Today, I will teach him a lesson, Bald Chong cautioned. Scarborough, be wary. This kid is quite sinister. He is probably a spirit warrior. Scarborough dismissed this, as if I were not one myself. He won't survive my wrath. Bald Chong sought out help with purpose. Scarborough, in his 30s, had awakened his beastly powers during a brawl, gaining some notoriety over the years for his formidable fighting skills. But where was this person? Where could he be? Bald Chong pointed into the crowd at Jiangnan. There he is. A group of men jostled their way through, only to be struck dumb. There stood Jiangnan, embracing a frail-looking man, mercilessly smashing a red brick against his head. There was no hesitation. Brick debris flew through the air. The onlookers cheered in astonishment. Goodness, such ferocity. Have we fallen behind the times? The sound of impact made their faces ache. Bald Chong's complexion turned pale. Scarborough faltered in fear. The group of underlings behind them trembled in their legs that a single brick to their heads would surely land them in the hospital. Chong, I might have overindulged last night. My stomach is unsettled. I fear my strength may not be at its peak. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow? Bald Chong was utterly bewildered. Overindulged. But Scarborough, didn't you just say we should settle this quickly and return home for dinner? Scarborough's face stiffened. I overate at lunch. One underling, blunt as a hammer, interjected lunch. But Scarborough, you didn't eat at noon. Scarborough slapped the underling's face. TSK, you think you know everything? Do you know why you got hit? The underling, pitifully covering his face, timidly asked, is it up because I know too much? Scarborough swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket. Hello, dear. Yes, I'm at the night market. I'll be home for dinner soon. What? You want a pancake roll? All right. He promptly exited, moving with remarkable speed. Bald Chong's face darkened. Scarborough, could you not answer the phone the wrong way? The screen is facing outward. It's lit up? and it's still locked. The performance was so convincing that Jiangnan couldn't help but sneer. What's the matter? Are you calling me? Do you wish to give it a try? Bald Chong shuddered and quickly forced a smile, saying, No, I'm just here to support Brother Nan. How could he not feel intimidated? Even Scar Brother had lost his nerve. There was no way to avenge this grievance. The onlookers scoffed at the audacity of such a small group attempting to provoke Jiangnan. They were hardly enough to warrant a single brick thrown at them. Jiangnan, preoccupied with collecting money, had no time to pay them any heed. In the blink of an eye, 10 bottles of Farmer's 3 Punch had already sold out. Boss, where did you get this Farmer's 3 Punch? Someone exclaimed that it's incredible. Jiangnan chuckled. The aura in my backyard is so potent that the well water has mutated. What? Selling well water? That's outrageous profit. Another interjected 10,000 for a bottle. That's downright extortion. Jiangnan shrugged dismissively. I don't produce water. I'm merely a porter of nature. Porter, my foot. Are you selling that well? I want it. A well. What well? Go look for it yourself. I don't even have a backyard. Jiangnan pondered whether to continue selling when. Unexpectedly, another wave of chaos approached. The screech of brakes echoed as a stretched Lincoln and 3 Range Rovers arrived at the night market. From the Lincoln emerged a youth clad in designer attire. Sporting a head of flashy, silver-tinted hair, his pale complexion and sharply defined features exuded the aura of a scion from a wealthy family. Radiating an unmistakable scent of affluence, the doors of the 3 Range Rovers swung open. 10 burly men donned in sunglasses stepped out, each exuding an intimidating presence. They were all spirit warriors, undoubtedly of high rank. Spirit warrior ranks include black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry, and Tao heaven, with each rank containing 10 stars. These men were all at least bronze-level spirit warriors. Clear the way. Make way for young Master Luo. The once lively night market fell silent at their arrival. Those who were pushed aside dared not voice their grievances. Fully aware that this display was not to be trifled with, Luo Tianxiang, with a grim expression, led his entourage directly to Jiangnan's stall, pointing an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, You're the one, aren't you? You pathetic fool. You've provoked someone beyond your means. You want to die? Today, I'll grant your wish. Jiangnan released Su Yuan, brushed off the dust from his hands, and replied nonchalantly, And who do you think you are? Coming here and spewing nonsense? What's the matter? Did you overindulge in dinner at the restroom? He then glanced at the group of burly men. Aren't you going to do something about this kid eating shit? Su Yuan, feeling as though he had been granted a pardon, had just stepped aside when he heard Jiangnan's words, struggling to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The live stream was still broadcasting. The viewers were glued to their screens. And the number of people in the live room was steadily increasing. What a scene. I can hardly see anything. One exclaimed that I recognize that guy. He's Luo, the young master from Songjiang Spirit Warriors, the Luo family, heir. This street vendor is truly formidable, standing his ground against such a crowd. My curiosity about this vendor's identity is only growing. Chapter 17. Come, give me a smile, young master. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1,000. It was only then that Jiangnan remembered. Wasn't this the Luo from Weibo? Had he really followed the internet line all the way here? In Jiangnan, the number of people opposite him was of no concern. What background? What identity? Even if you brought a heavenly powerhouse, what difference would it make? I stand upon this stall cloth, invincible. Is the stall fee paid in vain? Luo Tianxiang trembled with rage, his eyes filled with a chilling ferocity. Is that all you can do? Prattle on, a mere clown. Let me make it clear. I do not care who you are, what relation you have with Zhong Yingxue. Stay away from her in the future. I possess status. I possess wealth. I can provide her with everything. You are nothing but a mere insect, a wretched pauper. What do you have to compare with me? If I see you interacting with her again, I will ensure you do not see the sun rise tomorrow. Jiangnan furrowed his brow. Here for Zhong Yingxue? Who is this fellow? I recall Xia Yao mentioning him during a meal. Zhong Yingxue seemed quite troubled that since fate has brought him before me, I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Jiangnan stroked his chin. You will prevent me from seeing the sun tomorrow. What is that supposed to mean? Have you checked the weather forecast? Is it going to rain tomorrow? Those watching the spectacle could no longer contain themselves. What the hell, a weather forecast? If it really rains, I've learned something new. What a genius train of thought. Su Yuan's livestream had already exploded, the barrage of comments flying by so fast that faces were indiscernible. Luo Tianxiang ground his teeth in frustration. Damn your weather forecast. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Bring me the man. Is that all you can say? I will ensure you are silenced forever. Two burly men charged forth like ferocious tigers, one a bronze 9-star, the other a silver-level powerhouse. Although in public, the use of special abilities was restricted, their physical prowess was undoubtedly beyond that of ordinary individuals. The ferocity they displayed was learned on the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, Jiangnan, a black iron 9-star, even with his spatial abilities and the enhancement of a strength potion, would be no match for them. However, the issue was that he stood upon the stall cloth. The fist of the burly man, imbued with fierce wind, came crashing towards Jiangnan's abdomen. Jiangnan sidestepped and seized the arm of the burly man, pulling it violently. Crack! The sharp sound of dislocation sent chills down the spines of those present. The burly man staggered, feeling a gust of wind at the back of his head. Jiangnan had picked up a red brick, swinging it down with malevolence. In a moment of crisis, the burly man was prepared to unleash his beast transformation ability, but when he attempted to do so, nothing happened. Bang! The red brick shattered, and the burly man crumpled to the ground. The silver-level powerhouse, sensing the shift in momentum, attempted to harness his water abilities. Yet after much effort, nothing materialized. He was utterly bewildered. What is going on? This was unprecedented. But Jiangnan had already struck, employing his mastery of hand-to-hand combat to execute a joint lock. He snapped one of the man's arms. Raising his leg, he delivered a fierce kick to the man's slightly bent leg. Another crack echoed, causing the onlookers to shudder. The two burly men lay sprawled on the ground. Sweating profusely from the pain, they did not utter a single word. Jiangnan appeared to be fully immersed in the moment, his expression grave. He gestured with his hand. I want to fight 10. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Yi-Wen, Master Yi, is that you? 10. Where are the other 10? All things considered, only 9 remain. Hiss. How old could he possibly be? No wonder he displays such audacity. From Luo Tianxiang. Resentment value 1000. How could that be possible? You're merely a black iron 9-star. To take him on barehanded. Luo Tianxiang's head buzzed. Just moments ago, there was a silver-level spiritual warrior, utilizing water-based abilities. He could easily sever steel plates. Yet, he was taken down in mere moments. The ability never even manifested. The scene unfolding before him was a profound shock to his worldview. So formidable, yet he resorts to street vending. ISNT, he a student from Jiangnan. One high school. Jiangnan scoffed. My black iron is meteoric iron. They were utterly unaware as long as it's on the street vendor's cloth. Silver? Even gold wouldn't suffice. Luo Xiao, be cautious. The tactics are sharp. This lad is peculiar. Likely possessing domain-type abilities. Do not approach him recklessly. Otherwise, we may be unable to protect you. Luo Tianxiang's expression twisted in fury. I don't care. All of you. Charge. Let us see how long he can withstand. Just then, an unknown voice shouted. If you strike me again, I'll call the police. A spiritual warrior making a move in public? Such audacity. Su Yuan interjected. I have so many followers watching. It wouldn't look good if this got out. Jiangnan, having gained a substantial following, naturally could not stand idly by. Luo Tianxiang seethed with frustration. Even though the Luo family held formidable power and influence, in this era, spiritual warriors recklessly engaging in public was a grave taboo. The Huaxiao nation has exerted tremendous effort to maintain societal stability during this resurgence of spiritual energy. Moreover, with so many witnesses at the Jiangqing night market, it was all too visible. If trouble were to arise, the Luo family would find themselves in a precarious position, facing an extraordinary loss. Just wait. I will make your life a living hell. Trust me, I possess that capability. Luo Tianxiang spat venomously. Jiangnan chuckled derisively. A dog that bites doesn't bark. We're leaving. Luo Tianxiang hurled his phone to the ground in frustration and turned to leave. The phone had just been replaced that morning, and now it was already rendered useless. All due to Jiangnan. Jiangnan quickly called out, "Don't go," as he began to pack up his stall. By the time he reached the night market entrance, the stretched Lincoln had already departed. Wait, what is going on? The vendor chased after it. I'm impressed. I am truly impressed. The spiritual warriors of Songjiang remain oblivious to how Luo de Xiao suffered such a significant loss at the Jiangnan night market. Jiangnan had no intention of letting this slide. Watching the roaring, speeding stretched Lincoln, he pulled out his domestically produced phone and vanished in an instant. Inside the Lincoln, Luo Tianxiang wore a dark expression. Holding a glass of champagne, the next moment, Jiangnan abruptly materialized inside the car, draping his arm over Luo Tianxiang's shoulder. Luo Tianxiang's face turned pale with terror, his eyes nearly popping out. A glass of champagne spilled onto his trousers, soaked. Hey, what the hell? You, Jiangnan raised his domestic phone. Come on, smile for me, he said, while wrapping his arm around Luo Tianxiang, displaying a brilliant smile. Click, the shutter sound echoed. And Jiangnan had vanished without a trace. The Lincoln's driver was startled by the sudden turn of events, slamming on the brakes. Due to inertia, Luo Tianxiang, just drenched, darted like a firecracker, his head colliding directly with the liquor cabinet. A cacophony ensued. Glass shards and liquor were strewn everywhere. Then, bang, the Land Rover that followed failed to brake in time, crashing into him. Luo Tianxiang, who had just extricated his head, barely caught his breath when the liquor cabinet toppled onto him. On his way home, Jiangnan gazed at the photo on his phone. In the picture, Jiangnan wore a radiant smile, while Luo Tianxiang's face was a portrait of terror, his eyes nearly bulging out, and beneath him, a large wet patch. TSK. This fellow certainly doesn't photograph well. Chapter 18. What do you intend to do to him? Upon returning home, Jiangnan flung himself onto the bed, staring at the photo showcasing his beaming smile. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After making slight adjustments with the photo editing software, he finally sent it to Xiaoyao. Jiangnan. Xiaoyao. Who is this guy? He sought me out at the night market today. Do you know him? Sure enough, it wasn't long before Xiaoyao replied. A message from Lang Mia. Puffed. What on earth? How did Luo Tianxiang end up in such a predicament? Why are his pants wet? His expression, image, GIF. It's a meme of a little bunny clutching its belly, rolling on the ground in laughter, kicking its legs. Xiaonan, I absolutely adore you. Jiangnan looked at Xiaoyao's username and avatar. Momentarily feeling out of place. He replied, he brought someone to find me at the night market, warning me to stay away from Shui, but I sent him packing. Xiaoyao, are you all right? Luo Tianxiang is of questionable character, but he is undeniably formidable, an 8-star bronze, with beast transformation abilities. I'm worried. Nanshun, what do you think? Just look at my brilliant smile. Xiaoyao, I'm so curious how you manage that. But don't let your guard down. This person is quite insidious, always scheming behind the scenes. Both Shui and I have suffered at his hands. Jiangnan furrowed his brow. What exactly happened? What were you going to say during dinner that day? Xiaoyao, as you know, we spiritual warriors usually enter the spirit ruins in teams. I possess beast transformation abilities. Little Shui harnesses fire-based output. Luo Tianxiang controls lightning, and then there's Han Qing, who serves as the tank. So Luo Tianxiang is fond of Shui. The Luo family is well established, holding significant influence in the north, and Old Master Zheng seems keen on uniting the two. Initially, the team was quite harmonious, but ever since Luo Tianxiang received his family's backing, he has become increasingly brazen. He seizes every opportunity to get close to little Shui in the spirit ruins, forbidding her from interacting with other males. Of course, little Shui would never consider being with someone like him. She is exceedingly troubled. However, given that the Zhong family has shown her kindness, she feels caught in a dilemma due to the old man's words. On one occasion during a gathering, he crossed the line by spiking little Shui's drink. Had I not noticed in time, it would have been disastrous. After that incident, the team grew increasingly discordant. I feel nauseous just seeing that guy. As Jiangnan gazed at the myriad of messages sent by Xiaoyao, his expression turned utterly frigid. He had never been a benevolent soul. Zhong Yinxue was, without a doubt, the only person of significance in his life. The hardships of life in the orphanage had forged an inseparable bond between the two. Every act of kindness from Zhong Yinxue was etched deeply in Jiangnan's heart. This sentiment was absolutely irreplaceable. Now, after much anticipation, they had finally reunited. How could he allow anyone to harm those he cherished, regardless of the Luo family? He could not permit Luo Tianxiang to have it easy. He promptly replied, tomorrow is Saturday. A day off from school. Miss, would you care to go on a date? Image.gif. Anticipating. Xiaoya responded, what do you intend to do to me? Jiangnan, lying in bed, felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps erupting all over. The image of the silver-haired beauty with an alluring figure flashed in his mind, causing him to swallow hard. Was this stunning girl truly so accommodating? Had she not been vexed by the incident with the shorts? How could he dare? He feared her formidable grip. From Xiaoyao's resentment points, 333. I only restrain those who are not extraordinary. Quickly tell me, what do you want to do tomorrow? Jiangnan replied, naturally. We are going out to stir up some trouble, an eye for an eye. Now that it has come to this, why not take the initiative? Xiaoyao inquired. Are we targeting Luo Tianxiang? Do you have a plan? Count me in. Count me in. Unbeknownst to Jiangnan, Xiaoyao, lying on her bed and fiddling with her phone, had already leaped up in excitement. Jiangnan added, "Ahem, this is a covert operation. Do not mention it to Xue." Xiaoyao exclaimed, "Oh no, I was too loud just now. Xue is coming to my room." Jiangnan was taken aback. "Too loud? By the way, do they live together? When did this happen? Have they?" Jiangnan seemed to have stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. "No more chatter. I will pick you up tomorrow morning." Zhongyin Xue, clad in a cool white nightgown, rubbed her sleepy eyes as she pushed open the door, saying, "Xiaoyao, why are you making such a racket late at night? Shouldn't you be asleep?" To which Xiaoyao playfully whined, "I had a nightmare. I'm so scared. Xue, please sleep with me." Zhongyin Xue responded with an impassive expression, "Dream on." She turned and shut the door. Leaving without a hint of compassion, lying in bed, Jiangnan contemplated the events of the following day, his mind already forming the outlines of a plan. He chuckled mischievously at the thought. Upon checking the resentment points, he discovered he had amassed over 700,000, thanks to those delightful classmates. The detoxifying yellow beans proved to be incredibly potent. Time for 10 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage. The consolation prize was a pound of detoxifying yellow beans. Jiangnan had grown accustomed to the string of thank you for your patronage. After 5 attempts, he had procured 3 marrow-cleansing fruits, a hefty 47 pounds of detoxifying yellow beans. Subsequently, the detoxifying yellow beans were categorized in the system store. They could be purchased for 200 resentment points. Jiangnan felt utterly drained of words, and from the remaining 2 sets of 10 consecutive draws, he obtained yet another marrow-cleansing fruit. With 19 attempts left, he received a new consolation prize. Thank you for your patronage. A bundle of spiritual leeks. Spiritual leeks. Function. After consumption, it enhances your masculinity and brings forth happiness. The effects last for 3 days and 3 nights, suitable for both men and women. An essential tool for handsome men and beautiful women. Jiangnan is bewildered. Celestial leeks. Is this not merely the blue candy-coated bean? 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days and 3 nights. An unceasing experience. Remarkable indeed. On a whim, Jiangnan felt an urge to prepare a dish of scrambled eggs with leeks to savor the flavor. However, he hesitated, pondering the gravity of the matter. How could he dare to experiment so easily? What if something went awry? This concerns lifelong happiness. Nonetheless, the 4 cleansing fruits procured from the lottery were consumed by Jiangnan. Like a hamster nibbling on seeds, he devoured them all. Jiangnan could sense an elevation in his innate talent, and his cultivation reached the pinnacle of black iron 10 stars. He was but a step away from ascending to the bronze level. Thus far, Jiangnan had consumed 6 cleansing fruits. By the time he reached the 5th, he felt no further enhancement of his talent. It appears he had reached the limit of his medicinal indulgence. Indeed, cleansing fruits had appeared in the system store, priced at 100,000 resentment points. Not at all inexpensive. It seems that in the next 10 consecutive draws, the legitimate prize would not be cleansing fruits. One can only wonder what it might be. Taking a deep breath, Jiangnan suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly accessed the alternate space. Immediately, a heart-wrenching wail escaped his lips. The 10,000 yuan he had earned from the farmer's 3 punches had, unsurprisingly, been reduced to a mere 9.99, 0.01 ratio. He was left with only 1,000. His skill points had risen to 1,013 points. That lamentable cry even stirred Zhou Yuqing from her slumber. What's wrong with brother Jiangnan? That sound resembles a stubbed toe on the table corner, a toe kicked against the cabinet, a zipper caught on the chin, a phone dropped on the face. Equally tragic. Chapter 19. A proper young man does not eat breakfast. Despite meticulous calculations, he could not escape the system's harvest. Or perhaps he was forcibly charged a stall fee. Upon checking the skill section again. Skill. Unarmed combat. Mastery LV1. Skill. Brick slapping. LV0. Jiangnan was taken aback. Brick slapping is considered a skill. Can it get any more reliable? Can one truly innovate with a brick? It seems he triggered the skill while slapping that burly man. Viewing his over 1,000 skill points. Such extravagance. Max it out, deducting 100 skill points. Skill. Brick slapping. Mastery LV1. In an instant, a plethora of information flooded his mind. Jiangnan was mistaken. A red brick can indeed be wielded with finesse. Goodness, brick slapping. This is a profound art. Not wasting the remaining skill points, Jiangnan allocated them all to unarmed combat. Unarmed combat. Mastery LV91. Jiangnan was astonished. How could he not level up? To advance his mastery level in unarmed combat now required 10 skill points for a single upgrade. Is there no shame? Could they not have informed him in advance? Now, he was left with a paltry 3 skill points. With a heart full of grievances, Jiangnan drifted into a muddled sleep. The next morning, Jiangnan awoke early, brushing his teeth in the courtyard, when he heard a commotion in the alley. Feeling a premonition, he quickly changed his clothes and stepped outside. There, at the alley's entrance, stood a Koenigsegg blue phantom. Xia Yao donned a pair of sunglasses, her lower half clad in light-hued, form-fitting denim jeans that exquisitely accentuated her long legs. She completed her ensemble with a dashing denim jacket and a crop tank top, topped off with a white beret that concealed her short, silvery hair. At that moment, she was gazing into the alley. The elderly residents within were still engrossed in the spectacle, and even Zhou Yuqing was present. This girl was truly stunning. The car was quite a sight as well. My son mentioned that this vehicle is exorbitantly priced. Is she perhaps waiting for someone? What on earth could she be waiting for here? Could it be that she's lost? Zhou Yuqing, equally curious, was just in time to see Jiangnan emerging. Jiangnan Gij, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class today? Jiangnan replied with a smile. I have an arrangement with a friend, just a little matter. Just as Zhou Yuqing was about to speak, Xia Yao, leaning against the sports car, noticed Jiangnan and waved fervently. Xiaonan, Xiaonan. Over here, Jiangnan replied. I see you. How could I possibly miss such radiant beauty? Zhou Yuqing gaped in astonishment. Her mouth agape. Was this beautiful sister here for Jiangnan Gij? Watching Jiangnan wave goodbye, Zhou Yuqing furrowed her brows in contemplation. When did he come to know such affluent individuals? Why, then, does he still reside in a rented place? Would he suddenly decide to move away? If he did, would there still be any intersection between their lives? The mind of a young girl is perpetually filled with myriad thoughts. She found herself increasingly perplexed by Jiangnan. The elderly onlookers were equally taken aback. Was this stunning figure truly seeking out Jiangnan? Jiangnan, exasperated, remarked, Xia Yao, did we not agree on a covert operation? You, my blue phantom. A blue phantom worth over 11 million. Xia Yao chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Jiangnan's hair. In just a few days, he had grown a healthy stubble, transforming into a boy with a buzz cut. It felt splendid to the touch. He appeared particularly spirited and pristine. They say a buzz cut is the ultimate test of a handsome man. And as a refreshing type of handsome, Jiangnan had successfully passed this test. I was already sufficiently discreet, was I not? If I had brought the G-Wagon, wouldn't Xue have discovered everything? I took quite some time to settle on the little blue one. Hesitation? You had that many options. So, there's more than one vehicle. Jiangnan, with a serious demeanor, stated, I truly wish to avoid putting in any more effort. Do consider it. From Xia Yao's resentment points 333. Quit your banner. Hurry and get in. With the elders bidding them farewell, the gull-wing doors swung open, and Jiangnan slid inside. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the blue phantom departed with flair. The alleyway was rather uneven. As Jiangnan sat in the car, he winced at the sound of scraping from the undercarriage. It was quite distressing. Yet, Xia Yao seemed utterly unfazed, her excitement palpable as she urged, quickly tell me, what are your plans? Jiangnan grinned mischievously. Where is Luo Tianxiang at this moment? Without hesitation, Xia Yao replied, he should be at home. He'll be heading to Luo Tian building shortly. I've already inquired about it. Jiangnan said, let us go. First, to his house. Understood. At this moment, Xia Yao had fully embraced the mission. Outside the Height and Villa area, Jiangnan remained in the car, pulling out his phone to order takeout. Xia Yao curiously leaned over to look. Get me a serving of buns, all meat. As she spoke, she handed Jiangnan a brand new iPhone 11. Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. Why are you standing there in a daze? This is for you. I already mentioned last time that I would exchange it for you. Jiangnan, with a look of sentimentality, remarked, it feels wonderful not to have to strive. From Xia Yao's resentment value 666. Xia Yao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Not one to back down, she leaned close to Jiangnan's ear and gently blew a breath. Sister has some soft rice. Would you care to partake? Jiangnan, with a righteous demeanor, replied, what a coincidence. My teeth aren't in good shape. I can't handle hard food. Xia Yao rolled her eyes, thoroughly exasperated with Jiangnan. You're quite the mischievous one. Shui mentioned that when you were little, you would go rummaging in rat holes. I didn't believe it then, but now I do. Jiangnan found himself at a loss for words, because he truly had done such a thing. Before long, the hungry delivery driver arrived. Standing in the villa area with a perplexed expression, Jiangnan hurriedly got out of the car and called out, that's my order. The delivery guy was momentarily baffled, wondering what was going on. Is it common for someone driving a Koenigsegg to be so brazen? Xia Yao initially paid no mind. but upon seeing Jiangnan chatting with the driver, grinning as he handed him 500 yuan, she was taken aback. Then the delivery guy began to remove his clothing. Xia Yao was stunned. This in broad daylight. Ultimately, she saw Jiangnan donning the delivery uniform, putting on a cap and a mask as he returned to the car. Xia Yao patted her fluttering heart, relieved it was just her overthinking. Back in the car, Jiangnan tossed Xia Yao her portion of buns. Wait a moment, wasn't this breakfast ordered for consumption? Jiangnan replied nonchalantly. Of course not. What proper young person eats breakfast these days? Xia Yao gazed at the buns nestled in her arms. From Xia Yao's resentment value 888. Make sure you don't show your face later. The Koenigsegg Blue Phantom roared on its way to the Haidu Villa district, leaving a delivery guy in shorts and a tank top bewildered in the wind. Are the wealthy these days truly so unconventional? Those residing in villa areas are undoubtedly affluent, and seeing this car, the community security didn't even attempt to stop it, just as he was admiring the elegant curves of the Blue Phantom. The car door swung open. Jiangnan, clad in the delivery uniform and carrying a thermal box, stepped out. The security guard was dumbfounded. Even delivery drivers are this extravagant. Is it even worth it to earn gas money from a single delivery? If you enjoy this, please leave a 5-star review and encourage more updates. Chapter 20. The mighty soy milk is quite mighty. Jiangnan opened the thermal box. Inside, he added a bit of seasoning to the soy milk. Nothing too extravagant, just a half bottle of mighty and 10 detoxifying yellow soybean powders. Quite generous. He boldly declared 10. That's just how open he was. He approached the villa and pressed the doorbell. Delivery. In no time, an elderly butler in a tailcoat with a white mustache opened the door. Seeing Jiangnan in the delivery uniform, he was taken aback. Before the butler could utter a word, Jiangnan spoke. May I ask if this is Mr. Luo? The butler frowned. The meal ordered by the young master? Just as he was lost in thought, Jiangnan had already handed over the soup, dumplings, and soy milk. Remember to give a 5-star review, please, fervently hinting dash. With that, he turned and left. Upstairs, Luo Tianxiang was drying his hair, sporting dark circles under his eyes. With a bandage affixed to his cheek, he had inadvertently bumped his head against the liquor cabinet yesterday. Now, a sizable bump adorned his forehead. Lao Yu, who is it? It's the delivery person, a meal ordered by the young master. Luo Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback, as he had not placed any order himself. Surely, it was a mistake. Observing the steamed buns and soybean milk, he felt a pang of hunger, yet chose not to elaborate. Just place it on the table. I'll have it later. Normally, Luo Tianxiang did not indulge in breakfast, not due to a lack of appetite, but rather from sheer laziness. When food was delivered right to his door, why not partake? Sitting on the sofa, he alternated between bites of bun and sips of soybean milk. What the hell? Whose soybean milk is this? Has it been diluted? It's rather thin. Nevertheless, the flavor is quite authentic, with a rich bean aroma. Upon finishing the soybean milk, Luo Tianxiang felt invigorated, his fatigue dissipated entirely. A resounding approval, rubbing his cheek. A cold smirk emerged on his face. He had already uncovered Jiangnan's address. Last night, he had swiftly contacted Luo Tian Group and confirmed the acquisition and renovation plan. Today, his visit was to follow up on this matter. Wasn't this a direct challenge to him? Then let him render you homeless. This was merely the first step. Rising to leave, a refreshing breeze greeted him, bringing a coolness to his scalp. It feels rather pleasant today. Housekeeper, you vaguely caught sight of Luo Tianxiang's retreating figure. The starkness of his bald head momentarily led him to believe he had misidentified him. Just as he was about to call out, Luo Tianxiang had already exited. Alas, thought the eyes of the elderly can deceive. Hiding early in the car, Jiangnan and Xia Yao watched as Luo Tianxiang stepped out. Xia Yao's mouth fell agape. Her gaze fixated on Luo Tianxiang's head. The baldness shone brightly, reflecting the sunlight. On top of his head loomed a large, purplish bump. Ha 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 ha. He has gone bald. Bald. Ha ha ha. Such a shiny dome. Is that large bump for real? I can't take it anymore. Xiaonan. I'm going to die from laughter. Xia Yao exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Jiangnan, laughing so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. What did you put in that soybean milk? Ha ha ha. You're so wicked. I absolutely adore it. Jiangnan struggled to contain himself, his face contorting under Xia Yao's playful grip. Shoo, keep it down. He seems oblivious. Indeed, Luo Tianxiang remained unaware. He climbed into his war god GTR, the engine roaring to life as he sped toward Luo Tian Group. Faster, faster. Let's keep up. Xia Yao, suppressing her laughter, pressed the accelerator to the floor, tailing him closely. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiang's expression grew increasingly peculiar. His stomach audibly grumbled, an overwhelming urge rising within him. Damn, why was his belly aching? Thus, he resolved to hold it in a little longer, intending to wait until he reached the company. The more he restrained himself, the more unbearable it became, compelling him to accelerate wildly. Xia Yao, puzzled, remarked, "Why is he driving faster and faster?" Jiangnan chuckled quietly. "What? Can he not go faster? He cannot resist the pressure. After all, it's quite a hefty load. Do you believe he'll end up rolling down the windows?" Xia Yao was taken aback. Could one truly predict such things? At this moment, Luo Tianxiang's complexion had turned an ashen hue. Suddenly, with a loud pop, his face grew even paler. The odor inside the car was so unbearable that he nearly regurgitated the buns he had eaten earlier. He hastily rolled down the window, gasping for air, and the speed only increased. Even he himself could not have anticipated that he could produce such a foul odor. Xia Yao wore a look of sheer astonishment. "Oh my! He truly lowered the window. How did you know? Are you some kind of wizard? Can you tell fortunes too?" Jiangnan. But at that moment, Luo Tianxiang gripped the steering wheel with all his might. Veins bulging on his arms, sweat pouring down his forehead. He was resolutely guarding the back door, daring not to relax for a moment. He was already regretting the decision he had just made. Damn it, caught in the morning rush hour. Traffic jam. He leaned out of the window and bellowed, "Hurry the hell up. I'm moving faster than all of you." Then he frantically honked the horn, after being stuck for half an hour. Luo Tianxiang no longer dared to shout, fearing that one loud yell would lead to the loss of the back door. Jiangnan, meanwhile, was removing his work uniform while waving at Xia Yao. Xia Yao, her face alight with excitement, leaned in closer. "Gulu gulu, gulu gulu. Did you get that?" Xia Yao felt a tickling sensation in her ears, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? How thrilling. I love it." Jiangnan extended his hand for a high five. "Once you're done, wait for me in the car." "All right, Officer Jiang." After a hard-fought journey, Luo Tianxiang finally arrived at the company, rushing into the building. His gait was so awkward, he dared not take a large step. As he walked, every employee who saw Luo Tianxiang wore a look of astonishment, quickly biting their lips to suppress their laughter. Faces turning crimson as they murmured, "Good morning, young Master Luo." Even after he passed, they continued to stare for quite some time. Luo Tianxiang felt rather good. It had been a long time since he had experienced such attention. However, he had no time to acknowledge them and headed straight for the elevator. Meanwhile, Jiangnan, having exited the car, concealed himself in a hidden corner and opened a portal to another dimension. He retrieved a ladder, hoisting it onto his shoulder, and proceeded towards the Luo Tian building. The security guard raised a hand to stop him. "What are you doing?" Jiangnan replied, "I'm here to inspect the electrical circuits." And thus, he was allowed entry. Indeed, TikTok had not deceived him. He had seen a skit recently that claimed, as long as you carry a ladder, no one would stop you from entering anywhere. No issues there. Standing in the elevator, Luo Tianxiang dared not move. He pressed the button for the 33rd floor. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand reached in. Jiangnan, with the ladder in tow, stepped inside. Luo Tianxiang was on the verge of losing his mind. "Could you not catch the next one? I'm in a hurry." Yet, under Luo Tianxiang's desperate gaze, Jiangnan pressed all the buttons from the 2nd to the 33rd floor. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. Jiangnan muttered, "Sorry, I'm inspecting the circuits. I have to check each floor." Luo Tianxiang wanted to exit the elevator, but took a step forward and froze. Inside the elevator was a young lady in professional attire, holding a folder, who smiled and nodded, but said nothing. Then the elevator started moving. Ahem, for those who enjoy this, please send some encouragement to motivate Qingfeng. Chapter 21. On the brink of disaster? The elevator ascended. Due to inertia, everyone experiences a sensation of falling downward. Normally, this would be unremarkable. However, the issue for Luo Tianxiang was that he was not normal. In one's belly, there lies a considerable reserve. As soon as the elevator commenced its ascent, Luo Tianxiang clenched his legs together, awkwardly grasping the handrail. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. The elevator halted on the 2nd floor, and Jiangnan pretentiously peeked out to glance at the corridor lights. All the while internally convulsing with laughter. Wasn't the intention to provoke me? Wasn't it to bully Zhong Ingxue? Today, I shall let you witness the essence of despair. The elevator doors slid shut once more. And Luo Tianxiang's gaze towards Jiangnan had now transformed into one of fierce animosity. However, this glance proved to be a grave misstep due to the reflective stainless steel of the elevator doors. Luo Tianxiang was abruptly confronted by the sight of a bald head adorned with a large, purplish bruise. His mind went blank for a moment. What the hell? Who is this grotesque figure, dripping with sweat and bearing such a menacing expression? Could it possibly be none other than myself? Luo Tianxiang erupted in fury. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. The resentment value list was updating at an alarming rate. He had already deduced that the soy milk he had consumed that morning was suspect. His heart seethed with rage. Who the hell is plotting against me? He was on the verge of exploding, yet as the elevator resumed its ascent, he exclaimed, "Oh, dear Mother Maria." The handrail was contorted in his grip. Jiangnan could even hear the grinding of Luo Tianxiang's teeth. 10. Isn't that a bit excessive? The elevator continued its ascent, stopping at each floor. Luo Tianxiang restrained the urge to unleash his pin-up frustration. Eagerly watching as the elevator approached the 32nd floor, the resentment value remained incessantly active. Victory was within sight. At this juncture, Jiangnan calmly retrieved his phone and made a call. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the entire Luo Tian building plunged into darkness. The elevator became trapped between the 32nd and 33rd floors. Luo Tianxiang glared wide-eyed. What the hell? The young lady initially exhibited a hint of panic, but quickly composed herself and dialed the emergency number within the elevator. Good. It will take half an hour to repair? Good. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianxiang was taken aback. What? Half an hour? Am I not on the brink of death here? He yanked down the elevator handrail and shouted at the two individuals. You bow in the world. There are no more than 10 individuals endowed with spatial abilities. Jiangnan, you are truly pushing my limits. I wish for you to be utterly obliterated. Luo Tianxiang was genuinely on the brink of madness, contemplating an immediate retaliation. Yet in his current predicament, he found himself utterly immobilized. Jiangnan sneered. You ought to prioritize your own well-being. Simultaneously, the security personnel monitoring the surveillance footage were rendered speechless. They hastily beckoned their colleagues to gather round and witness the unfolding scene. Then, the entire Luo Tian building reverberated with an announcement. To the esteemed individual in the elevator, we kindly request that you maintain decorum. What is happening? What is wrong with the elevator? You want to believe it. There's a formidable person in the elevator. Oh, really? Impressive indeed. A true talent, my friend. Given that the power is out, and the staff have nothing to do, countless individuals flocked to witness the spectacle. Luo Tianxiang clenched his jaw tightly, removing his short-sleeved shirt to cover his face. This moment, it seemed that covering his face was his only recourse. Jiangnan, you shall pay for this. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes and remarked. I previously warned you. A dog that bites does not bark. Do not disturb Zhong Yingxue any further. Refrain from any underhanded schemes. Otherwise, this video will undoubtedly surface on major news platforms. The sensational scoop regarding the young master of the Luo family. I believe many would be quite interested. Despite Luo Tianxiang's seething hatred, he found himself powerless against Jiangnan. You have your connections. I possess my own story. It may not be exceptionally robust, but you would do well to avoid provoking it. With that, Jiangnan executed a swift teleportation, vanishing from the elevator, leaving behind only the young lady clad in a gas mask, pondering the meaning of her existence. Once liberated, Luo Tianxiang's mind was consumed by 3 pressing thoughts. Should he confide in his father? Should he relocate abroad? Should he bid farewell to this world altogether? Upon returning to his office, Luo Tianxiang isolated himself in the restroom, refusing to emerge. It wasn't until 3 hours had passed that he finally emerged. Feeling rejuvenated, despite the animosity he harbored for Jiangnan, he was compelled to contact associates to halt the acquisition of the residential development project. There was no choice. Jiangnan held the upper hand. If he were to provoke him, the consequences would be dire. Jiangnan, do not let me catch you. Luo Tianxiang's irritation was palpable. This marked the second time he had suffered at Jiangnan's hands. The cleaning lady, having just finished contemplating her life while tidying the elevator, was now tasked with cleaning the office restroom. The moment she pushed open the door, she was taken aback. The toilet was shattered. Fragments of porcelain lay scattered across the floor, resembling the aftermath of a grenade explosion. Is Luo Xiao truly this formidable? Can a mere trip to the restroom result in such destruction? These spiritual warriors are indeed extraordinarily powerful. Little did she know, A combination of immense strength and detoxifying yellow beans yields remarkable effects. Luo Tianxiang became the first fortunate individual to experience the outcome in this world. As Jiangnan strolled along the road, he reflected with a sense of wonder that it turns out that when faced with imminent peril, one truly can resort to desperate measures. Upon returning to the car, Xia Yao awaited Jiangnan's arrival with palpable excitement. How was my timing in cutting the power? Jiangnan grinned. Perfectly executed. At the very least, Luo Tianxiang would remain docile for quite some time. Xia Yao, intrigued, leaned in to inquire, what exactly did you do in there? What was the purpose of me cutting the power? Jiangnan smirked and asked, do you really want to see? Xia Yao nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. I want to see. I want to see. Subsequently, Jiangnan played the recently recorded video. Xia Yao burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Pfft. Ha ha ha, Xiaonan, you're too ruthless." She was already in a fit of giggles. At that moment, she felt a twinge of pity for the fellow. However, it was quite satisfying. After all, he had bullied Xiao Shui. Jiangnan chuckled. What can I say? It's my destiny to be the infamous bad guy. For those who enjoy this, please leave a 5-star review. Chapter 22. The Happy Dog Life of Wang Kai. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Send it over to me. Xia Yao urged impatiently. Jiangnan, unable to resist her insistence, sent it to her. On the way home, Xia Yao turned serious and said, honestly, Jiangnan, you should consider joining our team. Only in a small squad can one ensure safety while exploring the spirit ruins. We need to kick out that Luo Tianxiang and his ilk. Hansheng, your spatial abilities will grow exponentially. Your combat power will be off the charts, and you'll be invincible in controlling the battlefield. Xiao Shui would be thrilled if you joined us. Jiangnan scratched his head. I would like to join, but I'm in my senior year. I can't just transfer schools, can I? Xia Yao replied matter-of-factly, why not? I can arrange it for you. Jiangnan knew that Xia Yu was about to unleash her financial prowess. However, transferring schools abruptly would tarnish his reputation. The competition at Songjiang Spirit Warriors was fierce, and strength was highly valued. If you truly wish to come, you should earn your place. Jiangnan was taken aback. Earn my place? How? She explained. Every semester, Jiangxing No. 1 High School has 3 exchange student slots. The top 3 students in the final exams will be sent to our school for specialized training, as long as you secure a top 3 position in your grade. It's a done deal. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. It was indeed a feasible plan. However, he had never participated in the final assessments at their school. As for the academic subjects, being a top student, he could certainly aim for first place with some effort, though his English was a bit lacking. The real challenge lay in the practical assessment for the Spirit Warrior class. Of course, it wouldn't be a battle among classmates, but rather venturing into the spirit ruins to hunt spirit beasts. The problem was, Jiangnan had never entered the spirit ruins throughout his 3 years of high school. The nearest spirit ruins were located in Chaobai Mountain, where entry was restricted to those with a black iron rank of 5 stars or above. He didn't even know what a spirit beast looked like. With a month left until the final exams, Xiaonan, you must work hard. As she spoke, Xia Yao leaned closer to Jiangnan and gently whispered in his ear, if you secure the first place in your grade, I'll give you a big reward. A unique fragrance, characteristic of young girls, wafted into Jiangnan's nostrils, sending a shiver down his spine. Jiangnan stammered, Focus on driving. Xia Yao responded. Xia Yao's resentment value 333. I'll think about it. Xia Yao insisted. No, you must move in with us. Xiao Shui and I are renting a villa outside. With your mere black iron 7.7. Ha. When did you advance to black iron 10 stars? Her voice suddenly rose by 3 degrees. Jiangnan rubbed his nose sheepishly. Oh, well, I made a little effort. I find myself reluctant to exert effort, yet it seems you do not desire me either. Xia Yao shot a reproachful glance at Jiangnan, her heart still reeling with astonishment. During our last meal together, he was merely at the black iron 7 stars, and now, just a few days later, he has ascended to black iron 10 stars? Could his talent truly be classified as E-grade? Just how many secrets are you concealing, my friend? Here, take this. Let us see if it can help you break through to bronze. This will also enhance your chances for the final exams. With that, and amidst Jiangnan's bewildered gaze, she slipped her hand into her bosom and retrieved 2 spirit orbs, placing them into Jiangnan's hands. As he felt the lingering warmth emanating from the orbs. Jiangnan swallowed hard, having gained a new perspective. This scene was something he had only ever witnessed in animated series. Is this what they refer to as hidden treasures in the bosom? Xia Yao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. What sort of absurd animations do you watch daily? These spirit orbs are quite valuable. You know, they must be well preserved. Each one costs over 200,000. And the Spirit Martial Association enforces strict regulations. It is difficult to find avenues for buying or selling them. Jiangnan nodded earnestly. It is only you who could do this. Others would lack the means to conceal spirit orbs in such a manner. Xiaoyao. Jiangnan then held one orb up to his nose and took a whiff. Quite fragrant. Ah, Xiaoyao's resentment points 333. She regretted giving the spirit orbs to Jiangnan. How could he be so thoughtless? Kicking Jiangnan out of the vehicle, Xiaoyao declared fiercely, "If you do not secure first place, you shall see how I deal with you." Standing at the alley's entrance, Jiangnan watched as the blue phantom departed, shaking his head with a chuckle. The spirit orb in his hand radiated a vibrant red glow. It was indeed a spirit orb with attributes, and it had reached the quality of bronze. Spirit orbs are produced by spirit beasts, which possess formidable powers, making them exceedingly rare. Their value naturally increases exponentially for spirit martial artists who awaken the 5 elemental abilities. Absorbing corresponding attribute spirit orbs yields remarkable results. As for someone with a unique ability like Jiangnan's, the effect remains the same regardless of the orb's attribute. While space attribute spirit orbs do exist, they are incredibly scarce, making them difficult for Jiangnan to acquire at present. The fire attribute spirit orb was likely intended by Xiaoyao as a gift for Shui. Bronze, you say? Let us give it a try. Today, Jiangnan, unusually, did not venture to the night market, but returned home to absorb the spirit orbs. After consuming both, it was already past 7 in the evening. His cultivation remained at black iron 10 stars. Rubbing his head, Jiangnan realized that breaking through this bottleneck would not prove easy. Suddenly recalling something, Jiangnan chuckled to himself. He retrieved a bundle of spirit energy chives from his system inventory. Busily preparing. He then made his way to the adjacent yard. Crouching down, he called out, "Wang Kai, come." From the corner doghouse bounded a Shiba Inu, panting and approaching with affection. "Woof woof you." Jiangnan pulled a sausage from his pocket and offered it to the dog. Stroking its head with a look of contemplation, "Just look at how miserable your situation is. I have moved here for 3 years, and yet you have not found a mate. The evidence of your singlehood is quite apparent. Continuing the lineage is a matter of great importance. I simply cannot stand idly by. Allow me to assist you. Do not mention it." Wang Kai eagerly devoured the sausage, its little tail wagging vigorously. Unbeknownst to him, nestled within the ham sausage he devoured was a sprig of chives. Mr. Wang next door called out, "Shannan hasn't eaten yet, has he? Come over to our house for a bite." Jiangnan coughed lightly, hurriedly replying, No need." With a guilty expression, he dashed away, returning to the courtyard to lean against the wall. Observing Wang Kai's reaction, he watched as Wang Kai settled into his doghouse for a brief moment, only to soon wag his tail with excitement. "Woof woof, a woo." In a burst of energy, he bolted out of the doghouse. Kicking up a cloud of dust in the alley, he dashed into Aunt Joe's yard. His bright eyes fixated on Guagua, who was lounging beneath a tree, a snow-white Havanese. The gazes of the 2 dogs intertwined in the air. Guagua. Wang Kai. Woof woof a woo. Guagua. Woof woof woof. Zhou Yuqing, who was harvesting vegetables in the yard, gazed at the 2 dogs for a good 10 seconds. Soon, her face flushed crimson. Zhou Yuqing. Mom. Our Guagua. Guagua and Jiangnan, filled with satisfaction, retreated indoors. Wang Kai. You must strive harder. The spirited chives are truly a treasure. Chapter 23. Could you please respect our profession? Lying in bed, Jiangnan scrolled through Weibo for a while longer, only to discover that his followers had inexplicably surged to over 30,000. Moreover, 3 of them had expressed particular concern for him. One named Ting Shui, undoubtedly the ever-familiar Zhongning Shui, another, called Moonlit Lone Wolf. Sister Xiaoyao, please refrain from being so melodramatic. The last was a streamer named Su Yuan, who sent him a private message. Bro, why didn't you set up your stall today? Did the well in your backyard dry up? Jiangnan. He casually replied, I'll go tomorrow. Remember to come. I'll teach you how to kick a durian. From Su Yuan. Grievance points 888. TCH. Playing with the young master. After some contemplation, Jiangnan changed his Weibo name to I am 2 South and posted his first tweet. I am 2 South. 1 minute ago from my iPhone 11 Pro Max. If you have the ability, just click it open. I'll grant you that ability. P.S. New goal. First in the academic year. Before long, a flurry of replies flooded in. Wasting my feelings. The stall owner has no humanity. Darn, I knew he was a student. Hey there, why didn't you come today? Everyone missed you. I drove 250 kilometers to the Jiangnan night market today. hoping to buy a bottle of Dolly. But you weren't there. Ting Shui. Xiaonan. Keep it up. Moonlit lone wolf. I'll pinch your chubby cheeks. Jiangnan beamed brightly. This was the first time he truly yearned to do something for himself. And equally for Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. Just as he intended to sleep after putting away his phone, a cacophony of howls erupted from the entire area of dogs in the dead of night. Strange, ghostly cries filled the air. The culprit was none other than Wang Kai from Mr. Wang's house. Guogua from Zhou Yuqing's home was merely the beginning of Wang Kai's blissful canine existence. Having secured Guogua, Wang Kai continued his fervent escapades. Once again, I found myself at Lu Danyang's residence, where I unleashed my wrath upon a formidable wolf dog named Laifu. The entire night passed without a moment's respite. Wang Kai traversed through 108 households, conquering every little female dog in the village. As dawn broke, a throng gathered at Wang Dage's doorstep. Wang Shu, you must reign in your Wang Kai. Last night, my tutu's cries were utterly enchanting. Indeed, the three of us couldn't catch a wink of sleep. Wang Kai is simply too vigorous. One woman nudged her husband. Look at Wang Kai. Now look at you. Pathetic creature. Why don't you learn a thing or two from him? The man was left speechless, utterly bewildered. Wang Dage too wore a perplexed expression, questioning the situation. Then, lo and behold, there was Wang Kai leisurely strolling through the alley, followed by more than a dozen little female dogs. Ranging from the mighty Tibetan Mastiff to the diminutive Chihuahua, the diversity in size and breed was nothing short of astonishing. Wang Kai led his entourage from house to house, a playful grin adorning his face. Showcasing the signature smile of a Shiba Inu, the pack of male dogs were incensed, barking ferociously at Wang Kai. Yet the more they barked, the more exuberantly Wang Kai wagged his tail. Such is the pinnacle of canine existence. I mused, secretly giving a thumbs up to Wang Kai. Bravo! The potency of the spirit-infused chive stirred a yearning within me. Should I indulge in some chive and egg dish? For now, Wang Kai exhibited no signs of abnormality. However, recalling Dolly and the detoxifying yellow beans sent a shiver down my spine. I resolved to observe for a couple more days. As night fell, I made my timely appearance at the Jiangnan night market. In addition to 10 bottles of Farmer's Triple Punch, I had also procured a bag of detoxifying yellow beans. The spirit-infused chives remained tucked away for the moment, as I opted to ascertain any side effects before proceeding. No sooner had I set up than all 10 bottles of Farmer's Triple Punch sold out, far surpassing my expectations. The publicity from Su Yuan, coupled with the buzz on Weibo, caused business to skyrocket. Unexpectedly, however, Bald Chong and Scarface were not yet defeated. They had returned with reinforcements. This time, they brought fewer people. The duo trailed behind a burly man, who donned a black short-sleeved shirt and tight jeans. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, his physique was chiseled, exuding an overwhelming presence. Enhanced by his bronze skin and crew cut, he appeared quite young. Didn't he come yesterday? Are you sure he's here today? Scarface assured. Rest assured, Wu Xiao, we've done our homework. Bald Chong chuckled. Wu Xiao, this time we're counting on you. Wu Liang clenched his fists, grinning. If we don't teach him a lesson, he might think there's no one left in our group. Upon arriving at the stall, they were taken aback. What the hell? Nan Shun. Wu Liang froze. He was also from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. How could he not recognize Jiangnan? To his astonishment, the two underlings were referring to Jiangnan. A sinister grin spread across his face. Damn it. Last time, Jiangnan had ruined the testing machine during the monthly exam, leading to Wu Liang missing the test entirely. Otherwise, how could the students from Lingwu Class 1 have such audacity? This was the perfect opportunity to reassert his dominance and remind Jiangnan who the true leader of Jiangnan No. 1 High School was. Thus, he approached the stall with purpose. Jiangnan felt a sudden shadow enveloping him. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the notorious trio, Wu Liang, the scar-faced man, and the bald brute, Chong. Deep down, he was acutely aware that they had come to trouble him. Alas, Wu Liang of Class 2. Today's purpose for seeking you out is... Before Wu Liang could finish his sentence, a voice rang out. What the hell? Brother, we've finally been waiting for you. It's me, Zheng Wei. Jiangnan was taken aback and raised his hand, saying, You three, wait a moment. Wu Liang, that scar-faced man, that bald Chong, wait a moment. We are here to cause trouble, for heaven's sake. You say wait, and we just wait. From Wu Liang's resentment value 888. From the scar-faced man's resentment value 666. At that moment, Zheng Wei, the bald one, Approached with two young ladies in tow, Wu Liang noticed the two ladies curiously observing him and couldn't help but lower his head slightly. Wow, this person is so tall and strong. Isn't this your type? Oh dear, what are you saying? Wu Liang felt embarrassed to spoil the mood, merely casting a cold smile at Jiangnan, contemplating how to deal with him later. Upon seeing Jiangnan, Zheng Wei greeted him with an exuberant bear hug, leaving Jiangnan somewhat bewildered. Brother, you have no idea. After drinking your farmer's 3-punch, I feel like I've taken off in this Lingshu. The gains are simply explosive. Haha, isn't that so? I came by yesterday, but couldn't find you, said one of the ladies sweetly. I've been thinking about you for days. Couldn't eat or drink. Wu Liang's face darkened. Jiangnan, I came to find you today. Oh, please, wait a moment. Jiangnan waved his hand impatiently. What the hell? We are here to deal with you. Can you respect our profession a little? Show us some face. You're making it quite awkward for us. From Wu Liang's resentment value 999. Friends, please leave a 5-star review and urge for updates in the comments. The website relies on this for recommendations. Chapter 24. Impossible to stare at. However, with the two young ladies present, Wu Liang felt a bit shy and couldn't muster the courage to explode with anger. He heard Zheng Wei raise an eyebrow and ask, Do you still have the farmer's 3-punch for sale? I'd like to buy some more. Jiangnan chuckled to himself. Business was coming his way. So, are you no longer afraid of the bald head? Zheng Wei replied. What's a bald head compared to strength? That's what truly matters. As an awakened force type, combined with the farmer's 3-punch, it's simply a perfect match. Jiangnan understood. Zheng Wei had tasted the sweetness of power. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to accumulate resentment points. He had initially thought of not selling to him. Nevertheless, he still inquired, How many do you want? Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Wei declared, 100 bottles. Jiangnan's eyes widened in astonishment. Sell? Why wouldn't I sell? What resentment points? Money. What I want is money. Zheng Wei's face lit up with joy. Jiangnan then directly retrieved 3 bottles of strength potion from the dimensional space. Zheng Wei was astonished. What the hell? His amazement was not at the strength potion itself, but at Jiangnan's spatial abilities. Even the two young ladies gasped, wide-eyed in surprise. Spatial abilities? This is as astonishing as stumbling upon a massive gold ingot while strolling. How many spatial systems exist in the world? And yet, here I am, encountering one at a street stall. Could this truly be a divine being? Santong, I'll offer you 1,000,000. Consider the excess as a gift. What do you say? Zheng Wei, just awakening from his shock, replied, Sure, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Jiangnan was brimming with excitement. 1,000,000. That is indeed 1,000,000. I have never seen such a sum in my life. Although, after the system takes its share, I would only be left with 10,000. At least I would have once possessed it. Once possessed. Meanwhile, Wu Liang's eyes were nearly bulging out. What on earth is happening? A high school senior negotiating $1,000,000 deal at a street stall? That's not even the crux of the matter. The real issue is that you're selling 3 bottles of mineral water for 1,000,000? What kind of water is that? Golden water. Wu Liang's mind was struggling to comprehend this. His worldview was collapsing. Hey, are you still selling? My uncle runs a mineral water company. How about I give you 10,000 for a bottle? Jiangnan, I'm coming for you. Jiangnan shot him a glare. Why are you being so persistent, kid? Indeed, the essence of humanity is to be a mere echo. Wu Liang exploded instantly. An echo? Have you ever seen such a robust echo? Oh, my little temper. Suddenly, with a rip, the black half-sleeve of Wu Liang's shirt burst open. A raw, primal energy enveloped him. Dark, glossy fur sprouted from his bare skin. He transformed, appearing more robust, resembling a half-man, half-bear creature, half-bear man. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The sight of such a beastly transformation was truly shocking. It was akin to a werewolf's metamorphosis. But while they turned into wolves, Wu Liang became a bear to this moment. Jiangnan felt a tinge of curiosity. Xia Yao's ability is beast transformation, specifically into a wolf. What would she look like when she transforms? Anticipation rising, Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Shall we proceed? With that, he strode toward a dark alley nearby. Wu Liang bared his sharp fangs, flexed his bare paw. Humph, at least you're perceptive. Zheng Wei and the two young ladies looked on with concern. Brother, how about I? Jiangnan waved his hand dismissively without looking back. Just keep an eye on the stall for me. The girl with the bun exclaimed. Oh no, I think I'm mesmerized by his charm. What should I do about my crush on Buzz Cuts? Waiting online. Urgently. Zheng Wei, somewhat worried, remarked. The spatial system is rather fragile in its early stages, and that black bear is quite formidable. The young lady scoffed. Huff. What do you know? With looks, we shall prevail. Zheng Wei. Jiangnan's decision to abandon his advantage of standing on the stall was not an act of recklessness. Rather, he sought to gauge his current capabilities. This Wu Liang, with his bronze-level 3-star prowess, would suffice as a worthy opponent. In the alley, Wu Liang grinned menacingly. I've longed to test you. Rest assured, I won't let your demise be too tragic. What awaited him was a flying red brick. With a resounding thud, the brick smashed into his bare face, shattering upon impact. Aw! Wu Liang let out a roar, closing the distance to Jiangnan in 2 strides. His bare paw clenched into a fist, crashing down with a fierce whoosh. Boom! The wall erupted with cracks resembling a spider's web. A tremendous force shook the streetlights violently. Wu Liang was momentarily taken aback. Where was the figure of Jiangnan before him? In the blink of an eye, Jiangnan had silently appeared behind Wu Liang. With a brick in hand, he struck down fiercely upon Wu Liang's nape. Did this young master not master the art of the dull brick through rigorous practice? The brick shattered, leaving Wu Liang dazed. As he turned to retaliate with a punch, a fierce wind rushed at him. Jiangnan astonishingly caught it with both hands. Leveraging this force to execute a powerful shoulder throw, Wu Liang's beastly form was hurled away, crashing into a streetlight, then slamming against a wall, before he could regain his senses. Bricks, resembling cannonballs, were already flying toward him. Bald Chong and Scarface were left dumbfounded. What the hell? While others wield flying daggers, needles, and pebbles, here you are with flying bricks. Unbelievable. Wu Liang bellowed madly, rising to attack again. His fists descending like projectiles. Yet, he couldn't even graze the hem of Jiangnan's garment. The elusive teleportation was truly terrifying. At that moment, Wu Liang realized the extent of Jiangnan's prowess. His strength was formidable, his combat awareness impeccable, his movements were fluid and devoid of hesitation. After 3 years of tailing in high school, how could he be so strong? Wu Liang understood that without unleashing his true power, he might not be able to handle this. With a ferocious roar, he underwent another beast transformation. His clothes ripped apart. He morphed into a towering black bear nearly 4 meters tall. His eyes glinted with ferocity, exuding an oppressive aura that was nothing short of terrifying. However, when faced with the bear paw descending upon him, Jiangnan found himself momentarily stunned. Not for any other reason, but how could this beast transformation come with such a wardrobe malfunction? Aren't you the least bit embarrassed, brother? Have some dignity. Why not wear a pair of shorts? Don't you have any sense of modesty? This image was indelibly etched in Jiangnan's mind. It was nothing short of mental pollution. Little did Jiangnan know, Wu Liang didn't wish to fight in the nude. It was simply that there were no shorts large enough for him. How could a normal 2-meter giant transform into a 4-meter black bear? No shorts could withstand that. Typically, he wouldn't dare to fully beastify at school. Today, he was out of options. As a paw came crashing down, Wu Liang created a huge hole in the courtyard wall. Jiangnan teleported next to the fallen streetlight, picked up the lamppost, and leveled it before him. Skill triggered. Long spear, LV0. Skill points added, 100. Skill long spear, proficient, LV0. Countless images flooded Jiangnan's mind. As if he had been immersed in them for decades, he immediately executed a splendid gun flourish, launching a fierce strike toward Wu Liang with the lamppost like an iron bridge crossing a river. The sound of the wind slicing through the air was deafening. Come on, Great Bear. In the past, there was Wu Song slaying a tiger. Today, there is Jiangnan battling a black bear. Chapter 25. What kind of competitor is this? The streetlight spear, accompanied by a piercing sound, struck Wu Liang with tremendous force. Bang! Wu Liang felt as though he had been hit by a truck. His nearly 800-pound beast form was sent flying. He struggled to catch his breath, gritting his teeth in pain. Just as he was about to rise for another clash, he witnessed Jiangnan's breathtaking maneuvers. The lamppost in Jiangnan's hand seemed alive. Strikes, smashes, thrusts, and feints. Each move was a dazzling display, leaving Wu Liang howling in agony. He was utterly defenseless. Bald Chong and Scarface stood in stunned silence. Jiangnan's movements were a visual delight, brimming with a primal sense of power, comparable to that of a master marksman. The two individuals could hardly contain their desire to applaud Jiangnan. Smack! The streetlight, wielded like a spear, struck Wu Liang's bear-like face with tremendous force. His massive frame stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Jiangnan gazed in astonishment at the bent streetlight in his grasp, marveling at Wu Liang's formidable defensive capabilities in his beastly form. Even in such a state, he struggled to rise. Jiangnan, however, would not grant him that opportunity. In a flash, he teleported atop Wu Liang, mercilessly bringing down the brick in his hand. As for why he didn't use his fists, Jiangnan found them too painful. After shattering around 20 red bricks, Wu Liang finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiangnan, slightly panting, cursed, "Damn it." He then flashed a radiant smile towards the bald-headed Chong and the scar-faced man. Both shuddered involuntarily, their faces etched with fear. "No, Brother Nan, let me handle this." With that, the scar-faced man charged fiercely into a nearby streetlight. The sharp sound of impact resonated, the streetlight swaying precariously, and the scar-faced man promptly collapsed. Chang's eyelids twitched. Scar-brother is indeed a seasoned player. With a fierce expression, he hurled himself against a nearby concrete wall. "Oh, damn." Bloodied and in pain, Bald Chong cursed vehemently, showing no signs of fainting. As he watched Jiangnan approach step by step, a sense of panic gripped his heart. He lifted his head to strike again. Bang. Bloodied, Bald Chong still did not lose consciousness. Strike again. Bang. Still conscious. Was he simply not exerting enough force? Meanwhile, the scar-faced man, lying on the ground, secretly opened his eyes, bemused by Bald Chong's frantic attempts to knock himself out against the wall. This fellow surely must be a fool. This little brother is not worth keeping. When Jiangnan finally stood before him, Bald Chong had yet to knock himself out, looking pitifully at Jiangnan. "Brother Nan, could you lend me a hand?" Jiangnan, with a darkened expression, delivered a resounding slap. Bald Chong fell to the ground in a heap. This time, he should be out cold. Turning his gaze towards the unconscious Wu Liang, he instinctively glanced at his waist and abdomen. Beastly transformation, truly formidable. Alas, I might as well show some compassion. What can I say? I have a kind heart. With that, he opened a portal to an alternate dimension and tossed a pair of underwear over. Returning to the stall, Zhang Wei was utterly astonished. He had just witnessed the entire alleyway battle, and Jiangnan's marksmanship had genuinely shocked him. "Brother Nan, are you taking disciples? The kind that is fabulously wealthy?" Jiangnan. Those two young ladies now had stars in their eyes. The recent battle had been utterly mesmerizing. The fluidity of the marksmanship combined with the elusive teleportation was simply breathtaking. "Hey, brother, how about a disciple who is light and easy to topple? Whether a lowly or a mature woman. I want it. I want to learn that flying brick technique. So cool." Jiangnan was left speechless. "You're in college, and I'm still in high school. Are you sure you want to take a junior as your master?" Zhang Wei's eyes nearly popped out. "You're in high school," the young lady exclaimed. "What the heck? Coughed out, maintain your image. Such a fierce high schooler, and in the space department. How could I not have heard of you?" Zhang Wei insisted. "Stop pretending. Those like you prefer to remain low-key. You must hail from an ancient martial arts family." The young lady chimed in. "Indeed, just look at the aura of this young man. Even his buzz cut is so stylish. Alas, I have succumbed to the allure of others, yearning to learn the art of levitating bricks." Jiangnan sighed deeply. Indeed, the most formidable adversary is the one conjured by the imagination. A visage of striking beauty accompanied by melodious words that he solemnly declared, "I must reveal my true identity. I am but a traveler from the Centaurus galaxy." Having initiated the resurgence of spiritual energy 2 decades ago, burdened with the monumental task of saving Earth. From Zhang Wei, anger level 999. From Yuan, anger level 666. From Su Jingru, anger level 765. Oh dear, do not depart, esteemed disciples. As Jiangnan returned home, he encountered yet another wave of 10 consecutive draws, with the majority of contributors being Luo Tianxiang and Wu Liang. Gazing at the 10 bundles of spiritual energy chives, Jiangnan felt a profound sense of nostalgia. It hardly seemed possible that just 2 days had elapsed since he last saw his beloved classmates. Thus, he opened his social media feed. From Li Xiang's post, "Those more accomplished than I continue to strive. What excuse do I have to refrain from diligence?" Image, a tightly clenched fist. Below, over 50 likes accompanied by various motivational comments. Jiangnan chuckled heartily, his fingers flying across the screen that he replied, "Nanshan, if those more accomplished than you are still striving, what use is your effort?" From Li Xiang, anger level 999. "Ah, how delightful." From Li Mayan's post, "I spent the entire weekend confined at home training, utterly exhausted. Yet, I am pleased to have broken through to Black Iron 10 stars. Hard work does indeed pay off." Below, 30+ likes, and numerous encouraging and envious replies. Nanshan, dogs are not nearly as weary as you imagine. Below, replies. Ha! Wow. Nanshan makes an excellent point. Limayan. Upon reflection, it is true, my pet dog does little beyond eating, sleeping, and playing. Why then does it provoke such irritation? From Limayan. Anger level 666. From Lu Wuqian's post. Why do I always retch while brushing my teeth in the morning? Could it be due to excessive smoking? Below, replies. Yes, I experience the same. Perhaps chronic pharyngitis. Smoke less. I retch while brushing too. Nanshan. What does smoking have to do with it? Tomorrow morning, do not brush your teeth in front of a mirror. You shall surely not retch. So, it is the mirror that incites nausea. Your reasoning is astoundingly sound. From Lu Wuqian. Anger level 999. Having scrolled through a multitude of posts, Jiangnan's anger level was nearly sufficient for another round of 10 consecutive draws. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He had seemingly discovered a new realm. Just as he prepared for a grand endeavor, he realized that no one had posted anything. The disgruntled classmates dared not share their thoughts. Fearing retaliation. Humph. You choose silence. I shall take it upon myself to post. From Nanshan's social media. Huh. It is simply thus. It is midnight, and not a single soul has wished me a happy birthday. Upon clicking to view the full text, Jiangnan's classmates were momentarily taken aback. Today marks Jiangnan's birthday. His recent antics were aimed at garnering their attention, to elevate his presence and see if anyone remembered his special day. How pitiable, indeed. Consequently, the comments flooded in. Nanshan, happy birthday. Congratulations on your day of emergence. Although you urged me to change my shorts, you still saved my life. Joy, joy. Ingxiua. Xiaonan, you still have me, but today is not your birthday. Is it? The classmates were momentarily stunned upon seeing this reply. Thus, they clicked to read more. Perhaps today is not my birthday after all. If it's not your birthday, why the hell are you feeling sentimental? Can you be any more ridiculous? You're wasting our emotions. What kind of player are you? From Wang Bei's grievance value 666. From Seeking a 5-star review. Chapter 26. Nanshan is a good person. Jiangnan, from behind the screen, let out a mischievous chuckle. It was quite unsettling to hear. Looking at Zhong Yingshue's reply, although exposed, a warm current still flowed through his heart. It feels wonderful to be remembered by someone. However, the adorably naive expression on Shue's face was simply too endearing. He initially intended to stir up some excitement in the class group. Yet, after being force-fed a dose of poisonous chicken soup by Jiangnan on social media, he found himself unable to muster any enthusiasm. As he observed the fluctuating grievance value refresh list, Jiangnan slowly drifted into slumber. Unfortunately, the other residents were not as fortunate. Wang Cai's blissful canine existence continued. As night fell, it became a passionate battle, filled with howls and cries. Countless villagers lay in bed cursing in the middle of the night. Since they couldn't sleep anyway, they might as well make some babies. Under the warm rays of sunlight, Wu Liang suddenly awoke. At this moment, he had reverted to his human form, albeit with a bruised and battered appearance. He was utterly devoid of any belongings, alone and unadorned. Such was his plight. As Wu Liang opened his eyes, he was momentarily blinded by the flash of cameras. A crowd had gathered at the alley's entrance. My goodness, today's youth are truly audacious. This young man has quite the physique, an elderly lady remarked. Slurp hee. Could it be that he was thrown into the Buddha's wall? The elderly women displayed predatory gazes. The young girls shyly covered their eyes. Yet couldn't he resist peeking through their fingers. Wu Liang's head buzzed. It was then that he slowly recalled the events of yesterday. He hurriedly searched around, only to find that Bald Chong and Scarface had long vanished. What on earth? Now he found himself without a single piece of clothing. Unable to bear the gaze of the elderly and young ladies any longer, he wished he could just disappear into the ground. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a pair of shorts draped across his chest. Was this left for me by Nanshan? To repay kindness with kindness. What a good person. Wu Liang felt a surge of emotion. Bald Chong and Scarface had fled, that he was left with nothing. And yet, in the end, it was Nanshan who had left him a pair of shorts. Although they were Pikachu-themed briefs, at least they were shorts. Filled with gratitude, Wu Liang slipped into the shorts. Surprisingly, they felt somewhat comfortable. It was a sensation he'd never experienced with boxers. On this very day, Wu Liang transitioned from boxers to briefs. The onlookers' gazes towards Wu Liang suddenly turned to fear. They quickly parted to give him a path. The camera flashes went into a frenzy, turning the narrow alley into a star-studded boulevard. Wu Liang confidently strode out of the alley, reflecting on the battle from the previous day. A grave expression clouded his face that he could hardly fathom that the individual labeled as a waste, Jiangnan, possessed such formidable strength, that marksmanship, the hand-to-hand combat skills, and the flying bricks. Just the thought of it stirred a surge of adrenaline within Wu Liang. Indeed, subtlety is the most impressive form of ostentation. What he yearned for most at this moment was to seek out Jiangnan. In the morning, Jiangnan arrived at the classroom as usual. An eerie silence enveloped the room for a brief moment. The toxic rhetoric from the previous night was indeed suffocating. Consequently, as soon as Jiangnan entered the classroom, the grievances began to refresh on the list. Li Xiang still could not forget that double-barreled incident. And as for Li Muyin, heartbroken. During the morning self-study session, Lu Quanwu was sprawled over his desk, engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, he erupted in laughter, having stumbled upon something amusing. Not long after, Jiangnan's phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he discovered that Lu Quanwu had shared a Weibo post in their class group. Is this Wu Liang from class 2? Huh. I'm laughing so hard. This guy is openly debuting? And Pikachu, is there any need to be this kawaii? Ha! Wu Liang's physique is absolutely explosive. My heavens, are those muscles for real? I'm in love. You love him, but he doesn't love you. Ha ha ha. Curious, Jiangnan clicked on the post, only to be met with a shocking sight. The headline read, "Shocking, a muscular man spotted at the pedestrian street morning market. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline?" Accompanied by a grid of images. The images displayed Wu Liang, clad only in a pair of shorts, boldly parading down the street. He exuded an aura of confidence. The comments section erupted that I admire this brother's courage. Thumbs up for Pikachu. This morning, I saw him at a roadside stall for breakfast. I'm sorry, but I spat out my tofu pudding. Refund my breakfast money. The swordsmanship boy band. Brother, the family welcomes you. Mention, Jiangnan's night market shorts are on sale, 2 for $10, same style. Jiangnan, trembling, exited Weibo, covering his face with his hand. Last night, he had casually tossed a pair of shorts to Wu Liang. Little did he expect it to be so sensational. Wu Liang actually wore them. Thus, he took the opportunity to promote the shorts. Indeed, this move was not in vain. As class commenced, the teacher rapped the blackboard and announced, with the finals approaching, "As a member of the Spirit Martial class, our practical test will take place at the Heavenly Pool of Chabai Mountain. I hope everyone organizes their teams in advance and makes ample preparations. The spiritual pearls obtained in the mystical realm will belong to you. It would be splendid to acquire pearls containing spiritual techniques. The top 10 in the grade will be rewarded with star pearls imbued with spiritual techniques. And to prepare for college entrance exams. This time, the duration in the mystical realm will extend from the previous 7 days to half a month. Students, brace yourselves mentally. Team compositions are not limited to class members. Ideally, it should include 1 shield warrior, 1 magic user, 1 melee fighter, and 1 crowd controller." Instantly, the classroom buzzed with discussions. TSK, 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 the Heavenly Pool of Chabai Mountain, a place that evokes both love and hate. Our school is lagging behind. The Spirit Martial High School in Songjiang has already implemented team modes in their first year, while we are merely left to fend for ourselves. Let us not dwell on that. Let us consider the matter of forming teams. Hee. I still prefer to be with last year's old team members. We share a tacit understanding. Jiangnan listened quietly, yet his thoughts were occupied with the matter of spirit techniques. Among the low-tier spirit beasts in the spirit ruins, it is rare to find one that possesses spirit techniques. Even when such beasts are encountered, it is exceedingly difficult to find one that corresponds to one's own attributes. Spirit warriors can only absorb spirit techniques that align with their respective extraordinary abilities. With each level gained, one can absorb a single spirit technique. For instance, Jiangnan, being at the Black Iron level, can only absorb 1 spirit technique, and it must be of the spatial attribute. Although Huaxia is vast and rich in resources, and the spirit ruins are countless, spatial spirit beasts are exceedingly scarce. And the associations enforce strict control. Jiangnan is unable to obtain any. The only technique he knows, teleportation, is innate to him. While there are other prodigies who have independently comprehended extraordinary abilities and their applications, Jiangnan is not among them. However, he is not overly concerned, as very few peers have absorbed spirit techniques. After all, Jiangxing No. 1 High School is not a legitimate institution for cultivating spirit warriors. Yet, Jiangnan is unaware that this year's top 10 rewards include spirit orbs that possess spirit techniques, which might just grant him a spatial attribute 1. Chapter 27. How dare you speak to my elder brother like that? A clamor erupted in the classroom. Some were busy contacting old teammates, while others discussed the spirit beasts within the heavenly pool spirit ruins. Only Jiangnan sat quietly by the window. Why doesn't Ninshin seek out his teammates? Li Xiang scoffed. Is he not incredibly strong? With dual awakenings, does he even need teammates? Lu Chuanwu chuckled. Indeed, our Nanshin is someone who can obliterate test machines with a single punch. Surely he doesn't think the spirit beasts in the ruins will be as foolish as the test machines, standing idly by for him to strike. Haha. In fact, Nanshin has never even set foot in the spirit ruins. But fear not, he has teleportation at his disposal. When it comes to escape, he is unparalleled. Survival is assured. Haha. Don't even mention slaying spirit beasts. Nanshin probably hasn't even killed a chicken before. No matter how long, a waste is still a waste. Dual awakenings? Hot, what a joke. With such conditions, that fool will be a burden, not a teammate. Listening to the barrage of cold remarks, Jiangnan stretched lazily, pondering whether he should accrue some resentment points. The team roster is to be submitted in the afternoon. Jiangnan had no intention of seeking out teammates, with teleportation, enhanced strength, and several skill points at his disposal. Jiangnan was confident he could break through. From the very beginning, his aim was to secure the top position for the academic year. His classmates were eagerly awaiting Jiangnan's misfortune. Just then, the classroom door was kicked open. Wu Liang, clad in his school uniform and bearing a bruised visage, stormed in, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Where's Jiangnan? Eyes scanning the room. They fell upon Jiangnan sitting at the window, who grinned widely. This smile sent shivers down the spines of the classmates in the classroom. Oh no. Ninshin is likely about to get beaten up. How has he offended this harbinger of calamity? Is he really that formidable? His father is the largest second-hand car dealer in the north. Yes, that you understand the business of second-hand cars. People on the streets of Jiangxing must address Wu Liang as young Master Wu. Clearly, a splendid spectacle is about to unfold, and with Wu Liang's fierce demeanor, there is no escape. Li Xiang, Lu Chuanwu, and the others could not help but display gleeful smiles. As for stepping in to help, don't be ridiculous. Just not joining the fray already shows them great respect. Wu Liang strode purposefully towards Jiangnan, his expression grave as he declared, Nanshin, let me be your elder brother. I wish to learn from you. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiang and the others nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. Learn skills? Acknowledging an elder brother? Hadn't he come to confront Jiangnan? It seemed he had come to seek a mentor instead. Had his mind been muddled? What skills could Jiangnan possibly possess? Jiangnan scoffed. You are hardly a paragon yourself. Li Muyin was taken aback, as if he had never truly known Jiangnan. How could he speak so defiantly to someone with Wu Liang's fearsome reputation? Was he courting death? Wu Liang shook his head, stating, I have clarified the matter. The incident at the barbecue stall was the fault of the bald men. I have already seen to it that they were dealt with. Such occurrences shall never transpire again. Last night, I was the fool. My elder brother was justified in his actions. I accept that. Lu Quanwu was left in a state of confusion. And all the students stood dumbfounded, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. What had transpired? Had the two of them truly fought last night? Wu Liang had been so thoroughly beaten this morning. Was it Jiangnan's doing? Aside from his considerable strength and ability to teleport, what else could he do? Wu Liang's prowess was renowned throughout the school, a formidable fighter. Yet now, he bore the marks of defeat, while Jiangnan appeared unscathed. But the scene before them confirmed that it was indeed reality. Jiangnan flashed a radiant smile. You are quite resilient. In the Tianqi Ling Su, can you assist me in enduring damage? Wu Liang's eyes brightened as he thumped his chest, proclaiming, leave it to me. As long as I, Wu Liang, remain standing, you shall not be harmed. Jiangnan paused in contemplation for a moment before cheerfully patting Wu Liang on the shoulder. Stick with me. Our team is in need of a shield. Wu Liang was slightly bewildered. What team? Wasn't Jiangnan a lone wolf? Unbeknownst to him, Jiangnan referred to a team that did not reside within Jiaqing No. One high school, but rather in Songjiang Lingwu. Li Xiang, unable to contain himself, interjected, Wu Liang, think carefully. The Ling Su is fraught with danger. Accompanying Jiangnan, a deadweight, will make achieving good results exceedingly difficult. How could Li Xiang allow Jiangnan to join a strong team? The tail of the crane ought to maintain its position. Suddenly, Wu Liang pivoted sharply. With a ripping sound, his school uniform was violently torn apart by his iron-like muscles, his eyes blazing crimson, fangs elongating. He seized Li Xiang by the collar, exclaiming, You, mind your language. How dare you speak to my elder brother like that? Li Xiang gasped for breath, confronted by Wu Liang's fierce gaze. cold sweat instantly pouring down his face. I was merely suggesting. Wu Liang glared. Do you have any business meddling in my affairs? Just as he was about to strike, Jiangnan delivered a swift kick to Wu Liang's backside, saying, all right. Do you truly have an affinity for discarding your outer garments? Does the school uniform cost nothing? Wu Liang's actions were indeed a bit taxing on his clothing. He tossed Li Xiang aside, sending him crashing onto the podium, chalk scattering everywhere. I will heed your words. Li Xiang sat on the ground, his expression dark and resentful, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Yet, faced with Wu Liang, he found himself unable to act defiantly. The classmates gulped in disbelief. How had Wu Liang come to recognize that underachiever, Jiangnan, as his elder brother? Moments earlier, Jiangnan had kicked him, and yet Wu Liang not only bore no anger but appeared entirely submissive. The glances directed at Jiangnan had transformed entirely. At that moment, a long-haired beauty clad in an ultra-short skirt stealthily crouched by the classroom door. Upon seeing Wu Liang, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Wu Ge, would you like to team up with me? My teammates from last year have all abandoned me. Wu Liang turned to Jiangnan and said, this is my deskmate, Tang Qinya, a black iron 9-star with element ability user. Just look. Jiangnan was taken aback. Is there a breeze in the corridor? Wasn't she the girl he encountered in the hallway that day? Tang Qinya looked at Wu Liang, seeking Jiangnan's opinion, also wearing a face of astonishment. Why would Wu Liang consult Jiangnan? Upon hearing Jiangnan speak, Tang Qianya's face flushed crimson, and she retorted angrily, there is no wind in the corridor today. From Tang Qianya, grievance points 663. Jiangnan chuckled. This girl was rather endearing. All right, no problem. Wu Liang nodded with a smile, bending down to pick up his burst-open school uniform and swaggering out of the classroom. However, Jiangnan's body stiffened slightly. Just as Wu Liang bent down, he clearly caught sight of a yellow hair tie at the small of his back. Brother, are you serious? You're still wearing that, huh? Have you awakened some peculiar attributes? Jiangnan shivered involuntarily, feeling a tinge of regret for his earlier decision. Li Xiang, with a sullen expression, stood up and approached Jiangnan coldly, saying, once you enter the heavenly pool spirit ruins, you will understand my prowess. Jiangnan shrugged. I truly do not comprehend the source of your superiority complex. The heavenly pool spirit ruins. I am quite looking forward to it. Chapter 28. Jiangnan mentioned that all his teammates were classmates. He did not wish to be overly harsh. However, since Li Xiang had persistently sought trouble, Jiangnan felt it was time to teach him a lesson. Upon entering the cafeteria at noon, Jiangnan immediately spotted a burly man standing up and calling out, Nango, over here. The loud voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Goodness, did I hear that correctly? The formidable Wu Liang just referred to Jiangnan as Nango? You have no idea. He went to class 1 this morning and now acknowledges Jiangnan as his big brother. No way. Have you seen the trending topic on Weibo? This morning, Wu Liang was wearing that Pikachu costume. And now he's so close to Jiangnan. Although Jiangnan may be a bit rough around the edges, he is rather handsome. Could they possibly be? The few exchanged glances, bewildered. Nearby, the fangirl's eyes sparkled as they whispered, Tsk histe. Jiangnan is resorting to any means necessary for his final exam scores, even selling his soul. As Jiangnan walked past, overhearing the hushed conversations, his expression darkened considerably. Why are they all so fixated on nonsense instead of studying properly? Selling one's soul. If souls were worth money, Jiangnan would have sold his long ago. With a scowl, he approached Wu Liang, who had kindly prepared a meal for him. What's wrong? Nango, has someone offended you? If you need help dealing with them, just let me know. I'll help you teach them a lesson. Jiangnan wore a troubled expression. Big guy, how are your studies? Wu Liang was taken aback, his face brimming with confidence. Every exam, I demonstrate my prowess to everyone. There are so many of us in our academic year. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan nearly toppled face-first into his bowl. So, you're telling me that he consistently comes in last? With a darkened face, Jiangnan replied, for this final exam, I expect you to place 3rd in the cultural subjects. Do you understand? Wu Liang pounded his chest and declared, 3rd from the bottom? No problem. Jiangnan interjected. It's actually the 3rd from the top. Wu Liang stared with wide eyes. Brother Nan, have you lost your mind? Even if you stuff books into my head, I still can't manage 3rd place. Jiangnan rolled his eyes and retorted, your entire body may be muscle, but is your brain also just muscle? You must aim for the top 3. Otherwise, don't even think about sticking with me. Wu Liang looked aggrieved. Why? Jiangnan pressed on. Have you ever considered your future? If you continue like this, will you just go back to inherit the family business and become a local tyrant? Is that all there is to your life? The world is so magnificent. I want to reach greater heights and see more. The higher, the better. The question is, can you keep up? Wu Liang fell silent. Realizing that Jiangnan genuinely cared for him, Jiangnan murmured, "Top 3 in the grade, and I will take you to Songjiang Lingwu." Wu Liang was taken aback, finally understanding Jiangnan's intentions and the profound meaning behind "stick with me." Bang! Wu Liang's face flushed as he slammed his palm on the dining table. Without uttering another word, he declared, "Let's do this." The sudden loud noise plunged the cafeteria into silence. Jiangnan stared at his food bowl, now splattered. "Brother, do I really have to be this passionate? I haven't even taken a bite yet." Beside him, Tang Qinya timidly offered, "I can help tutor Wu Gu in his studies." Wu Liang looked touched. "I'll be relying on you this time. If all else fails, I'll seek out each person one by one. Whoever dares to score higher than me, I'll take them down." Jiangnan replied, "Brother, with your current last place skills, do you really think you can take down everyone in the entire grade? That's quite the undertaking." After finishing their meal, Wu Liang entered study mode like a storm. His eyes were fixed, as if he could will the books to submission. Jiangnan felt a sense of satisfaction. There was a reason he sought out Wu Liang. Firstly, this guy could really take a beating and was exceptionally gifted. Moreover, he was honest and straightforward, without ulterior motives. Through their sparring sessions, one could truly see the resilience of his spirit. No matter how many times he was knocked down, he always tried to rise again. This trait was commendable, and that declaration, "As long as I, Wu Liang, still stand, I will never let you get hurt," was precisely why Jiangnan chose him. Upon returning to class, during the lunch break, the school began announcing the team lists over the loudspeaker. A gentle female voice resonated, "Team Starry Ocean. Members, Wang Mengfan, Li Jinlong, Lu Yang, Su Yang. Team Supreme. Members, Team No Madness, No Survival. Members, Team Prosperity, Democracy, Friendship, and Harmony. Members, Jiangxing Yanga Team. Members, .1 GIO, I'm in GIO. GIO. Team." The announcer had begun to stumble over her words, struggling to pronounce the names. How difficult is this? With Pinyin included, she couldn't help but complain internally. What bizarre team names are these? Teacher, Principal. As she gazed at the lengthy list below, her head throbbed, finally spotting a somewhat normal team name. Team Striving for First. Members, Li Xiang, Li Mayan, Lu Chuanwu, Ling Feng. The announcement of this team sparked a flurry of discussions. They were undoubtedly the seed team. 2 formidable mages. One specializes in close combat, while the other excels in shield warfare. Their output is off the charts. Li Xiang is merely a bronze 3-star before the final exams. Li Mu Yin will undoubtedly be bronze 2. 2 bronze mages. TSK. Ling Feng is remarkably swift. Lu Quanwu, transformed into a rhinoceros beast, also serves as an impenetrable tank. Invincible. Victory is assured. Li Xiang, seated in the front row of the class, turned back to provocatively glance at Jiangnan. Li Mu Yin wore a cold smile. This time, during the final exams, they must reclaim their honor. After reciting the names of the 2 teams, the voice of the announcer suddenly stuttered. With a voice full of resentment, she announced, "Jiangnan's team. Members, Jiangnan, Wu Liang, Tang Qinya." From Zhang Hong's resentment value, 999. What did Jiangnan say that made it so? What does it matter what he said? It's just right. Ha ha ha. What a flamboyant team name. There is no name more flamboyant. Only the most flamboyant. Wu Liang, sitting in class, gave a thumbs up. Brother Nan is indeed Brother Nan. So cultured. Beside him, Tang Qinya covered her face. "No way. This is too embarrassing." Lu Quanwu scoffed. TSK. One Wu Liang with 2 dead weights. "Impressive, very impressive. I was wondering why there were only 3 of you. If a 4th Wu Liang came." Bang! Before Lu Quanwu could finish, Jiangnan interjected. "If you dare utter another word, do you believe I won't take action against you right now?" With that, Jiangnan lifted a bench and stood up, still wearing a radiant smile on his face. He even reached into an alternate dimension to pull out a brick. The classmates were all taken aback. The usually docile Jiangnan actually retaliated. Lu Quanwu's expression turned extremely grim. Just then, the teacher walked in. "Jiangnan, what do you need that brick for?" "I don't have a ruler for drawing lines, so I'm using a brick." From the teacher's resentment value 666. Chapter 29. The beauty of the era saying this. Jiangnan indeed used the brick to draw a line. Li Xiang, and Li Muyin looked rather displeased. Just let you have your moment in the spotlight. When we reach the heavenly pool, Jiangnan will shine. After school, on the way home, they passed by a barbecue stall and discovered it bustling with business. Numerous young men were stationed at the stall, and a scar-faced man was enthusiastically helping to serve plates. What in the world? Upon seeing Jiangnan, everyone bowed in unison and exclaimed, "Brother Nan." Hello. In an instant, whether they were dining or strolling, all eyes were fixated on Jiangnan. Jiangnan, that Aunt Zhou greeted warmly. Little Nan is here. Yu Qing, quickly greet him. Jiangnan looked on in confusion. Who are these people? Aunt Zhou sighed. Don't even ask. They came over in the afternoon, insisting on helping. If I refused, they threatened to kneel. I had no choice but to comply. Look at little Nan. Jiangnan glanced at the scar-faced man. He flinched and gave a shy smile. Well, this must be Wu Liang's doing. No worries, Aunt Zhou. Just treat them as your own workers. If any of them misbehave, give me a call. This area is quite chaotic. With them around, it can help maintain order. Aunt Zhou, I feel so embarrassed. Zhou Yuqing, with a flushed face, added, It's too much for so many people. Thank you, brother Jiangnan. Jiangnan affectionately patted her head. No one has been bullying you lately, right? Zhou Yuqing smiled sweetly and replied, Not at all. They are all very kind. Jiangnan chuckled mischievously. Let us see if anyone dares to be unkind. As they walked home and passed by Grandpa Wang's house, Jiangnan curiously peered into the yard. He discovered Wang Kai listlessly lying in front of its doghouse. The poor dog had visibly lost weight. Outside the doghouse, several little female dogs were lined up. Among them, Guogua from Aunt Zhou's house was wagging its tail excitedly, barking a few times. Wang Kai weakly responded. Wang then Guogua grabbed Wang Sai's tail in its mouth, pulling it into the doghouse. Wang Sai's expression was one of utter despair. Before long, Guogua emerged, looking unsatisfied, wagging its little tail as it walked away. Just as Wang Kai, trembling on its legs, crawled out of the doghouse, a large wolf dog approached and dragged it back in. Wang Kai was utterly defenseless. Observing the 7 or 8 little female dogs still waiting in line, Jiangnan shivered involuntarily. Wang Kai, may fortune smile upon you. I can only assist you. So it seems the spiritual leak indeed has side effects. Leaving one physically drained. That must be the case. It's time to consider selling the spiritual leaks. Upon returning home, Jiangnan impulsively engaged in another round of 10 consecutive draws after 3 days of saving. His resentment value had reached over 310,000, and then 20 bundles of spiritual leaks appeared. Infuriated, Jiangnan cursed. Yet, the third attempt yielded results. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize. A pair of Haokai shorts. Congratulations, you've won a Shengshi Meiyin pill. Congratulations, you've won a Shengshi Meiyin pill. Thank you for your patronage. Jiangnan was taken aback. Not only had a new consolation prize emerged, but even legitimate rewards had materialized, 2 of them. No less. Contemplating the powerful effects of the washing marrow fruit, Jiangnan felt a flicker of excitement. He quickly examined the effects. Shengshi Meiyin pill. Effect. Upon consumption, it enhances one's appearance, granting you stunning beauty. Perfect and flawless. Jiangnan was stunned. He had anticipated receiving a spiritual pearl or an upgrade potion to enhance his strength. But what on earth was this Shengshi Meiyin pill? A cosmetic enhancement pill. What does that have to do with increasing strength? No, wait. Attractiveness is also a form of power, isn't it? The saying goes, with beauty comes victory. Relying on looks is indeed a skill. Jiangnan's eyes brightened. And with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, he sat before the mirror, touching his face. He was already handsome enough, and there was nothing he found unsatisfactory. Yet, he still took out a Shengshi Meiyin pill and swallowed it. It was sweet, reminiscent of the flavor of white rabbit candy. Then Jiangnan felt a tingling sensation on his face. A wave of worry washed over him. This wouldn't ruin my looks, would it? I want to explode on the spot. Well, the troublesome system had Jiangnan feeling quite anxious. Half an hour later, Jiangnan gazed incredulously at his reflection in the mirror, his starry eyebrows and sharp eyes, high-bridged nose, upturned lips, and a pair of dark eyes that seemed to hold the vastness of the universe were enough to steal any girl's heart. His skin was smooth and fair to an almost unnatural degree. The entire aura he exuded was one of carefree exuberance. Coupled with his striking buzz cut, a gentle smile from him would be like Cupid's arrow. No, wait. It is Cupid's Gatling, a weapon of widespread devastation. Its appearance remains largely unchanged, yet subtle modifications have led to such remarkable transformations. Jiangnan rubbed his face. Handsome. Incredibly handsome. He was not yet aware that one could possess such astonishing allure. A teenage assassin? A wealthy lady's little lapdog. With a face so strikingly charismatic, he could effortlessly overshadow any A-list male star in the entertainment industry. I am enamored. Jiangnan slowly clenched his fist, his expression resolute. It is time to procure a copy of How to Win the Affection of Wealthy Ladies. Subsequently, Jiangnan perused his new consolation prize, House Shorts. Function. Bug-level shorts. Capable of adapting to the wearer's physique. Jiangnan swallowed hard. In the movies, the Hulk's transformation burst his clothing. Yet the shorts remain intact regardless of the battle's ferocity. Do House Shorts possess the same extraordinary property? Truly remarkable. This is nothing short of a boon for beastly metamorphs and spirit warriors. As for side effects, why concern himself with that, as he wouldn't be the one wearing them? Let Wu Liang try them first. After all, that image still lingered vividly in Jiangnan's mind that a brief glance revealed a commendable selection of styles, both for men and women. At that moment, spiritual energy leaks also entered the system store. Available for 300 resentment points per bundle. Jiangnan. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was a video call from Lang Mia. Jiangnan pressed the answer button. On the screen, Xiaoye was joyfully linking arms with Zhong Yingxue. The surroundings appeared quite noisy, resembling a bustling street. Xiaonan, come out for dinner. Xue is treating us today because she's in a good mood. Zhong Yingxue added with a gentle smile. What would you like to eat today? Xiaonan. Upon seeing the two stunning beauties, Jiangnan's spirits instantly lifted. Where are you two? I'll head over right away. However, Xiaoye pouted. Xiaonan, a big man like you is using beauty filters on video. You must have it set to level 10 by now. Turn it off. You're blinding me with your handsomeness. Jiangnan. I didn't activate it. Still denying it. Xue, are today's beauty filters really this terrifying? Zhong Yingxue rolled her eyes. Disregarding Xiaoye's remarks, we're waiting for you at Century Square. Jiangnan. All right. I'm on my way. After ending the video call, Jiangnan wore an expression of helplessness. This is quite unjust. Beauty filters. My charm is naturally radiant. Thank you very much. Chapter 30. The sudden explosion. Jiangnan was just preparing to head out to dine with Xiaoye and Zhong Yingxue, while on the other side, Wu Liang was buried in his studies. Neglecting dinner entirely. Wu's father, shirtless and in slippers, entered Wu Liang's room. Son, come eat something. Your mother just cooked. Before he could finish, he noticed Wu Liang hunched over the desk, nearly causing his eyes to pop out. What on earth are you doing? Surely, he must be doodling in his textbooks, as students are wont to do. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, What the hell? You're actually doing exercises. Son, are you insane? You're genuinely studying. A glance at the desk revealed a stack of thick reference books. 3 years of college entrance exams, 5 years of simulations. Wu Liang's expression darkened. Dad, please go eat your dinner. Don't disturb my studies. I aim to rank in the top 3 for this semester. Wu's father was taken aback, anxiously exclaiming, Top 3 in the grade? What about your promise to drop out of high school, dropping out, engaging in mischief, taking my place on the streets? Only then can I rest easy. Wu Liang, with a look of disdain, replied, I have no desire to lead such a smooth-sailing life. Concerned, Wu's father asked, Have you suffered some kind of setback? Tell me who it was. I'll send someone to. Wu Liang stood up and pushed him out, insisting, Dad, I want to study. Please don't disturb me. Standing outside the door, Wu's father wore a face full of existential doubt. Wife, does our son have some strange illness? Wu's mother responded, What is wrong with our son? He is actually studying, and aiming for the top 3 in his grade. With a frown, she scolded, I swear it's you who is unwell. Hurry over here for dinner. On the street, Jiangnan sported oversized shorts and casual sandals, paired with a short-sleeved shirt reminiscent of a magical girl. He was a spectacle to behold, attracting attention from all directions. From 80-year-old ladies to 13-year-old girls. Gasps filled the air. My heavens, this young man is so handsome. I can't tear my eyes away. He's stunning. Could he be a celebrity? Celebrities aren't even this good-looking. Quickly, someone snapped a picture, instantly becoming a fan. The buzz continued. His buzz cut suits him so well. I want to ask for his WeChat. Whispers filled the air, not just from the ladies, but even the men couldn't help but glance back at Jiangnan. Upon reaching Century Plaza, Jiangnan received requests for WeChat 17 times and 3 photo opportunities. Surely, he added them all. After all, WeChat moments are a vital source of envy. How could Jiangnan let that slip? Xiaonan, over here. Zhong Yingxue waved enthusiastically under a streetlight. Today, she donned a sky-blue dress paired with white sandals that showcased her delicate little feet. Her hair was styled into a simple yet elegant ponytail. Exuding grace and charm, Contrasting her, Xia Yao appeared more vibrant, dressed in a black strapless top, a white sun protection jacket, and eye-catching denim shorts that accentuated her long legs. The trio gathered, instantly capturing the attention of passers-by who turned to look. Xia Yao, with wide eyes, gazed at Jiangnan and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. My goodness, I thought you'd applied a beauty filter. It's only been a few days. How did you become this handsome? Have you been eating papaya? Jiangnan, glancing at Xia Yao's chest, retorted with a smirk, is your papaya for beauty? Have you eaten too much of it? Xia Yao grinned and playfully clawed at Jiangnan's face. From Xia Yao's envy value 333. Wow, your skin is so smooth and fair. Xia Yao admitted, a hint of envy in her tone. Tell me, how did you achieve this? Did you undergo surgery? Jiangnan replied earnestly, no, I simply washed my face. Xia Yao, with a look of disdain, let go, exclaiming, how long has it been since you washed your face? The change is so drastic. Who are you trying to fool? Zhang Yingshui chuckled, Xiaonan has great natural features. It's no wonder he is so handsome. Let us go eat hot pot. Jiangnan grinned, appreciating Yingshui's support. Yet, why did it sound a bit odd? Handsome by nature. Why are we suddenly talking about food? Isn't it just Monday? Zhang Yingshui smiled. Is it wrong to miss you? Xia Yao chuckled mischievously, saying, the one surnamed Luo has taken a 2-week leave. Finally, I won't be bothered at school. Xiao Shui must be thrilled. Jiangnan and Xia Yao exchanged a sly glance and high-fived each other. Zhang Yingshui looked on with suspicion. Why do I feel like you two are hiding something from me? Not at all. I swear on my conscience. Xia Yao placed her hand on her chest, while Jiangnan rolled her eyes. Give it up, Sister Xia Yao. You can't reach your conscience. It's too far away. As she spoke, she pulled a large white rabbit milk candy from her pocket and handed it to Zhang Yingshui. Here, have some candy. Save it for later. Zhang Yingshui stared at the candy in her hand, momentarily stunned, as memories flooded back like a tidal wave. I'll eat it at home, she replied with a smile. Yet Xia Yao reached out, exclaiming, what about mine? I want some candy too. Jiangnan scoffed. Disobedient children don't get candy. Xia Yao, irritated, lunged for her, executing an invincible chokehold that made Jiangnan roll her eyes dramatically. Are you giving it or not? Jiangnan replied, there is truly only one. I'll get you another next time, promise. She then whispered to Xia Yao, I found a shield battle. When I win first place, I'll bring it for you two to see. Xia Yao paused, then grinned. Win first place? You're so confident. Haven't you ever entered Lingshu? Jiangnan shrugged. With my looks, would the spirit beast dare to harm me? Bah. Shameless. Xia Yao retorted. Zhang Yingshui turned back, curious. What are you two whispering about? Xia Yao and Jiangnan shook their heads vigorously, resembling bobblehead dolls. Zhang Yingshui looked perplexed, about to inquire further when suddenly there was a thunderous explosion. A towering inferno lit up the night sky. Momentarily bright as day, the deafening sound shattered the glass of nearby buildings. A massive explosion erupted at the Walmart 2 blocks away, sending the crowd into a panic as they scrambled to evade the falling shards of glass. The flames raged fiercely, quickly engulfing 2 floors of the store. The sight of billowing black smoke was both shocking and ominous, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred debris. The trio exchanged glances, their eyes filled with terror. How could such a powerful explosion occur in a shopping mall? It was a chemical plant. Moreover, with so many civilians present during the peak of the night, the consequences of this incident could be dire. Jiangnan's expression turned grave. Let us go take a look. Zhang Yingshui and Xia Yao were equally solemn, while everyone else fled in panic or pulled out their phones to capture the moment. The 3 of them surged forward. As spiritual warriors, they possessed strengths beyond the ordinary. Faced with danger and uncertainty, they felt it was their responsibility to be at the forefront, ready to do whatever they could. Even if it was just a small act of help. Why is China so powerful? Even amidst the revival of spiritual energy, it remains the safest and most peaceful country in the world. This is precisely because each person harbors a sense of pride for their nation, a desire to serve their homeland. Socks and underwear, hair ties and clips, all at a bargain. 5-star reviews. Let us get those updates rolling. Sunflower seeds and tea will be served soon. Chapter 31. I have a plan. Zhang Yingshui and Xia Yao moved with astonishing speed, making it somewhat challenging for Jiangnan to keep up. From the onset of their first year in high school, Songjiang Lingwu had already embarked on a journey of cultivating teamwork, complemented by years of hunting spirit beasts in the Lingshu realm. Their practical experience was extraordinarily rich, and their synergy was unparalleled. A mere glance was sufficient for them to discern each other's thoughts. The disparity in their capabilities became evident at that moment. Just then, Jiangnan's attention was drawn to 3 figures clad in black suits, topped with dark jackets, weaving through the crowd with terrifying speed toward the shopping mall. Jiangnan instantly recognized them as soldiers. Possessing formidable strength, despite not being in uniform, their aura alone was telling. Shiwe, Sister Xiaya, be cautious. This situation is far from ordinary. It cannot merely be a regular fire. Zhongying Shiwen nodded affirmatively. This fire is the work of a fire-type awakener. And it's of a considerable level. At that moment, two fluffy ears suddenly sprang forth from Xia Yao's short silver hair. Wolf ears. The individual must still be within the mall. I sense several powerful presences. Jiangnan, however, was entirely oblivious to what Xia Yao was saying, his eyes sparkling as he fixated on the beast ears that had emerged from her head. Wow, isn't that adorably excessive? Is this what Xia Yao's beast transformation looks like? It can't be her complete form, can it? Then will the complete form resemble a wolf? Lost in thought, they had already arrived at the base of the mall, which was now surrounded, with the surrounding crowd having been evacuated. Several fire trucks were connected to hydrants, powerful jets of water shooting toward the building. Yet, they proved ineffective against the raging inferno, which was no ordinary fire. Numerous water-type spirit warriors were also present, attempting to extinguish the flames, but their efforts were akin to a drop in the ocean against the overwhelming blaze. What left Jiangnan perplexed was not only the presence of fire trucks but also bomb disposal vehicles and a military truck. Even a number of news crews had arrived for live coverage. At that moment, the flames were consuming the 4th and 5th floors and were steadily spreading to the 6th. A reporter on the scene addressed the camera. I am Hu Shuo, a reporter from the news station. The time is now 8:03 in the evening. A sudden fire has erupted at the Walmart in Jiangnan. We can see the ferocity of the flames. And the Jiangnan Fire Department is actively engaged in rescue efforts. Several well-meaning water-type spirit warriors are also bravely stepping in, yet the situation remains dire, due to the cramped conditions below the mall. Deploying air cushions was impossible, and many individuals remained trapped on the 6th floor. The scene then shifted to the 6th floor windows, where a mother, holding her child, could no longer endure the suffocating smoke and was preparing to jump. At that moment, firefighters were setting up a ladder for rescue, and personnel from the Spirit Warrior Association were en route. Zhang Yingshui appeared anxious. I am unafraid of the flames, but I cannot bring anyone down. Xia Yu was also in a frenzy, pacing in circles. The 6th floor is too high. I cannot jump that high. Jiangnan, with a grave expression, declared, I have a plan. Xiaonan, you. Before either could finish, Jiangnan pushed through the crowd to the front, but was immediately halted by the armed police. Young man, it's dangerous inside. Do not enter. Jiangnan urgently explained, I am a spirit warrior. I have a way to save them. The armed police hesitated briefly before responding. All right. First, please register over there. These are exceptional circumstances, and we must proceed with caution. Your understanding is appreciated. Please prioritize your safety. Register again. Gazing at the armored vehicle and military trucks, Jiangnan immediately sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Just as he was about to register the incident, a deafening explosion reverberated once more. A torrent of flames erupted from the windows, surging more than 10 meters into the air. Four figures leaped through the windows, astonishingly soaring onto the rooftop of the adjacent building, and then fled in a frenzied dash. Following closely, a figure clad in a black jacket leaped from the 6th floor of the shopping mall. With a resounding crash, she landed on a jeep, crushing it beneath her weight. The woman, wearing a beret and a scorched black jacket, swiftly wiped the soot-stained face and approached the military vehicle, yanking off the door and hurling it aside with abandon. After them, commanded Jiangnan, as the military vehicle roared to life, pursuing the direction in which the figures had fled. Meanwhile, several individuals in hidden black jackets quietly slipped away, hot on their trail. Jiangnan swallowed hard. This woman was excessively violent. What kind of monstrous physical prowess was this? Just as the crowd began to recover from their series of astonishments, the woman, standing precariously on the 6th floor, lost her balance due to the overwhelming flames and fell. Clutching her child, gasps of horror rippled through the crowd. Even the journalist, Hu Shuo, was taken aback. Someone is falling. What should we do? What should we do? Jiangnan cursed under his breath. There's no time, bro. I'll record it later. Before the armed police could react, Jiangnan's figure vanished in an instant. What the hell? Then, to everyone's astonishment, Jiangnan suddenly appeared mid-air, catching the mother and child who were plummeting. In another blink, he successfully landed. Hu Shuo, momentarily stunned, exclaimed excitedly, Did you get that on camera? Did everyone see that? Someone intervened. Was that teleportation? My goodness. It was so perilous. He dashed into the air to save them. Thankfully, the mother and child are safe. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Nothing could be more exhilarating than this moment. The armed police officer gave Jiangnan a thumbs up. Xiaoyao jumped up joyfully, exclaiming, "Yay! Shan'an is so cool. Teleportation. Truly teleportation." Zhang Yingshue's face flushed with excitement. Her small fists clenched in delight. Jiangnan remained the same Jiangnan in their hearts. The mother and child he had rescued gazed at him with profound gratitude, though they trembled uncontrollably from sheer terror, struggling to articulate their words. "Auntie, please don't be anxious. Everything is all right now. Do you know how many people are still in the mall?" The mother stammered. "I estimate there are still around 50 or 60, but I'm not sure if that's everyone." "There may be more." Jiangnan's heart sank at the realization of so many people. There was no time for a ladder to reach them. By the time everyone was evacuated, the flames would have already engulfed the floors. He quickly turned to the firefighters. "There are too many people above. I need to rescue them first." The firefighter replied, "Hey, little brother, put on the firefighting gear. It's too hot up there." But before he could finish, Jiangnan had already vanished. Within 10 seconds, he returned, carrying one person in each hand. Without waiting for any words, he disappeared again. This time, Jiangnan shouldered 2 individuals and carried 2 more in his hands. A figure emerged from the chaos. Clutching another individual under their arm, the sight sent a shiver down the spines of onlookers. In a mere minute, Jiangnan had effortlessly rescued over 20 individuals through his incredible teleportation abilities. Both the gathered crowd and the firefighting officers erupted in cheers. For those who appreciate this, please show your support with comments and ratings. Let us not take advantage without giving back. Haha. Chapter 32. The beautiful warrior. Amidst the flames, the individuals rescued by Jiangnan were still in shock. Having been inexplicably saved, the crowd was filled with cheers and the sound of whistles. "Goodness, this young man is astonishingly powerful, a relentless savior. Despite his youth, his courage is truly commendable. Just how perilous must the inferno be? Wait, isn't he the fierce one who split bricks at the Jiangnan night market?" So it was him, our hero. At that moment, news anchor Hu Shua was passionately narrating the events. Let us shift our focus to this brave young man who dashed into the flames to save lives. He appears to be a student, yet possesses formidable strength as a spirit warrior. In just 1 minute, he had already pulled out 27 individuals from the fire. Oh no, his clothing is on fire. Jiangnan momentarily froze, then turned around, vigorously patting his short sleeves. It was then he noticed several holes had been burned into his shirt without him realizing it. The temperature in the inferno was excruciatingly high, even for Jiangnan. With no time to ponder, he hastily retrieved a bucket of strength-enhancing potion from his dimensional space and poured it over himself. There was no alternative. 1,000 per bottle. The farmer's Sanquan was his choice for a shower. Such extravagant indulgence. The sudden chill of the cold water made Jiangnan shiver involuntarily. He felt a surge of power coursing through his body. He couldn't help but be astonished. Could the strength potion be applied externally? Alarmed, Jiangnan quickly checked his head. Thankfully, he was not balding. His eyes brightened, as if he had discovered a new world. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. He dashed back into the fire to rescue more people. Before long, he emerged with 2 more individuals. The strength potion on his body evaporated into steam due to the intense heat, dispersing into the night sky. Hu Shua, visibly moved, remarked, "Did everyone see that?" This young man's short sleeves were burned to shreds, illustrating the true peril of the fire. Yet, disregarding his own safety, he continues to save others. Such a selfless spirit. It brings tears to one's eyes. However, amid the crowd, several individuals couldn't contain their laughter, bursting into chuckles. Why not just say short sleeves? What is with the beautiful warrior nonsense? Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? The otherwise solemn scene of firefighting had been disrupted by the notion of a beautiful warrior. Hu Shua awkwardly chuckled, realizing his slip of the tongue, and playfully stuck out his tongue. Inside the smoke-filled restroom, a petite girl with 2 adorable buns perched on the sink, her phone raised high. Live streaming. The smoke had blackened her tear-streaked face. With a pitiful expression, she asked, "Am I going to die here?" The screen was flooded with comments. "Don't be afraid, little fish. Stay where you are. Don't go outside. Don't inhale the smoke. Help is on the way. The firefighters are here. Turn on the faucets, all of them." Following the guidance of the netizens, Yu Qingqing persevered against the odds. "I am currently watching a live news broadcast. A valiant individual has rushed in to rescue you all. I am watching too. In just a short while, he has carried out over 20 people, like Sailor Moon. Goodness." Yu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wiping away her tears, she murmured, "Someone is here to save me. Could it be Sailor Moon?" Just then, she heard a voice call from outside. "Is there anyone else? Make a sound, if you don't respond." "I might leave," Yu Qingqing hurriedly shouted. Here. The comments section erupted. "Goodness, You deserve to be trapped, silly girl. Why are you making sounds? Report your location. We all support you. As Yu Qingqing wiped her tears, she quickly announced her location. Here. In the restroom, moments later, with a loud bang, the restroom door was kicked open. Amidst the thick smoke, Yu Qingqing glimpsed a tall figure stepping through. Excitedly, she exclaimed, Sailor Moon, is that you? Jiangnan rolled his eyes. I would rather be a magical fairy. It was then that Yu Qingqing realized the Sailor Moon was merely a design printed on Jiangnan's short sleeve. The comments section exploded once more. This guy is quite the character. Haha, magical fairy, transformation, Ganara, god of darkness. We are saved. Finally saved, Sailor Moon. Is that you? No, I am a magical fairy. Ha! Yu Qingqing felt her cheeks flush as she looked at Jiangnan. This is somewhat dashing. Even the soot and grime couldn't overshadow Jiangnan's exquisite features. Instead, it added a touch of masculinity to him. Without further ado, Jiangnan scooped up Yu Qingqing and teleported them out. Before Yu Qingqing could even process what had happened, she found herself outside. Stunned, she stood there, wanting to thank Jiangnan, but he had already rushed back into the fire. Struggling to regain her composure, she spotted Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao in the crowd. She dashed over and burst into tears. Xiao Xue, Yao Yao, you scared me to death. Woo woo. It was then that the two recognized this little dark-skinned girl as Yu Qingqing, their classmate. Zhong Yingxue comforted her while patting her back. There, it's all over now. You're safe. Xia Yao looked worried. I wonder how Jiangnan is doing. He is only a black iron 10-star. With all that frequent teleportation, does he still have enough energy? Why Yu Qingqing paused. Yao Yao. Do you know Sailor Moon? Zhong Yingxue smiled. He is my friend, Jiangnan. Yu Qingqing's face lit up with surprise. Is this fate? At that moment, Jiangnan had already gone back and forth over 10 times. His face had turned pale, just as Xia Yao had said. His energy was running low. However, he had managed to rescue 63 people. Jiangnan wanted to go back in to confirm if indeed no one else was left. He teleported inside once more. After taking a brief look around to ensure no one remained, he was about to leave when something tripped him. Looking down, he saw it was a person, a foreign man with golden hair and blue eyes. One of his arms was broken. The remaining arm and both legs were in a dreadful state. At this moment, he was staring at Jiangnan with wide eyes, seemingly unfazed by his injuries. Quite the resilient spirit. TSK. Brother, you are truly unfortunate. Don't be afraid. I will get you out. Saying this, he reached out to help him escape. A foreign young man exclaimed, What do you mean? I'm truly unfortunate. Is there not a shred of compassion left in you? In a fit of despair, he began to frantically claw his way to the side. I don't require your assistance. Just let me perish. His fluent Chinese momentarily stunned Jiangnan. With a righteous demeanor, Jiangnan replied, How's it possible? As a model citizen, how could I stand by and watch someone die? Despair filled the foreigner's eyes as he raised his head and violently slammed it against a nearby pillar, causing blood to stream down his face. Yet he failed to end his own life. Jiangnan, filled with anguish, lamented, Alas, how can you treat yourself in such a manner? Your body and skin are a gift from your parents. Saying this, he hoisted the foreign young man onto his back. From Alexander Tchaikovsky's Resentment Value 1000. Goodness, it was the first time encountering such a lengthy name. Alexander struggled wildly on Jiangnan's back, pleading, No, I beg you, just let me die. Jiangnan insisted, Absolutely not. Life is precious. With an expression of utter hopelessness, Alexander retorted, Just let me die, for heaven's sake. Jiangnan countered, No way. Surviving such injuries is a testament to your resilience. Those who escape great calamity are destined for greater fortune. Do you not realize? At this moment, Alexander truly felt the weight of pressure upon him. Bala bala little fairy, transform, he thought, urging for updates and 5-star reviews. He had heard that 50 updates came with generous rewards, quite substantial and notably generous. Chapter 33, Professional Advertising. Alexander was on the brink of madness. Could he not even await his demise in peace? Who was it that instigated this flood of compassion? Surviving great calamity would surely lead to greater fortune. All he knew was that if he managed to escape, life would undoubtedly be worse than death. Jiangnan, sensing Alexander's struggles, couldn't he help but let out a cold laugh. To remain so composed while awaiting death after sustaining such injuries was utterly absurd, reflecting on a previous scene he had witnessed. The man's identity became strikingly clear. Want to die? I won't allow it. Just let me die. I beg you. Alexander was on the verge of tears. Jiangnan replied, No, life is indeed precious. Let me die, and I shall reward you. How much? Alexander hesitated. Just a moment ago, you were extolling the value of life, claiming it couldn't be measured in monetary terms, and now you inquire about a price. From Alexander Choikovsky's Resentment Value 666. I have. Jiangnan abruptly tossed him to the ground and began to search him. Hey, be gentle. Don't touch my arm. Oh, that hurts. It's in my left pocket. Jiangnan retrieved a handgun, 3 passports, a mobile phone, and 250 yuan. He couldn't help but smirk. Your life seems rather inexpensive, only 250. What is the password for your phone? Do you have money in WeChat? What about Alipay? I must say, this belt of yours looks quite nice. Alexander's eyes widened in disbelief. I can't believe. Jiangnan swiftly slapped him across the face, knocking out half of his teeth. Are you serious? I save you, and you still insult me? From Alexander's Resentment Value 1000. Jiangnan grinned widely, seized his belt, and with a swift movement, transported him outside, discarding him onto the ground. As onlookers witnessed Jiangnan emerging with a bloodied foreign young man, they were momentarily taken aback. Jiangnan turned towards the armed police officer and said, "This person is named Alexander. What was it?" "Old Siski. Is he the one you are looking for?" The officer widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing that this was indeed the individual on their wanted list. At that moment, a group of people rushed forward, their dark barrels pressed directly against Alexander's forehead. In a frenzy, Alexander shouted, "Shoot! For heaven's sake, shoot!" Jiangnan crouched down, delivering a sharp slap that sent Alexander rolling his eyes back in unconsciousness. The sudden crack startled many. Goodness, how fierce! They stared at Jiangnan in astonishment. Jiangnan grinned and remarked, "This guy is desperately seeking death. We mustn't let him perish. He must possess some crucial intelligence." The armed police officer chuckled wryly. "Your slap nearly killed him. A golden-tier spiritual warrior of Russian descent. This fellow has committed numerous offenses. We owe you one." "Well done." Jiangnan jumped up, a look of guilt washing over him. "Wait, golden tier? Thank goodness he's incapacitated." Otherwise, reflecting on it, Jiangnan swallowed hard. If a golden tier warrior was brought down like this, how formidable must the woman who jumped from the 6th floor have been? The armed police began to escort Alexander to the vehicle. As Jiangnan stood up, those he had saved rushed over to express their gratitude, including a little girl who presented him with flowers. This left Jiangnan feeling rather embarrassed, scratching his head and appearing somewhat bashful. In the distance, the firefighters gave Jiangnan a thumbs up, and the onlookers erupted into enthusiastic applause. Just as he turned around, Hu Shua, armed with a camera and various equipment, hurried over. Overly excited, he nearly thrust the microphone into Jiangnan's mouth. Jiangnan, Hu Shua, looking apologetic, exclaimed, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You rushed in without hesitation to save lives. What were you thinking? Were you afraid at all?" Jiangnan was taken aback and asked, "Is this live?" Hu Shua grinned. "Live. Everyone can see it." Jiangnan wiped his face and cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Jiangnan night market. Socks and shorts, hair ties and clips at bargain prices. 2 for $10. Also, Farmer Sanquan. Hu Shua's mind went blank for a moment. What was happening? Where were the heartfelt remarks? This was an interview. Why was he suddenly advertising? Was he really that dedicated? So down to earth? Cut to the studio. Hu Shua's resentment points 888. Xia Yao's resentment points 666. Zhang Yingshue's resentment points 333. The resentment points list was wildly refreshing at that moment. Jiangnan was overjoyed. He had managed to advertise and earn resentment points, a dual gain in fame and fortune. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, in front of the television, Tang Xinya sat intently watching Jiangnan's interview, accidentally spraying her brother with soda. Hu Shua sighed. "The name. You can at least share your name, right?" Jiangnan replied. "My name is Jiang Haoran." Hu Shua. Was that really necessary? Just as he was about to ask further, Jiangnan had already vanished into the crowd. Xia Yao leaped over, embracing Jiangnan with a beaming smile. "You just looked incredibly handsome and even saved the little fish. Truly remarkable. I promise to reward you generously later." Jiangnan, with a serious expression, replied, "I merely wish to be an ornament." Xia Yao playfully rubbed Jiangnan's face and exclaimed, "You're simply stunning." Zhong Yingxue, too, was pinching and poking Jiangnan, causing him to itch uncontrollably. "Let me see. Are you hurt? I was worried sick just now." Observing Zhong Yingshue's concerned demeanor filled Jiangnan with warmth. He chuckled. "Hey, I'm perfectly fine." Seeing Jiangnan bouncing around, having just promoted something, Zhong Yingxue finally relaxed. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned girl with a bun, Yu Qingqing, approached excitedly, saying, "Thank you so much for saving me just now." Jiangnan replied, "Oh, This dark-skinned sister speaks Chinese quite impressively. Yu Qingqing, taken aback, thought, why did I not wash my face earlier? From Yu Qingqing's resentment points 333. Xia Yu laughed until tears streamed down her face, wiping Yu Qingqing's face with her hand. She is just a little fish, a classmate of ours. Jiangnan, with a serious expression, inquired, Miss, shall we exchange WeChat? Yu Qingqing's face flushed. Was the pursuit so intense? I'm not all right, just kidding. Such a splendid opportunity to expand his circle of friends. Jiangnan would never let it slip away. By the way, Xue, do you know who those people in black jackets were earlier? Zhong Yingxue replied. They should be the Spirit Martial Combat Force of Huaxia, known as the Dark Knight Army. Jiangnan was taken aback. Dark Knight Army? It was the first time he had heard of it. Xia Yao elaborated knowledgeably. Not only does Huaxia have the Dark Knight Army, but also the Longyuan Army. Each has its own responsibilities while cooperating with one another. Moreover, they are all composed of spirit warriors. The Dark Knight Army defends our homeland, while the Longyuan Army enhances our national prestige. They are all secret forces, so do remember to keep it confidential, all right? Jiangnan smirked. If it's a secret, how do you know? Zhong Yingxue chuckled mischievously. Don't listen to Xia Yao's nonsense. Although they are officially secret forces, they are nearly common knowledge. Urging for updates, she added. Please give a 5-star review. Thanks, everyone. Let us interact more. I'm feeling quite lonely. Chapter 34. The Blonde Big Sister. Given the current situation, how could they still enjoy hot pot? Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao took Yu Qingqing home first, while Jiangnan hurried back himself. By a fortunate coincidence, he had just poured the strength potion on himself. It had the same effect of enhancing physical attributes. And it wouldn't cause baldness. Internal baldness, surely external application would suffice. That's splendid. On his way home, he stopped to buy a bathtub in a wooded area on the outskirts of Jiang City. The scene within a 300-meter radius was chaotic, with overturned sod and gaping holes. A military vehicle lay abandoned nearby. Standing beside the vehicle was a woman, wearing a beret, with long hair styled into a bun. Dressed in a black leather jacket, she wore a sullen expression as she stood beside the vehicle. In her mid-20s, with a prominent nose and narrow, piercing eyes, she exuded an aura of sharpness. Her exquisite features were strikingly beautiful yet frighteningly cold. At that moment, her face bore a frosty demeanor, radiating an intimidating chill. She brushed the blood from her face, leaving clear traces on her pristine complexion, wild and fierce. Meanwhile, several of her subordinates were searching the 3 corpses at her feet. Report, Captain. There is nothing on these individuals. The woman squinted slightly. In this mission. Code name. Yes. Lynx, Captain. Lynx narrowed her eyes and remarked, if she is not here, then she must be with that viper. Conduct a citywide search. The information must not leak out. She is injured and cannot escape the blockade. Find her for me. The officer responded, yes. We are already dispatching personnel to tighten the encirclement and conduct a thorough search. Just then, Lynx hesitated. What is the situation over at the mall? The officer replied, the fire has been extinguished, 12 dead, 37 injured. Lynx was taken aback, surprised by the number. Logically, it should have been more. The situation was dire, and she had no time to save anyone. Allowing information to escape would only exacerbate the danger. After the captain rushed out, a spatial ability user rescued everyone trapped in the mall using teleportation. Oh, by the way, Alexander, whom the captain incapacitated, is not dead. He was also rescued and is now in custody with the armed police. Lynx paused. Li Daodian intervened. The officer smiled wryly. How could Li Daodian be involved? It was a high school senior named Jiangnan. Lynx's eyes sparkled with intensity. In the vast nation of Huaxia, talent abounds. So far, there has only been one spatial ability user. Li Mingshan, Li Daodian. A second spatial ability user? How could the military be unaware? The officer clicked his tongue, uncertain of what to say. Captain, here is his information. You can take a look. E-grade talent. Truly useless. The most powerful ability, with the most mediocre talent. Indeed, Lynx meticulously examined the information, including the video of his rescue. Teleportation used 21 times, with a maximum range of 100 meters. His spiritual power had not yet been exhausted. At least black iron 10 stars. You tell me this is E-grade talent? The officer was taken aback. Are you saying the talent test was erroneous? Lynx stared at the footage of Jiangnan carrying people out of the mall, her expression gradually shifting. I want all his information. Alexander brought him up. I want to interrogate him personally. Jiangnan was pouring bucket after bucket of strength-enhancing potion into the bathtub, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After 10 buckets, the tub was filled. Tis TSK. 10 million for a single bath. Even the Dubai tycoons can't match my extravagance. Lost in delightful fantasies, Jiangnan, completely unclothed, jumped into the tub. The cold made him shiver violently. Submerged in the tub, Jiangnan comfortably closed his eyes, feeling waves of power surging from within his body. It was not as direct, simple, or crude as oral intake. The energy contained within the strength-enhancing potion continuously improved Jiangnan's physique. Moreover, this transformation was not temporary like oral intake, lasting only 3 days and nights. Instead, it was a permanent enhancement, augmenting his physical attributes, sensory perception, defensive capabilities, motor skills, and more, all comprehensively elevated. I truly am a remarkable talent. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. If it weren't for rushing into the fire to save others, I would not have discovered this effect of the strength-enhancing potion. Relaxing comfortably for half an hour, Jiangnan finally felt the medicinal potency absorbed by his body reach saturation. His physical attributes surged to 10 times their previous levels. Moreover, this is under the condition of not having taken any potent elixirs. I can only wait until tomorrow to soak again. This improvement is a gradual process and cannot be achieved overnight. Gazing at the powerful potion in the tub, I noticed that a significant amount of its potency still lingered. Should I pour it back into the bottle and sell it? Hee, what a cheeky idea. It's all about frugality and recycling. After all, we must pursue a path of sustainable development. But isn't that akin to someone drinking my bathwater? Jiangnan shivered at the thought. It felt rather peculiar. I couldn't help but abandon that notion. Jiangnan lowered his gaze to admire his flawless physique. TSK. Just look at those exquisite muscle contours. Defined abs, balanced yet not bulky. That skin, as tender as a baby's. The elasticity, so pristine it could burst with a gentle touch. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. Jiangnan looked down. What on earth is this? Alarmed, Jiangnan quickly checked. His hair was still there. His eyebrows too. But then below the eyebrows, there was not a single hair. Jiangnan cursed vehemently. What the hell? Host detected insulting the system, deducting 1,000 yuan. Jiangnan, filled with a deep sense of loss, felt a pang of heartache, but after some contemplation, he accepted it. For the sake of strength, what's a little desertification? No one can see it anyway. Just consider it a little secret of his own. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the roof. A hole was smashed in the ceiling. Then, down came a person. Jiangnan was momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to emerge from the tub, suddenly, he was pushed back down, a dagger gleaming ominously pressed against his neck. Following that, he felt a weight pressing down on him. A delicate scent, mingled with the metallic tang of blood, filled his nostrils. Golden hair cascaded from the woman's shoulders, flowing into the tub. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within Jiangnan. It felt as if he were being watched. Just as he was about to turn around, the dagger pressed slightly harder, breaking the skin. The woman leaned close to Jiangnan's ear, whispering softly, "Young man, don't move. One more move, and you're dead." The whisper sent a shiver down Jiangnan's spine, causing him to freeze. He dared not turn. Yet, he muttered, "Big sister, I'm not a young man." The golden-haired girl glanced at the tub. Hee, small or not, it's quite clean. And you say you're not a young man. Jiangnan, damn, your reasoning is surprisingly sound. I find myself unable to refute it. Chapter 35. Why don't you believe me? Jiangnan's mind raced. This woman was undoubtedly not an ordinary spirit warrior. The surging spiritual energy around her made Jiangnan feel breathless. What on earth is happening? I was merely enjoying a bath at home. Just lost a forest, and right after I said no one could see, someone falls through my roof. Not only did I witness it clearly, but she also damaged my ceiling. How could I be this unfortunate? Could she be one of those who escaped from the mall? The Alexander that got wasted was at least gold rank. What level is this woman? Where's the Night Legion? Out for a stroll at this hour. Hey. I saw this woman with golden hair, clad in a tight black outfit, and her figure was absolutely stunning, with a prominent nose, delicate collarbones, and extraordinarily deep sea blue eyes. She epitomizes the quintessential beauty of a towering figure from the land of geese. Yet, this girl slowly approached Jiangnan, one hand brandishing a dagger against his neck, while the other mercilessly pinched and squeezed various parts of his body, inflicting pain akin to the crushing of bones. Jiangnan was on the brink of exploding with rage. What the hell are you doing, big sister? I have been frail and weak since childhood. I cannot endure this torment. If you truly desire something, I can make an introduction. Please, just spare me. I am still but a young lad. The golden-haired girl seemed incensed by Jiangnan's words. With a fierce grip, her nails dug into his shoulder, sending a piercing pain coursing through him. In that moment, it felt as though all his strength was being siphoned away, rendering him immobile. From Katerina's resentment value 666. What are you thinking, you little brat? Your physical condition seems adequate. You should be able to endure. With that, she extracted a vial radiating a crimson glow from her back and plunged it forcefully into Jiangnan's heart. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, yet he could only watch helplessly as the golden-haired girl injected the entire contents into his heart. Jiangnan exclaimed, "What the hell have you just injected me with? Tetanus for sure. It must be tetanus, right? Or perhaps a rabies vaccine. Surely, it is not some genetic serum or a doomsday virus. Is this poison? Don't go running off. I will find you when I return. Regardless of life or death, you belong to your sister now." Jiangnan's head buzzed with disbelief. Could it truly be poison? Could she not leave him even a shred of imagination? Jiangnan was furious. If this continued, he feared he might be toyed to death by this stunning beauty. With all his might, he executed a teleportation, vanishing instantly from the bathtub. Katerina stood momentarily stunned. Spatial abilities. Teleportation. With this movement, Jiangnan felt his heart pounding like a drum. The power within him surged exponentially. Blood coursed through his veins like a raging river. It felt as if a flame was igniting within him, his skin taking on a bizarre crimson hue. This poison is too overwhelming. Frightened, Jiangnan quickly retrieved an antidote pill and swallowed it. That sensation of weakness and dizziness dissipated in an instant, leaving him invigorated. He then clenched his fist and struck fiercely at Katerina. Bang! The bathtub shattered under the force of Jiangnan's fist, and Katerina barely evaded the blow, her expression one of shock. Just moments ago, she had injected him with snake venom. How could he still move? Yet, Jiangnan disregarded this and charged forward, bellowing, "Invincible chokehold." Katerina was gravely injured, her abdomen and shoulders stained with crimson blood. Nevertheless, her reflexes remained sharp. Her dagger glinted menacingly as she aimed for Jiangnan's neck, akin to a viper lurking in the shadows. In a flash, Jiangnan vanished before her eyes. Before Katerina could turn around, he executed an invincible chokehold. Wrapping himself around her like a sloth, they tumbled to the ground. Pain etched across Katerina's delicate face as she struggled. Jiangnan showed no mercy. With a swift joint lock, he twisted her arm behind her back. To Jiangnan's astonishment, her arm had been contorted to an eerie degree, yet it remained unbroken, as if devoid of bones. However, this limitation severely restricted her movements. Katerina was in a frenzy. Is Huaxia truly this formidable? Merely encountering a person reveals them to be a spatial system spirit warrior. Moreover, they are remarkably proficient in combat techniques. Their strength is utterly terrifying, and their physical prowess is nothing short of monstrous. "You not let me go." Jiangnan shook his head, replying, "Not a chance." Katerina, filled with a mixture of shame and fury, demanded, "Release me at once. You're pressing against me." Jiangnan retorted, "You're wearing clothes, aren't you? What are you afraid of?" From Katerina's resentment value 999. Is this a matter of being clothed or not? The issue is that you are not. At that moment, their position was exceedingly precarious. Jiangnan was sprawled across her back, firmly locking her throat while executing a deadly scissor kick with his legs, one hand pinning her arm. Just then, footsteps echoed from the rooftop. "Quick! She's here!" For individuals clad in black leather jackets from the Night Legion, 3 men and 1 woman, peered through the hole in the roof. Momentarily stunned. What in the world? What is happening? This scene is so intense. Jiangnan, unencumbered by any external items, had firmly restrained the blonde woman, and it seemed victory was imminent. In a moment of panic, Katerina unleashed. The discussions revolve around the cataclysmic explosion at the mall last night. The city of Jiangnan was in a state of unrest throughout the night. The entire area was sealed off. It is rumored that this is connected to the explosion at the mall. Furthermore, some witnesses reported seeing a group of mysterious individuals clad in black jackets conducting a search throughout the city. Could they possibly be a covert military unit? Li Xiang scoffed, saying, "What do you all know? That is the Night Legion, the most enigmatic unit in our country." "Wow, Brother Xiang, you're impressive. How do you know this?" Li Xiang, slightly smug, replied, "My cousin is in the armed police. He participated in the operation yesterday." The students instantly perked up. "What is going on? Do tell us the details." Yes. Li Xiang, shrouded in mystery, stated, "It's all classified information. If I tell you, you must not leak it. It is said that this operation originated from Russia, where a group infiltrated our side to steal a cache of items, fleeing north from the capital and intending to cross through Jiangxi, but were intercepted by our forces right here. The explosion at the mall yesterday was orchestrated by them." The student's eyes sparkled with excitement, showering him with compliments. "Incredible. You have your hands on such insider information? Amazing." Li Xiang chuckled, casting a glance at Jiangnan, his eyes brimming with pride. Suddenly, A classmate interjected, I watched the news live yesterday. Did you all see the woman who jumped from the 6th floor? I saw it too. It was terrifying. She ripped the car door right off. Speaking of which, last night, Nanshun was indeed quite formidable. As the conversation flowed, many students directed their gazes towards Jiangnan. Some wore complex expressions, while others gave him a thumbs up. Many had witnessed the live broadcast on the news, and were momentarily stunned upon realizing it was Jiangnan. Li Xiang was taken aback. Jiangnan? What is his connection, Brother Xiang? You don't know. During the mall explosion, Nanshun was at the scene. He dashed into the inferno using teleportation, rescuing over 60 individuals. And even appeared on television. I heard he also escorted a foreigner, who was taken away by the armed police. That is truly impressive. I even have the video from yesterday. A girl trapped in the fire was live streaming. Soon, someone from the class group shared a video from Weibo, Jiangqing Evening News. The headline read, Nanshin, the enthusiastic young man traversing the fire scene. His true identity turns out to be a magical girl warrior? A little sorceress? A high school student? No. His actual identity is a night market vendor. The video showcased Jiangnan's heroic rescue moments, along with his amusing exchanges with Yu Qingqing, and concluded with Jiangnan promoting his wares. The view count exceeded 100,000. Even the Jiangqing Fire Department retweeted it and tagged Nanshin, adding, a strong youth contributes to a strong nation. Well done. The comments section erupted. Ha ha ha. The most formidable street vendor in history. $10 for 2 pairs of shorts. I'm laughing. From today onwards, I've fallen in love with crew cuts. Ing Shui. Hiki. Well done. Little fish. I'm following you. Particularly concerned. Moonlit Lone Wolf. You owe me a candy. I want candy. Now, immediately. I need it. Wu Liang. Bro, you're awesome. Little sugar. I'm laughing so hard. My younger brother hit me. Alas, Jiangnan scratched his head. Pondering the multitude engrossed in Weibo.is that little Tang Ang actually Tang Xianya? What is the situation with Xiaya? He replied to Xiaya. He, I want to give it. Upon glancing at his Weibo followers skyrocketing to over 100,000, Li Xiang's expression darkened. A wave of unease washed over him. Here he was, boasting about insider information, while Jiangnan was out there rescuing people from a fire and even assisting the armed police in apprehending a suspect. An overwhelming sense of disappointment and disparity drove Li Xiang into a frenzy. Yet, he could hardly voice his frustrations. Li Mu Yin and the others bore equally grim expressions. Once the butt of jokes in their class, now they were basking in the limelight. Their hearts swelled with indignation. Before long, the sharp sounds of screeching brakes pierced the air. Curious, some students craned their necks to peer out the window. Goodness, 3 military vehicles had arrived. A number of individuals disembarked. Let me see. What is happening? What are military vehicles doing at our school? Instantly, a throng of students gathered by the windows. Jiangnan too looked on with intrigue. Indeed, he spotted 3 green military vehicles, and the occupants had already entered the teaching building. Jiangnan's mind raced with speculation. Could it be that the blonde beauty had been apprehended? Were they here to commend him? Oh, how delightful, he mused. I told you so. Having achieved such a significant feat last night by successfully detaining the blonde beauty. How could there be no recognition? Just as the classmates animatedly debated the arrival of the military vehicles, a flurry of footsteps echoed in the corridor. The lynx burst into the classroom first. Clad entirely in black military attire and donning combat boots, she bore no insignia on her shoulders. Following her were a man and a woman, both members of the Night Legion, those 2 from the rooftop last night. The previously boisterous classroom fell utterly silent. The students were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Members of the Night Legion. Was T the woman who entered first the fierce one who leapt from the 6th floor last night? Why was she in their classroom? The lynx's elongated eyes swept across the class. Those who met her gaze felt an icy chill run down their spines, as if a blade were poised at their hearts. Terrified, they sat upright, scarcely daring to breathe. The lynx's eyes landed on Jiangnan, and she glanced back at the 2 behind her. Captain, indeed, it is him. The lynx nodded, and under the astonished gazes of her classmates, she strode directly to Jiangnan's desk. Her piercing, phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on him. The classroom was eerily still. Jiangnan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. There's no need for such grand gestures. It makes me feel quite awkward. In truth, he was mentally prepared to receive accolades. Bring it on. Let the commendations come with even greater fervor. Suddenly, with a clatter, a pair of black handcuffs were tossed onto the desk by the lynx. Put them on yourself, or shall I assist you? Jiangnan. Wait a moment. This isn't right. This isn't the script. What about the commendation, the medal? Why do these handcuffs resemble some sort of trendy accessory? He timidly suggested, "How about you check your pockets again? Perhaps you've made a mistake." The lynx stared at Jiangnan impassively, then pulled out a black hood from her pocket. "Jiangnan, this is it. A two-piece set. Escape. I must definitely escape. This hooded figure exudes a remarkable aura. Surely, you must be the notorious Knight Army, correct?" Yet, upon recalling the dismal fate of Alexander, Jiangnan couldn't help but shudder with trepidation. Flee. Under the very gaze of this woman capable of tearing car doors asunder, perhaps it would be wiser to refrain. With swift dexterity, Jiangnan secured the handcuffs and donned the black hood. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Will we be provided with lunch?" The lynx's eye twitched slightly as he seized Jiangnan by the nape of his neck and, with a mighty leap, flung himself through the open window. A dull thud echoed as they landed. Jiangnan felt the wind whip past his ears, prompting an involuntary shriek. Had they just jumped from a building? What peculiar inclination was this? Surely, taking the stairs would suffice. The two accompanying members of the Knight Army exchanged exasperated glances and hastened after them, trailed by a perspiring, trembling principal. The students in the classroom were utterly bewildered. What was transpiring? Jiangnan had been taken by the Knight Army? Thanks to the collective efforts of his friends the previous day, the update count had reached 30. With a bit more effort, they could reach 50. Let us charge forth. Hurrah! And do not forget to leave a 5-star review. It truly holds great significance. Chapter 37, The Bow. With Jiangnan's abduction, the classroom erupted in chaos. Could it be true? 3 military vehicles had arrived solely to apprehend the South God. That was indeed the Knight Army. Their presence was intimidating, undoubtedly seasoned by bloodshed. Why were they capturing the South God? Had they already prepared the black hood and handcuffs, remarkable, to have any connection with the Knight Army? Hadn't the South God apprehended a Russian just yesterday? Surely, he was not being summoned to assist in an investigation. The classmates engaged in fervent discussions. Being young and curious, they were naturally fascinated by the country's enigmatic forces. Even students from other classes craned their necks to peer out the window. They watched in disbelief as Jiangnan was shoved into the military vehicle, which then sped away with a surge of acceleration. Li Xiang scoffed, "Calm down, everyone. Jiangnan is finished. Those black handcuffs are specifically designed to restrain the powers of martial artists. Rescuing someone from a marketplace. Huh. I hope it has nothing to do with those Russians." Lu Qianwu interjected, "Isn't that right? Otherwise, why would they detain him? He might be going in to provide them cover." If that's the case. Yet, some were unwilling to concede, declaring, "Do not let sour grapes cloud your judgment." Regardless of the reasons for the South God's abduction, he bravely entered the Inferno last night, rescuing over 60 souls. Each one of them was a living life. No matter what transgressions Jiangnan may have committed, to me, he is a hero. With that, a thumb was raised in approval, and the classroom fell silent. Even Li Xiang and Lu Qianwu had no retort. Seated within the military vehicle, Jiangnan remained obediently passive, for he could sense the presence of the woman referred to as Lynx, who sat quietly beside him. He subtly shifted his wrist. Handcuffs that could suppress abilities? Goodness, wasn't this akin to the sea prism stone handcuffs in One Piece? This was dire, truly dire. He couldn't even utilize teleportation. Surely, they wouldn't subject him to some bizarre human experiment, would they? After all, he was merely a child of 216 months and 21 days. Could they truly be so heartless? "Sister Lynx, I need to use the restroom." Jiangnan's legs instinctively crossed as he squirmed uncomfortably. No one uttered a word. "Sister Lynx, I doubt him holding it." The lynx cast not even a glance at Jiangnan, uttering only 2 words in response. "Jiangnan." A half an hour passed. "Sister Shanyao, I need to relieve myself." The corner of the lynx's eye twitched, yet she remained silent. "Sister Shanyao." She did not reply, but instead placed an object into Jiangnan's hand. Upon feeling it, Jiangnan exclaimed, "What on earth? A bottle, a pulsating drink bottle, no less? Are you serious?" Hey, I really need to go. How am I supposed to use this?" "So, you all expect me to take care of my business in the car without stopping? How heartless." The lynx raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you need my assistance? Help me." "In what way?" Jiangnan's mind suddenly conjured bizarre images, causing him to shudder involuntarily. And no, that's unnecessary. The man driving, Anya Jun, was struggling to suppress his laughter. After a grueling 2-hour drive, Jiangnan was finally freed from his restraints. The glaring lights were somewhat blinding. At this moment, Jiangnan found himself confined to a table, utterly alone in the room. It was a solitary compartment. Surrounded by heavy concrete walls, the air was damp, suggesting it was some sort of underground base. He had already been trapped here for over an hour. Ouch. Stop it. Ouch. From the adjacent compartment came the muffled sounds akin to a pile driver. accompanied by someone S. wails, from Alexander Tchaikovsky's Grievance Points 1000. Observing the continuously updating grievance list, Jiangnan shuddered. This wailing sounds oddly familiar. So it's from Yali Shan University. No wonder they were so desperate yesterday. Seems they were waiting for him here. If someone is beating you, why blame me? I merely try to help. Goodness, this person is truly peculiar. But Jiangnan found it unbearable to remain seated. Someone was being beaten. He didn't want to be next. Gazing at his tightly shackled hands, Jiangnan grinned. With a flick of his palm, he revealed a small copper wire that he had snatched from the military vehicle. He began to fumble with the lock. Skill triggered. Lockpicking. LV0. Skill points added. 100. Skill upgraded. Lockpicking proficient LV0. A mere blackened handcuff could not outsmart him. With a click, the cuffs fell away, and Jiangnan stealthily crept towards the exit. Striving to make no sound, he dared not use teleportation. Who knew what awaited in this underground base? He stealthily approached the door. As he opened it to make his escape, he seemingly collided with something. Wait a moment. Let me savor this. Upon lifting his gaze, Jiangnan discovered the lynx, staring down at him. With a frosty demeanor, she blocked the doorway like an imposing mountain. Had he just stumbled into her embrace? How awkward. The lynx had just reached for the doorknob when it turned by itself. Jiangnan, sneaking out, inadvertently crashed into her. He glanced at the open handcuffs on the table, and an expression of keen interest flickered in the lynx's eyes. Jiangnan timidly remarked, I was just thinking of checking what dishes are being served in the cafeteria. From Luo Tianhong's Grievance Points 614. Luo Tianhong. Oh, how delightful that sounds. Then, seeing the lynx's cold expression, Jiangnan obediently entered the room. The bobcat reclined in a chair, its feet resting atop the table. Behind it stood a man and a woman from the Night Army. The bobcat cast a glance at the duo. And with a resounding bang, the door swung shut. Come here? Jiangnan shivered, pointing to his own nose. The bobcat remained silent, placing its hand on the table, noticing the blood on the knuckles of the bobcat's fist. Jiangnan's expression sharpened, and in a flash, he darted to the bobcat's side. With a radiant smile, he asked, What is your command? Please, speak freely. But before he could finish, the bobcat's hand struck like lightning, landing a blow to the back of Jiangnan's head, rendering him unconscious. As darkness enveloped him, he thought in his final moment of awareness that the scenes from the television dramas were indeed real. Could a strike to the nape truly knock someone out? 10 minutes later, the bobcat gazed at the needle marks on Jiangnan's chest and the wounds on his shoulder, wearing a contemplative expression. Indeed, dress him again. The nearby young lady took the clothes she had just removed and dressed Jiangnan anew. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Suddenly, Jiangnan awoke with a jolt, feeling an intense pain in his head, and looked around in confusion. There sat the bobcat directly opposite him. Why did she knock me out? Could it be that she did something unspeakable to me? He looked down at his belt and widened his eyes in shock. His belt, originally tied in a simple knot, was now fashioned into a bow. Indeed, his secret had been uncovered. At that moment, Jiangnan's face was filled with indignation. The bobcat coolly inquired, How old are you? Jiangnan gritted his teeth. You already know. Why ask? I'm 20. The bobcat was taken aback. The records state you were 18. Is that false? Jiangnan was astonished. Were you asking about my age? The bobcat's face flushed slightly as she retorted. What else could it be? Can you be any more cheeky? What a peculiar thought process. From Luo Tianhong's Resentment Value 666. Indeed, a young man must take care of himself when out in the world. In just 2 days, the golden-haired beauty, the bobcat, and a female member of the Night Army had all discovered his little secret. Alas, being too handsome could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 38. Xiaonan, I want candy. The bobcat rose and slowly approached Jiangnan, who felt a surge of anxiety. Surely, she wouldn't come over to beat me out of embarrassment. However, the bobcat merely cast a casual glance at Jiangnan and instructed the female member of the Night Army. Take him for a blood draw, and then send him back. Jiangnan exclaimed, What, you went through all this trouble to bring me here just to knock me out and take advantage of me? What about lunch? What about the little medal? Now that you know my secret, you must take responsibility. Don't take advantage of me. With a face full of grievance, Jiangnan had his blood drawn and was once again shoved into a car. This time, the bobcat did not personally escort him. It was the female member of the Night Army. Inside the car, Jiangnan wore an expression of injustice, primarily because he had not eaten. Miss, what is your name? Is working for the Night Army tiring? Do you get 5 insurances and 1 fund? From Anning's Resentment Value 666. 5 insurances and 1 fund? Are you serious? Anning gazed at Jiangnan with a mixture of resignation and surprise. After all these years, it was her first encounter with someone so untrustworthy. Yet, recalling the recent scene made her cheeks flush. Shall we exchange WeChat? Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why not? I absolutely adore someone as graceful as you. Being beside you brings an unparalleled sense of security. At the military base, the lynx held Jiangnan's blood test report, a rare smile gracing his face. Beside him, a male member of the Dark Knight Army questioned. Are we really letting him go just like that? The blood reagent has clearly been injected into him, and it has successfully bonded. That venomous snake will undoubtedly return for Jiangnan. Ignoring this could lead to peril. The lynx replied, peril? He is quite clever. Attempting to take him under our very noses would be akin to chasing a mirage. If anyone wishes to take him, they would need a large-scale operation. The male soldier's eyes lit up. Captain, are you planning to cast a long line to catch a big fish? The lynx narrowed his eyes. Catching fish is secondary. What I truly desire is the bait. Encrypt Jiangnan's data. No one below the school level is permitted to access it. As he spoke, he tossed the tablet to him. The soldier glanced at it and gasped in astonishment. Name, Jiangnan. Age, 18. Ability, spatial system. Power system, undetermined. Physical fitness, extremely strong. Talent, SSS, never before seen in history, cannot be clearly defined. Cultivation, black iron 10 stars, successfully fused with the blood reagent. Reason, unknown. At last, he comprehended why the lynx valued Jiangnan so highly. This talent was simply monstrous. Meanwhile, at school, the afternoon exercise was underway. Jiangnan disembarked from the military vehicle. Anning waved goodbye with a smile. The entire student body noticed this scene. They were astonished. No way. Am I seeing things? The Dark Knight Army personally escorted the South deity back, and with such a good attitude, after being taken away in handcuffs and a black hood, he returned unscathed. Could it be that he was truly assisting in an investigation? Incredible, that's the Dark Knight Army. While we are here doing calisthenics, the South deity is out there mingling with them. The comparison is infuriating. Upon returning to class, expressions on Li Xiang and Lu Qianwu's faces were exceptionally grim. Just that morning, they had dismissed him as useless, yet by afternoon, Jiangnan not only returned but was personally escorted back by them. The slap to their faces was resounding. Jiangnan, however, wore a look of melancholy. Earlier in the vehicle, despite his sweet talk, he had failed to extract any useful information from Anning, truly a testament to her professional training. Fortunately, he had managed to obtain the Dark Knight Army's contact number. At this moment, a crowd gathered around Jiangnan's desk, eagerly inquiring, South deity, what did they summon you for? Was it to assist in a case? Where is their base? Is it near Zhuke Mountain? Jiangnan replied with utmost seriousness. They called me to sample the cafeteria's cuisine. His classmates responded with bewilderment. Seriously? Is that all? From Wang Yiping's resentment value 666. From Zhou Hongfeng's resentment value 888. From South deity. You can't keep it under wraps. Just share a little. We shall not divulge our secrets to others. Do not trouble him any further. Perhaps he has signed a confidentiality agreement. Jiangnan shrugged. They summoned me. Knocked me unconscious, took advantage of me, and then returned me. A classmate remarked, Nanshan, spare us the theatrics. You are as slender as a monkey. Your ribs could serve as a washboard. What advantage do you think you possess? A female classmate blushed and said, I am rather curious to see for myself. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Look, I am speaking the unvarnished truth. Why does no one believe me? The issue is, even Jiangnan himself hardly believes it. What is the Dark Knight Army up to? Have they come merely to spy on his little secrets? Li Xiang interjected sarcastically. You might as well not ask. Who knows what may have transpired? Jiangnan replied with a smile. Some matters are indeed best left unsaid. However, they received a notification that there has been a leak from the armed police forces, which has affected the execution of their mission. And a thorough investigation is underway. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's face turned pale. Even if he was skeptical of Jiangnan's words, what if Li Xiang panicked immediately? Before long, he stepped out to make a phone call. Naturally, the classmates dared not inquire further. The combination of life-saving efforts at the fire scene and the affairs of the Dark Knight Army rendered Jiangnan's image even more enigmatic in their eyes. That evening, as Jiangnan made his way home from school, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a video call from Langmi that he tapped to answer, and the screen instantly revealed a breathtakingly beautiful visage. She appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, ethereal and flawless, invoking no sense of defilement. Who else could it be but Zhong Yingxue, Xiaonan? Xiaoyao has been pestering me all day. She also wants some candy. Summer Yao rushed over, her small hand caressing Zhong Yingxue's face. Look at you. How stunning you have become, Xiaonan. I want candy. I must inform you, Xiao Xue is in my grasp. If you do not comply, I shall take action. Zhong Xue, curious, asked, Xiaonan, where did you procure that white rabbit milk candy? I don't feel as though I have become slightly more beautiful after eating it. Summerya retorted playfully, not just a little more beautiful. It's a million times. I don't care. I want to be beautiful too. Jiangnan smirked. If I choose not to give it, then I shan't. Hee hee. Chapter 39. Scrambled eggs with chives. Summerya flashed her adorable little fangs. Ah. You are driving me mad. With that, she tackled Zhong Xue onto the bed, and the phone was filled with Zhong Xue's squeals of surprise, along with Summeryao's mischievous laughter. Cry all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your rescue. The phone screen shook wildly as the two girls began to tussle. Xiaoyao, stop it. Please not cease. Hee hee. No, I shall not. Ticklish, ticklish, ticklish. Jiangnan felt utterly speechless. To spare Xiao Xue from harm, he had no choice but to relent. I will give you candy if it pleases you. Summeryao perked up immediately. Is that a promise? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. And what of my beauty filter? Summeryao shook her head vigorously. I shall not mention it. Xiaonan is the handsomest. Sister Xiaoyao adores you immensely. She feels as though she might perish if a day passes without seeing you. Will you still choke me? No, I wouldn't dare. How could I bear to do so? After all, I would be the one to knead your shoulders, massage your legs, and offer you sunflower seeds. Xiaoyao is exceedingly obedient, even deliberately showcasing her two fluffy wolf ears. Despite Jiangnan's heart being as steadfast as a rock, he simply cannot withstand the sight before him. Love it. Love it. Then I shall procure one for you when I return. Hooray! Xiaonan is the best. With that, she hung up the video call with remarkable speed. Jiangnan's expression stiffened. Ha! Women. As Jiangnan stepped through the door into his room, he contemplated whether he should try his luck with a couple of 10 consecutive draws. However, to his surprise, he found a stunning blonde beauty in an oversized white short-sleeve shirt standing in his room. To add to the absurdity, she was wearing his shirt, adorned with a Pikachu that had been considerably inflated. Most crucially, at that moment, Katerina was holding a gigantic cabbage and devouring it with delight. Both Jiangnan and Katerina momentarily froze, her mouth stuffed full of cabbage. The air was thick with an atmosphere of embarrassment. Jiangnan scratched his head. Oh dear. Oh my. I must have walked into the wrong room. What a peculiar day. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Katerina shot him a glare, and with a fierce throw, hurled the cabbage at him. Jiangnan swiftly activated his teleportation and fled. Damn. How did this stunning blonde beauty end up in his home? What about the Dark Knight Army? Weren't they supposed to capture her? Come and seize her. She's right here in my house. If you run away or call the police, I will eliminate all your neighbors. Jiangnan's expression froze. He halted at the doorway, glancing back. Katerina was leaning against the doorframe, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Jiangnan, big sister, what exactly do you want? You didn't suffer any losses yesterday. I was the one who got stabbed. So why are you blaming me? Katerina recalled yesterday's events, a surge of anger flooding her, yet she declared, I've told you time and again, regardless of life or death, you are mine. You cannot escape. Now, come back. Immediately. Right this moment. Katerina's gaze gradually turned dangerous, her pupils shifting into serpentine slits. Jiangnan felt a wave of apprehension. This stunning beauty must be at least of golden rank. How could his puny arms contend with her powerful legs? Jiangnan had no choice but to obediently step into the room. His eyes darted around incessantly. Katerina sat on the bed, her posture somewhat peculiar. Beside the bed lay her recently discarded battle attire. She pointed at the clothing on the floor and commanded, Wash this for me. I wish to wear it tomorrow. Jiangnan. Why should I? It's one thing to eat my cabbage. But must I also wash your clothes? Katerina lightly tapped the edge of the bed with her finger. A purple mist enveloped the air. The iron was corroded, creating a small hole. Jiangnan promptly turned and fetched a basin and laundry detergent. Big sister, shall I add a bit of bitumen? It smells wonderful. Katerina tilted her head. What is bitumen? Jiangnan. Sitting on a small stool, Jiangnan began washing the clothes, a look of grievance etched on his face. Mountain Cat. Where are you? Dark Knight Army. Hurry up. I can hardly endure this. I am truly too unfortunate. Katerina sat upon the bed, gazing at Jiangnan's silhouette. Her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. It would be another 2 days before the organization could dispatch someone to assist her. Although the blood incineration reagent had been depleted, securing Jiangnan's escape remained paramount. Had she not found herself in a dire predicament last night, she would never have resorted to such desperate measures. However, under the intricate web of the Dark Knight Army, it was utterly impossible for her to extricate Jiangnan on her own. The only solution was to relay a message out and subsequently organize an operation to retrieve him. The pressing concern was how she could survive the next 2 days in Jiang City. With no family or acquaintances, her only recourse was to seek out Jiangnan, for he was the only person she knew. Moreover, the reagent still resided within him, necessitating her vigilance. As her thoughts spiraled, hunger gnawed at her once more. She picked up a cabbage she had found in the kitchen, preparing to munch on it. Jiangnan, having swiftly washed his combat uniform, noticed her and exclaimed, "Young lady, how can you possibly eat that for dinner? Allow me to prepare a proper meal for you." Without waiting for her response, he dashed into the kitchen and began to cook. Katerina, taken aback, pondered his sudden industriousness, observing Jiangnan skillfully stir-frying in the kitchen. The aroma of food wafting through the air stirred a flutter of unexpected emotions within her. This insufferable younger brother wasn't entirely intolerable after all. In no time, a sumptuous spread graced the table, a plate of chives with eggs, a platter of stir-fried bean sprouts with meat, and a pot of fragrant rice. Visually and aromatically delightful. As Katerina inhaled the delicious scent, her stomach rumbled audibly. Jiangnan, with eager anticipation, urged, "Do give it a try. My culinary skills are quite commendable." Katerina licked her lips and began to eat, picking up several pieces of egg and meat. While Jiangnan watched nervously, "You should try the chives, they're delectable." Ignoring him entirely, Katerina continued to indulge in only the eggs and meat. "The bean sprouts are equally delightful. Why not sample them?" Jiangnan pressed. Katerina shot him a glare, maintaining her silence. Jiangnan, feeling anxious, wondered why she was so selective with her food. "You really ought not to be picky. Think of your health." Katerina rolled her eyes at him. "Why should you care? Why don't you eat?" Scratching his head with a sheepish grin, Jiangnan replied, "Me, I've already eaten outside." Of course, he wouldn't dare partake himself. After all, the chives were infused with ethereal energy, and the bean sprouts were derived from detoxifying yellow soybeans. The generous portions were sure to fill her up, but Jiangnan never anticipated that this golden-haired beauty would be so finicky. Had the vegetables wronged her in some way? Surely, a semblance of courtesy could warrant a single bite. In the end, throughout the entire meal, Katerina consumed not a single chive or bean sprout, opting instead for 3 pieces of egg, 2 pieces of meat, and a bowl of rice before declaring herself done. As night fell, Jiangnan lay on the bed, his expression one of deep conflict. Katerina, sprawled beside him, not only stole the blanket, but also deprived him of the pillow. This night felt unbearably cold. To make matters worse, she had confiscated his phone. Jiangnan, lying obediently in bed, found sleep utterly elusive. When would the effects of the ethereal chives and detoxifying soybeans manifest? Even if he hadn't eaten them, surely the eggs and meat must have absorbed some of their essence. Jiangnan lay wide-eyed for a full hour. Alas, it appeared futile. With a surge of pin-up frustration, he resorted to 2 consecutive tin-draw pulls, yielding a singular beauty-enhancing pill as the spoils of his efforts. 19 pairs of Haohua brand shorts. This outcome is somewhat acceptable, isn't it? Just at that moment, the quietly resting Katerina began to stir. With a faint blush gracing her cheeks, she started to uneasily twist her body. Stealthily opening her eyes to glance at Jiangnan, she discovered him sound asleep. Thus, she cautiously extended her petite hand towards him, clasping his hand in a gentle grip. "Jiangnan, big sister, what do you intend to do? Is this your approach?" According to her original plan, the combination of mung beans and chives should have resulted in a potent effect. Surely, she should have been too preoccupied to notice. But now, could it be? Was it merely consuming eggs and stir-fried meat that softened the potency? Jiangnan's heart raced with apprehension. Could this lead to his own downfall? At that moment, Katerina's expression contorted in pain, her body drenched in sweat, as though she had been pulled from water. Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was it working? Why did she appear to be feverish? No, he thought. Feigning sleep would suffice. He absolutely could not allow her to discover that he had poisoned the food. As long as he remained composed, nothing untoward would transpire. However, in the next instant, Katerina's face twisted in agony as she tightened her grip around Jiangnan's neck. It was as if, in her illness, she sought solace in the embrace of a doll. Yet her strength was overwhelming, causing Jiangnan to roll his eyes in distress. He hastily attempted to push her away, but she firmly held him in place. To Jiangnan's horror, Katerina's legs transformed into robust serpentine tails, her pupils morphing into slitted orbs. With a spiraling motion, she ensnared him tightly. Jiangnan was paralyzed with fear, his hair standing on end. No way. She truly transformed into a snake. If this continued, would he not become Su Xian? That simply could not be. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to teleport away. However, as splendid as the thought was, he found himself utterly immobilized. akin to being restrained by an unseen force. With every movement, Katerina's serpent tail constricted further. Panic engulfed Jiangnan. Yet, just then, Katerina's eyes suddenly lost their luster, and she collapsed, lying atop him. Jiangnan found himself tightly bound, unable to catch his breath. Any movement caused the serpent tail to tighten, leaving him too terrified to stir. He could never have envisioned such a predicament. His plans lay in ruins. What good was it to signal for help now? He merely sought to survive under the weight of life's pressures. Unbeknownst to him, the spiritual chives had awakened Katerina's bestial nature. In her beastly form, she remained a venomous serpent, triggering the detoxifying properties of the mung beans, which led to her fainting from the stimulation. Alas, poor Jiangnan. This night was destined to be sleepless. The following morning, Katerina awoke languidly, only to find Jiangnan beneath her, sporting dark circles under his eyes, gazing at her with a mix of helplessness and confusion. What transpired? Had she truly transformed? Why was she still entwined around him? Jiangnan interjected, "Can we discuss this after getting up?" Katerina hastily rose, reverting to her human form, rubbing her head in bewilderment. Jiangnan asserted with conviction, "You, my dear, are quite the restless sleeper. You even sleepwalk. Tomorrow, you shall take the bed while I will sleep on the floor." Katerina replied, "Sleepwalk? What do I remember? What do you recall?" Jiangnan pressed. Katerina covered her face, only recalling her discomfort, yearning for some solace, and then subtly reaching for his hand. "No, it's nothing." Jiangnan let out a long breath, having narrowly escaped a severe beating. As he spoke, he dressed and prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" "You can't leave." Jiangnan shrugged. "I'm still a student. I have to attend school. You mustn't go. Who knows if you'll report this?" Jiangnan replied, "If I don't go, it'll raise even more suspicion. All right?" Katerina hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then I'll keep an eye on you. Don't think about any funny business for the next few days." She absolutely could not expose herself. With no other option, Jiangnan reluctantly allowed her to accompany him. On the way to school, Katerina, with her golden hair, donned a cap and wore Jiangnan's short-sleeved shirt and jeans. Trailing behind him, even in this attire, she attracted countless gazes. Jiangnan was already strikingly handsome, and with the addition of a stunning blonde beauty, they became even more conspicuous. Yuqing, trailing behind at a distance, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that this sister just emerged from Jiangnan's house? Were they together? At the school gate, many students were momentarily taken aback. After all, it was rare to see such a beautiful foreign girl. What the hell? What is going on with Nanshin? Where did he meet this gorgeous lady? Golden hair and blue eyes. She was almost too beautiful. Keeping a beauty hidden, Nanshin truly lived up to his name. Why can't I encounter someone like that? I'm so envious. Katerina felt a bit uncomfortable under the scrutiny of those around her and threatened Jiangnan. "I can see everything you do out here. Don't be reckless." Yet, to others, this gesture appeared as an affectionate whisper. Jiangnan shivered. Envy. They could try to see how that felt. He realized that he was essentially a hostage bound by her. Just wait. I'll let you enjoy your moment of glory for another day." Seated in the classroom, Jiangnan focused intently on his work, avoiding distractions. Many classmates occasionally stole glances out the window. Katerina stood beneath a tree's shade, waiting for Jiangnan to finish school, refusing to leave. Their classmates were green with envy. "Nanshin, how impressive. She stood outside with you for the whole morning. You don't even show any concern for her." "Isn't that true? You should bring her a bottle of water this afternoon." "How heartless." "Indeed, having looks allows one to be willful." Jiangnan, I feel sorry for her. A golden tier spirit warrior doesn't need my concern. In fact, Jiangnan secretly wished for Katerina to be scorched by the sun outside. "Nanshin, tell us, how did you meet her? Show us the way." Jiangnan set down his pen, looking serious. "She fell from the sky." From Wang Bin's resentment value 999. From Yuhan's resentment value 666. From, really, don't doubt me. She truly fell from the sky, leaving a huge hole in my roof. From Wang Bin's resentment value 1000. Chapter 41. Are you all fake? Today, Jiangnan was exceptionally honest. He listened attentively in class, diligently completing his assignments. Pulling pranks during lessons? Impossible. As a representative of the new generation of good students, he was a role model for his classmates. In her heart, there resided but a singular thought, the pursuit of knowledge. Jiangnan tilted his head slightly, observing Katerina, who stood beneath the shade of a tree, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the elderly vendor selling ice cream at the entrance. Perhaps should I borrow a phone to contact the night army? It seemed that Katerina sensed Jiangnan's gaze and shot him a fierce glare. Jiangnan, studying. It is merely a matter of the heart. That evening, as school let out, the classmates were astonished to see that Katrinana had waited at the school gate for Jiangnan all day. My goodness, how endearing. What kind of divine romance is this? They cast envious glances in their direction. Jiangnan approached, offering her a bottle of ice-cold cola and a delightful ice cream. Katrinana regarded him with suspicion but ultimately accepted the treats. A sip of cola, a lick of ice cream. With white cream adorning the corners of her mouth, she reveled in the sweetness. Jiangnan chuckled mischievously. He retrieved his bicycle, a classic 28-inch model, from an alternate space. Let us be off. Katrinana was taken aback. Where to? To set up a stall. You cannot. I have waited for you all day. You must come home with me. Jiangnan asserted confidently. How can that be, if I don't set up a stall? I won't earn any money. Without money, how can I provide you with delicious treats? Your identity is sensitive. Surely, you cannot resort to thievery. Katrinana hesitated, glancing at the cola and ice cream in her hands. Then I shall accompany you. Perched on the back seat of the bicycle, she wrapped one arm around Jiangnan's waist while savoring her ice cream. Jiangnan wore a devilish grin. Just wait, I shall show you. Once we reach the stall, I shall be in charge. After waiting all day, this was precisely what Jiangnan had been anticipating. At the Jiangcheng night market, the stall was set up, and a small stool was placed. Various potions, detoxifying yellow beans, and spirit-infused leeks were ready for sale. Katrinana was utterly bewildered. Most vendors sold bracelets, clothing, antiques, or pancakes. Just look at what you are selling. Bottled water, leeks, yellow beans. Can these even be sold? Yet what transpired next shattered her perception of reality. Bottled water for 11,000 each. Outrageously expensive. Yet, it was selling like hotcakes. The eager buyers rushed forth, their eyes gleaming with desire, ready to seize the goods. Haha, Nanshan, you have finally arrived. I watched the live rescue at the mall the other day. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Haha. Nanshan, handsome. Let us connect on WeChat. Do you have any more of that potion? I'll take 5 bottles. And where did you find such a beauty? Golden hair and blue eyes. I love doing business with you. A feast for the eyes. Haha. As soon as Jiangnan set up his stall, he became the most popular presence in the entire Jiangcheng night market. Katrinana was left dumbfounded. In such a short span, nearly 1 million had been sold. When did money become so easy to earn? Here she was, engaged in perilous work daily, yet Jiangnan seemed to be merely an ordinary high school student? What on earth? Nanshan, what are the leeks and yellow beans for? New stock. The crowd, too, took notice of the leeks and yellow beans. Their interest piqued. If the farmer's punches were this formidable, then what of the leeks and yellow beans? Jiangnan cleared his throat and declared, authentic spirit-infused leeks. She can't resist him. He can't resist her. The bed has become unbearable. Iron Kidney Battle God. Allow you to regain your majestic vigor. 1,000 for one. A bundle for 100,000. Upon uttering these words, the crowd wore expressions of skepticism. Is it reliable? More potent than the little blue pill? Products from the Southern God are guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. Do you wish to enhance your familial position? Do you long to avoid the embarrassment of failing to submit assignments to your wife? The ethereal leeks are a worthy possession. Jiangnan's eloquence is unparalleled. Those advertisements bombard the senses, delivering frenzied pitches. They have captivated the hearts of many. Let's go. Bring me a bundle. Whether you can take flight tonight depends on you. Can it replenish the kidneys? Hand me one. The moment it was announced that it could replenish the kidneys, sales skyrocketed. Further boosted by a robust reputation, Jiangnan's coffers filled to the brim. And what about this? Detoxifying little yellow beans. You deserve to possess them. Capable of neutralizing potent toxins, detoxifying and beautifying, keeping your spirits high all day long. Just 100 for each. You cannot suffer losses, nor can you be deceived. Upon hearing this, the crowd exclaimed, What? This isn't expensive at all. Let's buy a few to try. Jiangnan was selling frantically, grinning from ear to ear. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, as if a venomous snake had set its sights on him, sending a jolt through his body. Turning around, he saw Katerina glaring at him with a murderous gaze. It dawned on him. What ethereal leeks and detoxifying yellow beans were merely the vegetables he had consumed yesterday. No wonder Jiangnan refused to eat them. He had insisted she consume vegetables. Thinking back to last night, when he couldn't control himself and kept drawing circles, Jiangnan was still denying it, claiming he was sleepwalking. Katerina felt a murderous intent towards him. Yet Jiangnan merely raised an eyebrow and shot a fierce glare back. He was unafraid. After all, who threatened him first? Even if she knew his little antics, what could she do? They were in a public market after all. There was no backing down. Watch how I deal with you shortly. With so many people around, Katerina suppressed her impulse to teach Jiangnan a lesson until the night market dispersed. Katerina erupted. About yesterday's incident. Are you not going to explain? Jiangnan, filled with righteousness, made a face at her. What's wrong? The golden-haired beauty has already been subdued by me. Right there at the night market in Jiangnan. Hurry and send someone to retrieve her. Inside the military base, the lynx is seated in the office, legs propped up on the desk. In her hand is a tablet displaying images transmitted from a satellite. It captures the scene of Jiangnan locking his grip around Katerina's throat while making a phone call. After releasing Jiangnan, the Dark Knight army has been monitoring his every move, and Ning stands behind the lynx, astonished as she gazes at the image of Jiangnan, the venomous serpent who eluded so many. Has been dealt with by Jiangnan. What is going on? She's a golden tier. The lynx coolly remarks, I understand. Release her. Jiangnan. Wangdi fake. No. She's right here with me. You just need to come and take her back. The lynx, understood. Release her. Jiangnan. Are you all fake members of the Dark Knight Army? Chapter 42. The deceptive tongue of women after all the effort and humiliation endured through cunning and deceit. I finally managed to get Katerina onto the makeshift stall. After expending tremendous effort to subdue her, I had hoped to be liberated from this torment, only for the Dark Knight Army to say, "It's fine. No need to apprehend her. Just let her go. Let her go. Are you jesting with me? You can just decide to let her go like that. How does one simply release her?" Jiangnan glanced at Katerina. Her delicate features were etched with frost. If she were to be released, what good would come to me? You should take her back. She is far too dangerous. Ignoring her is a gross irresponsibility towards society and the people. As a result, beep 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 sister mountain cat. Hello, Jiangnan. He could not help but swallow hard, a wave of guilt washing over him. Then, he flashed a bright smile. He dared not release Katerina. Instead, he reached out to gently rub her smooth forehead. Does it still hurt? Oh dear, it's all my fault. A little rub will ease the pain. Katerina, calm and composed, replied, Let me go. I won't harm you. Katerina's resentment value 1,000. Jiangnan shuddered. Sister. Your words lack persuasion. A resentment value of 1,000. It was all too apparent. Wasn't he it? Jiangnan felt quite helpless. The two of them could not possibly remain on the makeshift stall forever, could they? But once they stepped off the stall, Jiangnan remained composed. Your heart is so expansive. It has even made Pikachu plump. Please don't hold it against me. Let us pretend this never happened, shall we? Be good. Katerina smiled gently. I will behave. I am obedient. Now let me go. Katerina's resentment value 999. Jiangnan. As expected, the tongue of a woman is deceitful. How about I treat you to some skewers? Katerina's resentment value 888. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Is there hope? With tender beef, lamb, tripe, enoki mushrooms, chicken wings, and hairy crabs. Katerina's resentment value 777. 666. 555. With every item mentioned, her resentment value decreased a little, not for any other reason, but simply because Jiangnan had made Katerina hungry. Indeed, there is no problem that cannot be resolved with a barbecue. If there is, then let's have 2 meals. I'll also take you shopping for clothes. Choose the most expensive ones. Upon uttering these words, the resentment meter ceased to rise. Katerina pouted. It's settled then. Let go of me. If you're getting too close. Jiangnan's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly scratched his head, tentatively releasing Katerina. To his surprise, she did not explode in anger, but instead, with a hint of excitement, asked, Where are we going to eat? Jiangnan realized he had forgotten that this girl had not eaten all day just to keep an eye on him. Given your pitiful state. Today, I shall indulge you to the fullest. Let us go with your south god. There is everything at night. With that, Jiangnan indeed took Katerina out for skewers, ordering the most expensive items, and then they went shopping for clothes. Katerina changed into a new outfit, snug-fitting jeans, a black crop top, and a purple fisherman's hat. With her inherent beauty and Jiangnan's strikingly handsome features, they became the most eye-catching duo on the street, turning heads wherever they went. Jiangnan also took her to a movie, styled her hair, and got her nails done. They spent the entire night at the arcade. Everything felt incredibly novel to Katerina in her usual life. She navigated the shadows of the dark world. These experiences were entirely foreign to her. That night was something truly special for her. The following morning, having barely slept, Jiangnan went back to school. Katerina remained steadfastly waiting at the school gate. As classmates observed Jiangnan's dark circles, they glanced at Katerina, revealing subtle smiles and giving Jiangnan a thumbs up. Well done, South God. You had quite the night. Huh, impressive, impressive. You must be the Iron Kitty god of war. Right? TSK. Truly enviable. The girls in the class excitedly discussed amongst themselves, occasionally stealing glances at Jiangnan, their cheeks flushing with excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanwu was left gnashing his teeth in envy. Fervently training. Yet, Jiangnan could hardly be bothered to explain. Drifting off into slumber, Katerina stood in the shade of a tree, actually unsure why the Knight Army had ceased their pursuit of her. The personnel had withdrawn. Was it because the bloodburn reagent had been used on Jiangnan? Perhaps this was for the best. At noon, she received a message on her phone. She cast a complicated glance at Jiangnan before departing. When Jiangnan finally awoke, it was already afternoon. Instinctively, he glanced out the window. Where's the blonde beauty? Perhaps it was too hot, and she went home early. Jiangnan paid it no mind. Upon returning home that evening, he discovered his room had been cleaned to perfection. His phone lay on the table. Jiangnan wore a puzzled expression as he opened it, only to find a message on WeChat.it was from the blonde beauty, her profile picture featuring an adorable Pikachu that I have left. Do not leave Jiangxing for the time being. It's best to seek the protection of the Knight Army. You have the bloodburn reagent in your system. The White Sharks people will not let you go easily. Be careful, until fate brings us together again. But you probably wouldn't want to see me. Jiangnan stared at his phone in silence for 2 minutes. The message was sent at noon. She must have been picked up shortly after. Hey, are you the villain? Would it have been too much to simply tell me directly? In the picturesque region of Jiangnan, a soft chuckle escaped from the lips of a certain Katerina, who had indeed mistaken the golden-haired beauty for an online moniker. She promptly replied, "Oh, beauty, have you left your battle attire at my place? Aren't you coming back to retrieve it?" Meanwhile, aboard a green train en route to Russia, Katerina gazed out at the passing scenery. Suddenly, her phone vibrated gently. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly picked it up, only to be met with a visage of indignation that it's a gift for you. From Katerina. Anger level 888. Observing the battle attire hanging by the window, Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. South God, you should refrain from participating in the operations against the White Shark. It could end quite tragically for you. Golden-haired beauty. I will do my best. South God, you're a golden-haired beauty. You're a, this Russian beauty's expressions are rather impressive, Jiangnan mused while lounging on his bed. The Knight Army was undoubtedly aware of his movements and was well informed about the matter concerning the reagents. Their reluctance to capture Katerina likely indicated a strategy of fishing for larger prey. The very thought ignited a flame of anger within Jiangnan. Am I to be used as bait? Have they sought my consent? Those wretched mountain cats. They ogle at others yet refuse to take responsibility. Jiangnan was unfazed by the threats of the White Shark or the White Bear. After all, the final exams were just around the corner. First, I must secure the top spot. As the lengthy night unfolded, sleep eluded him. Resolutely, he retrieved his English textbook from the bedside cabinet. Unable to sleep, then it is time to study. Chapter 43. The first question stumped him. Jiangnan immersed himself in English studies until the depths of night. The following day, he awoke feeling utterly refreshed. Messages from Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao graced his WeChat. Yingxue, Xiaonan, good luck on your exam. Don't forget to eat a sausage and 2 eggs tonight. One must eat the sausage first, then the eggs. It's a matter of logic. If I were to consume an egg first, followed by a sausage and another egg, wouldn't that be rather perplexing? He replied, just watch. Wolf extinction. Where's my candy? Jiangnan rolled his eyes and sent her a picture of a stunning beauty elixir. Wolf extinction. Isn't it delightful? South God. What do you think? Wolf extinction. As morning self-study commenced, students were assigned to their respective examination rooms, hastily contacting their peers in the same venue to form an emergency task force. In the face of the exam, Jiangnan felt no anxiety whatsoever. Such was the confidence of a scholar. Someone inquired, South God, which examination room are you in? Jiangnan replied, Room 3. What's the matter? Well, what a coincidence. I'm also in Room 3. Are you thirsty, South God? I have some red tea. What a twist of fate. I'm also in Room 3. I'll treat you to lunch. Come, let me give your shoulders a squeeze. In an instant. A throng of eager classmates gathered around Jiangnan's desk, all sporting expressions of eager attentiveness. With a warm smile, Jiangnan reassured them, no need to worry. We are all classmates here. Leave it to me. His words only heightened their spirits further. This was indeed a sure thing. Jiangnan's academic prowess was renowned. In the Lingwu class, he was considered an anomaly. Li Xiang, observing Jiangnan basking in adoration, could not suppress a sneer. This time, he was determined to study diligently. Aiming to outshine Jiang and in cultural subjects, the subsequent Tanchi Lingxu would surely witness his triumph. A dual approach was in play. Let me allow you to be audacious for a while longer. The first exam is about to commence. Jiangnan is making his way to the examination hall when he encounters the towering Wu Liang in the corridor, adorned with a red headband emblazoned with the bold character strong. 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 He has taken to wearing glasses, a testament to his diligent studies in recent days. With the black frames perched on his nose, he exudes a certain charm. How are you, my tall friend? Do you think you'll make the top 3? Wu Liang adjusted his glasses, brimming with confidence, and thumped his chest, declaring, Brother, fear not. I've got this under control. Jiangnan was taken aback. Wow, such confidence. Indeed, you are the one I have my faith in. All right then. I await your good news. If you secure a spot in the top 3, a grand reward awaits you. With a playful punch to Wu Liang's chest, Jiangnan entered his examination room, only to be astonished to find Tang Qinya also present. He greeted her with a smile. Under the stern gaze of the two invigilators, the exam commenced. Jiangnan feverishly answered the questions on the answer sheet, nearly causing his 2B pencil to smoke from the intensity. In less than 30 minutes, he completed the Chinese essay, leaving his classmates in utter disbelief as he stood up to submit his paper. What can I say? Such is my confidence. Effortlessly audacious. The other students inside the examination hall exchanged glances filled with resentment. Are you some kind of human printing machine, completing the Chinese paper in under 30 minutes? From Shou Qiliang's resentment points 666. From Wang Xian's resentment points 888. The list of resentment points refreshed wildly, filling Jiangnan with satisfaction, just as planned. This was precisely the effect he desired. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to accumulate more resentment points. As he prepared to exit the examination room, the invigilator interjected. Where do you think you're going? Sit back down. Leaving early during the exam is not permitted. Jiangnan, sitting idly at his desk, Jiangnan relished the intermittent influx of resentment points, his heart brimming with joy. Bored, he glanced around and noticed several covert maneuvers. Some students were scribbling notes on the labels of their water bottles, others on their pencil cases, and some even on their hands. Truly, they were showcasing their ingenuity. Jiangnan even spotted a masterful individual tapping on the desk with their fingers, conveying answers in Morse code. 7 or 8 students leaned in attentively, calculating, and then fervently jotting down answers. Jiangnan found himself speechless. With such talent, why not apply themselves to their studies instead, in a bid to guide them back on the right path? Jiangnan revealed his selfless side. For matters such as this, he was always resolute. He began to tap rhythmically on the desk. The students froze momentarily. Whoa, that sound is rather dense. This rhythm. Perhaps this is how the question is solved. A full half-hour later, someone casually turned around and caught sight of Jiangnan also tapping away on the desk, gazing wistfully out the window, only to realize they had barely answered half the questions. A surge of frustration nearly erupted. What the hell? If you're feeling pensive, just be pensive. Stop tapping the desk. The few students were on the verge of madness. Jiangnan observed the rapidly accumulating resentment points with satisfaction. Remember to study hard. He casually glanced over and spotted Tang Qinya sitting diagonally behind him, her delicate features etched with anxiety. As the invigilator turned away, her small hand stealthily slipped beneath the desk, subtly adjusting the hem of her short skirt. To her dismay, Jiangnan caught sight of her legs adorned with a myriad of tiny black characters. Stealing a glance, he promptly began answering the questions. Tang Qinya seemed to sense Jiangnan's gaze. Her delicate face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a perfectly ripened apple, as she playfully flicked her tongue at him. Jiangnan hurriedly averted his eyes. Eyes must not wander. Eyes must not wander. In the second round, the English exam commenced. Jiangnan, having diligently prepared, swiftly completed the paper. However, this time, he refrained from submitting it early, unable to exit the examination hall. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing a crumpled note that had been blown onto his desk. Well now, even passing notes required the finesse of wind manipulation, a true talent. He observed Wang Ping shooting him frantic glances. Jiangnan unfolded the note, which boldly stated, Nanshan, choices, please. Without hesitation, Jiangnan wrote down all the answers on the small slip of paper. Seizing the opportunity while the invigilator was distracted, he flicked it back to Wang Ping. Upon seeing the paper filled with answers, Wang Ping nearly lost his mind with joy, frantically marking his answer sheet. He was set. Naturally, he couldn't forget about his friends. Under the refreshing breeze, the little note had passed through the hands of numerous individuals. After the exam concluded, Wang Ping and the others gathered around Jiangnan, enthusiastically massaging his shoulders. Nanshan is incredible. Haha, this time, I'm definitely safe, all thanks to you, Nanshan. Jiangnan replied with a smile. It was nothing. It was nothing. Wang Ping seemed to recall something. By the way, Nanshan, you're missing one choice. The last question stumped you. Others chimed in. though I don't understand, the last question does seem quite challenging. Jiangnan chuckled. No, I managed to answer the last question. Wang Ping, puzzled, asked, then why is one answer still missing? Jiangnan replied, I couldn't answer the first question. Wang Ping exclaimed in disbelief. What, the first question? Are you serious? We all started filling in from the first question. Did we completely misalign our answers? One question didn't match up. From Wang Ping's resentment value 999. From Zhou Hong's resentment value 666. From Chapter 44. Everything is under control. Watching the resentment value list refresh wildly, Jiangnan felt a deep sense of confusion. I shared the answers out of goodwill. Why are they resenting me? Goodness, these people are truly peculiar. They show no gratitude whatsoever. During the third round, the mathematics exam, Jiangnan continued to navigate with ease. He quickly finished the paper. Meanwhile, Wang Ping, drenched in sweat and desperation, was truly at his wit's end. Though Jiangnan had been a bit of a trickster, it was still better than struggling alone. Wang Ping glanced at the paper, recognizing the questions, yet feeling utterly lost. Jiangnan opened the note and was pleasantly surprised. It clearly listed 1, 2, 3. With each question thoughtfully numbered. Seeing Wang Ping frantically wiping his sweat, Jiangnan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He picked up his pen and wrote. Wang Ping, upon receiving Jiangnan's reply, hurriedly opened it. Upon reading, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. The note boldly stated, 1.43 long and 1 short, select the shortest, 2.43 short and 1 long. Select the longest, 3. If they're nearly the same length, choose C. For the southern deity, undeniably steadfast. 5. Not achieving full marks is simply unthinkable. Wang Ping stared wide-eyed at Jiangnan, exclaiming, Goodness. Is this an acrostic poem or merely a catchy rhyme? What I desire is A, B, C, D, F, G. Southern deity, I am utterly bowing before you. I implore you, please refrain from showcasing your brilliance any further. Your talents, merely inscribed on paper, are blinding to my very being. Jiangnan, with a face full of assurance, discreetly gave Wang Ping a thumbs up. From Wang Ping's resentment value 1000. From Wang Ping. In examination room 2, Wu Liang sat in the center of the classroom. His robust physique resembling a small mountain, his expression was fierce, fixating intently on the questions before him, sweat cascading down as if it were raining, veins protruding. Upon glancing at the answer sheet, he had merely scrawled his name. Meanwhile, outside, a Wuling Hongguang parked, bustling with activity. Inside, 7 or 8 burly men, bare-chested and heavily muscled, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, were all fixated on a laptop. The screen displayed Wu Liang's exam paper, transmitted in real time through the glasses he wore, with the red cloth on his forehead serving as a high-frequency antenna. The school's signal jammers were proving ineffective. The men, in a frenzy, were scribbling calculations on scratch paper. The bald man exclaimed, Old Wang, hurry up with the calculations. Wu Good is waiting. A muscular man, resembling a tiger, retorted angrily, Why are you in such a rush? This problem is exceedingly difficult. Did you not graduate with a bachelor's degree? Can't you handle high school questions? Damn it. It's been years since I graduated. What on earth is tan? Cos. My head is about to explode. Is this truly a high school question? Can you manage it, or not? It's been an hour already. Soon we must submit the papers. Stop holding back. Let's find external help. My son is a postdoctoral researcher. I'll call him. Old Lou, isn't your daughter a high school math teacher? Hurry and rally some support. Passers-by glanced through the car window, witnessing the scene of several muscular men crammed inside, and their expressions shifted dramatically as they hurriedly departed, lamenting, What has become of this world? Inside the classroom, Wu Liang felt as if he would shatter his steel teeth. With only 3 minutes left to submit, he could hear the cacophony of insults and chaos through his headphones. His head was on the verge of exploding. His iron fist slammed down hard on the desk, creating a thunderous sound. In that moment, he let out a furious roar. Hurry up! The sudden explosive noise and his bellow echoed throughout the tranquil examination room, even reverberating through the entire floor. Nearby students were startled, and the invigilator nearly jumped out of her skin, spraying her tea all over the face of the student in front. The student? Westlake Long Ying. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Wu Liang. He realized the gravity of the situation. This was a catastrophe waiting to unfold. There was no way he could afford to be exposed. If he was outed, how could he possibly achieve a top 3 finish? He scratched his head, wearing an expression of distress. How is it that I cannot solve this? The invigilator wiped the podium, maintaining a calm demeanor. This student. Please remain silent. Another invigilator patted Wu Liang on the shoulder, offering consolation. It's all right. If this exam doesn't go well, there will always be another chance. With a thunderous roar, Wu Yang's voice resonated even within the confines of the van outside. Wu Ge. He has emerged. Quick, fill it out. In that moment, Wu Yang's eyes bulged with intensity, his muscles coiling like iron bars. Grasping his pen, he wrote fervently, his arms and wrists seemingly producing phantoms with every stroke. He managed to complete the exam just before the bell rang. Then, like the wind, he dashed out of the teaching building, vaulted over the wall, and burst into the van. The Wuling Hongguang shook violently. 3 minutes later, Wu Liang emerged, feeling utterly at ease. Only a handful of bruised and battered men remained, frantically dialing their phones. Hello, daughter. Hurry here. Save your father. Hello, son. Get over here quickly. Today, I'm counting on you. Having just returned from the restroom, Jiangnan encountered Wu Liang and inquired with a smile, how did the exam go this morning? Smoothly. Wu Liang, with a solemn expression, patted his chest confidently. Rest assured. Brother Nan, everything is well within my grasp. Well, that's splendid. Haha. Jiangnan beamed with joy, clearly pleased that his efforts in reviewing had not been in vain. Wu Liang thought to himself, how could he not succeed? Half of the people on the Dao of Jiang City had assisted him with answering the questions. As for the results of his revision, Wu Liang was certain of one thing. Brother Nan was indeed correct. His mind was filled with muscle. Thus, the day of examinations passed. After school, Wu Liang walked home alongside Jiangnan. In high spirits, he had managed to scrape through the exams. Wu Liang was brimming with confidence. With the cultural examination concluded, the next challenge was the practical assessment in Lingxiu. Brother Nan, we're heading to Chabai Mountain tomorrow afternoon. What equipment do you need? I can help you acquire it. Jiangnan was taken aback. What equipment? Wu Liang then recalled that Jiangnan had not yet been to Lingxiu, and explained, the spirit beasts in Lingxiu are exceedingly dangerous, far more so than our surroundings. Most spiritual martial artists opt for a cold weapon for self-defense. It's much more convenient for both hunting spirit beasts and protection. This trip will last 15 days, and it's bound to be quite arduous. We must prepare ample supplies for food, clothing, and other essentials. We should also bring some survival gear. Are you ready, Brother Nan? Just bring it along. I'll carry your backpack. I'm strong. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Carry a backpack. I'm merely a walking luggage. Have you forgotten what I do? To be honest, I haven't prepared anything. Wu Liang was taken aback. Oh no. I completely forgot about Brother Nan's spatial ability, with the existence of an alternate dimension. The possibilities are vast. Let us go, Brother Nan, to my territory. Take whatever you need. I have everything there. As he spoke, Wu Liang slung an arm around Jiangnan's shoulder and changed direction. Jiangnan chuckled. Perfect. I also have something for you. I'm sure you'll love it. A group of schoolgirls returning home watched Jiangnan and Wu Liang with sparkling eyes. Look, I told you so. Tis tsk. What a waste of such a handsome guy like Jiangnan. Waste. Humph. Just wait until I reel him back in. Giggle, Xiaobei. Are you planning to make a move on Jiangnan? If you don't act soon, someone else will snatch him away. Where will you find such a handsome boy? Chapter 45, The Secret Base. Following closely behind Wu Liang, Jiangnan arrived at what he referred to as his territory, a repurposed abandoned warehouse. It was quite spacious, covering an area of approximately 300 to 400 square meters. The instant the rolling shutter door was opened, Jiangnan found himself momentarily dazed. He was greeted by a plethora of fitness equipment, not to mention the piles of punching bags and dumbbells. In the center stood an octagonal cage. The walls were adorned with an array of cold weapons, such as Nepalese knives, Malay swords, triangular military daggers, and crossbows. The garage also housed 7 or 8 heavily modified off-road vehicles, Raptors, Wranglers, Endeavors, Hummers, some of which Jiangnan couldn't even recognize. Additionally, there were various outdoor gear, tents, searchlights, and generators. At a glance, it was nothing short of a paradise for men. Jiangnan couldn't help but drool. Who among men wouldn't be enamored by such treasures? Alas, his lack of cultural knowledge left him at a loss. Just 2 words could conquer the world. He then watched as Wu Liang excitedly retrieved 2 items from the side. A hefty titanium magnesium alloy shield, intricately embossed with the visage of a roaring bear. It stood an impressive 2 meters tall and weighed well over 300 pounds. In his other hand, he held a sword over 2 meters long, designed for slaying horses. It was truly a daunting sight. With exhilaration, he exclaimed, Brother Nan, what do you think? Am I impressive, or what? Jiangnan quickly shook his head. No, I'm not looking. Wu Liang's resentment level 666. That must weigh at least 500 pounds, right? How can you move with that? Wu Liang, gripping the iron shield, unleashed a gust of wind. The sword swung powerfully, producing a deep, resonant slicing sound, as if it were as light as a feather in his hands. I practice every day. No problem. If I were to transform, it would be even easier. Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, a veritable shield warrior, a mobile fortress. An invincible tank with immense health. Wu Liang suddenly seemed to recall something. He cast aside the iron shield and sword, retrieving instead a spear. The spearhead, adorned with a red tassel, shimmered ominously. Brother Nan, take a look. How does this one feel? Is it comfortable to use? Jiangnan accepted the spear, turned, and delivered a powerful downward thrust. The tip sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. With a resounding crack, the spear struck the concrete floor, leaving a fissure. Wu Liang watched in rapt excitement. Just look at that finesse. It was a sight to behold. Yet Jiangnan shook his head. I'm not keen on using this thing. I'll choose for myself. Wu Liang was taken aback. Wasn't Jiangnan trained in spear techniques? Last time in urban combat, he had even knocked himself out using a streetlight. His skills were undoubtedly masterful. One could not attain such proficiency without years of practice. Yet here he was, declaring he wouldn't use it. Jiangnan surveyed the surroundings and selected a triangular military dagger, fastening it to his lower back. Skill triggered. Dagger. LV0. Skill points added. 100. Skill upgrade. Dagger, proficient. LV. 0. In an instant, Jiangnan drew the triangular military dagger from its sheath. He twirled it in his hand, then executed a reverse thrust. Switching hands, he delivered a fierce slash. The cold gleam danced upon Jiangnan's hand, as if it were a spirited sprite in flight. Not a single superfluous motion, pure and incisive. Wu Liang watched, wide-eyed, as Jiangnan wielded the triangular military dagger with such grace, nearly having his eyes pop out. A master of daggers as well. Is he truly that skilled? Did he practice from the womb? Satisfied, Jiangnan returned the triangular military dagger to its sheath, once again. From the wooden rack, a tang dao sheathed in its scabbard caught the eye. The blade measured an impressive 1.2 meters in length, exuding a profound aura of antiquity, yet showing no signs of wear. In the instant the sword was drawn, a flash of sharp, cold light emerged. The blade was perfectly straight, adorned with intricate layers of edge patterns, and the hilt bore an inscription of the ancient character for cool. The chilling gleam was striking, capable of slicing hair with ease. Skill activated. Swordsmanship. LV0. Skill points added. 100. Skill upgraded. Swordsmanship, proficient. LV0. With a clang, the cold blade was unsheathed. The edge sliced through the air, and a magnificent bloom of blade petals unfurled. Jiangnan gazed at the straight blade, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Wu Liang's mouth dropped open in disbelief. A spear could be wielded, a dagger could be handled, but a tang dao could also be mastered, and with such proficiency, why was he so exceptional among mere mortals? Jiangnan patted Wu Liang's shoulder with a smile, saying, when summer break arrives and I have time, I shall teach you the art of wielding the Jianma Dao. Wu Liang. What can I say? It seems that the southern god truly lives up to his name. As for this tang dao, it was retrieved by my father from the countryside. A genuine weapon passed down from ancient times. The craftsmanship has long been lost. If you fancy it, consider it a gift. Naturally, Jiangnan accepted without hesitation. He had a clear understanding of his future path. With space-based abilities and great mobility, he needed to control the battlefield. A tang dao as his primary weapon was perfect. For secondary weaponry, a triangular military dagger would ensure he was never at a disadvantage in close combat. I also have a treasure for you, he said mysteriously, beckoning to Wu Liang. Wu Liang approached with eager anticipation. Jiangnan produced from a spatial realm a pair of shorts, boxer shorts adorned with a bear's face. Wu Liang, is this what Jiangnan refers to as a treasure? Since when could undergarments be considered precious? Did he have an unusual fondness for gifting shorts? Last time it was a Pikachu pair. And now, Jiangnan noticed Wu Liang's stunned expression and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Wu Liang scratched his head. It's not about liking or disliking. Jiangnan insisted. Listen, don't underestimate it. These are not ordinary shorts. If shorts had ranks, these would be the sovereign among them. Wu Liang, are you aware of the Hulk? No matter how he transforms, his shorts never tear. As he spoke, Jiangnan tugged at the sides of the shorts, stretching them to nearly a meter in length. Upon releasing them, they instantly returned to their original form. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Wow, this is simply a divine artifact. As long as one wears the Hulk brand shorts, there is no need to worry about being completely nude during transformation. This is a boon for all beastly warriors, the ultimate shorts. None other than these. I shall dub these shorts the strongest. Wu Liang gave a thumbs up. Impressive. What a fine item. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, he asked, "In Nong Gu, Do you have these in a triangular cut? The air fell into an abrupt, deathly silence. Jiangnan's gaze gradually turned to one of terror. No, Nongu, it's not what you think. Triangular cuts are incredibly comfortable. They offer a sensation that boxers simply cannot provide. Don't believe me? Try it at home. Jiangnan shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. From the depths of an alternate dimension, 10 pairs of triangular shorts were presented to Wu Liang. The styles were diverse. A veritable cornucopia of options. Wu Liang accepted them with heartfelt gratitude, eager to try them on immediately. However, he was firmly restrained by Jiangnan. Brother, no, please, for the love of all that is holy, do not leave any mental pollution in my memories. I truly cannot handle it. Chapter 46. A little love letter. Jiangnan gazed at a warehouse brimming with equipment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He chuckled. There is great potential here. Wu Liang scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean? They toiled in the warehouse until the clock struck 2 in the morning before Jiangnan finally returned home. Lying in bed, he pondered for a moment before dialing the Dark Knight Army's number. Beep, beep. Huh. Who is this? A languid voice, tinged with mild annoyance, jolted Jiangnan awake. Wow. You sound like a sleepy kitten, still half asleep. How adorable. Is this Sister Lynx? It's Jiangnan. Tomorrow, I will head to Tianqi Linkshu for 15 days. You all. Beep, beep. Damn it. You hung up on me again. Jiangnan ground his teeth in frustration. Must you be so aloof? Lynx, just wait. I shall eventually turn you into a well-behaved little kitty. Lying in bed, Jiangnan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What was he to do? The Dark Knight Army seemed to regard him with indifference. What if White Shark took this opportunity to strike against him? Such troubling thoughts. Yet he could not afford to forego Linkshu. Damn it. What am I afraid of? If it comes to it, I'll just lay out a mat and challenge anyone who dares to cross me. Meanwhile, the lynx, having hung up on Jiangnan, rubbed her drowsy eyes and dialed another number. How is the arrangement proceeding? Report, Captain. The personnel are in place. And White Shark side? No signs detected at the border for now. Huh. They can be patient. If anything arises, report to me immediately. Yes, Captain. Awakened from her slumber, the lynx found herself wide awake now, clad only in a white shirt, as she approached the bedside, gazing at the luminous moon. She murmured, I hope this time, I have not misjudged anyone. The following morning, Jiangnan arrived at school, brimming with vitality. He observed many classmates sporting large hiking backpacks, their faces alight with excitement. They were well prepared for the journey to Tianqi Linkshu. When Jiangnan entered the classroom, his peers were momentarily taken aback. He carried only a small satchel. Inside were a data cable and 3 power banks. What a waste. Jiangnan is finished with this gear. He might as well be preparing to gnaw on tree bark and consume grass roots. Did he truly think he was going on a vacation? Li Xiang chuckled. Don't say that. After all, our South God has never been before. It's understandable. Lu Chuanwu added. Haha. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. The South God is still a novice. Li Mayan smirked. Jiangnan, if you can't hold on, just give up. No one will laugh at you. Jiangnan beamed back. Can't hold on. I am quite enduring, as you should know best. Li Mayan's face flushed, her eyes wide as she found herself at a loss for words. The classroom fell into a sudden hush. What? Is there really such a relationship? Wow. Yanjie, you're impressive. Tisk tsk. This circle is truly chaotic. From Li Mayan's resentment value 999. Upon returning to his seat, Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, there lay a breakfast on his desk. Beneath the soybean milk was an envelope adorned with lip prints and little pink hearts. Is it a love note? Jiangnan felt a flutter of excitement. When did he become so popular? Just as he settled down, a cascade of envelopes tumbled forth from his desk. They were of all sorts, some folded into origami cranes, while others displayed his own photographs. Among them was a girl who had crafted a little frog from green paper. Hey, are you serious, young lady? If you can't fold cranes, that's one thing. A regular envelope would suffice. Who on earth folds frogs to confess their feelings? No wonder you're single. Even more creative were the notes inscribed with 521 yuan. Jiangnan adored such straightforwardness. Truly lovable. Is the girl engaged in an online romance? The kind that uses red envelopes to express affection. His classmates looked on with envious eyes, utterly green with jealousy. Is there no justice in the world? So many little love notes. Why can't we get a share? The resentment value list was refreshing at an alarming rate. Jiangnan was overjoyed. He felt immensely grateful to all the girls who admired him. A business opportunity had arisen. Thus, he pulled out his phone, snapped a selfie, and posted on Weibo. From the iPhone 11 Pro Max, Nanshan. What to do with so many love notes that I can't keep up? Shall we chat on WeChat? Image. One image showcased Jiangnan's radiant smile, surrounded by a mountain of love notes on his desk. The other displayed his WeChat QR code. Over 100,000 followers. Quite an impressive feat. Before long, the comments section erupted. Ing Shui. Yi Gu Lang. Pa. You shameless heartbreaker. Didn't you say you'd be a mere ornament? Xiaoyu. Added. Xiao Tang Tang. Do you drink soybean milk? If not, I'll take it. Such a handsome young man. Just asking if you need a backup. Below. A number of haters chimed in. Have some decency. Save the country some paper resources. What s up? No more street stalls. Transitioning to selling online now. Chais are amazing. Let me tell you a secret. Chais pack a punch. A human-powered pile driver. Whoa, I must give it a try. Jiangnan was overjoyed. A single Weibo post had inflicted great harm on the single dogs. The resentment value list exploded. Indeed, Luke's triumph. His classmates, watching Jiangnan's Weibo, gritted their teeth in frustration. Damn it, they created fake accounts to mercilessly criticize Jiangnan. Not long after, the teacher entered, and the atmosphere among the students grew tense. For the big screen was about to reveal the exam results. Li Xiang clenched his fists. This time, he felt exceptionally confident. He aimed to outshine Jiangnan in academic scores. Let Tian Qi Ling Su give him another lesson. Let him understand why Brother Xiang is so renowned. Then the results were announced. First in the academic year, Jiangnan. Total score 696. Second, Li Xiang. Total score 695.5. Third, Wu Liang. Total score 666. Fourth, Zhou Qiliang. Total score 665. Fifth. Li Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly gasping for breath. He almost fainted. Damn it. Just 0.5. Just 0.5. Having engaged the services of 7 or 8 tutors and devoted myself to fervent study. Sacrificing sleep for the pursuit of excellence in Jiangnan. What was the result? One might wonder why the illustrious Xianggu is so resounding. The answer, a cacophony of flatulence. A resounding slap to the face. Jiangnan retorted, oh dear, is this truly sufficient? Had I known, I would have conducted a more thorough review. Such was the merciless scorn emanating from the academic elite, brimming with confidence, unabashedly arrogant. My classmates were utterly infuriated. Must one be so insufferable? Leave a path for survival. No need for such ostentation. It pierces the heart. Naturally, Jiangnan would seize such a splendid opportunity to amass resentment points, observing the incessantly refreshing list of grievances. Every moment was worth it. Bang! At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from Class 2 of Lingwu. The table appeared as though it had been shattered. One could hear Wu Liang bellowing. What the hell? That's right. Absolutely right. I'm third. Who the hell else is there? Jiangnan. Teacher. Classmates. Chapter 47. Sweetened bubble tea. Jiangnan genuinely felt delighted for Wu Liang. It seemed that Wu Liang's mastery was not without merit. Unbeknownst to him, Jiangnan was oblivious to the nature of Wu Liang's control. Gazing at the scorecard on the screen, Jiangnan snapped a photo and sent it to Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, adding a note. Hurry and praise me. Yingxue. Hee. You're amazing. Here's 99 little hearts for you. I withheld one to prevent you from becoming too proud. Nan Shun. Received. Meanwhile, Xia Yao surprisingly sent a short video. Upon opening it, Jiangnan beheld Xia Yao leaning on her desk, flashing a mischievous smile at the screen, then pouting and blowing a kiss. 3. Mua. Startled, Jiangnan hastily closed the video. Oh no, it was a feeling of excitement. Langmi. First in Tianqi Lingshu. There's a reward too. Nenshan. I don't want any other rewards. Just change your username to something befitting when I claim first place. Langmi. I'll strangle you. From Xia Yao's resentment points 888. Aha, how delightful it is to tease. Li Xiang took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and Tianqi Lingshu awaits. Now Li Mayan has successfully broken through to bronze 1 star. Our team, vying for first place, is undeniably formidable. Yet, with Wu Liang burdened by Jiangnan and Tang Qianya, how can they compete? Teacher, the results have all been announced. Students, please board the bus in order. A coach awaited outside. This practical test involves not only our Jiangxing No. 1 High School, but also Yuan No. 2 High School and Jiangbei High School. As the 3 institutions participate together, I hope all students prioritize their safety while also striving for victory. All right, time to board. Regardless of their academic performance, students wore expressions of excitement, eager to showcase their talents in the Lingshu. Students grabbed their backpacks and rushed towards the bus. Jiangnan, however, took a more leisurely approach. With headphones on and a small shoulder bag, it felt akin to embarking on a holiday. Classmates cast scornful glances his way. After all, the fledgling is merely a fledgling. In the Lingshu, He should brace for a harsh lesson. On the bus, Jiangnan was comfortably seated by the window, listening to music, when a gentle female voice suddenly chimed in. Nanshun? What a coincidence. Jiangnan smiled faintly. It was none other than Tang Qinya. Along the journey, a stunning beauty sat beside me, bringing me considerable joy. The vehicle slowly began to move. As soon as the girl boarded, she commenced munching on snacks and dried fruits, occasionally offering a piece to Jiangnan. Li Xiang wore a sour expression. Just look at her, sitting next to a girl who shares her snacks. Then glancing at himself, he could only see a mobile game player, scolding away. Luban, get your act together. Stop playing with your feet. Brother, is that a tumor on your neck? You could outmatch a minion. Damn, this is just too real. After the car had been driving for over 10 minutes, Tang Qinya finished a bag of chips and suddenly remembered something. Her little face filled with dismay. Oh no, I left my phone on the table. I forgot to take it. Jiangnan was taken aback. Is it really that important? Tang Qinya replied, my mother is worried about me. She asked me to call home to let them know I arrived safely. If I don't call, she'll definitely be anxious about me. Use mine. Tang Qinya forced to smile. I don't remember my mother's number. I can't even recall my own. Jiangnan. What a silly girl. He then raised his hand and said, Driver, could you please pull over? My friend left her phone at school. I'll just be a moment. The driver paid no attention. Can't stop. The teacher frowned. A phone? Is it urgent? Before Tang Qinya could respond, Li Xiang interjected. What were you thinking? Pull over. Make the whole bus wait for you. Soon, others chimed in. Exactly. We want to arrive early too. It's quite bothersome. There's no signal in Lingshu. What do you need a phone for? To take selfies. Li Xiang observed Jiangnan's face gradually darkening and couldn't help but smirk. Tang Qianya's eyes turned red, biting her lip. She gently tugged at Jiangnan's sleeve, whispering, Thank you, Nanshan. It's all right. It's all my fault for being careless. I shouldn't have. Before Tang Qianya could finish her sentence, Jiangnan patted her head and said calmly, Wait for me. With that, he suddenly vanished from his seat. What the heck? Where did he go? Not just the classmates, even the teacher and Tang Qianya were startled. Looking through the car window, Jiangnan's figure appeared instantaneously on the roadside 100 meters away. He vanished in the blink of an eye and was gone in an instant. What was he up to? No way. Can teleportation be used like this? The spatial abilities are way too impressive, right? Is he going back to fetch Tang Qianya's phone? Li Xiang scoffed. Because the bus was still moving, it would be quite the miracle if Jiangnan returned. Showing off. Showing off would bring down the thunder. It would be amusing if he got left behind. 3 minutes later, Jiangnan suddenly reappeared in his seat, as if he had never left. He held 2 cups of milk tea and a phone. Here, enjoy. This cup has sugar. You should like sweet things. Tang Qianya was stunned, gazing at the milk tea and phone on her small table, her eyes brimming with tears. Yes, I love sweet things the most. Thank you. Nanshan. The bus fell into a profound silence. In such a short span of time, he had teleported back to the school, retrieved her phone, and even managed to buy 2 cups of milk tea? Then he effortlessly caught up with the bus. Impressive. Absolutely impressive. A true display of skill. Even the teacher was momentarily taken aback, before solemnly stating, Such perilous actions must not be repeated. This is a warning for the future. Meanwhile, Jiangnan, engrossed in sipping his milk tea and listening to music, offered no response. If you all refuse to stop, I shall simply return on my own, he declared, unperturbed by their presence. Li Xiang, filled with resentment, could only lower his head and immerse himself in his game, while Li Mayan furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. What level was Jiangnan at now? Was he still at the same rank of Black Iron 7 stars? How many times had he teleported back and forth? Could his spiritual energy truly sustain such exertion? The only conclusion was that Jiangnan's cultivation was far more formidable than they had perceived. Yet how could this be? Had he truly leveled up in just a few days? Moreover, was Tia's talent classified as the most inferior E grade? Li Mayan found himself baffled, but an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Opposing Jiangnan might indeed be a grave mistake. The bus journey lasted a full 4 hours before they finally arrived at Chabai Mountain. Presently, Chabai Mountain remained a tourist haven, particularly bustling during the summer months. However, the Heavenly Lake was no longer open to the public, with military personnel stationed at the entrance to prevent unauthorized entry. Clearly, Jiangnan and his companions were not there for leisure. They ascended directly to the mountain's peak via the cable car. At the entrance, they encountered soldiers armed to the teeth, along with fortifications and shelters, strictly controlling ingress and egress. Standing atop the mountain, Jiangnan gazed out, and the waters of the Heavenly Lake appeared as a flawless mirror. undisturbed and shrouded in swirling mist. Above the lake, a door resembling a shattered mirror shimmered with bizarre colors, emanating a palpable spatial disturbance. This was, indeed, the true entrance to the heavenly lake's spiritual realm. Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Friends who appreciate this, please add it to your bookshelf and leave a comment. Most importantly, a 5-star review would be greatly appreciated. Currently, there are still fewer than 50 positive reviews. Much love. Chapter 48. The Night Market at the Heavenly Lake entrance. However, entry into the spiritual realm was not immediate. The day had grown late, and the final assessments would commence the following morning. Prior to this, they needed to check into a hotel situated beneath the Heavenly Lake. The students from Yuan No. 2 Middle School and Beige-Ong High School's Spirit Martial class had already arrived by noon. Eyeing Jiangnan and his group from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School with palpable hostility, competitive sparks had already ignited amongst them. Wu Liang had also joined, marking the formal gathering of their trio. That evening, during dinner, the teacher began to elucidate the rules and precautions from the podium. The other students had participated in this event more than once, showing varying degrees of attentiveness. Yet Jiangnan listened with utmost seriousness. This was a joint training assessment among 3 schools, lasting 15 days. The final evaluation would be based on the total number of spiritual orbs collected by each team, along with their respective grades. Drones would be recording the entire process, and any act of cheating would result in immediate disqualification. Shortly, satellite positioning wristbands would be distributed to all students. Should any student be deemed incapacitated due to injury by the supervising teacher, they would be escorted away from the spiritual realm. In the event of an emergency, life-threatening situation, or if one wished to withdraw from the competition, they could press the satellite wristband. This action would signify the forfeiture of their competition eligibility. And all students were urged to consider this carefully. As the teacher continued to outline the regulations, Jiangnan chuckled. It seems there's nothing in the rules about not stealing from others, is there? Tang Qianya could only express her exasperation. What sort of contender was Jiangnan? Truly, before anything has even commenced, thoughts of seizing from others already linger in her mind. She cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety regarding her journey to the spirit ruins. Wu Liang, a seasoned participant, explains, not only can one snatch, but one can also form alliances with other teams. As long as one does not go too far, no one will raise any objections. Jiangnan's eyes glimmer with intrigue. This rule is quite captivating. Competition, triumph, unprincipled accumulation of spirit pearls. With the addition of 2 other schools, Jiangnan can only imagine the chaos that will ensue within the spirit ruins. Nonetheless, she relishes the thought. Although the Heavenly Pool spirit ruins have been classified as a bronze-level realm, it is not devoid of silver and gold-level spirit beasts lurking in its depths. Exercise utmost caution, for the sake of your own safety. Refrain from venturing too deep. Very well, free activities commence. We shall gather at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Upon hearing of the freedom to roam, the students immediately spring into action. Some begin discussing strategies for navigating the spirit ruins, while others delve into the habits of the spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Li Xiang observes the bustling students with a bemused chuckle. Accompanied by Li Mu Yin and Lu Quanwu, they head towards the lower part of the heavenly pool, where a considerable number of social spirit warriors, or those recently emerged from the spirit ruins, congregate, forming a rather sizable night market. Ling Feng appears somewhat bewildered and inquires, Brother Xiang, what are we going to do? Li Xiang replies, naturally, we are going to procure a map of the heavenly pool spirit ruins. Those individuals possess valuable information. Lu Quanwu chuckles, Brother Xiang, you truly live up to your name. With a map in hand, our advantage will be substantial. Li Muyin concurs. Brother Xiang certainly has foresight. A smug expression crosses Li Xiang's face. Follow me, I know the way. In the hotel lobby, Tang Qianya exclaims excitedly, let us strategize as well. Jiangnan retorts, what is there to study? Just follow your brother Nan. There will certainly be bread. I'll take you for a delightful ride. Shall we go for a stroll? I wonder if there are any scallion pancakes at this night market. I crave salad dressing. Jiangnan has long set his sights on the night market at the heavenly pool. As a competent vendor, wherever there is a night market, Jiangnan will be present. Tang Qianya, scallion pancakes? Hey, we're entering the spirit ruins tomorrow. Could we perhaps muster a bit of tension? Why does following Jiangnan always feel like a vacation? She helplessly glances towards Wu Liang for assistance. Wu Liang, what's the matter? Don't you want to eat scallion pancakes? Tang Qianya, I do. The night market at the heavenly pool. The trio of Jiangnan meanders about. The night market here is entirely unlike what Ning Yuan had envisioned. The black tiger claw at the pinnacle of bronze, 200,000 each. Full payment comes with a free tiger tail. A sip of the brew could send one's nose into a frenzy. A complete map of the large forest. A chart of spirit beast activity zones. Records of safety zones. 300,000 per map. No bargaining. Bronze level red-faced baboon spirit pearl. Comes with the fear skill. 3 million. No negotiation. Selling attribute spirit pearls. All 5 elemental types available. Come for a swift deal. The night market at the Heavenly Pool is filled with such wares. The prices are alarmingly steep. Once one exits the Heavenly Pool, it becomes troublesome to offload these items. Thus, the night market model has emerged. Jiangnan is utterly fascinated, merely observing without engaging in sales. Not due to lack of interest, only because damn, I'm broke, but it's truly bustling. The lively atmosphere makes him eager to set up a stall and sell some strength-enhancing items. Meanwhile, Li Xiang is haggling with a bald young man, their faces flushed from the heated negotiation. At this moment, they are debating over a crudely hand-drawn map. I'll take it for a fixed price of 300,000. The bald young man retorts, what are you thinking? 500,000. Not a penny less. Behind him stand 2 young ladies, and the bald handsome guy, Lu Chuanwu, also joins in the bargaining, but the bald young man stands his ground. Li Xiang pleads, let's make a concession. We could become friends. There will be opportunities to collaborate in the future. The bald young man counters, you lack sincerity. Li Xiang hesitates, although his family is wealthy. Shelling out 500,000 for a map feels excessively extravagant. Just then, the girl with a bun behind him brightens up and exclaims, Jingjing, look at that crooked handsome guy. Su Jingru glances over. Oh my, what is he doing here? Zheng Wei, look, the bald young man, who is haggling with Li Xiang, instantly brightens up. What the hell? Li Xiang, feeling the pinch, suggests, how about 35 million? But Zheng Wei completely ignores him and loudly calls out, hey brother, over here, right here. Li Xiang grits his teeth, 40, no more. Zheng Wei, visibly impatient, replies, stop stalling. I don't have time for you right now. Li Xiang is taken aback, and Jiangnan turns around to see the shiny bald head. Zheng Wei, what are you doing setting up a stall here? He greets with a smile. Zheng Wei beams. In this stall business, you're my senior, Nan Shun. Haha, Su Jingru complains, you never reply to my messages on WeChat. You promised to teach me how to fly bricks. Yuan laughs. Jingjing talks about you every day? Li Xiang, however, is stunned. Nanshan. Why does that sound so familiar? He turns around to see Jiangnan. They know each other. Isn't Jiangnan someone who has never entered the Lingxiu? This stall-selling team is clearly seasoned in the Tianqi Lingxiu. How could Jiangnan possibly know them? Jiangnan glances at Li Xiang's group and chuckles. Don't let me interrupt. Go ahead and close your deal. Zheng Wei waves his hand dismissively. No need to worry. Just a bunch of naggers. Li Xiang, filled with anger, glares at Jiangnan. 50 it is. I'll take it. Chapter 49. Confidential files. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wei is taken aback. Really? Why the sudden willingness? How could one refuse a piece of succulent meat served right before them? He promptly initiates a WeChat transfer, exchanging money for goods. Although Li Xiang feels a twinge of regret, there is a hint of disdain in his gaze directed at Jiangnan. TSK, a bunch of broke folks. Can you even afford this? Lu Chuanwu chimes in. Haha, you've made a good choice teaming up with my brother Xiang. With this map, entering the Lingxiu will be much easier. Ling Feng and Li Mu Yin also wear smiles of contentment. Meanwhile, Zheng Wei pays no heed to Li Xiang and enthusiastically wraps an arm around Jiangnan's shoulder. What's up, Nen Shun? What brings you to Tianqi Lingxiu? Jiangnan chuckles. Isn't it the end of term exams? Upon hearing this, Zheng Wei and the 2 young ladies are struck with shock. What the hell? Are you really a high school student? Jiangnan rolled his eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, I told you I hail from the Centaurus galaxy. Yet you refuse to believe me. From Zheng Wei's resentment value 666. From Su Jingrou's resentment value 333. From. It seemed that Zheng Wei had recalled something, as he rummaged through his backpack and produced a notebook. Here, take this, Nanshan. This contains all the information our team has gathered about the Celestial Lake's spirit ruins. Records for all 3 routes, upper, middle, and lower, are meticulously noted, including safety zones, spirit beast gathering points, species, habits, supply points, and so forth. You will undoubtedly find it useful. Zheng Wei opened the notebook, revealing dense, clear handwriting along with detailed maps that it was a comprehensive tome. Li Xiang and the others were dumbfounded. They glanced at the map they had purchased for 500,000, which consisted of merely a few haphazard sketches and scant notes. There was simply no comparison. It was akin to having a detailed guide versus a mere outline. They had paid for it. And a hefty sum at that. Meanwhile, Jiangnan received it for free. How was that fair? Jiangnan hesitated, saying, This dot might not be appropriate. Zheng Wei's expression turned serious. No, you must accept it. To refuse would be to look down upon me. Zheng Wei, Su Jingru chimed in with a smile. Nanshan, just take it. If it weren't for you, our team wouldn't have achieved so much. Jiangnan looked at Zheng Wei's bald head, a knowing smile crossing his face. Haha, then I shall gladly accept it. Li Xiang interjected, his anger flaring. Why do they get such detailed information while we are left with this? I paid for mine, and I want that too. Zheng Wei regarded Li Xiang with a look of incredulity. 50,000 is what you paid for that. No matter where you inquired, it would cost the same. As for mine, it is not for sale. Li Xiang pointed at Jiangnan, demanding, then why give it to him? Zheng Wei raised an eyebrow. What business is it of yours? He is my Nanshan. Who do you think you are? Su Jingru added. This person is truly annoying. Li Xiang gritted his teeth in frustration. There was no reasoning with them. Jiangnan cleared his throat lightly and extended the notebook toward Li Xiang. How about I sell you this for another 50,000? Li Xiang exclaimed. What the hell? You're quite the businessman. From Li Xiang's resentment value 1,000. Both Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu wore expressions as if they had just swallowed something unpleasant. They fumed. Don't think that having a map will grant you any advantages inside. We shall see. With that, they stormed off. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, Zheng Wei chuckled. So, how is it, Nanshan? Are you satisfied? That strength. Jiangnan generously produced a barrel of strength potion from the dimensional space and tossed it onto the stall. All good. For inquiries, contact me via WeChat. Zheng Wei laughed heartily. Oh JBK, on their way back. Tang Xinya gazed at Jiangnan with admiration. To stroll through the night market and acquire a map of the spirit ruins for free. Jiangnan's connections were truly remarkable. This mature charm was utterly irresistible to a girl of her age. Wu Liang, however, was not surprised, for he understood that Jiangnan's abilities extended far beyond this. The following morning, students from 3 high schools gathered at the foot of the Celestial Lake for the competition. Approximately 1,500 individuals stood in formation according to their respective teams. At that moment, every student donned a satellite wristband. Proceeding through security checks one by one, the team from Jiangnan became the center of attention for all. As every other group bore hefty mountaineering backpacks, while Jiangnan's team appeared as if they were on a leisurely trip, carrying nothing at all. Jiangnan was even listening to music. What on earth? Are they here to forfeit? Are they genuinely competitors? Jiangcheng No. 1 High School seems rather lacking to allow such participants. What will they eat, drink, or where will they stay once inside? Oh, that boy with the buzz cut is so handsome. I wish to ask for his WeChat. My goodness, his looks have pierced my heart. Today, I believe in love at first sight. A bold girl even shouted, handsome boy, come follow me into the Linkshu. I'll take care of you. As a result, Jiangnan found himself the target of all the single souls present, their gazes akin to daggers. The resentment meter skyrocketed. Ha, mere mortals, take care of me. Do you possess long, fair legs? Do you have any red bills? Can you fold small notes into frogs? After waiting for half an hour, it was finally Jiangnan's turn to pass through security. He presented his identification card for scanning. Beep, beep, beep. No such person found. The armed soldiers nearby, with hawk-like eyes, immediately fixed their gaze on Jiangnan. Scan again. Beep, beep, beep. No such person found. Not only was Jiangnan baffled, but so were Wu Liang and Tang Xinya. What was happening? Others scanned their cards, and the system displayed information regarding their spiritual warriors, abilities, and ranks. Every individual entering the Linkshu required identity verification in an instant. 3 armed soldiers raised the dark muzzles of their guns towards Jiangnan. Who is this person? Jiangnan, with a sense of helplessness, raised his hands. Please check again. I assure you there is no issue. My classmates can vouch for me. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Li Xiang seized the opportunity. Ha! An undocumented individual? Lu Chuanwu chimed in. Came from an orphanage, has a delayed registration. There can't be any issues, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. How pitiful. No such person found. Ha ha. Could it be because he is not human? Hurry up in front. I'm waiting to pass through. Numerous mocking voices emerged, while those behind began to urge them on, intensifying the tumult. A military officer with a scar on his lip noticed the commotion and strode over briskly. Coldly inquiring, what is going on, soldier? This kid SID card ISNT working. No such person found. The officer, puzzled, thought it impossible that there was no such person. He glanced at Jiangnan, then at his identification card. The card seemed fine. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he fetched a specialized machine from the military. Scanning Jiangnan SID once more, it beeped. Beep, beep, beep. Identity file classified. Access prohibited for ranks below school level. The chilling voice of the announcement echoed throughout the venue. Hiss. The crowd involuntarily gasped in disbelief. Their gazes towards Jiangnan shifted dramatically. What was happening? His ID could only be scanned by military-grade equipment. Moreover, it was encrypted. Those below school level had no right to view it? My heavens, what could this signify? This signifies that within the entirety of Huaxia, only a select few are privileged enough to access the information regarding Jiangnan. Among those present, none possess the qualifications. Ahem. I hereby formally request a wave of 5-star reviews. I seek bookshelf placements and comments. Recommendations are imminent, as these are truly significant for the author. They will determine how far this book can progress. I kindly urge my fellow companions to lend their adorable little hands in support. Thank you. There will be explosive updates to follow. Let us push forward with great vigor. Chapter 50. Report to the teacher. Jiangnan's cheating the military officer's expression shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Such a level of encryption could only be accessed by a few specialized military units. As for the youth before him, he instinctively stood at attention, saluting Jiang and with a solemn expression, declaring, "Safe travels." Proceed. The 3 soldiers who had their guns trained on Jiang and hastily lowered their weapons, similarly saluting him. The atmosphere was as silent as death. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Those who had just urged and mocked him now dared not utter a word. Who knows what kind of background Jiangnan possesses? Li Xiang and the others were so taken aback that they found themselves at a loss for words. The sensation of hitting air with a punch was utterly excruciating. Tang Xinya's delicate face was filled with astonishment. Wu Liang was momentarily dazed. Numerous classmates recalled the scene of Jiang being taken away by the Dark Knight Army. Could he genuinely have any ties to the Dark Knight Army? Jiang silently retrieved his identification card, feeling a surge of indignation. Darn mountain cat. How could you turn me into a black household? Almost got me shot. However, given the stringent checks at Lingshu, Jiang felt considerably more reassured. The people of the White Shark should not be able to enter. Thus, all 1,500 participants from the 3 schools successfully passed through the Lingshu entrance. As soon as Jiang stepped through the Lingshu gates, he was met with a profound wave of spatial fluctuations. This sensation was rather familiar, akin to that experienced during teleportation. Suddenly, the scene before him brightened. What greeted his eyes was a lush expanse of forested mountains. The mountain ranges stretched infinitely, with several peaks capped in snow. Occasionally, the dull roar of beasts echoed through the woods. It felt as though he had entered an entirely different world. The military had established a stronghold at the entrance, constructing several wooden cabins. Troops were stationed year-round within Lingshu, with security zones set up in various locations. Upon entering, the students formed small teams, charging in 3 distinct directions. There were 3 routes available: upper, middle, and lower. The upper and lower paths had lower-level spirit beasts, presenting a higher safety factor. Conversely, the central route, which had been cleared, was teeming with spirit beasts of higher levels. The danger factor surged. Yet, the majority of students headed straight for the middle path. Naturally, the spirit beasts along the way were plentiful, making it a race to be the first to claim them. The element of first-mover advantage was crucial. Above, numerous drones were broadcasting live footage from within Lingshu, relaying the images back to the colossal screens in the hotel. This was to monitor the conditions of each small team. Not long after Jiangnan and the others entered, 3 military vehicles arrived outside the hotel. A team dressed in Dark Knight military uniforms disembarked, taking full control of the surveillance operations, leaving the school with no choice but to comply. Simultaneously, the school's official website was also streaming the competition live. After all, the school aimed to profit as well. This would also serve a promotional purpose. At this moment, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School's official website was broadcasting live, and the number of viewers watching online had surged to over 100,000. The comments section erupted. Haha, I'm here to see my god Nan. What a coincidence. So am I. Where is he, that handsome guy with the buzz cut over there? Can't even find him. It is evident that one is not a true fan. Indeed, his striking handsomeness is nothing short of 360 degrees without flaws. I envy the girl who gets to team up with him. Observing the viewer count in the live stream, the principal is positively beaming with joy. Jiangnan is simply a magnet for attention. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao are cozily nestled at home, engrossed in the live broadcast. They have snacks and drinks prepared for their enjoyment. Xia Yao exclaims, "My goodness, Jiangnan has so many female fans. The live stream is filled with viewers there just to see him." Zhong Yingxue chuckles. "Then we are included in that category too." Xia Yao grins mischievously. "You claim to aim for first place. I'm curious to see what abilities he possesses." The scene shifts back to the live event. Approximately 1,000 students have surged into the venue, with the remaining 500 still deliberating their route. Naturally, the more competent teams have gravitated towards the central path. Tang Qinya, brimming with excitement, asks, Nanshan, which path are we taking? Jiangnan shakes his head. Us. We shall not proceed. Tang Qinya is taken aback. Not going? Are we to linger here until the end? You guessed it. It is confirmed. Jiangnan has indeed come for a leisurely experience. She then looks towards Wu Liang for assistance. Wu Liang affirms, yes, we are not moving. Tang Qinya is left speechless. From Tang Qinya's resentment value 333. Jiangnan beams a radiant smile. Why rush? With a snap of his fingers. A portal to an alternate dimension opens to its maximum extent. Wu Liang turns and strides confidently inside. With a thunderous roar of an engine, the headlights illuminate. To Tang Qianya's astonishment, a heavily modified Ford Raptor pickup truck emerges. Tang Qianya gasps. Goodness, it seems something bizarre has slipped in here. Jiangnan hops into the vehicle. Let us drive. Come on. Get in. By the time Tang Qianya settles into the back seat, her mind is utterly bewildered. Jiangnan brought a car in. What sort of miraculous feat is this? While others traverse on foot, he chooses to drive. No wonder he is unperturbed. The students still at the entrance are nearly choked with disbelief upon seeing Jiangnan's team has actually brought a car inside. They can hardly contain their shock. Are you serious? Is this some sort of cheat? Jiangnan then pulls out a loudspeaker. Middle path. Hurry up and get in. 1,001 spots. Limited seating. Seize the opportunity while it lasts. Just let us know where you wish to disembark. This gives them a significant advantage and conserves energy. The students are in a frenzy. This is practically a business venture. 1,000. That's quite reasonable. A minute later, Wu Liang floors the accelerator. The Raptor-S exhaust belches forth plumes of black smoke, the wheels flinging mud several meters away as they roar down the central path with incredible speed. The cargo bed is loaded with 12 individuals. Jiangnan, seated in the passenger seat, counts money, his smile radiant. Those still on the ground are left dumbfounded. Where can one even lodge a complaint? Having a vehicle within the Lingshu greatly enhances mobility. They hit the jackpot. Immediately, someone reports to the drone, Teacher, Jiangnan is cheating. Indeed, he is cheating. How can he drive? This is utterly unfair. This is beyond mere cheating. It is akin to using hacks. Even the teachers and staff are rendered speechless. Yet they insisted. Jiangnan has not violated any rules. You can drive too, classmate. Really? We can drive? But where on earth are the cars? The teacher's point is quite straightforward. If he can bring a car in. That's his skill. If you have the ability, you can bring one too. How to bring it? Can you carry it on your back? Meanwhile, the live stream comments exploded. Oh my. Nanshan is so bold. He's actually driving? And charging people? What a businessman. Haha. I'm dying of laughter. If there's a matter, burn some paper. The loudspeaker is incredibly spirited. Wow. The spatial ability is simply explosive. Nanshan is truly extraordinary. You can never predict what stunning move he will make next. The comments flooded the screen. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were laughing uncontrollably on the bed, tears streaming down their faces. Is it really necessary to be this extravagant? Xiaonan is so naughty. Haha. Zhong Yingxue covered her face, stifling her laughter, her shoulders shaking. Chapter 51. Lying Chicken, 50 urges for updates. The modified Raptor truck boasts exceptional off-road capabilities. Even in the mountains, it remains swift. The teams that set off earlier were now pushing themselves to the limit. Racing to reach the gathering point of spirit beasts, they all glared at each other, refusing to give way. Those with enhanced abilities were somewhat better off, but the elemental mages were exhausted, drenched in sweat. Tongues hanging out like dying dogs. Li Xiang's team, having set off early, was at the forefront of the group. Li Xiang was sweating profusely, sipping water. He vaguely heard the rumble of an engine. Many others felt the same, their faces filled with confusion. This is the spirit ruins world. How could there be the sound of a car? I must have misheard. It must be the roar of some spirit beast. But the engine noise grew louder. The classmates couldn't help but look back. A black Raptor truck was speeding wildly, towing around 10 people. Jiangnan, holding a loudspeaker, shouted, "Come on, make way. It wouldn't be good to crash into anyone." The teams. What the heck is happening? Where did this car come from? Li Xiang, Li Mayan, and the others were stunned. Oh my. ISNT that Jiangnan. Just as they were lost in thought, the Raptor slammed on the gas and zoomed past. Mud splattered all over Li Xiang and his companions, instantly turning them into muddy figures. The earthy taste filled their mouths. The only distinguishing feature of gender was the modest bulge in front. Damn it. Jiangnan. Li Xiang was instantly furious, yelling at the top of his lungs, but the car had already vanished from sight. From Li Xiang's resentment value 1,000. From Li Mayan's resentment value 1000. From the teams that were desperately sprinting were dumbfounded. What kind of divine team is this? Where did their car come from? Many immediately reported cheating, but there was no response. Who are they? Where did the car come from? This is just too impressive. That Jiangnan from Jiangnan #1 High School. The car must be stored in an alternate dimension. This operation is too outrageous, right? Spatial ability. So enviable. How on earth do you play this game? What is the name of their team? Jiangnan is absolutely right. No. What do you mean by everything being correct? I am asking what their team is called. Jiangnan is absolutely right. The team, of course. Along the way, the resentment level list was frantically refreshing. Jiangnan was grinning from ear to ear. If only there could be competitions and exams every day. Wouldn't that be exhilarating? How can one bring about their own pleasure? If others are unhappy, one can still revel in their own joy. It's not Jiangnan's fault. It's the system's fault. The system is at fault. What does that have to do with me or Jiangnan? The passengers in the vehicle gradually disembarked. Meanwhile, Jiangnan and his companions also came to a halt. This was because they encountered spirit beasts, a group of red-faced baboons. Red-faced baboons, social spirit beasts. Most are at the bronze level. Highly aggressive, with formidable physical prowess. The baboon leader possesses a spirit technique. Fearful roar, it can briefly intimidate foes, rendering them dazed and stiff. The group Jiangnan encountered consisted of approximately 7 or 8 individuals. Last night, Jiangnan diligently studied Zheng Wei's notes. Therefore, upon seeing these red-faced baboons, information instantly sprang to mind. Jiangnan couldn't help but feel intrigued. This was his first encounter with a spirit beast, unlike the baboons of the outside world. The red-faced baboons were extraordinarily large. Even squatting down, they stood at a height of 1.5 meters. Beneath their golden fur lay well-developed, bulging muscles. Their red monkey faces were exceptionally fierce. At that moment, due to the engine noise of the raptor, the baboons had already taken notice of Jiangnan and his group, displaying vigilant expressions. What shall we do? Shall we engage? Jiangnan suggested nonchalantly. Wu Liang nodded. I'll follow your lead. Jiangnan smiled. Wait a moment, I'll draw the aggro. You take the damage. Protect little Tang Tang. The rest is up to me. Tang Qinya felt a bit anxious. Then what should I do? Jiangnan, you stay behind the big guy. If you use your wood-type abilities, there's plenty of vegetation here. Just control their movements. Tang Qinya nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. All right. The three of them exited the vehicle. Wu Liang equipped his iron shield and battle saber, activating his beast transformation, becoming a towering half-bear figure over 2 meters tall. Meanwhile, Tang Xinya's hands glowed with green light, appearing somewhat tense. Jiangnan unsheathed his tang knife and asked, Are you ready? Wu Liang firmly declared, Let us do this. In an instant, Jiangnan teleported, appearing amidst the baboon horde 100 meters away. This scene was so sudden that the baboons were caught completely off guard. The tang knife sliced through the air, creating a stunning arc. With a swift strike, blood splattered. The head of a red-faced baboon, taller than a person, was cleaved off. Jiangnan casually caught it, grinning widely. This sight sent shivers down Tang Xinya's spine. A bronze-level red-faced baboon couldn't withstand a single blow from Jiangnan. This was incredibly swift and decisive. The overwhelming scent of blood instantly provoked the baboon horde, which seized nearby boulders and wooden sticks to hurl at Jiangnan. The baboon leader, clearly larger than the others at nearly 2 meters, let out a deafening roar. The sound was so thunderous, akin to a clap of thunder, it was in less than 3 breaths. The baboon lord broke free. At that moment, Jiangnan had regained his composure and reappeared in an instant, clutching the severed baboon head in his hand. He was determined to eliminate the lord first. The fearsome roars were too troublesome. Losing focus for even a moment in battle could prove fatal. Having suffered greatly, Jiangnan resolved to deal with the lord first. The frenzied horde of baboons charged forth, wielding clubs and massive stones, striking violently against the iron shield. Wu Liang's face flushed crimson as he unleashed a thunderous roar, swinging his saber mightily, sending one baboon flying. Jiangnan vanished once more, reappearing in midair. With a swift thrust, his tang knife plunged deep into the back of the baboon that had been struck. By the time the baboon hit the ground, it was lifeless. The baboon lord, with rage in its eyes, let out another fearsome roar. All three momentarily lost their focus. With a powerful slap, it sent Wu Liang staggering back 3 steps. Yet, following this was Wu Liang's fierce shield charge, with a resounding thud. The baboon lord stumbled, toppling backwards. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangnan instantaneously appeared on the lord's shoulder, driving his tang knife deeply into its neck, burying it to the hilt. However, A nearby baboon retaliated with a forceful punch aimed at Jiangnan's head. With no time to withdraw his blade, Jiangnan abandoned it, turning to intercept the baboon's fist, executing an over-the-shoulder throw, sending it crashing into Wu Liang. It was cleaved in two by the furious swing of the saber. The baboon lord was slain, and the remaining 4 small red-faced baboons posed no threat. Falling within 30 seconds, 6 baboon corpses lay sprawled across the ground. Tang Qianya's heart raced wildly. So this is the legendary lion chicken? Did the entire ordeal last barely a minute? How astonishingly swift. Is it really that good? 50 more updates. My comrades are truly formidable. Remember to add this to your bookshelf and give a 5-star rating. A humble author, begging online. Chapter 52, a 3-room apartment with a shower. In under 60 seconds, Tang Qianya merely watched, slightly restraining the baboon lord with some underbrush, and then the baboon was utterly annihilated? When did hunting spirit beasts become so effortless? Instant teleportation is simply otherworldly. Watching Jiangnan skillfully extract a spirit pearl from the baboon lord's head with a trident, Tang Qianya remained in a daze. Baboon meat must be quite unpalatable. Perhaps I shall forego it? Tang Qianya. You extracted its spirit pearl, and now you wish to take it home. This brief skirmish was followed in its entirety by a drone. Broadcasting live, the chat room exploded with comments. Is Nanshan truly that formidable? The red-faced baboons of the Heavenly Pool Spirit Ruins are notoriously difficult to contend with. Many fully equipped bronze-level teams dare not engage. Yet, they were dispatched in 57 seconds. The Tang knife, how magnificent. Did you all witness that? The over-the-shoulder throw was a sight to behold. Instant teleportation is simply divine. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of Nanshan's shadow throughout. That bear was undoubtedly a national treasure-level heavy armor shield warrior. The saber is an absolute beast. Such a spectacle. 666. The number of viewers in the live stream surged once more. The video of Jiangnan's swift extermination of the red-faced baboons in 57 seconds went viral online. Fervently shared by fans of Nanshan. At home, Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao exchanged incredulous glances, as if they had seen a ghost. Did Xiaonan truly never step into the spirit ruins? How incredibly powerful. Zhong Yinxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. There was not a hint of hesitation during the battle. He seized the moment with impeccable timing, were one to remain oblivious to the intricacies. They might easily presume that Jiangnan was merely a seasoned veteran. At this moment, Jiangnan and his companions are once again embarking on their journey. Seated within the vehicle, Jiangnan reflects upon the recent skirmish. Feeling a deep sense of dissatisfaction, he had underestimated the impact of the fear roar. Should the opportunity arise again, Jiangnan would immediately target the baboon lord for elimination. He simultaneously recognizes the shortcomings of his team. Their damage output is rather lacking. Jiangnan had just assumed the role of an assassin. How much easier it would have been with a powerful sorcerer by his side. Contemplating this, Jiangnan cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation for the days that lie ahead in Songjiang Lingwu. After slaying 7 baboons, they had only obtained 3 spirit orbs, one of which bore the fear roar technique. What do you think? Does the big guy desire this technique? Wu Liang shook his head. No, it does not suit me. And what about Xiao Tang? Tang Qianya fervently shook her head. I think I'll pass. As a delicate maiden, if she were to absorb this technique, a single ferocious roar in battle might frighten both foes and spirit beasts alike. Wouldn't that ruin her image? A calming Barbie, roaring online. Xiao Tang's heart vehemently rejected the idea. As they sped along, Jiangnan showed no inclination to spare any spirit beasts or groups they encountered. Eventually, upon sighting black iron tier spirit beasts, they no longer halted. Jiangnan would directly teleport out, dispatch the foe within seconds, and then returned, leaving no survivors in his wake. Throughout their journey, they encountered no spirit beasts comparable to the red-faced baboons. Being in the outskirts, spirit beasts were scarce and of low rank. By around 4 in the afternoon, Jiangnan and his party had arrived at a secure outpost. They had gathered 11 spirit orbs, 5 of bronze grade. The remainder all black iron grade AT this very moment. Jiangnan's grievance list was undergoing a frenzied update. It was filled with unfamiliar names, leaving him utterly perplexed. What on earth? Had he truly done anything to warrant such resentment? Was it possible that his striking handsomeness incited jealousy? Unbeknownst to him, the group trailing Jiangnan was on the brink of madness. There was not a single trace left of anything along the way. Every spirit beast encountered had been found with its throat slit. It was a ruthless harvest. Even the fruits along the path had been completely plundered. They had commenced their trek at around 6 in the morning and continued until after 7 in the evening, with absolutely nothing to show for it. It was no wonder Jiangnan felt aggrieved. They questioned their very purpose. Were they here to compete or merely to run a marathon? Each of them, exhausted and trembling in their calves, finally arrived at the secure outpost. It was a vast expanse beside a grand lake. Soldiers had erected wooden barriers here, establishing a safe haven for the spirit warriors to rest and recuperate. After all, the spirit ruins were perilous at night, with many spirit beasts being nocturnal. Armed soldiers and military spirit warriors were on duty. The group appeared as filthy as young rascals. Li Xiang's team, in particular, stood out as a veritable embodiment of mud. Covered in dirt, they looked utterly miserable. All they yearned for was to enter the safe zone and rest for the night, preparing for the battles of the morrow. However, upon entering the secure area, they were left dumbfounded. Before them stood a colossal inflatable tent by the lakeside, a luxurious 3-bedroom, 1 living room grand tent. 3 500-watt camping lamps illuminated the space brightly. Wu Liang was squatting shirtless by the campfire. On the fire pit, a whole deer was being roasted. A captivating fragrance wafts through the air. A grand rainbow umbrella stands tall by the lakeside. Draped in a pristine white bathrobe, Jiangnan lounges on a beach chair. Clutching a goblet filled with chilled soda, he gracefully savors the twilight glow of the setting sun. Without turning his head, he calls out, "Big guy, add more cumin and more chili powder." Wu Liang responds eagerly, "Got it." Nan go. Suddenly, the group, weary from a day-long marathon journey, erupts in disbelief. What in the world? Could it be any more extravagant? A spacious tent with 3 rooms and 1 living area, more cumin and chili powder. Drinking cola from a goblet, watching the sunset from a beach chair. In an instant, they felt as if they had arrived in Sanya. Are you here to compete or to vacation? In stark contrast, their own setup consists of camping tents, small hammocks, sleeping bags, and instant noodles. After a long day of running, who has the energy to indulge? They would gladly collapse onto the ground for a quick nap. Yet, as they lie in their sleeping bags, the aroma of roasted venison wafts through the air, rendering their compressed biscuits tasteless. How is it fair? We are all human. Why must you be so extravagant? Enjoy your feast, just don't let us see it. The competitors grumbled silently. Just then, Tang Xinya emerged, her hair still damp from a recent shower, her cheeks flushed with a lingering pink. Wu Ge, is it ready? Almost. Why not play a game in the meantime? The group stared in disbelief. What? You even brought a shower room. Did you bring your gaming console too? Why don't you just move your whole house here? Oh, heavens! Why don't you strike this rascal down with a bolt of lightning? Li Xiang glanced at Jiangnan and the others, then at his own mud-streaked self. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanwu rummaged through his backpack. Xiangge? What flavor of instant noodles do you want? Beef brisket? Chicken stew with mushrooms? Li Xiang, with a scowl, retorted. Eat your own. I want to sleep. Lu Chuanwu, Li Muyan, Ling Feng. Jiangnan stared at his ever-increasing grievances, feeling utterly exasperated. Alas, I never wished to be this extravagant. However, given my circumstances at home, as a boy, I must not suffer while out in the world. My friends are simply too amazing. Let us keep this going. A 5-star review, just a click away. For those who enjoy it, don't forget to add it to your bookshelf, so you won't get lost. Thank you. Chapter 53. Jiangnan. Mind your manners by the campfire. Jiangnan slices roasted meat with a triangular military dagger, his lips glistening with grease. Meanwhile, Wu Liang gnaws vigorously on a deer leg. Tang Xinya takes delicate bites, her face radiating happiness. The meat of mystical beasts is truly incomparable. The stationed group looks utterly dejected, tormented by the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat, sleepless through the night. With no other option, they resort to stuffing grass into their nostrils, yet they cannot suppress their salivation. Frustrated, they bury their heads in their sleeping bags. Even at night, the live stream remains bustling. Is this for real? What a cheeky move. Ha! Look at those poor souls in the team. I'm dying of laughter. Not only did they run a marathon all day, but now they must endure the spiritual torment from Nanshan. It is evident that Nanshan is here for a holiday. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yo gazed enviously at Jiangnan as they savored barbecued delicacies. Can one truly indulge in such pleasures within the confines of Lingshu? Jiangnan's audacious exploits had utterly reshaped her worldview. After all, each venture into Lingshu typically entailed great hardships. Such luxuries are hardly found in the wilderness. Yet here was Jiangnan, living in exquisite comfort. Xia Yao, observing Jiangnan, felt a spark of mischief flicker in her large eyes. She resolved to join forces with Jiangnan, all for the chance to bathe in Lingshu and enjoy a barbecue. Meanwhile, the night squad, watching the drone footage from their hotel, wore expressions of wry amusement. After years of participating in missions, it was the first time they had witnessed such flamboyant maneuvers. Flamboyant, indeed, to the utmost degree. The following morning, they were roused by the fragrant aroma of coffee and the thunderous roar of engines. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld Jiangnan and the others driving off in a raptor. Panic ensued. Their hearts raced with urgency. With reddened eyes, they frantically gathered their belongings. "Hey, Jiangnan, don't you dare leave. Damn it. On the road again. Get up, stop sleeping, and let us chase after them." "Ugh, why wake up so early? Why chase Jiangnan? He is not even a beauty. Are you dazed? Let them run ahead. With so many of us, what could we possibly salvage? We'll be left eating dust." In a flurry, they packed their things. Some didn't even shut the doors properly. Others fastened their chest straps incorrectly. But there was no time to fuss over such details. Disheveled, they hit the road, resembling a pack of famished zombies. Yet all they encountered were tire tracks and scattered remains of spirit beasts. After a day of travel, they arrived at the next safe haven, only to be further outshone by Jiangnan. They had to endure yet another olfactory assault. Grumbling, they succumbed to sleep, only to find that Jiangnan had once again sped off at dawn. This scenario persisted for 3 days. The teams had begun to voice their frustrations. The upper and lower routes had developed a solid strategy. Yet the middle route remained perpetually tethered to Jiangnan's tail, not a single scrap to be had. With dark circles under their eyes, they resembled famine-stricken souls. Had they been trailing Jiangnan for 3 marathon days? If this continued, they might as well abandon their studies and sign up for a marathon. They would surely emerge as gold medal contenders. Thus, they collectively reported Jiangnan's transgressions. "We can't take it anymore. Our bodies are giving out. Someone please intervene. My WeChat step counter exceeded 110,000 steps yesterday. Can you believe I ranked 108 among my friends? I can't handle it. I'm heading to the lower route. We can't keep up in the middle. Someone is cheating." The middle team, brimming with grievances, petitioned en masse. The teachers and staff could no longer bear to watch. They were at a loss regarding Jiangnan, who had not actually violated any rules. He merely exploited them. If this continued, they feared a collapse would be imminent. Meanwhile, Jiangnan, blissfully examining spirit pearls in the vehicle, felt a sudden vibration from his satellite wristband. "Jiangnan, mind your limits. Do not disrupt the competition. If this persists, we may have to ask you to step aside." Jiangnan was taken aback. "Why should I be asked to leave? I'm enjoying this 15-day break splendidly. I still intend to secure first place. What have I done to deserve this?" Resigned, he extended his hand out of the window, giving a cheeky oip gesture. Wu Liang, with a look of exasperation, inquired, "What do we do next?" Jiangnan chuckled. "Of course, we follow the teacher's guidance. We are utterly exhausted. We truly need to rest well these next few days." Tang Xinya, exhausted. Where is the exhaustion? After 3 days, I've actually gained weight, as expected. For the following 2 days, Jiangnan refrained from seizing the initiative. Instead, he accompanied the small group, not even slaying any spirit beasts, but rather enjoying a leisurely outing with Wu Liang and Tang Xinya in this spiritual realm. Alternatively, they would return to the safe zone to play a game of 3 kingdoms. The other teams finally breathed a sigh of relief, beginning to hunt spirit beasts, slowly making progress. But why does it infuriate me so? We toil all day, covered in dirt, risking our lives, and yet Jiangnan spends his days frolicking with girls. We are all human. Why must you be so exceptional? On that day, Li Xiong and his team were engaged in a fierce battle against a bronze tier 3-star Earth Armor Dragon. The atmosphere was charged with intensity. Lu Chuan Wu transformed to withstand the beast's assault. I used a mire to hinder its movements. Ling Feng seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. While Li Mian provided support, the tension in the arena reached its zenith. Just then, Jiangnan, accompanied by Wu Liang and Tang Xinya, barged in. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their eyes lit up. Li Xiong and his team wore expressions of vigilance. Fearing that Jiangnan and the others might attempt to snatch their quarry, Jiangnan pointed at the small waterfall, exclaiming that the scenery was splendid and declared this the perfect spot for a pose. Consequently, Wu Liang and Tang Xinya scampered over to the waterfall. Wu Liang, bare-chested, struck a crab pose showcasing his bulging muscles. Meanwhile, Tang Xinya posed with 2 peace signs, flashing a sweet smile. Li Xiong, Li Mian, Lu Chuan Wu. What the heck? We are in the midst of a battle, hunting spirit beasts. Can't you see the atmosphere is so tense? We are at a critical juncture, and you bring people here for a photo op. Have you no shame? Come on. 1, 2, 3, smile, say cheese. Li Xiong's resentment level 999. Lu Chuan Wu's resentment level 666. With a snap, Jiangnan hurriedly beckoned. Come. The photo turned out splendid. Look. Tang Xinya's eyes immediately sparkled. What girl doesn't he adore taking pictures? She rushed over to join Wu Liang for a look. However, the phone screen displayed a close-up of Jiangnan's face. In the picture, he was grinning brightly, revealing a set of pearly whites. Tang Qianya, got a selfie, and you call it splendid? What was the point of us striking poses? Hey, Tang Qianya pouted. Wu Liang, brother Nan, can I give you a beating? This is too much. Tang Qianya's resentment level 333. Wu Liang's resentment level 999. Oh, the big guy seems quite disgruntled, more vain than the young ladies. Here, Jiangnan swiped through his album, finally revealing the photos taken just moments ago. In the picture. Wu Liang's muscles looked formidable, and Tang Qianya's smile was delightful. Meanwhile, the backdrop of Li Xiang and the others appeared blurred with frustration. Wu Liang and Tang Qianya's faces darkened further. Must you be so mischievous? Jiangnan chuckled. Let us go. Let us find another spot. Wu Liang, Tang Qianya. P.S. Author's note. Dolly is still in the recommendation phase. Dear friends, please extend your support. Let us boost this book's data and performance. For those who enjoy it, remember to add it to your bookshelf. Kindly grant a 5-star review and a gentle nudge for updates. This is of utmost importance to me. I shall respond to any comments I see. As per the usual practice, if we reach 50 prompts for updates or reviews, an additional chapter will be added. Not every 50 will yield a new chapter. Dear authors, please be lenient. My plight is rather dire. The added chapter will likely be available around noon or in the afternoon. One was added yesterday, and my companions were incredibly supportive. Let us strive for further success today. Hooray! Please remember to leave a 5-star rating and add the book to your shelf. Chi Feng expresses heartfelt gratitude to everyone. Furthermore, those wishing to join the Chi Feng Alliance may refer to Chapter 34, featuring the golden-haired elder sister, where the number is provided. Chapter 54, The Law of True Delight. Additional chapter. What peculiar obsession is this? Shall we switch to another place? How much does Jiangnan relish vexing others? Tang Qianya feels as though she has spent the past 5 days under the weight of others' resentful gazes. Wu Liang, brother Nan, if this continues, our chances of securing first place are looking rather bleak. Jiangnan, no worries, brother. I have it all under control. It's just a spirit pearl. The live stream chat is in complete frenzy. Someone is fighting, and he is taking pictures. When will I ever be as exceptional as the male god? Why do I feel such an urge to give him a good thrashing? Haha. This is incredible. What a bold maneuver. Are the spirit beasts no longer being hunted? A mere display? Is self-detonation the plan? At this moment, the crowd has been in the spirit ruins for 5 days, having reached the 5th and final safe stronghold. Beyond this point, no further safe havens will be established. Most teams have chosen to operate from the safe base, venturing out to hunt spirit beasts by day and returning to rest at night. Few teams have chosen to delve deeper, as doing so jeopardizes their safety at night, significantly increasing the risk factor. Over the past 2 days, Jiangnan has explored nearly every nearby location, and he has a rough idea of the surroundings. This day, they returned to the safe zone early to set up camp. As the group teams dragged their weary bodies back to the safe stronghold, an irresistible aroma filled the entire wilderness. In front of the spacious tent, a massive barbecue grill had been set up. Skewers of meat were sizzling over the charcoal flames. Several small tables had been arranged in the open space. A large fan was circulating air, dispersing the delectable scent throughout the camp, through the loudspeaker. Jiangnan's voice echoed repeatedly. Come, specialties of Tianqi, the grand meat skewers. Incredibly fragrant. Absolutely delightful. Who the hell wants to buy meat skewers, Mom? I crave barbecued skewers. Let us eat. Shall 10 skewers suffice? That will do. Thank you. Mom. You're the best, Mom. Tang Qianya, feeling bashful, covered her face. She never imagined that one day she would be selling meat skewers in the spirit ruins. Moreover, that advertisement was utterly mortifying, wasn't it? The entire script was voiced by Jiangnan. And even the little girl's voice was mimicked with astonishing accuracy. The group team was bewildered. What is happening? Upon returning to the safe stronghold, why does it feel as though they have entered a night market? Is there truly a food stall operating in the spirit ruins? Are you serious? Have you been concocting this for the past 2 days? Yet, it genuinely smells delightful, having consumed compressed biscuits and instant noodles for 5 or 6 days. The moment they caught a whiff of the aroma, their mouths watered uncontrollably. At that moment, someone inquired, how much are the skewers? With a grand gesture, Jiangnan declared, 1 black iron-grade spirit pearl for each person. Feel free to indulge in skewers, a delightful discount for a team of 4. 3 black iron-grade spirit pearls for the lot. The group was taken aback. Are they eyeing our spirit pearls? No wonder we haven't hunted any spirit beasts these past few days. So we were just waiting here? Have they no shame? This is nothing short of a blatant scheme to reap the harvest. After all our hard work to gather spirit pearls, they think they can just take them? Absolutely not. No chance whatsoever. But that skewer does smell divine. I wonder what it tastes like. It must be fantastic. Wiping away the drool, they exclaimed. It's only 3 pearls, right? Fine. I'll give them. At worst, I'll just have to put in more effort tomorrow. Bring on the skewers. Let us go all out. With a team that had made decent gains, there was no need for hesitation. After 5 days of nothing but instant noodles, their mouths had grown weary of blandness. In no time, all 8 tables were filled. Teams without seats resorted to sitting on the ground to enjoy their skewers. They devoured the food like ravenous wolves, causing sparks to fly from the skewers. The sight made the other teams envious. Seeing the situation was ripe, Jiangnan offered another enticing deal. Come, everyone, take a look. Ice-cold green bottles, meat skewers paired with beer. The more you drink, the merrier. 1 bronze-grade spirit pearl, a dozen beers, at that moment. Someone gasped. What? Why is it so expensive? Jiangnan replied. This is chilled. Is it still too pricey? Can you find a better deal in this Tianqi spirit market? Initially, no one was willing to purchase, but how could they resist the allure of the salty skewers? Jiangnan had instructed Wu Liang to liberally sprinkle salt while grilling. Thirsty as they were, the sight of the frosty green bottles, glistening with frost, was irresistible. Damn it. Bring me a dozen. Boss, these skewers are way too salty. Can't you use less salt? Jiangnan retorted. No way. I run my business this way. It's just practical. Fine. Go ahead and load them up. More cumin and chili powder. From Li Guang's resentment value 666. From Han Jiaxuan's resentment value 885. From Wu Liang was sweating profusely. Tang Qinya donned an apron and took on the role of a server. Spirit pearls were pouring in. Earlier, they had worried about not claiming first place, but now that the Tianqi food stall was open, it was a sure win. No one could resist. It was as if the entire mid-lane teams were working for Jiangnan. It was blatant exploitation, but who cared? Those who had been starving for 5 days could not resist the tantalizing aroma of the skewers. Meanwhile, Jiangnan strolled around the camp with skewers in hand. Hey, brother, want a bite? The person scowled, gnashing their teeth in frustration. From Oh, how delicious, 1 bite, and it oozes juice. From As he wandered, he eventually reached Li Xiang's side. Care for a bite? Your team has had quite the haul. And you're not short on those 3 spirit pearls? Li Xiang scoffed. True, we're not lacking, but why don't you just give them to us for free? Jiangnan smirked. Free, little buddy? You must be dreaming. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes. Don't celebrate too soon. If this keeps up, the school authorities will surely come for you. Jiangnan shrugged. Come for me. Have I broken any rules? I'm merely fulfilling a demand. The spirit pearls were willingly given to me. Lu Qianwu pointed an accusatory finger at Jiangnan, exclaiming, Lu Qianwu, would rather starve to death. I would leap from here before consuming even a morsel of your food. Li Xiang and Ling Feng both raised their thumbs in admiration for Lu Qianwu, exclaiming, no doubt about it, my friend, you possess true grit. Jiangnan scoffed, if you won't eat, then don't. He then turned and shouted, limited time offer. Anyone who dines with me will receive a complimentary shower. Upon hearing this, Li Mayan could no longer remain seated. A chance to bathe. After 5 days, she was positively odorous. Moreover, she had been caked in mud since the very first day. This was undoubtedly catastrophic for any young woman. Why not indulge ourselves and grab a bite? 3 bronze-level spirit pearls are hardly beyond our means. Li Xiang frowned. But wouldn't that just benefit Jiangnan? His spirit pearls will only multiply. Ling Feng whispered. Even if we refuse, they are bound to secure first place anyway. Li Xiang replied. That is indeed troubling. But I cannot bring myself to lower my pride. If you wish to go, then do so. Li Mayan, however, cared little for such concerns, and promptly took her 3 spirit pearls to enjoy a shower. Ling Feng and Lu Qianwu exchanged glances, this thought having spent the money. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to Jiangnan if we didn't eat? Humph, watch me make you bankrupt. You rascal. Consequently, Lu Qianwu and Ling Feng squatted down, each devouring a large meat skewer. Ah, this is truly delectable. How can it be so delicious? The skewers are irresistible. Let us indulge a bit more. Jiangnan thought to himself. I shall consider Lu Qianwu's earlier pronouncement as mere bluster. Indeed, nothing escapes the law of irresistible flavors. Chapter 55. Beneath the crooked tree they toiled away until the late hours of the night, accruing over 70 black iron-level spirit pearls and 13 bronze-level spirit pearls. Wu Liang could never have anticipated that Jiangnan would seize first place through the sale of skewers. As the two were tidying their stall, Jiangnan, burdened with a heap of skewers, made his way toward the patrolling soldiers. Over the past few days, Jiangnan had reaped an unimaginable amount of resentment points, which were continually refreshing. Among them, one particular entry caught his attention. Resentment points from Ivanov Holloway's 666. This occurrence had taken place 3 times over the past few days, and interestingly, it had only appeared at the last safe haven. Jiangnan sensed a whiff of conspiracy. Were the White Shark members also curious about this individual? To uncover the truth, he had been taking numerous photographs and showcasing various feats, all in a bid to ascertain whether Ivanov was concealed within the squad. Yet, that was not the case. Thus, only one conclusion remained. Jiangnan approached the night watch soldiers, carrying beer and skewers in hand. "Brothers, care for a bite? It's incredibly fragrant." One soldier cast a nonchalant glance at Jiangnan, maintaining his stoic posture, standing at attention. Resentment points from Wang Jianhua 333. Not this one. The true name revelation of the Supreme Street Vendor System is simply remarkable. It is perfectly suited for locating individuals. "Brother, you've stood guard all day. Let me treat you to something. Regulations prohibit it. You truly want to partake?" Jiangnan waved the meat skewer tantalizingly in front of the soldier's nose. Resentment points from Lu Yuchuan 666. "Forgive me, soldier. I am truly left with no choice. If you are to harbor any animosity, let it be directed towards that Ivanov." After probing around for quite some time, no one dared to speak. Finally, we arrived at the imposing figure of a soldier, standing at an impressive height of 1.80 meters, with a robust physique that I noticed a flicker of unease in his expression as he swallowed hard and cautiously suggested. "How about a skewer?" Jiangnan exclaimed. "What the heck? You actually intend to eat? Isn't there a regulation against this in the military?" The soldier's face darkened. "So, you never intended for us to eat? Why then, do you bring a skewer here to flaunt it? Is this meant to incite resentment?" From Ivanov. Harivis's resentment level 999. Jiangnan's eyes sparkled. "Oh, here it comes." However, upon closer inspection of the soldier, he bore little resemblance to the typical features of the Goose Nation. Has he undergone cosmetic surgery? Or perhaps possesses some mystical skill? The system would never err. It's not that I fear punishment. Rather, I wish to shield you. Here, take a bite. With that, he offered the skewer to Ivanov, who devoured it ravenously. Why does it taste a bit like soybeans? Moreover, this kid has seasoned the skewer a tad too much, hasn't he? Jiangnan watched him finish, chuckling as he inquired further. After asking around and finding no one else willing to partake, Jiangnan sighed. "Then I suppose I shall discard it. Such a waste." Observing Jiangnan's swaying figure depart, Ivanov couldn't help but chuckle coldly. "You can only revel in this moment for so long. Once outside the safety zone." Jiangnan's expression turned grave. He approached an inconspicuous tree with a crooked trunk and tossed aside the skewer. Clapping his hands, he executed a swift teleportation back to the safety zone. In the tent, Jiangnan beckoned Wu Liang and Tang Qianro over. "What's the matter, Brother Nan? What is going on?" Jiangnan replied. "If anything happens tonight, you must take Xiaodang and flee back to the next safety zone, seeking refuge with the duty troops. Understand? Don't worry about me, and don't follow me." Wu Liang's expression grew serious. "What kind of trouble are we facing?" Tang Qinya also looked anxious. "Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago?" Today, Jiangnan seemed rather out of character. "It's hard to clarify matters in a short time. Remember what I said. Protect yourselves. Stay awake tonight. Avoid driving. You'll be too conspicuous." Wu Liang wanted to say more, but upon seeing Jiangnan's gaze, he swallowed his words and muttered, "Understood, Brother Nan." That night, all three remained wide awake, not a single one able to sleep. Jiangnan pondered, how did people from the White Shark manage to infiltrate the tightly guarded entrance of the Lingshu? Upon further reflection, it dawned on him that they must have their own operatives within the duty troops. Sneaking in a few individuals would be quite simple. After all, they truly chose to act within the Tianqi Lingshu. The audacity of the White Shark is remarkable. I wonder if the blonde beauty has arrived. Sister Shanyao, at this crucial moment, please don't falter. Outside the safety zone, beneath the crooked tree, a bush rustled slightly. It was a piece of camouflage netting adorned with leaves. Below lay 2 figures, a man and a woman. They were none other than Ning and Chen Chen from the Night Army. At this moment, both of their gazes were fixed upon the skewer discarded by Jiangnan. Ning whispered, "What is happening? Has Jiangnan discovered us? Chen replied. That shouldn't be the case, he must have noticed. After all, why would he deliberately come all the way here to dispose of it, so far from the safety zone? Anning slowly extended her hand, pulling over the plastic bag containing the skewers. Inside lay a small note. Soldier ID 009527, affiliated with the White Shark. The two exchanged a shocked glance, their eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? How had Jiangnan discovered that the Dark Knight army was trailing him? And how had he pinpointed their hidden location? How did Jiangnan even know there were spies, let alone identify one? The reason for using such a covert method to relay this information must surely have been to evade the notice of the White Shark operatives. Anning promptly retrieved her military laptop and commenced a search. Indeed, 009527 was deeply problematic. Damn it. How did he infiltrate here? He is stationed right within this secure base, and we didn't notice? Chen queried. Should we eliminate him? Let us notify Captain Lynx first. I was wondering why there has been no movement lately. It seems the White Shark people have already set their plans in motion. Just as they completed their notification, Ivanov emerged, clutching his stomach, his forehead slick with cold sweat, muttering curses under his breath. That cursed brat. Did he undercook those skewers? Was there poison or something? I just ate one. He had been on duty, plagued by stomach pains, each passing moment punctuated by the release of gas, leaving the nearby soldiers rolling their eyes in disgust that IT felt as if he had ignited a firecracker in his pocket. As Ivanov sought a suitable spot, a wave of pressure surged through him, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. His face turned pale, terrified of losing control. Scanning his surroundings, he realized there was no time to be picky. He rushed towards the nearest crooked tree. Hastily unbuckling his belt, he prepared to relieve himself, only to find, concealed beneath the camouflage fabric, two pairs of wide, fearful eyes staring back at his rear end. Anning and Chen nearly lost their minds. Good heavens, you certainly know how to pick a spot. We were considering keeping you around. If you don't act soon, you'll be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, Jiangnan's resentment index was rapidly escalating. From Ivanov, Harry Weiss, resentment 1000. Oh, is this becoming interesting? Jiangnan chuckled to himself. He had generously sprinkled 10 detoxifying yellow beans onto the skewers. From Anning, resentment 1000. From Anning. From Chen, resentment 1000. From Chen, Jiangnan. Chapter 56. This is a major problem. What is going on? Aren't Anning and Chen part of the Dark Knight army? Were they the ones keeping watch beneath the crooked tree? Their resentment was palpable. Did they feel exposed and embarrassed? Surely not. Little did Jiangnan know. Anning and Chen's resentment was soaring because they were about to face a torrential storm of chaos and bombardment. To make matters worse, Ivanov had squatted directly above their heads. How could one possibly hold it in? Chen, infuriated by the precarious situation, drew his dagger and lunged forward, pressing it against Ivanov's throat. Ivanov, taken aback, exclaimed, I'm just a bigger guy. Is this illegal? Are there people waiting for me? Chen growled, if you don't want to die, hold it in. But Ivanov could hardly contain himself any longer. It was already at its limits. Under the gaze of Chen and Ning, who were both filled with terror, Ivanov unleashed his pin-up pressure. Oh my goodness. Chen and Ning dared not linger any longer in their positions, hastily retreating to avoid calamity. At that moment, Ivanov's face turned a shade of ashen white. Damn it, the Night Army? I knew it would be you. Yet, at this moment, Ivanov's words carried no weight whatsoever. He was too preoccupied to even pull up his trousers. As he spoke, he erupted with his formidable aura, revealing himself to be a peak silver-tier spiritual warrior. Not wishing to linger in battle, he plunged directly into the ground, utilizing his earth-based abilities to swiftly dash towards the safety zone. His eyes reflecting a frenzied madness, Ning and Chen missed their chance and frantically pursued him. However, by this time, Ivanov had already utilized his earth-shifting ability to arrive at the heart of the safety zone. In his hand, he clutched a pink object resembling a grenade. With a sudden pull of the pin, a deafening explosion erupted, awakening many from their slumber. The grenade detonated, splattering a vast expanse of crimson liquid. Drenching the entire safety zone, a strange fragrance wafted through the air, dispersing with the wind. The armed forces, with their ominous weapons trained on Ivanov, were just about to open fire when Ning's figure unexpectedly descended from the sky. With a swift motion of her hand, the air surrounding Ivanov became utterly still. She was indeed a rare air-based ability user. At that moment, Chen rushed forward, with a swift pad on his waist pouch. Hundreds of steel balls, under his control, screamed through the air as they transformed Ivanov into a sieve. You are doomed. With those words, Ivanov collapsed to the ground. The sudden turn of events startled everyone awake. The students, upon witnessing Ivanov lying motionless on the ground, were filled with horror, some even retched involuntarily. What the hell? A dead person? What has happened? It's terrifying. Can someone explain what is going on? The deceased is wearing the uniform of the armed forces. What is this pink goo? It's all over me. How do I get rid of it? As students, they had never encountered such a scene before, let alone witnessed a living person die before their very eyes. Their voices trembled as they spoke. In an instant, the armed forces aimed their weapons at the suddenly appearing Ning and Chen. Who are you? Chen displayed his officer's badge, the Night Army. We require your cooperation in our operations. Upon seeing the officer's badge, the armed forces immediately lowered their weapons, their expressions grave. We will fully cooperate with the Night Army. However, what transpired? Chen replied. An intruder infiltrated and attacked the safety outpost, and has been neutralized by us. Panic ensued among the students, their faces pale. Jiangnan, hearing the explosion, emerged from his tent. To his shock, he found Ivanov dead in the center, with his trousers still unpulled. What? Was it that urgent? Wu Liang furrowed his brow deeply, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Tang Qianya's face turned ashen. It was her first encounter with death, and she was terrified, hiding behind Wu Liang. Unwilling to emerge. Nango? What happened? Jiangnan shook his head. I'll go inquire. He then stepped out of the tent, smiling as he waved to Ning. Sister Ning. Is it you two lounging beneath that crooked tree? Ning turned back, casting a fierce glare at Jiangnan. Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he had discovered something. What was going on? Why was there such a commotion over dealing with a mere silver? Ning wore an expression of utter disbelief. You should ask this big fool beside me. Chen covered his face. He truly hadn't anticipated that his threat would instead frighten him out. Jiangnan approached Ivanov, kicked the corpse, and flipped it over. Tsk. What a gruesome sight. The members of the group stood frozen in shock. What was happening? Jiangnan seemed to be conversing so amicably with the two from the Night Army. Were they that familiar? He even referred to the female officer as Ning Jia. Furthermore, recalling how Jiangnan's data had been encrypted at the entrance, his image became even more enigmatic in their minds. Was he really just an ordinary high school senior? Just moments ago, he had nonchalantly flipped a corpse with his foot. That air of indifference. Was he unafraid? Moreover, his tone was utterly chilling. Dealing with a silver? Wasn't silver supposed to be formidable? Jiangnan cast a glance at Chen. Chen could only cover his face in embarrassment. It was truly awkward to admit. Could he confess that he had nearly been taken out, almost facing death, only to be saved by a steel ball? And Ning was quietly sensing something. And after a moment, her expression darkened. I feared we are in deep trouble. Chen also wore a grave look. This grenade is problematic. Jiangnan, just as he was about to inquire further, a series of low, rumbling beast roars erupted from the forest within mere moments. The earth began to tremble, and a multitude of crimson eyes flickered to life in the woods. His beast tied. A six-legged black panther was the first to burst through the underbrush. Its sharp claws viciously scratched at the concrete wall. Its scarlet gaze was filled with longing, as if something within the safe zone had a fatal allure for it. And it was merely the first. Swarms of spirit beasts charged through the thicket, launching a frenzied assault on the safe zone. In the blink of an eye, they encircled the stronghold, leaving no room for escape. Gunfire erupted. Bullet casings rained down like drops of rain upon the ground. The soldiers aimed their dark muzzles at the entrance, unleashing a torrent of bullets against spirit beasts beneath the silver grate. Firearms proved quite effective. In an instant, the students were thrown into chaos. The sounds of gunfire, beast roars, and terrified screams shattered the calm of the night, transforming it into a battlefield thick with smoke. Big guy, Xiao Tang. Don't leave. You can't even if you wanted to. Jiangnan's expression darkened. The white shark was indeed putting in a significant effort. Had they truly calculated all these participating students into their scheme? Clang, the Tang knife was drawn. Jiangnan's eyes gleamed with determination. Wu Liang wielded a saber in one hand and a black iron shield in the other. Nangu, just tell us how to proceed. Jiangnan responded, do everything you can. Survive. Chapter 57. Surely, it must be my valiant spirit that has moved them, right? Jiangnan was not merely trying to intimidate. He had spotted the presence of a silver-level entity among the spirit beasts charging at the safe zone. The situation was exceedingly dire. No one had anticipated the beast tide would arrive so swiftly. With over 500 students present, most of whom were of the black iron grade. They possessed no means of self-defense against the ravenous beasts. Even if the duty forces concentrated their fire, they could hardly withstand the onslaught of the beast tide. That six-legged black panther barreled through the hail of bullets, breaking through the defenses. It opened its gaping maw, relentlessly gnashing at a soldier. In an instant, blood splattered, and the wails of despair sounded the alarm in everyone's hearts. The students had never encountered such horror before. Hunting spirit beasts in their worldview was akin to playing a game. They had never imagined that spirit beasts could also take lives. In games, characters could be resurrected upon death. Yet, reality was far from a game. Who would be the next victim of the spirit beasts? The cries of terror and lamentation melded into a cacophony. The fear of death had utterly engulfed the hearts of all the students. Jiangnan's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Sister Ning, have you informed the lynx?" And Ning replied, "I have already notified them. However, it is a 5-day journey from here to the entrance, and the night watch will require time to arrive." Jiangnan glanced at his terrified classmates, and then at the ferocious beasts threatening to breach their defenses. They would not hold. If they failed, everyone would perish. With determination, Jiangnan brandished his sword and charged forward, shouting, "Big guy, if you're not afraid of death, follow me." With that, he teleported into the midst of the spirit beasts, swiftly beheading a 6-legged black panther. Blood splattered across him. Wu Liang let out a roar, transforming into a towering half-bear, wielding a black iron shield and a broadsword, his eyes glowing crimson. "Here they come," he declared as he charged forward, the black iron shield creating sonic booms in its wake, sending 3 spirit beasts flying. Jiangnan blinked into action thrice, and 3 spirit beasts lay lifeless on the ground. And Ning and Chun recognized Jiangnan's intent and took position at the entrance, fiercely battling the spirit beasts. However, the onslaught was overwhelming. With their small numbers, they could not push back the tide. Moreover, the soldiers' ammunition was nearly depleted. The blade gleamed like the moon as Jiangnan dispatched another spirit beast. He wiped the blood from his face, his blood-soaked sword pointing at the terrified students. "Do you all want to die? Do none of you have any fight in you? Was awakening your abilities merely for show at school? If we cannot hold the entrance, then we might as well perish. At this moment, who do you expect to protect you?" His voice thundered, "If you wish to survive, come and help defend the gate." In this moment, Jiangnan was drenched in blood, wielding his long sword with an imposing presence. Resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell, he was a stark contrast to the unreliable vendor selling skewers just moments ago. The terrified group was nearly driven to madness. Li Xiang and Lu Qianwu were particularly pale. How could Jiangnan appear so unafraid? Was he not afraid of death? He was the first to charge in with a weapon, maintaining his composure throughout. They would die. This was a matter of life and death. And Ning and Chen looked at Jiangnan with deep admiration. In a crisis, he displayed nothing of a typical high school student. He remained calm and collected, quickly assessing the situation and striking without mercy. In contrast, the other students trembled uncontrollably, unable to move. The disparity was evident. Yet, among these students were those with spirit as well. They slapped themselves in the face, and despite their trembling legs, they stepped forward. "South God, I'll follow your lead. How do we defend?" They shouted resolutely, "We cannot wait to die. Those soldiers sacrificed themselves to protect us. I refuse to be a burden. I must return home to honor my parents." Suddenly, over 20 of them stepped forward. Jiangnan dispatched another spirit beast, pushing them back. "Close the gate, guard the stronghold, await the arrival of the night army for support." Jiangnan's strategy is remarkably clear. With the addition of this group of classmates, the situation has greatly improved. Once one person steps forward, an increasing number of classmates join the fray. Ling Feng and Li Muyen could no longer remain idle. They were about to assist in guarding the entrance. Li Xiang quickly interjected, "Have you both lost your minds? This could lead to death. Let them hold the line." Lu Quanwu concurred, Indeed, preserving our own safety is paramount." Ling Feng muttered, "Isn't Jiangnan and the others risking their lives? Who among us does not have parents? Should we comfortably enjoy the protection of others? I refuse to hold myself in contempt." Li Muyen said nothing, merely casting a cold glance at them. Yet this feeling only deepened Li Xiang's discomfort. "Tisk, so you think you're the only ones with awareness. If you wish to go, then go by yourselves. I shall not accompany you." At the entrance, Jiangnan had already gone berserk. He struck at every spirit beast that came into view. His blade skills had even been directly elevated to intermediate level by Jiangnan. Despite the slaughter amidst the throngs of spirit beasts, there was a certain exhilarating charm to his ferocity. Wu Liang was even more ferocious. He wielded his iron shield with tremendous force. The 2-meter-long broadsword was swung in wild arcs, reducing numerous spirit beasts to mere pulp. No one dared approach within a 5-meter radius of him. He was simply formidable. Chen Shun and Ning watched Wu Liang with shining eyes. The participating classmates also gave Wu Liang a thumbs up. This heavy tank shield warrior was indeed brave. Just then, as if caught up in the thrill of the kill, Wu Liang let out a furious roar and fully transformed into a towering black bear nearly 4 meters tall. With a loud rip, his trousers could no longer contain his massive form. The result, Ning nearly spewed blood from shock. Chen Shun was so startled that he nearly lost control of himself. The classmates stood frozen in place. Some female classmates covered their eyes and screamed loudly. There stood a 4-meter-tall black bear, wielding an iron shield and a broadsword, its body covered in fur, wearing nothing but a triangular pair of shorts that perfectly fit Wu Liang's physique. The once intense battlefield fell into a profound silence. Triangular shorts. Must it be so flamboyant? Brother, we never anticipated you to be such a man of depth, while others are iron men with tender emotions. You, my friend, are an iron man with flamboyant charm. Tang Qianya was left dumbfounded. The sight of Wu Liang before her shattered her worldview. What material are those shorts made of? They didn't even tear during transformation. Surely, you didn't pilfer hulks and wear them, did you? Wu Liang suddenly sensed the gazes upon him, mistaking their astonishment for admiration of his valor. He bellowed, "Come, who dares to challenge me?" And Ning, Chen Shun, let's stop shouting. Brother, you were initially quite brave. Now, your triangular shorts have ruined the atmosphere. Opposite them, a silver-tier spirit iron bear beast rose to its feet. Its dark eyes glanced at Wu Liang, then at itself, wearing an expression of confusion. Both are bears. Why do you have shorts while I do not? What makes you so exceptional? Wu Liang wore a smug expression. Jiangnan shouted amidst the chaos. The one in the shorts is one of us, not a spirit beast. Don't strike mistakenly. And Ning, Tang Qianya. Is it necessary to emphasize this further? Which spirit beast wears shorts? Especially triangular ones. Chapter 58. Precision headshot. The battle raged with unparalleled intensity. The students, full of determination, displayed their unique talents. In the midst of the fierce battle, they dared not let their concentration waver for a moment. Yet, the incessantly darting little leopard print was undeniably captivating. Was it not? We did not wish to be distracted, but alas, I found myself unable to resist. After an intense skirmish, we finally managed to push the spirit beasts back. Jiangnan seized the moment to teleport to the gate, flipping the switch. Click, click, click. The heavy iron door descended, finally sealing off the entrance. The invading spirit beasts were swiftly dispatched. The students gazed upon the battlefield strewn with the carcasses of spirit beasts and the horrifically mauled soldiers, falling into a solemn silence. Just moments ago, they had been at the forefront. Even without extraordinary abilities, they had bravely faced the onslaught with their own flesh and blood, ensuring the safety of their peers. Jiangnan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and silently saluted them. Such a commendable group, deserving of respect. Yet, there was no time for mourning this moment. Chen Shun began to organize. The remaining duty forces would ascend the walls to snipe the spirit beasts. Students. Volunteer. Earth and wood element spirit warriors. Reinforce the walls. As long as we can hold out until the arrival of the night army, we shall escape peril. After a series of arrangements, the students sprang into action. Meanwhile, the recent events had been captured by drones. The Wildcat had received the notification and was heading over, his expression as cold as frost. Additionally, the hidden night army across the spirit ruins was racing towards the 5th stronghold. At this moment, the hotel's monitoring screen was in utter chaos. They used satellite wristbands to notify the students that the examination had been prematurely concluded and an emergency evacuation was underway. The students on both levels were utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. Yet, they could only comply with the orders. Over here, the live broadcast signal was hastily cut off. However, the events that had unfolded at the stronghold had already been broadcasted. The number of viewers in the live stream surged to 1 million. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. A beast tide. How could it possibly provoke a beast tide? Did you see that? It was utterly devastating. Nan Shun, true to his name, was the most reliable among the students at this critical moment. Armed with a tang knife and a triangular military dagger, he cleaved through the horde of beasts. But oh dear, I was covered in goosebumps. Had he not shouted, the students would have remained immobile. His capabilities were evident during the rescue. Although Nan Shun had a playful demeanor when the moment called for it, he was truly dependable. Speaking of which, who noticed that short pants wearing black beard, though it was rather out of place, I could not help but make a jest. Let us pray for peace and safety. Just then, the live broadcast was abruptly cut off. Why did it suddenly stop? We want to see it. Hey. Why is it no longer being aired? I paid for a membership. The collective power of the online community was immense. As they swiftly found Jiangnan's Weibo, flooding the comments with fervent messages, thousands of candles and clasped hands emojis filled the screen. Nan Shun, return safely. I am still waiting for you to come back so we can continue our online romance. Nan Shun, please perform another miracle, just like when you saved people from the fire. Bring them back safely. We are all waiting for you at the night market in Jiangnan. At this moment, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao sat on the bed, staring into the silence of the live stream room that had been cut off. In Xia Yao's eyes, there was a palpable urgency. I will drive. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue was already in the process of dressing. 2 minutes later, the engine of the Koenigsegg Blue Phantom roared to life, hurtling through the night towards Chabai Mountain at breakneck speed. Xiaonan, you must return safely. At that moment, in the safe haven, the walls trembled under an assault. The students were already hard at work. Some elemental mages were launching remote attacks on the spirit beasts from atop the walls. The soldiers on duty unleashed a torrent of firepower from their elevated positions. At this juncture, Jiangnan meticulously arranged the bodies of the fallen soldiers, methodically stripping them of their gear. He donned their bulletproof vests, M416 rifles, and magazines. When confronting spirit beasts of silver rank or lower, utilizing firearms would undoubtedly conserve more stamina than battling with knives. Skill triggered. Firearms. LV0. Skill points added. 100. Skill upgrade. Firearms. Proficient. LV0. This was certainly not the time to be frugal with skill points. The very reason for accumulating them was to deploy them in moments like this. Furthermore, skill points added. 1000. Skill upgrade. Firearms. Intermediate LV0. The soldiers on duty were taken aback upon witnessing Jiangnan wielding a gun, hastily attempting to intervene. You, fellow student, you must not jest. Handling firearms is perilous. Without professional training, it is imperative that you refrain from using them, as it poses a danger to both yourself and others. Ning and Qinshan were equally alarmed by this scene. Indeed, an accidental discharge could lead to disastrous consequences. Moreover, Jiangnan was merely a student. He likely had no idea how to disengage the safety or replace the magazine. Acting recklessly could genuinely harm himself and others. Li Xiang seized the opportunity to mock. You should just stop. Do you think this is a video game? This is the real deal, Lu Chuanwu urged. Quickly put it down. We could end up shooting our own. The other students wore expressions of sheer terror, swallowing hard. Could reality possibly be compared to a game? They were worlds apart. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes, slinging the M416 assault rifle across his neck. With practiced ease, he detached the magazine to check its ammunition. He pulled back the bolt to inspect the chamber. Then he swiftly inserted the magazine, racked the bolt, and disengaged the safety. The sequence of actions was executed fluidly. At remarkable speed, he raised the rifle, aimed, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed, flames erupting from the muzzle. A spider, just about to scale the wall, had its eye obliterated by the bullet. Its lifeless body tumbled beyond the barrier. Jiangnan exclaimed, "Could you kindly shut your foul mouth? Focus on what needs to be done." After this shot, Ning and Qinshan were left in disbelief. The soldiers on duty looked as if they had seen a ghost, at such a distance, and executing a dynamic shot. Even seasoned veterans with 7 or 8 years of service, who handle firearms daily, might not achieve such precise accuracy in hitting a moving target. But Jiangnan, how old could he be? It was hard to believe he had received no formal training. Where could he have possibly honed such skills? Was it mere luck? Yet, every movement, holding the gun, changing the magazine, aiming, and firing, was executed flawlessly, textbook perfect. The entire assembly fell silent. Li Xiang nearly fainted from disbelief. Jiangnan truly knew how to handle a firearm, and he shot with such precision. The other students were equally astounded. Wow, this is astonishingly professional. Could Jiangnan be an undercover agent planted among the students by the Dark Knight Army? Yet, the subsequent actions he undertook were nothing short of astonishing. In an instant, he teleported atop the wall, confronted by a horde of dark, menacing spirit beasts, he switched his M416 to single-shot mode, steadied his aim, and unleashed a barrage of fire. The first shot struck the joint of a spirit beast's leg, causing it to lose its balance. A second shot followed, shattering the beast's eye in a single, precise headshot. 2 bullets, 1 spirit beast. This was the Mozambique drill in action. His magazine change was even more terrifying. With one hand firmly pressing the magazine release, he flicked the weapon, and the magazine dropped away. His other hand swiftly produced a new magazine, inserted it with a deft motion, and chambered another round, all while maintaining his shooting stance. The entire magazine exchange took no longer than 3 seconds. His movements flowed seamlessly, so fluid that Anning could have sworn a shooting instructor had arrived. Chapter 59, Motionless as a Tortoise. Bang! Bang! 2 rapid gunshots rang out in unison. Another spirit beast collapsed. Each shot found its mark, striking the joints and head of the beast with pinpoint accuracy, maximizing lethality while conserving ammunition. Anning and Chin were left speechless. Classmates raised their thumbs in admiration. Tang Xinya was utterly captivated by Jiangnan's sharpshooting prowess, which surpassed even the most thrilling action sequences in crime films. What other secrets lay within Jiangnan? The curiosity was palpable. As for Wu Liang, he was already unfazed by such displays. Why was Nanshin called Nanshan? Because he was exceptionally skilled. If you told Wu Liang that Jiangnan could fly planes or drive tanks, he would readily believe it. However, that little leopard print of his roaming on the wall was indeed quite conspicuous. As time passed, more spirit beasts gathered, overwhelming their defenses. One female classmate, caught off guard, was yanked down. She screamed as she plummeted from the wall, her eyes filled with despair. Below, a razor-toothed crocodile lay in wait, mouth agape. Jiangnan's keen eyes caught sight of this. Without a moment's hesitation, he teleported over, wrapped an arm around the girl, and rescued her from the jaws of the beast, returning with her in tow. The girl, tear-streaked and shaken, was about to express her gratitude upon realizing it was Jiangnan who saved her. I really need to lose some weight. You seem so slim, but carrying you feels quite hefty. Female classmate. Must you be so blunt? Just as she was about to defend her figure, she noticed Jiangnan had already teleported away. She couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration. Yet, her fear had diminished compared to before. From Yang Lu's resentment value, 521. Oh, this girl is rather intriguing. Her resentment seems to be affection. Alas, such is the plight of the handsome, envied by fate. The spirit beasts continued to swarm, and even the silver-ranked Anning and Chun struggled to keep up. The wall trembled, threatening to collapse at any moment. Another classmate lost their footing and fell. Jiangnan hurried to the rescue once more. This time, however, he could only retrieve half of the student. He grasped the ankle, but the upper body had vanished. Jiangnan distinctly remembered this classmate as the one who had initially stepped up to help. Damn it! With a furious curse, Jiangnan's eyes turned crimson, and he charged down. Anning cried out, "Jiangnan, don't act recklessly," but he had already leaped into the fray, aiming for the rhinoceros that was devouring his classmate's upper half. With all his strength, he brought down his blade. In the next moment, Jiangnan reappeared, drenched in the stench of blood, clutching the severed head of the rhinoceros. The students fell into a profound silence. Casualties were inevitable. The unfolding scene weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Just then, someone exclaimed with delight, "The Night Army! It is indeed the Night Army!" As anticipated, figures clad in dark military uniforms surged towards the safe stronghold. However, before Jiangnan could exhale in relief, a shocking turn of events transpired. In the center of the stronghold, the ground heaved as if it were liquid. Suddenly, a man dressed in green military attire emerged from the soil, an individual from the Goose Nation. A shoulder patch adorned with a white shark was affixed to his arm. With a broad grin, this Goose Nation man struck the earth with his fists. The very ground of the stronghold rippled like waves. Succumbing to complete sandification, the surrounding walls lost their support in an instant, breached by the spirit beasts, plunging the scene into chaos. And Ning's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, a golden level? Chun gritted his teeth. People from the White Shark. Protect Jiangnan. In the midst of the turmoil, Jiangnan suddenly felt as though he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. The blue eyes of the Goose Nation uncle fixated intently on Jiangnan. Resembling a malevolent specter, Jiangnan thought, "This is bad." He turned and shouted fiercely, "Big guy, take Xiao Tang and run." Wu Liang, having steadied himself, did not have time to respond. He scooped up Tang Qinya in one arm and brandished an iron shield in the other. Making a desperate break for it, Tang Qinya, her face etched with worry, cried out, "Where's Jiangnan? Where's Jiangnan? Follow what Brother Nan said." At this moment, Wu Liang was devoid of any hesitation. His sole task was to execute Jiangnan's orders. Jiangnan's gaze locked onto that of the Goose Nation uncle, and he responded with a radiant smile. "You're dead, the Goose Nation uncle. What the hell? What is this? I thought you were about to deliver some fierce words, starting with a few lines to boost your morale before the fight. Yet, you kick off with you re-dead? This isn't following the script." From Konstantin Georgievich Postovsky's Resentment, value 999. Jiangnan was taken aback. What kind of absurd name is this? Such a long string. It's utterly ridiculous. Jiangnan was acutely aware that the white shark had come specifically for him, as long as he could hold this uncle back. The golden level would not be able to unleash a slaughter. At the very least, it would buy time for his classmates to escape. In an instant, the Tang Dao was drawn. "Come, allow me to entertain you." Constantine sneered menacingly, ready to strike. Yet, his expression gradually morphed into one of terror as he retreated 2 steps. "Jiangnan. He is afraid already. I merely drew my sword. Is this person as feeble as his name suggests? Has he been intimidated by my aura of dominance? Constantine, you wait. You cannot escape the grasp of the white shark. You better not die." After delivering his menacing words, he fled. "Jiangnan. Is this how the protocol goes? Just running away? Are mercenaries this feeble now? White shark, don't pay him a dime. This guy hasn't done any work." Suddenly, a fierce wind rushed from behind. Jiangnan turned to see a colossal earth bear, towering over 20 meters, eyes ablaze, charging down the slope towards him. Jiangnan. Goodness gracious, it's enormous. This is nearly akin to a giant from the movies. No wonder Constantine ran. Such a behemoth. It must be at least golden level. As the colossal foot of the earth-shattering bear came crashing down, the inhabitants of Jiangnan were convinced that an earthquake had struck. Within mere strides, it reached a desolate campsite where at that moment, Li Xiang and his team were desperately fleeing for their lives. Unfortunately, Li Mayan stumbled over a wooden stake, becoming ensnared in a barbed wire that clung stubbornly to her trousers. Despite her frantic struggles, she was unable to free herself. In the chaos of their escape, Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu pressed on without a moment's pause. "Help me! Somebody save me! I'm trapped!" cried Li Mayan in panic. When Li Xiang and the others glanced back, they saw her lagging behind by several meters, entangled and in distress. Looking up, they beheld the immense paw of the beast looming ominously as it prepared to strike. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiang muttered, "I'm sorry." Lu Chuanwu hesitated for a brief moment, casting a glance at the earth-shattering bear before he too fled. Not a word uttered. Li Mayan stood frozen, as if something within her had shattered. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her heart filled with despair as she gazed at the descending paw. Was this truly the end of her life? Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly before her. Hey, big sister Diane. Why are you standing there like a statue, motionless like a turtle?" Jiangnan exclaimed with a radiant smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Just as the enormous paw descended behind him, Li Mayan was taken aback, her thoughts racing. Those who find this captivating must remember to leave a 5-star review. Qing Feng is about to break through the threshold. Just take that leap, and there will be even more recommendations, along with a growing family of companions. Those who give 5-star ratings are all handsome and beautiful. Everyone who adds to their bookshelf will become overnight millionaires. Chapter 60. If you want to survive. Listen to me. Li Mayan was nearly driven to madness. In such dire circumstances, was there still time for jokes? Motionless like a turtle, could he be so unfazed? Jiangnan, unfazed, effortlessly tore through the barbed wire, hoisting Li Mayan onto his shoulder, and casually glanced back at the towering earth-shattering bear, giving it the middle finger. "See you later." With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled as the massive paw came crashing down, sending dirt and stones flying. The sheer force was staggering. If one were to be struck by such a blow, it would be utterly catastrophic. 100 meters away, Jiangnan brandished his blade, deflecting the debris hurtling toward them. As for Li Xiang and the others, Li Mayan's body went rigid, her lip clenched tightly, drawing blood, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. "No, I didn't see anything." A tumult of emotions swirled within her. The person she had trusted the most, Li Xiang, the seemingly exemplary class leader, had cast her aside without a second thought in the face of mortal peril. Unexpectedly, it was Jiangnan, the very individual with whom she often clashed, who had come to her rescue. Despite her aversion to him, she could not deny that his series of actions, along with that dazzling smile beneath the bear's paw, was undeniably impressive. As Li Mayan found herself hoisted on Jiangnan's shoulder, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her, making her wish to remain there indefinitely. But Jiangnan had other plans. Hey, I called you a turtle, and you really are just going to sit there? Get down. Move on your own, Li Mayan retorted. What? Move on my own? Humph. If you want me to move, then I shall. But then she thought, why did his seemingly simple words feel so different when spoken by him? Li Mayan's resentment level 333. Yet, as she gazed at the rampaging, earth-shattering bear, only terror filled her eyes. What should we do now? At this very moment, Jiangnan is her only pillar of support. Jiangnan scoffed. What do you mean by we? It's you. Following me will lead to your demise. Upon hearing this, Li Mayan clutched Jiangnan's arm fiercely, holding on for dear life. No, don't leave me all alone. Sensing Li Mayan's trembling, Jiangnan's expression was filled with helplessness. I am not joking. You will truly perish if you follow me. This is no jest. The earth-violent bear is coming straight for me. I have no idea how many schemes have been devised behind the scenes. How could I let Li Mayan follow me? She wouldn't even know how she met her end, though they were classmates and often at odds. Jiangnan could not bear to see Li Mayan face danger alone. After all, who wasn't born from a mother and father? How heart-wrenching would it be for a parent to lose their child in the spirit ruins? He spoke as he forcefully tried to pull away, yet Li Mayan clung on tightly, refusing to let go. Are you some kind of adhesive plaster? Why is this woman so clingy? At that moment, the earth-violent bear caught a whiff of their scent. Its crimson gaze immediately fixated on Jiangnan. It began to stomp towards them with menacing strides. Jiangnan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why, amidst so many people, did it choose to target him? Was it jealous of his strikingly handsome visage? With no other option, Jiangnan hoisted Li Mayan onto his shoulder and made a hasty retreat. Astonishingly, the earth-violent bear pursued him. Inside, Jiangnan felt as though 100,000 steeds were galloping wildly. If only he had such luck when buying lottery tickets. The earth-violent bear was drawn away by Jiangnan's diversion. The pressure on their classmates at the stronghold's ruins suddenly lessened, allowing most to escape. At this moment, Ning and Chen had joined forces with the arriving Lynx. Lynx's face was etched with frost. What happened? Where is Jiangnan? And Ning replied anxiously, I just saw him being chased by that earth-violent bear. Among Baisha's ranks, there are golden-tier earth elemental spirit warriors. Lynx replied coldly. Baisha has more than just these individuals. The other retreating students have also fallen into ambush. You two must coordinate with the Night Army, fully assisting the students' retreat. Sacrifice yourselves if need be, but the students cannot be harmed. Understood. Chen saluted. Yes, Captain. And Ning's face was filled with worry. But what about Jiangnan? The spirit ruins are vast. Finding one person is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, Baisha lies in wait in the shadows. With the Night Army escorting the students, there's no time to search for Jiangnan. It's tantamount to declaring his death sentence. Lynx gritted his teeth. Sacrificing the small for the greater good. Every life is precious. We cannot risk so many students for Jiangnan. This is also Baisha's intent. To use the students to restrain the manpower of the Night Army. I will personally go find him. If Jiangnan dies, his life, I, Luo Tianhong, will bear the consequences. With that, she crouched down, unleashing a wild surge of power. The hard ground shattered under her feet as she shot forth like a cannonball, whipping up a tempest. And Ning looked on with concern. Chen declared solemnly, execute the orders. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was fleeing for his life, with Li Mayan in tow. In the pitch darkness, he barely recognized the path. He managed to hide Li Mayan in a stalactite cave, where they both finally exhaled in relief. They could still vaguely hear the roaring sounds from outside. The earth-violent bear was still searching for them. Jiangnan's heart was filled with uncertainty. Why on earth does it have to pursue me? By what means has this formidable creature managed to follow me relentlessly? I cannot even shake it off despite my attempts at teleportation. As I ponder this, my gaze falls upon Li Mayan, who is curled up in the corner, hugging her knees. Her large eyes glisten with unshed tears. And the once proud demeanor has vanished, replaced by quiet sobs. This moment, Jiangnan's gaze slices through the air like a razor, landing squarely on Li Mayan. Li Mayan timidly glances back at Jiangnan, instinctively recoiling. Why is he looking at me like that? Is he contemplating something strange? As anxiety swells within her, Jiangnan suddenly states, "Take off your jeans to Li mine." "Take off my pants? You want me to do that now? What could you possibly want?" It is evident that Jiangnan harbors ulterior motives in rescuing her, especially after bringing her to this cave. In a panic, Li Mayan retreats, terror etched across her face. "Don't come any closer, Jiangnan. I never anticipated you would be this kind of person, Jiangnan. What on earth are you talking about? Since when does wanting you to remove your pants make me this kind of person? It's just a pair of pants." Indeed, the self-serving nature of some women can be quite alarming. Jiangnan notices that Li Mayan's jeans are stained with large splotches of pink goo, remnants of the hand grenade detonated by Ivanov. The very catalyst for the beast tide. At that moment, the massive earth bear arrives, and the cave entrance is too narrow. It begins to pound on the cave walls, sending Li Mayan into a frenzy of screams. Jiangnan, growing desperate, urges, "Hurry! Take off your pants." Li Mayan wipes her tears away. "Can we prioritize our escape first? You can do whatever you want once we are safe. Please, just listen to me." Her tone now carries a hint of desperation. "Jiangnan, what are you saying? I can't comprehend you." "No. Take them off now." Li Mayan shakes her head vigorously, resolute in her refusal to reveal a certain secret. But Jiangnan is far too preoccupied with the urgency of the situation. If she does not comply, even with her ability to teleport, they will not escape unscathed. Li Mayan continues to shake her head, retreating until she finds herself backed against the wall, with no room left to escape. The situation grows increasingly dire. If they delay any longer, the bear will break in. In a swift motion, Jiangnan lunges forward like a ferocious tiger, pinning Li Mayan to the ground and reaching for her jeans. Li Mayan fights back fiercely, pushing Jiangnan away with all her might, her hands flailing, nearly poking Jiangnan's nostrils. Her feet kick out wildly, almost sending Jiangnan flying. Indeed, the potential unleashed in a woman facing dire circumstances should not be underestimated. Li Mayan screams incessantly, "No! Get off me! You're a pervert, not human! You shameless fiend! Someone, save me, Jiangnan! How am I not human? I am doing this to save you. Why can't you understand my good intentions? Be reasonable. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to rescue you." Why do I feel like a villain in this scenario? Despite her struggles, Li Mayan cannot match Jiangnan's strength. Seizing the moment when Jiangnan fumbles for a button, she bites down hard on Jiangnan's hand. "Jiangnan, why are you biting me? Are you some kind of dog? I'm trying to save you, and you choose to bite." Jiangnan felt a sudden rush of urgency, recalling the time when she was captured by the bobcats. They had struck her neck with a swift blow, rendering her unconscious in an instant. Why not attempt it herself? Let them struggle. She would simply turn them off. With nimble hands, Jiangnan formed a knife-like gesture with one hand and struck fiercely at Li Mayan's nape. A resounding thud echoed. Li Mayan's eyes widened in shock. His features contorted in pain, releasing a heart-wrenching scream. From Li Mayan's resentment value 777. "What are you doing?" Jiangnan's hand froze midair, her lips twitching. An awkward tension filled the atmosphere. I thought I could knock you out." Aha," Li Mayan exclaimed. "That was no attempt to knock someone out. With such force, you clearly intended to kill me." From Li Mayan's resentment value 666. Jiangnan scratched her head, pondering why the blow that had rendered her unconscious was ineffective on others. It must be that she hadn't struck hard enough. Suppressing her fear, she resolved to try again, believing in her capability. With that, she raised her hand again, ready to strike. Li Mayan panicked, thinking, if she tried again, it would be the end for him. Besides, it was common knowledge what Jiangnan would do after knocking him out. It was absolutely forbidden. But before Li Mayan could struggle, Jiangnan's muscular arm rose, delivering a second blow to his neck. A crack echoed through the cave. Li Mayan's head tilted, eyes rolling back, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Had she succeeded? Could she have learned such a magnificent technique? Indeed, strength begets miracles. However, witnessing Li Mayan lying still, a shiver ran down her spine. What had that cracking sound been? Had she inadvertently killed him? She quickly checked for his breath, relieved to find he was still alive. The roars of beasts outside left Jiangnan no time to dwell on her thoughts. Li Mayan's pants were smeared with an excessive amount of pink, viscous fluid. It posed a lethal attraction to the spirit beasts. They had to be changed immediately. With a firm grip, Jiangnan tore off those jeans. However, the next moment, the cave fell into a deathly silence. Jiangnan's expression froze. She finally understood why Li Mayan had protested against her removing his pants. Good heavens, the shorts he wore were exceedingly revealing, even more so than the coolest ones from her own market stall. Did Li Mayan have such a penchant? It seemed everyone harbored their own little secrets. Shaking her head, Jiangnan took a deep breath. She hurriedly retrieved a pair of her own black sports pants from her dimensional space and dressed Li Mayan, no matter how much she disliked her. She wouldn't take advantage of her while she was unconscious. What would that make her? Yet, just as Jiangnan completed the change and tied a bow on Li Mayan's pants, the unconscious Li Mayan began to stir. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Jiangnan fastening his belt, having even changed his pants. Li Mayan exclaimed, Have you finished? Jiangnan replied, Ah, yes, I just changed you. Upon hearing this, Li Mayan's face contorted with despair, and he burst into tears. Wah, you are not human. How could you treat me this way? I was unconscious and felt nothing. This is utterly unfair. Jiangnan was taken aback. What do you mean you felt nothing? I merely helped you change your trousers. Is the fact that you didn't feel anything really the crux of the matter? Li Muyan's sobs abruptly ceased. It was just a change of trousers. Upon a closer inspection, Li Muyan indeed discerned no abnormalities. And her face flushed crimson. A change of trousers. Had her little secret been uncovered by Jiangnan? Oh dear, how would she face him afterward? This was mortifying. Seeing Li Muyan wiping her tears, Jiangnan awkwardly stated, I took off your trousers for your own good. Li Muyan responded, What kind of explanation is that? Who would believe you? Li Muyan's resentment level 1000. Jiangnan, feeling helpless, rolled up the discarded trousers and hurled them outside the cave with force. Consequently, the earth bear, having abandoned the two, charged toward the tattered trousers. It seized them and voraciously stuffed them into its mouth. Li Muyan was taken aback. What was happening? The bear had tracked them due to the pink residue on her trousers. If I hadn't removed your trousers, we would both be doomed. Li Muyan's face instantly turned a deep shade of red, filled with embarrassment and indignation. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought. Jiangnan interjected. What did you think? Li Muyan could not articulate her thoughts. Even in her shyness, she could only suppress them within her heart. It was absolutely out of the question to ask Jiangnan if he had seen anything. To voice such a concern would be mortifying. Jiangnan's actions were meant to save his own life. Yet she had kicked and hit him with this contemplation. Li Muyan's heart was once again in turmoil. Gazing at Jiangnan's profile, her face flushed even more. She whispered, Earlier. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. What happened earlier? My memory isn't the best. Sometimes I can't even recall events from yesterday. Li Muyan was momentarily taken aback, and seeing the smile on Jiangnan's face, she too began to smile. It's nothing. Jiangnan shrugged. He wouldn't dwell on past matters with a girl. It would be rather petty. After all, Li Muyan's essence was not inherently bad. Chapter 62. This woman is quite violent. The atmosphere in the cave grew somewhat awkward as both remained silent. The earth bear, sensing the stillness, decided to give up. Jiangnan let out a sigh of relief. If the pursuit had continued, even teleportation would not suffice. Just as the earth bear was about to turn back, a sudden howling wind echoed from the horizon, and a tall shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing violently to the ground. Debris flew in all directions. Jiangnan and Li Muyan widened their eyes in astonishment. The newcomer was clad in a black military uniform, her long hair bundled into a bun tucked beneath a beret. Her narrow eyes glinted with a cold light, and her delicate face bore an icy demeanor. Who else could it be but the lynx? The earth bear, utterly provoked by the sudden appearance of the lynx, swung its paw with ferocity. The lynx did not flinch. She charged forward, meeting the bear's strike with her fist. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. Dust swirling around. Half of her body was pinned against the rock, yet she withstood the impact. Her hands displayed a formidable black iron hue. She remained unperturbed, clutching the toe of the earth tyrant bear with both hands. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a tremendous force. The colossal earth tyrant bear, measuring over 20 meters, was forcefully slammed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiangnan felt a chill run down his spine. My goodness, is this mountain cat even human? What level of power is this, to toss such a massive earth tyrant bear around like a toy? The moniker mountain cat sounds far too gentle. It should be dubbed the humanoid Tyrannosaurus beast instead. The earth tyrant bear let out a furious roar and staggered back to its feet, emanating waves of dark energy that coalesced into a formidable shield. Spirit technique. Bear King's shield. It stood defiantly before it, attempting to block the mountain cat's assault. Yet, the mountain cat paid no heed. Her arms transformed into a shade of black iron, glistening with a metallic sheen. She lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. A fierce crimson glow erupted from her arms, shattering the sound barrier and producing a white shockwave. With that mighty blow, the sturdy Bear King's shield crumbled. The enormous Earth Tyrant bear was sent sprawling, crashing against the cliffside, unable to rise despite its struggles. The mountain cat leaped into the air, landing squarely on its massive bare face. Her punches fell like rain, the resounding impacts echoing like tank artillery. For a full 30 seconds, the Earth Tyrant bear was mercilessly pummeled. Jiangnan swallowed hard. Look at that. Is this the work of a mere human? The golden tier Earth Tyrant bear was utterly vanquished by the mountain cat's fists? This woman is extraordinarily brutal. Jiangnan contemplated whether he could tame her into a docile little meow, which seemed a daunting task. He hoped she wouldn't turn around and swat him down, reflecting on his previous banter with her. He felt a pang of guilt. The mountain cat straightened up, taking a deep breath before calling out, "Jiangnan." She truly came looking for him? Jiangnan stood at the cave entrance, waving enthusiastically. "Sister Mountain Cat." "Over here." Li Mayan, overwhelmed, dared not utter a word. This military-clad woman had just crushed the Earth Tyrant bear. Wasn't she even more terrifying? Jiangnan addressed her so intimately. Were they that close? Recalling how the mountain cat had personally come to escort Jiangnan away during school days, Li Mayan's perception of Jiangnan grew increasingly enigmatic. 3 years as classmates, and she had never truly understood him. While others derided him, little did they know Jiangnan had ascended to heights beyond their reach. Reflecting on her previous minor conflicts with Jiangnan, she felt utterly juvenile. A wave of discomfort washed over her. The mountain cat, noticing Jiangnan unscathed, felt her icy demeanor begin to thaw. She then admonished, "What are you doing running about? You're such a rascal." Jiangnan chuckled, dashing forward. "I knew Sister Mountain Cat would be worried about me. How could you not be concerned? You've got a sharp tongue but a tender heart." Upon noticing the mountain cat's gradually cooling gaze, Jiangnan promptly fell silent. Well, if she didn't wish to speak, then so be it. It was merely from the heart. Approaching the fallen Earth Tyrant bear, Jiangnan felt a surge of excitement. He eagerly began to extract its spirit pearl. A golden tier spirit pearl, no less, imbued with a spirit technique. Jiangnan couldn't possibly let this opportunity slip away. The mountain cat shot a glance at Li Mayan and Jiangnan, uttering not a word. She swiftly grasped Jiangnan by his belt and hoisted Li Mayan into her other arm. In that instant, a foreboding sensation washed over Jiangnan, reminiscent of his previous leap from a building. "No, don't." Bang! The bobcat leaped with a tremendous bound, its body surging forth, as the fierce wind rushing towards Jiangnan contorted the very fabric of his being. The velocity was so intense that the scenery on either side blurred into an indistinguishable haze. It was akin to experiencing the exhilarating thrill of a roller coaster. The cold breeze howled, relentlessly assaulting the nape of Jiangnan's neck. And then there was Li Mayan. She was being cradled, as though she were a mere chick being lifted. Why such a disparity in treatment, given that they were both human? Even amidst this, Li Mayan's face paled in terror. As they soared through the forest, the bobcat arrived at a designated outpost, where the night army was orchestrating the evacuation of the students. The classmates beheld a woman clad in black military garb, descending from the heavens while carrying 2 individuals. After unceremoniously dropping Li Mayan, she whisked Jiangnan away with another leap, vanishing in an instant. The chilling echoes of Jiangnan's screams reverberated through the night sky. Li Mayan was left in a daze. Had she truly been saved? What of Jiangnan? How could she have taken Jiangnan with her? The classmates were equally bewildered. What just transpired? Was that person truly the southern deity? A female student remarked, "Are you blind? How could you not recognize such a handsome southern deity?" A male classmate responded, "What? Is the southern deity not retreating with us? Is he being taken away again? You can't tell me there's no connection between the southern deity and the night army. Without a doubt, if it weren't for the southern deity at the outpost, we would likely already be corpses." "Li Mayan, you're still alive? Splendid," Ling Feng exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Yet, beside him, Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu wore expressions of concern. Li Mayan forced a smile, casting a cold glance at Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu, remaining silent and opting not to approach them. Was there any point in harboring grievances? After all they had endured, Li Mayan had matured significantly. Ling Feng was engulfed in confusion, unsure of what had transpired. During the escape, he had become separated from his squad and was oblivious to the situation. However, why did he remember Li Mayan wearing jeans before? Now she sported a pair of black athletic pants? They were distinctly male-cut. Li Mayan, why have your pants changed? Upon being questioned, Li Mayan's expression froze, and her ears flushed crimson. She shot a fierce glare at Ling Feng. Why are you so full of questions? Ling Feng retorted, I didn't even ask much. She was just brought back by the southern deity. Could these pants possibly belong to the southern deity? The two of them. Suddenly, Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu fell silent, never having imagined that Li Mayan would miraculously survive. Chapter 63. Will you speak or not? Additional update. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was still caught in the thrill of a free roller coaster ride. The gale force winds rendered his face numb. Why was he not being set down? They had clearly escaped death. Why had he been taken again? The bobcat replied coolly, their target is you. If you are not taken, the others will be in peril. Jiangnan exclaimed, what? Does that mean I'm in even more danger? Am I merely bait in this situation? Is the bobcat the fishing rod? How absurd. Just then, the bobcat seemed to sense an anomaly, but made no effort to respond. At the moment of her landing, the once solid ground instantaneously turned to sand, ensnaring her body halfway in. With a forceful throw, the lynx sent Jiangnan flying. In a moment of imbalance, Jiangnan teleported and landed on a tree branch. At long last, he had escaped from the clutches of evil. On the sandy ground, Constantine, clad in camouflage, wore a cold smirk. Jiangnan chuckled. Isn't this the wretched fool from the Goose Country? Meeting again, are we? Humph, you're quite lucky to be alive. Finally, I've got you. You'd better not run, or I shall make you experience what it truly means to suffer, once I deal with this woman. You will be next. Jiangnan shrugged his shoulders. Instead of fleeing, he sat on the branch with great interest, swinging his legs. Deal with the lynx? You must be dreaming. This foolish creature seems to lack intelligence. You see a golden-grade earth-shattering bear and run away. Yet you wish to confront the lynx? This is a person capable of crushing golden-grade spirit beasts with sheer fists, a veritable humanoid tyrannosaurus. What do you think you can do? Scare her off with your long name? With a radiant smile, Jiangnan exclaimed, wretched fool, please, commence your performance. Constantine, is it really wise to be so arrogant? You never play by the rules. With all this chit-chat, how am I supposed to respond? From Constantine, rage level 666. Then, the lynx forcefully extricated itself from the sand. Step by step, it advanced toward Constantine. With a loud shout, Constantine clenched his hands. Infinite yellow sand surged forth like a magical serpent, rapidly converging upon the lynx. It enveloped her completely. Suddenly tightening, it formed a pyramid measuring 10 by 10. Jiangnan's eyes sparkled. Wow, the sand waterfall burial of Gaara. You're impressive. Have you been watching too much Naruto? However, this move is quite juvenile. At your age, you should know better. Constantine's face flushed with embarrassment. Shut your mouth. What's wrong with watching Naruto? What are the sand waterfall burial? Why do you keep talking? I do as I please. From Constantine, rage level 999. But at that moment, his expression changed drastically. The pyramid, entirely composed of sand, exploded. The lynx emerged unscathed. Her body transformed into a metallic sheen akin to black iron. Like an Iron Man, stalwart, there was a unique beauty to it. Constantine grinned. Not bad. Now witness this. He stomped one foot on the ground, and sharp stone spikes emerged, shooting toward the lynx. Clang, clang, clang. The stone spikes pierced her body, tearing through her military uniform. Beneath the uniform, her skin was also of a black iron hue, producing sparks as the spikes shattered. Jiangnan was astonished. What kind of monstrous physical prowess is this? Even consuming strength-enhancing potions wouldn't compare. Jiangnan was quite curious about the lynx's extraordinary abilities. Constantine panicked. Why couldn't he subdue her? His face turned crimson as he raised one hand. Countless stones and earth rose from the ground, wrapping around the lynx's body. Forming a stone sphere with a diameter of 20 meters, it hovered in mid-air. Jiangnan's eyes widened, and he began to applaud. Wow, is this the Earth Explosion Star? So impressive, and you claim you haven't watched Naruto? Do you know Shinra Tensei or Universal Pull? Come on, show me. Constantine. So you understand, huh? What the hell is Shinra? I summon forth the might of the earth. I am a wielder of terrene abilities. From the resentment of Constantine 1000. Boom! A 20-meter stone sphere was shattered with a resounding impact. The figure of the wildcat surged forth like an arrow, With a swift motion, he struck Constantine's face before he could even react. Bang! Constantine's face was forcefully pressed down into the ground. A sharp pain pierced through his skull. The wildcat's massive hand gripped Constantine's head as though it were a mere basketball, slamming it down with tremendous force. Jiangnan felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, retribution arrived with the swiftness of a tornado. Constantine was knocked unconscious, and the binding spirit handcuffs were promptly secured. Only then did Jiangnan scurry overexcitedly. The wildcat gradually shed his dark iron exterior. Beneath the tattered military uniform lay vast expanses of pristine white skin. The definition of his eight-pack abs was simply breathtaking, such a pure whiteness. Like jade, so immaculate that Jiangnan could not resist pressing his hand against the soft flesh of his abdomen. It was supple and elastic. Huh, why did it just turn into that dark iron color? The level of defense does not seem particularly high, does it? He then pinched a bit more of the soft flesh, still quite tender. At that moment, Jiangnan felt a chill creeping up his back. He looked up to meet the wildcat's gaze, which seemed capable of murder. Hastily retracting his hand, Jiangnan wore an awkward expression. That I was merely curious. Saying this, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal his own belly. I won't let you suffer any loss. You can pinch it back, wildcat. How does that even equate to not suffering a loss? What kind of peculiar thought process is this? From Luo Tianhong's Resentment 666. Enough of the nonsense. Carry him. Jiangnan let out a deep sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped the fate of being used as a punching bag. Humph. Aren't you just reluctant to hit me? Swiftly hoisting Constantine onto his back, he followed the wildcat with instantaneous movement. The duo arrived at a cave. The wildcat dragged Constantine inside, cautioning, "Wait outside." Jiangnan shivered with realization. He had already guessed Constantine's fate. He could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. As expected, muffled thuds and Constantine's wails echoed from within the cave. Jiangnan was covered in goosebumps. Before long, the wildcat emerged, his fists stained with blood. Jiangnan beamed brightly. Heh, feeling tired? Let me take a turn. You rest for a bit. With that, he eagerly dashed into the cave. What a splendid opportunity to earn some resentment points. There was no way Jiangnan would let it slip by. Looking at Constantine, who was drenched in blood and ashen-faced, he wore a devilish grin. He launched into a furious assault. Will you speak? From Constantine's Resentment 1000. Jiangnan, will you speak? I. From Jiangnan. Oh? Still quite defiant. Are we? You dare to curse. Have you ever seen a fist as large as a cauldron? From. For a solid half hour, Jiangnan pounded away, panting heavily from exhaustion. Constantine was left rolling his eyes from the beating. So, will you speak or not? Constantine shed 2 streams of tears. You have relentlessly questioned me whether I would speak. Speak or not. Yet, why don't you ask? You come up and strike me. Just strike me. Why don't you inquire? If you do not ask, what am I to say? His grievance was palpable. A grown man sprawled on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Damn it, he had never endured such humiliation in his life. Just a target for beatings. I indeed wish to articulate. Yet you do not even bother to inquire. Chapter 64. The Diamond Bachelor. Jiangnan scratched his head, feeling quite troubled. Not asking. It was indeed very awkward. He could not help but glance back at the bobcat leaning against the cave entrance. The bobcat's complexion flushed slightly, but it quickly reverted back, smugly declaring, I forgot to ask, Jiangnan. What? So all you could think about was beating up Constantine just now? Merely venting your frustrations? Quite splendid. He involuntarily cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, asserting with conviction, If I do not ask, will you not explain on your own? You possess no sense of situational awareness at all. It serves you right for getting beaten, Constantine. Look at this. Is this even human language? I indeed wish to explain. Yet every time I attempted to speak, you struck me back. A full half hour of relentless pounding, my fists were a flurry. I simply could not find the opportunity to voice anything. From Constantine's Grievance Value 1000. Then the bobcat inquired, How many people came? Jiangnan, confess honestly. Observing this duo of violence, he was thoroughly intimidated. He spilled everything. Had Jiangnan not intervened, Constantine would have nearly revealed his accomplices' home addresses and the names of his mistresses. Jiangnan scoffed. Humph, you clearly lack backbone, a disgrace among mercenaries. Constantine, infuriated, spat out a mouthful of blood. Lacking backbone? A disgrace? Damn it, it was you who insisted I confess, playing the harlot while still maintaining a facade of virtue? Are you even human? Jiangnan quickly dodged Constantine's spattered blood. Pointing at him, he complained to the bobcat. Sister Bobcat, he is slandering me. The bobcat's expression darkened. Little one, do you perhaps have a misunderstanding about the idiom to slander? Was that taught by your language and sports teacher? Damn it. What slander? From Luo Tianhong's grievance value 555. Seeing that the bobcat ignored him, Jiangnan pouted. Yet he recalled Constantine's confession. The white shark had infiltrated quite a number of people this time. They aimed to leverage this final exam to restrain the night army using students, seizing the opportunity to strike against Jiangnan. Then, they intended to flee. Unexpectedly, this resulted in a colossal golden-grade earthshaker. An event that strayed from the plan. Most of the white sharks had already been captured by the night army. The only concern for Jiangnan was that Constantine had already reached the golden level. Yet he was not the leader. Just then, a bare-chested, muscular man from the Goose Country approached the cave, moving calmly. I knew it. This group of wastrels truly cannot contend with you. The night army of Huaxia truly lives up to its name. At this moment, a rare solemnity appeared on the bobcat's face. King Kong, this time, you shall perish on the land of Huaxia? I guarantee it. King Kong narrowed his eyes. You and I will kill. I will also take the people away. The bobcat, without looking back, stated, take good care of yourself. If I perish, you must flee. Huaxia needs a second spatial system. Jiangnan's expression stiffened momentarily, yet he quickly feigned nonchalance and declared, rest assured. If you perish, I shall certainly flee. However, his heart was laden with gravity. Just how formidable is King Kong? Is this humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex truly beyond my grasp? The lynx nodded in satisfaction, then cracked his neck and stepped forward. Becoming enveloped in a hue reminiscent of black iron, King Kong erupted into hearty laughter. Under Jiangnan's astonished gaze, his flesh and blood gradually transformed into diamond. Ultimately, he became a humanoid diamond, shimmering radiantly under the moonlight. Jiangnan exclaimed, what on earth is this extravagant ability? To turn to diamond. What an opulent marvel. Just how many carats does this colossal chunk of diamond weigh? If I'm out of money, couldn't I just sell a fingernail's worth? A living embodiment of a diamond bachelor. This foolish idiot. With such prowess, why stoop to being a mere mercenary? Such a future is bleak. To be honest, Jiangnan felt a twinge of envy. King Kong retorted, what do you mean I have no future? What's wrong with being a mercenary? This is my dream, you know. From Makarov, Sergei's resentment level 1000. There was little left to say between them. In an instant, their figures collided, fists meeting fists. With a resounding bang, the air visibly erupted, sparks flew where their fists met, and in close combat, each punch struck with ferocity. Jiangnan watched in awe, but upon closer inspection, he noticed blood splattered across King Kong, the crimson evidence of the lynx's ferocious strikes. The hardness of diamond is rated at 10, making it the hardest substance in nature. Even the lynx's formidable defenses could not withstand it. Yet, her might was unparalleled. Even diamond was cracked under her assault. Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with excitement, seeing the diamond shards that had fallen from King Kong. He could hardly contain himself. He instantly teleported to the battlefield, crouching down to gather the diamonds. This was pure wealth. Holding a diamond the size of a pigeon egg in his palm, he felt elated. He bent down, frantically collecting, while peculiar thoughts began to swirl in his mind. King Kong was human, and now he had turned to diamond. The remnants he shed, were they not human refuse? With that thought, Jiangnan suddenly looked up at King Kong and coldly uttered, human refuse. King Kong responded, what the hell? Who the devil are you? Picking up my discarded remnants and calling me human refuse. Have some decency. The lynx remained silent. The intensity of their battle escalated. The lynx unleashed her crimson spirit technique, intensifying her assault. Meanwhile, King Kong utilized some unknown technique, sprouting diamond-like spikes from his body, inflicting grievous wounds upon the lynx. Jiangnan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, contemplating whether he could assist the lynx. But aside from his teleportation abilities, he had no means to breach King Kong's defenses. His heart raced with anxiety. Both combatants were now blinded by fury. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from the lynx, accompanied by a deafening explosion that shook the very ground. Jiangnan hurriedly turned to look. He beheld 3 diamond spikes embedded in the lynx's body, one in her chest, one in her abdomen, and one in her thigh, blood streaming profusely. Meanwhile, King Kong lay on the ground, his spikes shattered, surrounded by countless diamond fragments. His body was riddled with cracks, resembling fragile pottery on the verge of shattering, as he remained utterly still. The lynx yearned to rise once more, yet its body succumbed weakly to the ground. Startled, Jiangnan hurried to assist. Gazing at the barbed spikes embedded in the lynx, Jiangnan found it difficult to catch his breath. These were all vital points. Blood continued to pour from his mouth. With a face full of anxiety, Jiangnan exclaimed, "What is happening? What is happening? You can't die, can you? Damn it, I have a first aid kit. Just wait a moment, I'll bandage you up." The lynx shook its head and rasped, "Jingang Isen T dead. Don't mind me. Kill him. Hurry." Jiangnan was taken aback. Indeed, Jingang was not dead, glaring with fierce eyes fixed upon Jiangnan. His body was riddled with cracks, and he dared not move, lest he shatter. If he broke, it would truly be the end. Moreover, those cracks were slowly mending. The lynx was already incapacitated, and looking at Jiangnan, who possessed only the black iron 10 stars, he felt no concern whatsoever. "I'll just stand here for you to strike. You 1T breach my defense." The score has risen to 9-5. All thanks to the great ones. While indulging in this reading, don't forget to leave a 5-star review and add it to your bookshelf. Thank you. Chapter 65. The Vital Energy Ginseng. Jiangnan felt a surge of urgency. If that diamond bachelor were to recover, both of them would be doomed. Without a second thought, he resolved to deal with him. Such a massive chunk of diamond. Jiangnan was confident he could handle it. If you were to give Jiangnan 200 pounds of bricks, he might struggle to lift them, but 200 pounds of cash? He would hoist it and run. He could even leap. Moreover, this was 200 pounds of diamonds. Jingang looked at Jiangnan, his eyes gleaming with covetousness. "And couldn't he help but swallow hard? Should it be fine?" Jiangnan drew his triangular military dagger and thrust it fiercely towards Jinggang's neck. Sparks flew. The impact jolted Jiangnan's arm, causing the blade to chip. "Damn, it was rather tough." Jingang smirked. "Let us see how you handle this." Jiangnan was incensed. "Damn it, I can't get my hands on anything else. Can't I at least seize some small change?" His eyes darted around, and he lifted the dagger, aiming for Jinggang's lips with a fierce thrust. "Open your mouth." Jingang clenched his teeth tightly. Refusing to comply, Jiangnan declared, "Fine, just wait." Saying this, he seized 2 pebbles and stuffed them into Jinggang's diamond nostrils. He chuckled coldly. "Not opening your mouth? Everyone needs to breathe, right?" From Marklov, Sergei's resentment value 1000. "Blocking the nostrils? Trying to play tricks on me. This is outrageous." After more than 3 minutes of holding his breath, Jingang could no longer endure and abruptly gasped for air. Jiangnan seized the opportunity to cram a handful of detoxifying yellow beans mixed with spiritual leeks into his mouth. Jinggang's eyes nearly bulged out. Yet, in his desperate need for air, he had no choice but to swallow it down. "Damn, what have you made me consume?" Jiangnan grinned mischievously. "What? You'll find out shortly, before long." Jingang began to react, and the reaction was anything but ordinary. His body writhed restlessly. The crucial part was he dared not move. He was on the verge of going mad from holding his breath. Seizing this chance, Jiangnan plunged the triangular dagger into the cracks, frantically prying at the diamond. The results were remarkable. Jingang was furious. Continuing like this, he would inevitably be dismantled by this little brat, no longer able to hold back. He bellowed, "I'll fight you to the finish." Jingang sprang to his feet, his diamond arms swinging violently at Jiangnan. Jiangnan, quick-witted and nimble, caught them with one hand. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce contest. Diamond fragments continuously fell from Jinggang's body. Jiangnan's face grew flushed from the exertion. The immense force transmitted through his dual arms rendered him utterly incapable of resistance. The disparity was insurmountable. In an instant, he teleported behind the formidable figure, seizing his head and forcefully pressing it downwards, locking his arms tightly, and then yanking upwards with ferocity. It was a textbook application of the naked choke. Akin to a guillotine, the giant gasped for breath, his fists pounding furiously against Jiangnan's back, producing sounds like thunderous drums. Jiangnan felt as though he were being mercilessly hammered by a compactor, each blow resonating through his ribs, surely fracturing them. A mouthful of metallic, sweet blood surged up his throat, only to be swallowed back down. At this moment, Jiangnan's eyes were filled with fierce determination. "Damn it, let us see who perishes first. You or I." The mountain cat, in a voice laced with desperation, urged, "Run. Don't concern yourself with him, nor with me. Don't sacrifice yourself here." Jiangnan gritted his teeth. "Am I to abandon such a substantial diamond?" "Absolutely not." The mountain cat, exasperated, exclaimed, "What time do you think it is? And you're still jesting. Didn't you just promise me? If I die, you must flee." It was settled. Jiangnan spat out a mouthful of blood froth. His smile brilliant. A man's word is often a deceitful specter. "Little kitty, your wisdom is still too shallow." Saying this, he coughed out another mouthful of old blood, yet he refused to loosen his grip. Was he jesting? Just flee like this? Was he not a man? The mountain cat had endured so much, ultimately for his own sake. There were some things Jiangnan refused to regret. Emotions surged within the mountain cat, biting down on her lower lip, unable to utter a word. Jiangnan was a joker, slick with words, yet in critical moments, he never faltered. Ultimately, he did not wish to abandon her to flee. The mountain cat realized she had not misjudged him. Jiangnan's eyes widened, his teeth clenched tightly, and he steeled his resolve. "If today I cannot vanquish you, I shall live stream my own disgrace." With that declaration, Jiangnan felt his heart racing wildly. His blood surged with unprecedented velocity. His temperature soaring, the fluid coursing through his veins felt less like blood and more like magma. The intense heat even evaporated the moisture within him, seeping out through his pores. His skin took on an eerie crimson hue. Veins bulging with power, waves of overwhelming strength surged through him. Jiangnan felt clarity in his ears and eyes, his senses and physical prowess amplified in every regard. The mountain cat's eyes widened in astonishment. The blood-burning reagent was taking effect. "Bring it on." With a sharp crack, Jiangnan wrenched off the diamond head of the giant. The colossal figure collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Gasping for air, Jiangnan gazed at the massive diamond head in his grasp. Goodness, what a colossal gem! How much could this be worth? The mountain cat was at a loss for words. There was no time for banter. Jiangnan hurriedly examined the mountain cat's injuries, but upon seeing her condition, he fell silent. Blood had pooled into a small puddle on the ground. The mountain cat's face was ghostly pale. "Don't bother saving me. In this desolate wilderness, there is no hope for survival. Let us go. With your abilities, you can escape this cursed place." Jiangnan crouched down. "Nonsense. In movies, people with far worse injuries are still up and about. What is this in comparison?" The mountain cat managed a bitter smile. "Can't you be serious for just a moment?" Jiangnan shook his head. After enduring so much, how could he possibly allow the mountain cat to perish? He thought of the nearly 2 million resentment points he had amassed. Silently, he called out, "System, oh system, this time, don't let me down. Can we count on your reliability just this once? Everyone, step aside. I am about to show off." As Jiangnan gazed at the sudden influx of information flooding his mind, he was momentarily taken aback. "What the hell? I am utterly speechless." "Then please, commence your performance. The 10 consecutive draws have begun. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, a pair of Hawkeye boxer shorts." Jiangnan had anticipated something magnificent, yet here I am, merely receiving a thank you for your patronage. Watching his resentment accumulate to a staggering 100,000, Jiangnan's expression darkened to the color of coal. After 19 rounds of 10 draws, he had acquired only 5 pills of stunning beauty, while the remainder were all Hawkeye boxer shorts. Jiangnan was on the verge of madness. Finally, on the 20th attempt, a new item appeared. "Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, a vitality ginseng." Jiangnan clicked on the item information and discovered the vitality ginseng. Effect: restores the health of the user, cures all ailments, revitalizes energy and blood. Exceedingly nourishing. Jiangnan felt a surge of skepticism. It sounded remarkably impressive and reliable. However, given the system's tendency to deliver such stern information, it often turned out to be a massive scam. Coupled with the consolation prize status of the vitality ginseng, Jiangnan could not help but feel a twinge of unease. But now, with the mountain cat on the brink of collapse, he had no time for further contemplation. He promptly extracted the vitality ginseng. Jiangnan was taken aback. The ginseng was barely the size of his thumb. It looked far too diminutive, dry and shriveled. It appeared severely malnourished. What a pathetic sight. How could this possibly cure all ailments? How could it replenish energy and blood? Who would ever believe that? Cough, cough. A new product has emerged. Is there anyone who has made a reservation? 5-star reviews. Let's push for updates. I know you are all the most adorable. Chapter 66. Now, that is true nourishment. Additional update. What a ridiculous appearance. If you are truly so nourishing, why not nourish yourself first? But there was no time for Jiangnan to hesitate. He immediately shoved the vitality ginseng towards the mountain cat's mouth. "Here, eat it. This ginseng is extraordinarily nourishing. Once you consume it, you will feel better. The mountain cat stared at the dry, flat, and unappealing ginseng. Isn't this akin to desperate measures in a time of crisis? Ginseng is indeed nourishing, but it cannot remedy a fatal wound. Setting aside whether a normal ginseng would be effective, this malnourished ginseng, the mountain cat could hardly bring itself to take a bite. Resentment value from Luo Tianhong 333. Stop the fuss. Could you please allow me a moment of peace? The mountain cat was contemplating reminiscing about life before its impending demise, feeling a tinge of sadness. Jiangnan's disruption completely shattered the somber atmosphere. Jiangnan. Oh, even now, you remain stubborn. If you want to eat it, I will personally feed it to you. Well, just take it literally. The mountain cat glared fiercely at Jiangnan. Seeing that this fellow was genuinely about to come closer, it angrily retorted, "Shut up, I'll eat it." What the hell? Personally? Who taught you language? How dare you? Resentment value from Luo Tianhong 888. Jiangnan chuckled and stuffed the vitality ginseng into the mountain cat's mouth. He then retrieved another one, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed it whole. It must be said, it was somewhat sweet. He then anxiously observed the mountain cat. What side effects might this vitality ginseng have? Let us hope it doesn't end up reviving the mountain cat. Then she would be brutally beaten to death. That would indeed be a tremendous loss. The lynx felt a warm sensation enveloping its body, accompanied by an itchy feeling at the wound site. It couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this ginseng baby truly possesses some efficacy? Pull it out. Jiangnan swallowed nervously. With utmost caution, he grasped the diamond spikes embedded in the lynx's body. His face was filled with trepidation. That I could pull it out? Why so much nonsense? Jiangnan. In the blink of an eye, all 3 diamond spikes were extracted. The flesh at the wound was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. But then 0.3 jets of blood erupted from the wound, shooting over a meter high. The force was tremendous. Jiangnan was instantly drenched in blood. He resembled a human fountain. Jiangnan was dumbfounded. He hurriedly reached out to cover himself. One hand pressed against his chest, the other against his abdomen. The lynx was taken aback. "Hey, where are you putting your hands?" From Luo Tianhong. Resentment points 1000. Jiangnan declared with righteous indignation. "I am staunchly applying pressure to stop your bleeding." "Damn, sister mountain cat, you have an astonishing amount of blood." Lynx. Indeed. I have an extraordinary quantity of blood. This must have spilled 6 or 7 pounds. She initially thought she could hold on for another minute or two. But now the lynx felt as if she might perish at any moment. What on earth did Jiangnan feed himself? Jiangnan was utterly stunned. With such a spray, a normal person would surely have fainted. He was like a miniature sprinkler. Yet within 30 seconds, the blood ceased to spurt. All the wounds on the lynx's body had healed perfectly. Her skin was as white as snow, with not a single scar remaining. The lynx and Jiangnan exchanged a glance, both appearing as if they had seen a ghost. Then, the lynx indignantly exclaimed, "Hands, remove them at once." Jiangnan sheepishly smiled and finally withdrew his hands, but suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. Oh no, a grave situation. 2 jets of blood shot out from beneath Jiangnan's nostrils. It was like a water gun. No matter how he tried to stop it, he couldn't. The lynx, witnessing Jiangnan's uncontrollable nosebleed, couldn't help but burst into laughter. But in the next moment, 2 streams of warmth also flowed from her own nose. Luo Tianhong. What on earth? From Luo Tianhong. Resentment points 1000. Jiangnan was on the verge of madness. He finally understood how that phrase about replenishing qi and blood was truly meant. This is exceedingly excessive, isn't it? The blood just won't stop. What kind of ginseng is this? It should be called nosebleed ginseng instead. The side effects are utterly disastrous. Both were bleeding profusely from their noses, and the lynx's gaze towards Jiangnan had turned murderous. "What are you doing? I just saved your life." Jiangnan sprang to his feet, ready to flee. "Lynx, why are you running? I don't blame you." From Luo Tianhong. Resentment points 1000. "You're lying. Women are all great deceivers, big pig trotters." From Luo Tianhong. Resentment points 1000. "Just kidding." Jiangnan immediately became timid. If he didn't run, wouldn't he be beaten to death? With a lynx like that, a humanoid violent dragon beast, 1 punch for a little cutie, 1 punch for a whimpering creature. He couldn't withstand it. The 2 of them bled from their noses for a full 3 hours before it finally stopped. The lynx covered her nose and reached out towards Jiangnan. "Jiangnan? What do you mean?" Tentatively, she extended her hand as well, and their palms met. The lynx froze momentarily. Jiangnan reproached. How old are you? Still playing patty cake. With a sharp clap, the lynx swatted Jiangnan's hand away. Who wants to play patty cake with you? Just give me some clothes. She had surrendered. What kind of bizarre thought process did Jiangnan possess? Being with him made her mental state precarious. Jiangnan chuckled, presenting her with a set of his own clothes. Both of them were indeed in a rather disheveled state, covered in blood. Not to mention, the lynx's attire resembled a rag meant for scrubbing pots. Seizing the moment while the lynx changed, Jiangnan sneakily stashed away the colossal diamonds transformed from the body of the indomitable beast into his alternate dimension. Over 200 pounds of diamonds. How much fortune did that represent? Have you ever seen a diamond ring the size of a human head? In that instant, Jiangnan felt an exhilarating sense of pride. The lynx looked on, utterly speechless at that moment. She donned Jiangnan's clothes, clad in shorts below and a white short-sleeved shirt above, emblazoned with a cartoon cat. Yet the shirt had transformed into a crop top. The lynx glared ferociously. What are you staring at? Jiangnan beamed brightly. What can I say? I possess a pair of eyes that discern beauty. I simply can't help myself. Luo Tianhong interjected. Is your flattery all you have? Where did you acquire that ginseng baby? Jiangnan maintained his composure. I unearthed it from the spirit ruins. The lynx rolled her eyes. Isn't it from your backyard? Who are you trying to fool? The military is well aware of Jiangnan's activities. He doesn't even have a backyard. Jiangnan offered a sheepish smile, choosing silence. Humph. Couldn't he be afforded a shred of dignity? Why expose him so thoroughly? Noticing Jiangnan's reluctance to divulge, the lynx refrained from pressing further. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon Jiangnan's eyes, speaking solemnly. Join me. Jiangnan was taken aback, then fell into contemplation, a hint of hesitation crossing his features. The lynx nodded. After all, such a significant decision for the future warranted careful consideration. Half a minute later, Jiangnan sighed deeply and declared, Joining you is acceptable, but I demand a luxury car. I want a small villa. I want stacks of cash, and I expect daily hugs, morning and night. Promise me, and I shall follow you. The lynx. What on earth? She was on the brink of madness. All she wanted was for him to join the night brigade and serve as a lookout. Demanding a luxury car, villa, and cash was already outrageous. And hugs too. Chapter 67. Cartoon cat. Is he to be a pampered pet or a worker in the night brigade? The lynx's expression darkened, and she exclaimed, Hugs, you must be joking. I think you're asking for a beating. Jiangnan looked troubled. What? No, that's not right. Is it? Whip play? I don't have a penchant for that. From Luo Tianhong, resentment value 1,000. The lynx pinched Jiangnan's face and began to knead it vigorously. You are to be my worker in the night brigade. I will take you under my wing. You shall be my subordinate. Jiangnan was stunned. Aren't you supposed to be supporting me? He immediately wore a crestfallen expression. Jiangnan had thought he could finally live a life of ease, no longer needing to strive, merely relying on his looks to survive. Living as a carefree pet, the lynx was speechless. Hey, are you seriously this disappointed? It is unlikely that a normal person would ponder such matters, wouldn't you agree? Consider it? Jiangnan scoffed. I have no intention of doing so. I still need to attend school, the bobcat retorted. What purpose does school serve? I can impart all the knowledge you require. Don't squander your time there. After laboring for so long, how could she bear to let go of the Jiangnan she had so painstakingly discovered? By staying with her, Jiangnan's future would be boundless. His stage would not be confined to this small Jiangxing, but would encompass the entirety of Huaxia, and even the whole world. Jiangnan shook his head vigorously. Like a rattle drum. Absolutely not. What a jest. To work for the night army. What benefits could that possibly yield? Are there any ragged young ladies there? Can one earn a little money by setting up a stall? Can one enjoy youth in school? I certainly will not go. Witnessing Jiangnan's resolute refusal, the bobcat suddenly chuckled. If you won't go, then you won't, but I shan't force you. Let us be on our way. Jiangnan was taken aback. You are letting me off so easily. This doesn't seem right. Given your temperament, you should be pounding me into submission and dragging me along. Why the sudden change in demeanor? Jiangnan felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Sister Shanyao, what was that blood-burning reagent about? Just now, when we were battling the diamond giant, the bobcat cast a sidelong glance at Jiangnan. I cannot disclose that. It's a military secret, Jiangnan exclaimed. What a ploy. So you're playing this game with me? I knew you were waiting here. The bobcat teased. Join the night army. Become a worker, and I'll tell you. Jiangnan turned his head away. I will not go. Humph. Wretched Shanyao. Cunning woman, a humanoid tyrannosaurus, a heartless girl who runs off after a meal. Alas, in the end, Someone must bear the burden alone. The bobcat escorted Jiangnan on a tour, contemplating support for the night army. However, after a brief circuit, they received word that all individuals who had entered the Lingxiu, including the white shark, had been captured. Only the diamond giant and Constantine remained. The students had all been evacuated. In truth, Constantine had been apprehended, and the diamond giant had transformed into a massive diamond, lying idle in Jiangnan's anomalous space. Nevertheless, Jiangnan had not been idle on this journey. After the beast died, the ground was strewn with beast corpses. The night army had no time to collect the spiritual orbs, only taking the silver-grade ones, leaving the rest for Jiangnan. All along the way, he had been gathering. Collecting money was Jiangnan's favorite pastime. At the entrance of the heavenly pool Lingxiu, the night army had taken control and was guarding it rigorously. At this moment, numerous parents had arrived, relieved to see their children emerge safely, while others, upon receiving the grim news, were inconsolable as spiritual warriors. They were certainly exposed to danger. Even if they were somewhat prepared, it was still difficult to accept in the moment. Fortunately, the intervention of the night army had minimized the losses. At this juncture, Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue rushed over, filled with urgency. Everyone had emerged safely. Even Wu Liang and Tang Qinya had returned unscathed. Yet, Jiangnan was still nowhere to be found. The two were nearly frantic. What if something has happened to Xiaonan? Zhong Yingshue's delicate face was etched with worry, her eyes slightly reddened, and tear streaks were evident on her cheeks, indicating she had recently wept. Xia Yao comforted her. Xue, do not fret. Xiaonan is so clever. He will surely take good care of himself. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Lingxiu. Jiangnan emerged from the great door, following closely behind the bobcat. A multitude of the Dark Knight army saluted in unison towards the Lynx. The captain, Lynx, merely nodded slightly without uttering a word. At this moment, the gaze of the Dark Knight army upon Lynx became peculiarly inquisitive. For she was not clad in military attire, but rather in oversized shorts and a short-sleeved top. The cropped shirt, transformed into a midriff-bearing outfit, sported an image of a robotic cat. Turning to Jiangnan, he too donned oversized shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, emblazoned with the character Doraemon. A matching couple's outfit. What on earth? Lynx was dressed in male clothing, evidently Jiangnan's attire, coupled with the fact that Lynx had taken Jiangnan away, and they had been absent for a full 3 hours. It was astonishing. Upon emerging, Lynx had changed into military garb and was still wearing Jiangnan's clothes. Remarkable. Remarkable. Many in the Dark Knight army regarded Jiangnan with newfound admiration. Had he successfully captured our captain? Impressive indeed. Qinshan was frantically signaling Jiangnan with her eyes, exuding an air of admiration and awe. Meanwhile, Ning surreptitiously gave Jiangnan a thumbs up. Jiangnan wore a proud expression, declaring, "I haven't done anything." The students who had retreated were equally perplexed, gazing at the couple in matching outfits, utterly shocked. No wonder they were so close to the Dark Knight army. It turns out there was this underlying connection. Incredible, incredible. What a tangled web in your circle. Li Mayan was also bewildered. Lynx had specifically taken Jiangnan away, for what was it for? As a thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed. Tisish. Lynx wore a dubious expression. Somewhat at a loss, she rolled her eyes at Jiangnan, whose face was beaming with joy. Was it really necessary to be this delighted over merely acquiring some spirit pearls? Let's head back. I still have work to do. Jiangnan replied. All right, Sister Lynx, remember to think of me. Get lost. Just as Jiangnan exited the secure zone, he was immediately enveloped in an embrace by Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, squeezing him into a sandwich. The delightful fragrance assailed his senses. Truly splendid. After a flurry of hugs, Zhong Yingxue asked, "How was it? Were you hurt? Is there any discomfort?" Xia Yao inquired. "Why did you come out so late? What happened?" Observing the two girls who had hurriedly traveled to Changbai Mountain out of concern for his safety, a warm wave surged through Jiangnan's heart. "I went to mine diamonds. I unearthed over 200 pounds of diamonds." "Do you believe me?" Zhong Yingxue, Xia Yao, mining diamonds in the spirit ruins? And you found over 200 pounds. Are you trying to fool us? They both shot Jiangnan incredulous glares. Zhong Yingshue's resentment value 666. Xia Yao's resentment value 666. Jiangnan chuckled. As a reward for your long journey to welcome my triumphant return, I shall treat you both to some jelly beans. With that, he conjured 3 exquisite beauty enhancement pills in his hand. Xia Yao's eyes sparkled with delight, and she promptly planted a kiss on Jiangnan's cheek, exclaiming, "Xiaonan, I simply adore you. She snatched away 2 of the beauty enhancement pills and tucked them into her chest. Then she disdainfully spat 3 times, wiped her lips, and leaped to Zhong Yingshue's side, wrapping her arm around her. Shui Shui, listen to me. I am unwaveringly devoted to you. What just transpired was merely yielding to someone's coercive influence. It doesn't count. With a playful demeanor, he leaned in for another kiss, suggesting they could make amends. Zhong Yingxue, however, pushed him away with a look of disdain. Jiangnan, taken aback, exclaimed, "What audacity! Are you really going to burn bridges after crossing them? Is this how you repay kindness? Such shamelessness." He urged the onlookers to remember to leave 5-star reviews, to check the bookshelf, and to prompt for updates. Chapter 68. A measured approach as he spoke. He attempted to kiss Zhong Yingxue once more, only to be met with her evident annoyance. Xia Yao watched, her expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Jiangnan chuckled heartily, relieved that Yingxue remained steadfast and virtuous. How could such a stunning beauty fall victim to Xia's predatory advances? He slyly slipped a beauty-enhancing elixir into Zhong Yingshue's pocket and leaned closer, teasingly asking, "What's the matter? Won't you indulge me with a kiss?" Zhong Yingxue burst into laughter, her beauty shining like a lily blooming under the starry sky, leaving those around her mesmerized. Yet, she swiftly retaliated with a playful smack to Jiangnan's head, declaring, "Humph, as if I would kiss you." Jiangnan felt a pang of grievance as the surrounding classmates erupted in envy, their hearts yearning with jealousy. Just returning from the ethereal realm, he was greeted by 2 stunning beauties, a sight that left onlookers in awe. Their beauty was unparalleled, eclipsing even that of top-tier actresses. And then, there was Jiangnan's own cohort, contrasting starkly with this heavenly scene. What a chasm of disparity. Meanwhile, Wu Liang and Tang Qinya approached, relief evident on their faces. "Nangu, I knew you'd be all right," Tang Qinya exclaimed, still sniffling. "I was worried sick. I'm so glad you're back." Jiangnan's smile faltered as he noticed Wu Liang, clad in nothing but a pair of shorts, standing proudly while whispers and pointed fingers circulated among teachers and students alike, some even capturing the moment on their phones, exclaiming in disbelief. Rather than feeling embarrassed, Wu Liang puffed out his muscles, showcasing a physique akin to a sculpted statue, radiating pride. For Jiangnan, this was nothing short of a mental assault. Muscular men in shorts were perhaps the most jarring combination imaginable. Even Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao appeared momentarily dazed. Could this be the rumored muscle man of legend? Such a sight was almost blindingly overwhelming. Clearing his throat to mask his discomfort, Jiangnan declared, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Wu Liang, my chosen shield warrior." "What do you think?" Xia Yao covered her face, questioning, "Are you absolutely certain this is a wise choice?" Zhong Yingxue chimed in, "Xiaonan, you must be cautious." Her concern hinted at a strange inclination Jiangnan might possess. He reassured them with a grin, "Have no fear. My choice is impeccable. He will be my teammate. Once this is over, let us dine together and get acquainted." Xia Yao laughed, "I'll stick with you from now on. I want to savor skewers in the ethereal realm too." Zhong Yingxue joined in the laughter, but then paused in realization. "Wait, teammate, what do you mean by that?" Xia Yao swiftly embraced Zhong Yingxue, explaining, "You're unaware, are you? Xiaonan has been striving to join our Songjiang Lingwu, aiming for the top position. He has been working hard to help you sort out your troubles. Do you know why that scoundrel Luo took leave? It's all thanks to Xiaonan. If he secures a top 3 finish this year, he'll join us at Songjiang Lingwu. Then we can team up, leaving Luo Tianxiang and Han Cheng behind." Zhong Yingshue's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. She inquired, "Why has Luo Tianxiang taken leave?" It turned out that he had already conferred with Xia Yao prior to the incident at the mall. Gazing at the radiant smile of Jiangnan, her heart melted completely. She lunged forward, enveloping Jiangnan in her embrace, burying her head deeply into the crook of his shoulder. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? You both kept this from me for so long." The sensation of having someone silently dedicate themselves to her in secrecy truly felt wonderful. Jiangnan chuckled, "I didn't want you to worry." Zhong Yingxue continued to hold him tightly, unwilling to let go. Xia Yao, standing by, bared her teeth like a ferocious dog with ruffled fur, seething with anger. Had she known, she would have kept it from her. As a result, Jiangnan had the upper hand. She had never embraced him like that. Jiangnan, brimming with pride, raised an eyebrow at Xia Yao, flashing a triumphant smile. "Well, rather than a hug, I would prefer a kiss." Zhong Yingshue's cheeks flushed crimson. Xia Yao swiftly intervened, separating the two with a swift chop of her hand. "Kiss? No way. Keep your distance from him, like a guard dog protecting its food. She shielded Zhong Yingxue behind her. What are you so smug about? With 3 schools competing, you may not even make it into the top 3. She declared, if you don't achieve that, your pretty little face will be in trouble. Jiangnan's eyes sparkled. What if I do achieve it? And even come in first? Xia Yao remained unfazed. Then whatever you say goes. Yet, as soon as she uttered those words, an unsettling feeling arose within her, as if she had fallen into a trap. Jiangnan grinned mischievously. If I secure first place, you'll have to wash my socks for a month. Xia Yao felt a twinge of guilt but had no choice but to proceed, her heart filled with regret. She thought, if only I hadn't agreed. Nevertheless, she retorted, fine, but what if you don't achieve it? Jiangnan shrugged. Then you'll be stuck washing my socks for a month. Xia Yao glared. It's a deal. Just then, the teacher called for everyone to gather and began tallying the results of the event. Jiangnan waved and hurriedly ran over with Wu Liang and Tang Qinya. As they walked in line, Jiangnan's group immediately attracted everyone's attention, not because Jiangnan was particularly handsome, but rather due to Wu Liang's flamboyance. Each team stepped forward in order to count their spirit orbs. Soon, it was Jiangnan's turn. Witnessing Jiangnan approach, the classmates who had experienced the skewer incident winced in pain, fully aware that Jiangnan's team was guaranteed first place. Jiangnan opened the dimensional space, directly retrieving a handful of spirit orbs. The vibrant, multicolored orbs dazzled the eyes of all present. Just as the teacher was about to inspect, Jiangnan felt a nagging sense of distrust. What if another team managed to benefit from the Dark Knight army, just like him, and also deducted spirit orbs? With that thought, he pulled out another handful and placed it on the table. The classmates were left speechless. Just as the teacher was about to check, Jiangnan pondered, how can I explain not washing Xia Yao's underwear? How would I face anyone if that got out? He then pulled out another handful. From Xia Yao, 666 grudge points. From Li Xiang, 1,000 grudge points. From the supervising teacher, 666 grudge points. From Dado, grudge points to be earned? Jiangnan continued to dig. The pallets are already overflowing. The invigilator is on the verge of bursting. I exclaimed, classmate, could you possibly retrieve everything in one go? The students are nearing madness. Is there no end to this? Is your spatial pocket akin to Doraemon's magic pouch? So many spirit beads. Even Wu Liang and Tang Qinya appear utterly flabbergasted. Not even a street vendor selling grilled skewers would have such a stock. Is Jiangnan digging up a nest of spirit beads? Yet Jiangnan continues to rummage. The invigilator. Is there nothing left? Jiangnan quietly inquired. Teacher, do you think this is enough to secure first place? If not, I have more. The teacher's face darkened. What do you think? The students gritted their teeth in frustration, still speaking softly. We can all hear you. Must you be so infuriating? Jiangnan. That's all. If it's not enough for first place, you'll have to compensate me. Teacher? Thus, he began to count the spirit beads. Jiangnan chuckled gleefully, stirring up rivalry, and from a distance, raised an eyebrow at Xia Yao. This made her grind her teeth in anger. She had resolved to wash her own underwear for an entire month. It took a solid 3 minutes to count, and he barely made a dent. Jiangnan. Teacher, let us not count anymore. We can weigh it instead. I have a scale. The students behind him were growing increasingly anxious. Teacher, weigh it. Do you think these spirit beads are sunflower seeds or raisins? After 20 years of teaching, I've never once weighed spirit beads. The students were on the verge of exploding with frustration. Please, no more showing off. Have a shred of dignity. Spare us the heartbreak. Watching the grievances pile up in real time. Jiangnan. Ah, how delightful. Chapter 69. Where's my box? Bonus update. In the end, the teacher really did stop counting. Just wait it. 7 Jean 6 Liang. The large screen displaying the hotel rankings flickered wildly. The other teams were as follows. Team striving for first. For bronze level star beads. 17 black iron level star beads. A Geo I'm in Giro team. 3 bronze level star beads. 11 black iron level star beads. When it came to Jiangnan's team declared 7 Jean 6 Liang of star beads. Shooting straight to the top. Hey, this truly is a market. I assent it. Calculating star bead achievements by weight is a first for Jiangnan. By the way, that team name is quite the spectacle. I assent it. None of the team names from Jiangxing No. 1 High School are even remotely serious. The grievance values are refreshing wildly. Jiangnan beamed brightly, snapping a picture of the leaderboard. He tucked away the star beads and dashed back to Xia Yao. exuding confidence. A month's worth of socks, as promised. Xia Yao ground her teeth in irritation. Couldn't she let someone else have a turn? Isn't coming in second enough to go to Songjiang Lingwu? From Xia Yao's grievance value 1,000. Unable to help herself, she shot Jiangnan a fierce glare. Humph, steel straight man. Jiangnan. He was utterly bewildered. How did he become a steel straight man? Could it be that this silver-haired beast, Xia Yao, wanted him to wash her socks? Humph. As if. Does he have no pride? After a thorough tally, unsurprisingly, Jiangnan secured first place with a weight of 7.6 liang. The school organized for the students to return home. Upon learning that Jiangnan was safe, Zhong Yingshui and her companion drove back to Jiangcheng. She had wanted to stay with Jiangnan a while longer. But Xia Yao could hardly wait. Eager to return home and test the effects of the white rabbit candy, a group of friends had made plans to dine together during their holiday. And then they parted ways. On the bus, Jiangnan began to fidget with his phone. As soon as he connected to the internet, his phone erupted into a frenzy of vibrations. Jiangnan was taken aback, watching in disbelief as his phone vibrated incessantly for half an hour. Upon opening Weibo, he was greeted by a staggering 99 messages. It was an absolute explosion. The comments were filled with concerns for his safety. With an overwhelming number of candles and prayer emojis flooding the screen, Jiangnan felt a wave of warmth. He promptly posted a Weibo update. Nanshan, posting from my iPhone 11 Pro Max. Indeed, power and beauty are proportionate. No choice. Songjiang Lingwu, here I come. Image. One picture showcased the final leaderboard, while the other captured the trio in Lingxiu, striking poses and beaming with radiant smiles. In stark contrast, behind them was Li Xiang's team, exuding an air of indignation as they hunted spirit beasts. After posting, Jiangnan drowsily succumbed to sleep. Upon waking, he discovered that the comment section had surpassed 10,000 messages. Haha, I knew he was fine. Good people live long. Misfortune lasts a millennium. What a ridiculous team name. Too impressive. You're right. With looks, anything goes. 7.6 liang. Am I seeing things? Their team is measured by pieces, while Nanshan's team is measured by gene. 666. As long as you're safe. Xiaoyu, are you coming to our school? I'll treat you to grilled fish. So excited. Jiangnan chuckled in reply to Xiaoyu. Iron pot stewed koi. Grilling myself over charcoal. From Yu Xiaoqing's resentment value 333. Quite delightful. The bus journey continued towards the search, and the weary students returned home to sleep for an entire day. The next day marked the award ceremony. Jiangnan, Wu Liang, and Tang Xinyan naturally stood upon the podium, feeling a touch of excitement. Jiangnan was particularly thrilled, rubbing his hands together. The school would reward them with spirit pearls imbued with spiritual abilities, uniformly distributed by the Lingwu Association, each corresponding to their unique powers. A spatial type spirit pearl. He had been eagerly anticipating this. To Jiangnan's surprise, Li Xiang's team had actually secured second place, the perennial runner-up. Quite commendable. However, on the podium, Li Mayan stood far from Li Xiang's team, remaining silent throughout, appearing quite dejected. This was due to the lingering pain in his neck, which had kept him awake at night. Just how much force had Jiangnan used to strike the back of his neck? Li Mayan even began to suspect he had fractured a bone. Seemingly sensing Jiangnan's gaze, Li Mayan shot him a fierce glare. Jiangnan returned the stare. Oh, still feisty? Jiangnan raised his hand in a mock gesture, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, provocatively throwing a glance at Li Mayan. Li Mayan recoiled instinctively, covering the back of his neck, shrinking away in fear of meeting Jiangnan's gaze. Satisfied, Jiangnan finally withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, the teacher began distributing spirit pearls. Each student received a small red box containing a spirit pearl. Tang Xinya received a silver-grade wood-type spirit pearl. With the ability, Vine Whip, Wu Liang was awarded a silver-grade spirit pearl as well. With the ability, Berserk. Both suited their unique powers perfectly. When it came to Jiangnan, the principal approached him with a handshake. Beaming with a smile, this young man is quite impressive. Outstanding performance. As the pillar of the nation, the speaker rambled on with a tongue as rapid as a machine gun, leaving Jiangnan's hand clammy from the prolonged handshake. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, and Jiangnan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, his smile stiffening with each passing moment. Enough with the handshakes. Stop your incessant chatter. Hasn't it been nearly 10 minutes? Can I please have my small box back? At last, the principal concluded his speech. Jiangnan promptly extended his hand, only to witness the principal cough lightly twice before turning to leave. Well, The awards ceremony has officially come to a close. Come, students, smile for the camera. This will be displayed in our corridor, Jiangnan. Hey, hey, hey. Have you forgotten something? Did you forget to take your medicine before coming out? You talked for over 10 minutes. Where's my little box? Where are my spirit pearls and skills? Jiangnan again reached out towards the principal, subtly beckoning with his fingers. Wasn't that obvious enough? The principal glanced at Jiangnan and then turned away, saying, Come on. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Jiangnan, are you doing this on purpose? Is this a form of retribution for me having destroyed the testing machine, preventing me from receiving my reward? What about my precious box? The box I earned through blood and sweat. Click. The shutter snapped. This marked the official end of the final exam. Everyone in the photograph wore radiant smiles, holding their small red boxes. Yet Jiangnan stood there befuddled, hands empty. The implication was clear. C. First place. Yet, in hand, nothing at all. Chapter 70. The void koi. After the photo shoot, the principal felt a wave of relief. This joint examination among 3 schools, thanks to Jiangnan's presence, not only yielded substantial broadcasting profits but also positioned Jiangnan, one high school, as the top contender. Enrollment for the following year was undoubtedly secured. Just then, the principal felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he found Jiangnan glaring at him with an expression filled with resentment, as if his gaze could pierce through flesh. If the street vendor system could gather Jiangnan's resentment points, it would likely be enough for 2 tenfold draws at this moment. The principal shivered and pretended not to see. Jiangnan, if I don't get an explanation today, this isn't over. After the ceremony, the principal called out to Jiangnan. Come with me. Jiangnan, filled with suspicion, wondered what this was about. Was he going to be treated to something special? His heart raced with excitement. In the principal's office, 2 documents lay on the desk alongside a metallic box. Without a second glance, Jiangnan snatched the box, inside which lay a spirit pearl, emanating waves of spatial energy. Jiangnan was nearly drooling. This was the spatial skill he had longed for. The principal smiled wryly. Put it down. It's not yours yet. Jiangnan was taken aback and protested. But I came in first. The principal pointed to the documents on the table. Take a look. Jiangnan glanced over. The spirit pearl was alongside a transfer document to Songjiang Lingwu. On the other side was a document from the Night Army requesting the return of spirit pearls from the Lingxiu, claiming that 7 pounds of spirit pearls belonged to them and did not count Jiangnan's contributions. Jiangnan exploded. How could he possibly relinquish the small fortune that had found its way into his pocket? The principal then handed Jiangnan another document. Jiangnan was puzzled. What does this mean? Sign this. Lingxiu and the transfer documents are both yours. If you refuse to sign, that proof of demand will be yours. Jiangnan. An extreme choice between 2. Then why bother choosing? Of course, I want the Lingxiu and the transfer documents. But upon glancing at the papers in hand, Jiangnan was left dumbfounded. An enlistment form for the Dark Knight Army? The information was already filled out in Jiangnan's name. All that was left was to press a thumbprint. How considerate is that? Ah, damn it. Jiangnan nearly exploded on the spot. No wonder the links appeared so confident. It turns out they were waiting for him here. In that moment, he hammered a call through, cursing vehemently. Damn links, scheming witch, clumsy oaf, scum, human tyrannosaurus, rampaging Goliath, EVA Unit 1. Iron Arm Atom. Beep beep beep. The principal was bewildered. What in the world is this? How dare you chat casually with the Dark Knight Army? Your audacity is extraordinary. Are you getting a bit too carried away? Joining the Dark Knight Army is a dream for countless people. How come for Jiangnan it feels like heading to the gallows? Jiangnan glanced at the disconnected call. Another hammering call went through. Before Jiangnan could speak, he heard the lynx's indifferent voice. Do you want to die? Jiangnan stiffened, feeling wronged. Is this how you treat your life-saving benefactor? The lynx, sitting in the office, struggled to suppress laughter. She endeavored to make her voice calm. Press your thumbprint quickly. From now on, you will be mine. Considering you have made a contribution this time, I shall grant you the rank of lieutenant. She could already envision Jiangnan's pitiful expression. A wave of satisfaction surged within her. But I still have school to attend, the lynx replied. It won't hinder your studies. Don't you have winter and summer vacations, as well as days off? Jiangnan. What? So I have to work part-time for the Dark Knight Army during my holidays, the lynx continued. The space system Lingxiu is strictly controlled by the state. The Void Sea Ling ruins are not open to the public. The Dark Knight is your only means of acquiring space system Lingxiu. You can think of it as part-time work. Jiangnan scoffed. He had to admit, the lynx was right. He couldn't rely solely on his instantaneous movement to conquer the world. Could he? What about my luxury car, my villa, my cash, and my hugs? The lynx gritted her teeth. I can't promise anything else. But I can give you a hug. From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 1,000. Jiangnan shivered. A hug from the lynx? If that happens, wouldn't he soar to the skies? Terrified, Jiangnan hastily ended the call. Begrudgingly pressing his thumbprint, the principal wore a look of satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Lieutenant. Shouldn't train tickets be discounted? Principal? Discount. I'll break your legs. So you joined the Dark Knight Army and earned a lieutenant rank just to get a discount on train tickets? From the principal's resentment value 666. Jiangnan glanced at the space system Lingzhu, unable to help but ask, Principal, what kind of Lingzhu is this? Principal, it's the void koi produced in the Miaozhong Void Sea Ling ruins. A golden tier spirit beast, extremely rare. Jiangnan's mind went blank for a moment. Golden tier. The lynx is so generous? Just be satisfied. The void sea is not open to the outside world. Among them, the most inferior are the golden tier spirit beasts. The void koi possesses the exceedingly rare spiritual technique, space wormhole, which is incredibly challenging to capture. The Night Army holds you in high regard. Jiangnan felt a surge of excitement. Space wormhole. That sounds quite formidable. Upon reaching the school gate, Jiangnan noticed Tang Qinya and Wu Liang waiting for him. Wu Liang chuckled. What's up? Did they prepare a special treat for you? Tang Qinya inquired eagerly. What spirit orb did they give you? It must be something extraordinary. Jiangnan lamented with a sorrowful expression. It is indeed remarkable. However, I have invested my entire future into it. I have sold my soul. Tang Qinya, Wu Liang. On the way home, Jiangnan suddenly recalled something. He pulled out a spirit orb and handed it to Wu Liang. Wu Liang was taken aback. Upon seeing it, he was instantly shocked. A golden tier spirit orb. Nongo. This. Why are you stuttering? That spirit orb belongs to the golden tier Earth Violent Bear. Its spiritual technique, Bear King Shield, is quite impressive. You should absorb it. One is ferocious, and the other is a Bear King Shield. This configuration is more than sufficient before reaching silver. Wu Liang's hands trembled. A golden tier spirit orb with a spiritual technique. Moreover, it aligns perfectly with his beast transformation ability. Its value is beyond monetary measure. No amount of money could buy this. Jiangnan just gifted it to him? Wu Liang genuinely felt he had not chosen the wrong companion. By the way, how did Jiangnan manage to defeat the Earth Violent Bear? Otherwise, how could he obtain its spirit orb? Nongo. Thank you. Jiangnan smiled and waved his hand. After returning home, he immediately arranged for a vigorous medicinal bath. Immersed comfortably in the medicinal bath, Jiangnan felt the enhancement of his physical prowess and was quite pleased. He also consumed a supreme beauty pill. According to the principle that beauty guarantees victory, Jiangnan took out the void koi's spirit orb. This time, surely it should allow him to break through, right? After a round of absorption, Jiangnan felt his spiritual power ascend to a new realm. The terrifying spiritual energy contained within the golden tier spirit orb had pushed Jiangnan's level to bronze 3 stars. There was no time to rejoice, as Jiangnan was eager to test the newly acquired spiritual technique. Space wormhole. Friends, don't forget to leave a 5-star review, urge for updates, and give a little click on the bookshelf. Thank you. Chapter 71. As long as I stand. So does Qingdao. As long as snowflakes do not fall, neither will I. Jiangnan slightly moved his thoughts, and 2 space wormholes appeared side by side before him. One was an entrance, and the other an exit, each as large as a basin. Jiangnan raised his hand and extended his arm into one of the space wormholes. He then emerged through the other space wormhole, casually touching his own face. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Isn't this just folded space? The ability to freely set the entrance and exit of the wormholes. Any part of his body can disregard distance, moving from entrance to exit. This is truly astonishing. No wonder it is called such a grand name as space wormhole. After a brief experiment, he found that the size of the space wormhole could be freely controlled. It could be activated within a range of 300 meters. Even the range of teleportation had increased to 300 meters. In an instant, Jiangnan felt a playful urge. As the space wormhole opened, he reached his hand inside. At the same time, an arm appeared out of thin air at the refrigerator in the kitchen. He opened the fridge door and brought back a bottle of soda. Jiangnan was delighted with the advent of this spatial wormhole. A radius of 300 meters is but a playground for one's whims. No wonder such strict controls are in place. It truly is an essential tool for bank heists. Just the thought of opening another spatial wormhole sends shivers down my spine. One is nestled beneath the bathtub, and the other lies within the depths of the sewer. In no time, the bathwater from the tub vanishes. This is simply outrageous. Could one not solve their bathroom needs from the comfort of their bed? Without hesitation, Jiangnan rises from the bathtub, activating the spatial wormhole. With a swift motion, the exit opens beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard, a perfect opportunity to tend to its nourishment. In the courtyard, Zhou Yuqing is diligently cleaning when she suddenly notices a crystalline column of water inexplicably emerging beneath the old locust tree. Her curiosity piqued, she rushes over, squatting beneath the tree, unable to look away. She even contemplates reaching out to touch it. Could this be a supernatural phenomenon? How wondrous! She can't help but exclaim. Mom, come quickly. The old locust tree at the entrance is performing magic. It's watering itself automatically. Jiangnan. Zhou Yuqing's shout sends Jiangnan into a panic. Goodness, how could it be so coincidental? How was he discovered? And now he is about to be the center of attention. This is not good. He quickly retracts his presence. Zhou Yuqing, why has it stopped flowing? Indeed, such supernatural occurrences are rare and fleeting. Zhou Ai, what's wrong? Shaqing. Zhou Yuqing, vexed, replies, it vanished. Jiangnan, concealed within the bathtub, feels increasingly uncomfortable. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from showcasing such powers in the future. Misunderstandings abound. As the final exams conclude, universities across the land commence their summer breaks. Jiangnan prepares to venture into the night market, eager to set up a stall and earn a tidy sum. On that evening, while at home absorbing spiritual pearls, Jiangnan receives a video call. It's from Yingxue. Upon connecting, two breathtakingly beautiful faces grace the screen. It is none other than Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. Having consumed 2 beauty-enhancing elixirs, Xia Yao is simply stunning. The silver-haired beauty exclaims, Xiaonan, come out. Let me treat you to hot pot. We can drink a bit. I'm not driving today, Zhong Yingxue adds with a smile. Come on. I have something to discuss with you. Yes, my fans are eager to meet you. The lively Yu Qingqing, sporting 2 playful buns, squeezes into the frame. Jiangnan raises an eyebrow. Drinking, you say? Xia Yao grins mischievously. Don't think you'll find your way home without a drink tonight. Jiangnan, filled with excitement, replies, where are you? I'm on my way. Zhong Yingxue chuckles. Be sure to bring Wu Liang and Tang Qianya along. The more, the merrier. With that, they call Wu Liang and Tang Qianya. And the trio sets off for the hot pot restaurant. Zhong Yingxue had already reserved a private room. Upon entering, not only Wu Liang is stunned, even Tang Qianya is left speechless. How can a person possess such beauty? It's utterly breathtaking. Xia Yao's wild charm strikes directly at Tang Qianya's heart. Oh my, I think I'm in love. Xia Yao, noticing their reactions, nods in satisfaction before turning to Jiangnan. Hey, why aren't you complimenting me? Am I not stunning? Jiangnan smirks. Because I'm aware of your true nature as the fierce canine wolf slayer. Xia Yao grins, nearly seething with the desire to throttle Jiangnan. Zhong Yingxue greeted with a smile. You two, quarreling endlessly as soon as you meet. Come, Xia Tang, sit with me. This is Xiao Yu, a classmate of ours. Yu Qingqing shyly smiled and said, hello everyone. She then waved at the phone beside her. Did you all see? The Nanshin you wanted. Here he is. The live stream's comments flooded the screen. Wow. Nanshin is as handsome as ever. Sailor Moon, I finally meet you again. Apologetically, she added, I'm sorry, my heart has long since wandered from Nanshin. Let me drink him under the table. Jiangnan was taken aback. This girl was something else. Live streaming even while eating. Last time, she was trapped in a mall, and she was live streaming then too. Zhong Yingxue chuckled. Don't be fooled by Xiao Yu's dazed appearance. She's actually quite a well-known big streamer on Penguin. She has signed a contract worth 10 million. Jiangnan's expression turned serious. Sister Xiao Yu, are you lacking accessories on your legs? Yu Qingqing's face reddened, unsure of how to respond. Xia Yao rolled her eyes and then said with a playful grin, don't tease her. Today, I must take you down. Wu Liang patted his chest, declaring, today, we must make Nan good drink under the table. Tang Qianya bashfully added, I thought I'll join too. Zhong Yingxue remarked, I'll also have a few drinks with you, but I can't handle too much. Jiangnan observed, wait a minute, this isn't right. Are you all ganging up on me today? The situation is quite dire. He slammed the table and proclaimed, let the battle commence. Exuding an intimidating aura, Xia Yao, intrigued, asked, how much can you drink? Let me test the waters. Jiangnan timidly shrank his neck and weakly raised a finger. Xia Yao burst into laughter. Haha, just one bottle. And you claim to be from Jiangnan? Jiangnan slowly shook his head. One bottle? No. You are mistaken. It's a continuous drink. Upon hearing this, everyone at the table thought Jiangnan had lost his mind. Xia Yao scoffed. Just you? Puffed. Zhong Yingxue stifled a laugh that Wu Liang chimed in. Nenge, those who boast while eating instant noodles do so without the seasoning packet. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. You all don't believe me. Huh, I'll declare right now. I want tea fall until Qingdao falls. If the snowflakes don't fall, then I want tea either. I want tea say anything else. Just let me be knocked down. Yu Qingqing's live stream exploded with activity. The vast audience was not having it. Wow. I, the god of wine from Jiangnan, refuse to back down. The video is just starting. I only seek a duel. Nan Shun. You haven't even drunk yet and you're already acting like this? Are you floating? Or am I unable to wield my knife? You've inflated yourself to such a degree. Today, I shall see how much you can handle. With these words, Jiangnan gathered quite a bit of resentment. He found himself increasingly fond of Yu Qingqing. What a good person, Xia Yao commented. I'll just quietly watch you show off. All I seek is a 5-star rating. More updates and a bookshelf, a humble author, begging online, writing ISNT easy. I write until around 2 in the morning every day, seeking your compassion. Today is the weekend. Let us go, everyone. Chapter 72. Who dares to mock my elder brother? A case of beer was transported in crates. Jiangnan picked up a bottle, a devilish smile appearing on his face. You don't believe me, do you? Today, I'll give you all a spin. Xia Yao quickly raised a napkin to shield herself, her face filled with disdain. Hey. The dishes on the table remain untouched, still spinning around. Enough with the ruckus. How are we supposed to eat? Wu Liang, Nan. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Otherwise, I'll have to change clothes later. Jiangnan shot him a glare. What? Can we really endure this? He bellowed. If it exceeds 3 seconds, I'll call you dad. With that, he tilted his head and took a swig from the bottle, emptying the beer in mere seconds, leaving only a frothy residue. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue were left in stunned silence. Tang Qinya covered her mouth in astonishment. Wu Liang was momentarily bewildered. How could this slight figure of Jiangnan drink so much? Only Yu Shaoqing wore an expression of sheer excitement, clapping enthusiastically for Jiangnan. The barrage of comments in her live stream flooded the screen. This is outrageous. Breaking my record, an invincible little whirlpool. With a devilish grin, I thought Nan Shun was about to showcase a human-shaped fountain, a master indeed. Oh my, this is truly a master. Xia Yao cleared her throat, feeling a wave of guilt. This seems rather impressive. Her big, mischievous eyes darted about. We are girls. Since you can drink so well, let us have a drink together. You finish a bottle while we finish a cup. Those capable should bear the load. Jiangnan beamed brightly, agreeing without hesitation. Sure, Xia Yao. You accepted such an unreasonable request. Are you that confident in your abilities? If Jiangnan isn't toppled today, it would be a disservice to myself. Thus, the battle commenced. The girls sipped a cup, while Jiangnan downed a bottle that Wu Liang felt embarrassed to drink cup by cup. So he joined Jiangnan in downing bottles, with eyes wide open. He dove right in. An hour later, Jiangnan remained unfazed, still savoring the hot pot delicacies. Tang Qinya had already slumped over the table, fast asleep. Zhong Yingxue's cheeks flushed with 2 rosy patches, her big eyes misty as she gazed at Jiangnan with a dreamy smile. After finishing a cup, Xia Yao pointed at Jiangnan and exclaimed, Huh, why are there 2 of you? You're cheating. 2 of you are drinking against us, Jiangnan. Meanwhile, Wu Liang, having finished another bottle, rolled his eyes and lay straight on the ground. An indescribable torrent, sufficient to warrant censorship, poured forth from his mouth. It flowed freely from the corners of his lips. Jiangnan covered his face. Brother, you truly are the human fountain. Wu Liang. What a waste. Only 21 bottles and you're already down. The battle raged on. The staff at the hot pot restaurant had already been thoroughly shocked. They even sparked a crowd of onlookers. Jiangnan had already downed 66 bottles. Is he even human? Have you turned into a drain that has come to life? Even more astonishing was that Yu Shaoqing, seated across from Jiangnan, had also polished off 66 cups. Such a petite, adorable girl can drink so much? Is this a table of deities? This time, when ordering drinks, Jiangnan requested 10 bottles of Nolangshan and 10 bottles of Hongxing Erguotu. He then turned to the server and remarked, To be frank, your hot pot dipping sauce is a tad too salty. As he spoke, he twisted open a bottle of erguo, picked up a nearby straw, and inserted it, drinking it as if it were milk tea. 1 bite of fatty beef, 1 sip of erguo. The server. What the heck? This is liquor. Are you treating it like plain water? Others drink liquor with grimaces, gasping and laughing at the spice. And you, using a straw? Xia Yao appeared as if she had encountered a ghost. Hey. This is beyond the realm of humanity, isn't it? If this continues, I will surely be defeated. She lamented with a sorrowful expression, exclaiming, I may bow to many things, but not to you. However, we still have little fish. The responsibility of taking down Jiangnan is entrusted to you. Yu Qingqing wore a grave expression. I will do my utmost. Little did she know that as an eating broadcaster, Yu Qingqing possessed extraordinary talents. Her unique ability was none other than the act of eating. She could convert everything she consumed into energy, storing it within her body. After all these years of drinking, she had never feared anyone. Yet, this was the first time she had encountered someone like Jiangnan, a true rival. The viewers in the live stream were already in a frenzy. Drinking white liquor through a straw? Chugging beer from the bottle? What a spectacle! Jiangnan is not human. He is a deity. He spun through 107 bottles without a single trip to the restroom. A true iron bladder. Where on earth did all that alcohol go? Did no one else notice the burly man lying on the ground, gushing like a fountain? Our little fish might be in trouble. So this is how one drinks. Little did they know, Jiangnan was utterly unperturbed that in fact, he was even inclined to chuckle. Want to take me down? Not a chance, because he hadn't consumed a drop. A spatial wormhole opened in his mouth, with another outside the hot pot restaurant. Not to mention drinking alcohol, Jiangnan could easily drain a reservoir. Meanwhile, outside in the alley near the hot pot restaurant, Bald Chong was surveying his territory with 7 or 8 underlings that he could no longer operate in the night market. After much effort, he had finally secured a new domain, just passing by the hot pot restaurant below. Suddenly, a thick stream of yellow liquid, frothy and crystalline, splashed all over him and his subordinates. What the hell is this? Startled, Bald Chong and a few of his lackeys hurriedly dodged. Upon looking up, they saw a column of yellow liquid gushing down from the second-floor private room of the hot pot restaurant. Splattering onto the ground, frothy and all, Bald Chong and his companions wore expressions of sheer terror, which fool drank too much and decided to relieve himself out the window. How dare he splash my big brother? I'll twist his head off. What kind of dishes could lead to such an abomination? So yellow. He must be quite the drinker. Enraged, his underlings seethed with indignation, just as they observed the yellow liquid suddenly shift to white, then revert back to yellow. What sorcery is this? It can even adjust its hue automatically. One of the underlings licked his lips, bewildered. Big brother, this flavor seems off. At this. The others gazed at him in shock. You actually licked it to taste? Are you serious? What's the expected flavor, then? Have you tasted it before? The underling looked bewildered, for it tasted similar to beer, but Bald Chong was fuming. Walking down the street and getting splashed like this? Not only was he drenched, but it was also so yellow. Rage surged within him. Damn it, let us get him. With that, he charged into the hot pot restaurant, accompanied by his gang, storming up to the second-floor private room. Bang! A yellow-haired underling kicked the door open and shouted, Speak! Which bastard dared to splash my big brother? The entire private room fell silent for a moment as Jiangnan glanced back. A slight frown creased his brow, his fingers still gripping the straw of a bottle of erguo. The younger brother wore a smug expression, relishing the silence that enveloped the room. This was precisely the effect he desired. He couldn't help but cast a glance at Bald Chong, as if to signal, Look, brother, am I not loyal enough? However, the yellow-haired one was taken aback when he turned to see Bald Chong, drenched in sweat, kneeling on the ground, his expression on the verge of tears. The several brothers who had accompanied Bald Chong were also uniformly kneeling. The yellow-haired one was left utterly bewildered. How could it be that just after making a bold statement, they all ended up on their knees? Was this the new way of settling scores? Who could kneel with more fervor? Meanwhile, Bald Chong was gesturing frantically at the yellow-haired one, who remained frozen in place, before yanking him down to join the rest in submission. Inside the private room, Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue were momentarily stunned. What was happening? They were in the midst of a meal when a group of burly men stormed in, only to kneel down with such decisiveness. Bald Chong trembled as he stammered, Nanga, Happy New Year. Jiangnan's face darkened. It's only July. Do you celebrate the New Year this early? Bald Chong's face turned crimson, genuinely at a loss for words. Suddenly, All eyes in the room were fixed on Jiangnan. The imposing figure of the burly man, with his bulging muscles and gleaming bald head, was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Yet here he was addressing Jiangnan as Nonggu and appearing in such a disheveled state. The gazes directed at Jiangnan were now tinged with intrigue. At this moment, Jiangnan felt a twinge of unease. Had he inadvertently unleashed a torrent of wine upon Bald Chang and his crew through some spatial anomaly? Was his luck truly this unfortunate? The sight of his home being flooded with water and the ensuing chaos with Zhou Yuqing had nearly led to disaster. Now this, he absolutely could not let Xia Yao discover this. Otherwise, his illustrious reputation would be utterly shattered, and he might very well be suffocated by her wrath. He was admittedly a bit flustered, but still managed to maintain a facade of calm. What do you want from me? Bald Chang's head felt as if it might explode from the pressure. Finally conjuring a reason, he hastily replied with a forced smile. I heard that Nonggu was here to dine. So how could I let you pay in my territory? I specifically came to cover your bill. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Well, look at that. Bald Chang had become rather clever. Progress was evident. Xia Yao was dumbfounded. They barged in with such ferocity, only to kneel down to settle the bill. This was quite the display of loyalty. So the usual arrangement. Bald Chang felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Understood. We all understand. With that, he sprang to his feet, and the group of burly men moved in perfect unison, standing on one leg, grasping their earlobes, and forcing ghastly smiles as they bounced downstairs to settle the bill. Xia Yao. Zhong Ingxue. Yu Qingqing. Jiangnan let out a long sigh of relief. Nothing had been exposed. All right, let us continue our drinking. Meanwhile, downstairs, Bald Chang and his crew approached to settle the bill. Good day, sir. The total for private room 02 is 3,888 yuan. Bald Chang. What is this nonsense? 6 individuals consumed a staggering 3,800. This establishment must be a den of iniquity. The waiter forced a smile and replied. Sir, please take a glance at the bill. Upon seeing it, Guang Tuqiang gasped in disbelief. What in the world? 374 bottles of beer. 20 bottles of liquor? Are you even human? Did you bathe in beer? He hesitated. But is it possible to run a tab? The waiter looked at him with disdain. What do you think? Eventually, Yu Qingqing also succumbed. She had reached her limit. Her charming face flushed. She mumbled about being unable to drink any more. The way she tilted her head to gaze at Jiangnan was utterly adorable. Jiangnan burst into laughter. Haha. Is there anyone else? The comments in the live stream flooded in. Remember, never be the last one standing when drinking out. Oh, Nan Shun, you are still too inexperienced. You shall not sleep tonight. Prepare to carry each one of them. At that moment, Jiangnan gazed at the table of incapacitated individuals, lost in thought. Indeed, that I am still too young. First, he escorted Wu Liang and Tang Qinyao back home. And upon returning, he had to deal with Yu Qingqing. Consequently, they ended up taking selfies in the back seat of the taxi the entire way. Then he began to take Zhong Ingxue and Xia Yao home. Zhong Ingxue was merely a bit dazed, which was manageable. However, upon feeling the wind, Xia Yu completely succumbed. She collapsed right into Jiangnan's embrace. In the taxi, Zhong Ingxue quietly leaned against Jiangnan's shoulder, the fragrance of shampoo wafting into his nostrils. Meanwhile, Xia Yao was in a near-lifeless state, her hair a tousled mess. Xiaonan, quickly open your mouth. I need to vomit, Jiangnan exclaimed. What the? This is it, huh? The true nature is revealed. You big wolf, hold it in. Xia Yao suddenly straightened up and asked the driver, Master, do you believe in love? The driver replied, Vomit in my car. It's 200. No bargaining. Xia Yao was left speechless. Jiangnan was in stitches. The driver is experienced. So ruthless. Zhong Ingxue covered her mouth and chuckled. Gazing at Jiangnan's profile, she softly said, Xiaonan, move in with me and Xiao Yao. We both agreed. She had intended to tell him during dinner. Jiangnan's eyes widened. His body stiffened. What is this? Moving in together. Happiness comes too swiftly like a tornado. This might not be appropriate. Zhong Ingxue's face turned even redder. No, it's not what you think. There are plenty of rooms at home. You can stay downstairs while we occupy the upstairs. Besides, you'll be coming to Songjiang Lingwu next semester, and the rental house is too far from school, making commuting inconvenient. We need to team up again. So it's better for you to come over. Jiangnan fell into contemplation. She had explained extensively. She genuinely wished for him to move in. Zhong Ingxue gently squeezed Jiangnan's hand. After all these years, you deserve to have a home. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan felt a sudden pang in his nose. A home. For someone who grew up in an orphanage, The concept of home felt so distant. Even after leaving the orphanage, he had been renting a place on his own. Now, was he finally to have a home of his own? He smiled and replied, "All right, I'll move, but I don't have money for rent." Zhong Yingxue shot him a playful glance. "You are such a rascal." The taxi arrived at the Oasis Villa, a charming two-story abode boasting an open-air balcony and immense floor-to-ceiling windows, complete with a private swimming pool. It was simply exquisite. After settling Xia Yao, Zhong Yingxue lay in bed, utterly dazed as Jiangnan prepared to leave. He was suddenly tugged back by Zhong Yingshue's grip on his shirt. "Your room is downstairs," she exclaimed. Jiangnan flashed her a cheeky grin, replying, "All right." Upon reaching the lower level, he discovered his room, a spacious chamber adorned with a large bed, a wardrobe, and a desk with a computer, all arranged with a warm ambience. On the bedside table rested an old photograph, slightly yellowed with age. The image captured a young Jiangnan, around 7 or 8 years old, with a round, muddy face, wielding a stick and donning a makeshift cape fashioned from a red bedsheet. Exuding an air of confidence, the band-aid adorned his nose. Beside him stood Zhong Yingxue, clad in a floral dress, her radiant smile illuminating the moment, crowned with a flower wreath that Jiangnan had crafted for her. This photograph was taken during their childhood at the orphanage. When Zhong Yingxue was taken in by the Zhong family, she left with nothing but this picture. Astonishingly, after all these years, she still cherished it. Gently caressing the photograph, Jiangnan felt his eyes moisten as he murmured, "Have I finally found a home?" Chapter 74. I'll strangle you. Just as Jiangnan was lost in thought, a loud crash echoed from upstairs, prompting him to roll his eyes in exasperation. Could there be no peace? He made his way to Xia Yao's room, only to find her inexplicably sprawled on the floor, shoes still on, her sleepwear unchanged, and her hair in disarray. Half of her body had tumbled off the bed, while the other half remained precariously perched. After a considerable effort, he managed to lift Xia Yao back onto the bed. Exiting her room, he proceeded to the bathroom, where he beheld an opulent, oversized bathtub. Nodding in satisfaction, he filled it with a potent herbal solution before indulging in a luxurious soak, reveling in the exhilarating sensations brought about by his enhanced physical prowess. To say nothing of the remarkable augmentation to his physique, it rendered him comparable to a mid-tier beastly spirit warrior, if not stronger, as evidenced by his recent skirmishes in the Tianqi. If only the herbal concoction didn't lead to baldness, he would indulge daily. However, not long after that, another loud crash resounded from upstairs. With a scowl, Jiangnan reluctantly climbed out of the bathtub and returned to Xia Yao's room, only to find her, moments ago resting on the bed, now nearly rolled beneath it. 10 minutes later, Jiangnan emerged from her room, his hair tousled, brushing his hands together with a solemn vow, "If you drink again, I swear I shall not be human." After a night of chaos, Jiangnan was too exhausted to shower, collapsing into bed and falling into a deep slumber. The following morning, Zhong Yingxue awoke, rubbing her throbbing head. The villa was eerily quiet, everyone still asleep. She resolved to start her day with a refreshing shower. Upon entering the bathroom, she discovered a tub filled with warm bathing water, shimmering in the morning light and pleasantly warm. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Did Xiaonan prepare this for me? How thoughtful. She shed her garments and sank into the soothing water. Moments later, her charming face transformed into one of astonishment. She sensed the continuous surge of energy within the water, enhancing her physique. She was astounded. The water was comprehensively elevating her physical capabilities. It is well known that the elemental system can unleash formidable ranged attacks, yet their frail bodies are most vulnerable in close combat. How could this bathing water directly improve her physical condition? It was simply miraculous. She wore an expression of wonder. What kind of water is this? Why does it possess such extraordinary effects? Remarkable. Physical prowess is of paramount importance for spiritual warriors. While those with body enhancement abilities might fare better, for someone like her, who harnesses elemental powers, augmenting physical attributes is an arduous task. Yet, this bathing water accomplished it effortlessly. This undoubtedly represented a significant boost to her strength. Suppressing her excitement, she soaked for half an hour until she felt nearly saturated. Hastily donning a bathrobe, she dashed towards Xiao Yao's room. Xiao Yao, come quickly and try this. It's so incredible." However, upon flinging open the door to Xiao Yao's room, she was taken aback. There lay Xiao Yao, ensconced in blankets like a large dumpling, tightly bound to the bed with ropes wrapped around her multiple times. What on earth happened last night? Hearing the commotion, Xiao Yao stirred awake. only to be met with the terrifying realization of her confinement. Struggling to free herself proved futile, revealing just how securely Jiangnan had bound her. In that moment, fragments of last night's events began to resurface. She seemed to have tumbled off the bed several times. And Jiangnan had placed her back each time. Had he truly been driven to such despair? Had he witnessed her unrefined sleeping posture? Oh dear, the thought filled Xiaoyao with acute embarrassment, her cheeks flushing a vibrant red. What transpired last night? Xiaoyao, feeling guilty, stammered, nothing. She quickly changed the subject. What did Shueshua want with me? Zhong Yingxue, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Oh, Xiaoyao, you must hurry and try it. The bathing water that Xiaonan prepared can actually enhance physical attributes. Xiaoyao, perplexed, responded, So bathing can improve one's physical condition. Is it really that miraculous? Zhong Yingxue rushed over to free her from her bindings, pulling her towards the bathroom. Gazing at the shimmering water in the bathtub, Zhong Yingxue urged, You must try it quickly. Who knows if it still works? I'll wait outside for you. Xiaoyao looked on skeptically, yet Zhong Yingxue appeared earnest, having gone to bed without a bath the previous night. Xiaoyao decided to indulge herself. Stripping down, she slipped into the tub, reveling in the experience, even humming a little tune. Soon, she began to feel a gradual enhancement in her physical condition. She was astonished, as a bronze 7-star beast transformation ability user. Her physical capabilities were already formidable. What began as a mere experiment had unexpectedly yielded results. How wondrous! Xiaoyao's spirits soared as she splashed water playfully against her skin, feeling utterly marvelous. She even released a few rubber duckies to float upon the water's surface. However, as her gaze wandered downwards, her movements abruptly froze. Thinking she must be imagining things, she rubbed her eyes, only to discover she was not mistaken. Xiaoyao, With a shriek, Xiaoyao leapt from the bathtub in shock. In her eyes, a tumult of terror and fury swirled as she wrapped herself in a bathrobe and dashed out of the bathroom like the wind, charging directly towards Jiangnan's room. Upon hearing Xiaoyao's piercing scream, Zhong Yingxue initially thought something dreadful had transpired. However, she was met with the sight of Xiaoyao forcefully kicking open the door to Jiangnan's room, pouncing upon him like a ferocious tiger, pinning him to the ground with an expression of seething rage. With both hands gripping Jiangnan's neck, she shook him violently, exclaiming, I will strangle you. I will strangle you. Oh, it's gone. You owe me. It's all gone. Awakened abruptly from a delightful dream, Jiangnan found himself gasping for breath, his eyes rolling back as he struggled against the grip, his legs thrashing about in a desperate attempt to regain his composure. Jiangnan thought to himself, What on earth is gone? I am utterly bewildered. In cartoons, when girls wake boys up, it's supposed to be gentle, right? Why is she choking me and shaking me like this? Is this a physical alarm clock? Chapter 75, A Little Secret, Bonus Update. Zhong Yingxue, who had followed closely behind, wore a look of confusion as she witnessed Jiangnan nearing unconsciousness. She hurriedly intervened, asking, Xiaoyao, what's the matter? Hasn't your physical condition improved? Xiaoyao, still gripping Jiangnan tightly, responded with indignation, It has improved, but there's nothing left. Not a single thing remains. Jiangnan, you go die? With that, she resumed shaking Jiangnan by the neck. Zhong Yingxue, bewildered, inquired, What's gone? Xiaoyao stammered, My. Her cheeks flushed crimson, embarrassed to speak further at this moment. Jiangnan finally grasped the situation, his gaze shifting between the two stunning women still clad in bathrobes. And terror began to creep into his expression. Instinctively glancing at Xiaoyao, he swallowed hard and stammered, Why you two didn't use the water from the bathtub to bathe? Did you? Oh no. This is a disaster. If one bathes in the strength-enhancing potion, they could go bald. No hair below the eyebrows. Could Xiaoyao be affected? Unable to contain himself, Jiangnan burst into laughter, clutching his stomach as tears streamed down his face. Xiaoyao's cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple, fiercely clutching her bathrobe, her teeth grinding in frustration like an angry dog with ruffled fur. Clearly, Jiangnan had realized what was at stake, leaving him utterly mortified. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue remained perplexed, asking, Xiaoyao, what exactly is gone? Xiaoyao shot Jiangnan a furious glance, too embarrassed to articulate her thoughts. Instead, she leaned in closer to Zhong Yingxue, whispering conspiratorially, Gunniu, it's all gone. Zhong Yingxue's face flushed a deep red in response, followed by a puzzled expression. Why am I unaffected? Jiangnan was equally taken aback. The effects of the strength-enhancing potion were undeniably potent. It genuinely improved physical condition and could lead to baldness. Yet, Zhong Yingxue had also bathed, and she had done so first. Why was she unscathed? Xia Yao shot Zhong Yingxue an exasperated look. Well, you originally had none. Jiangnan, equally bewildered, turned to Zhong Yingxue, his gaze growing increasingly peculiar. Huh, you originally had none. Does this mean that Xue Xue in that instant? Zhong Yingxue's face flushed a deep crimson as she quickly covered Xia Yao's mouth, exclaiming, "Shill." With great difficulty, Xia Yao finally broke free from her constraints, and she certainly had no intention of letting Jiangnan off the hook. Without hesitation, she locked onto him, demanding, "Speak. Were you doing this on purpose?" "You wretched creature." Jiangnan wore a look of innocence as he struggled, exclaiming, "How could I dare? You were the one who went for a soak, not that I urged you to. So what if it's gone?" Xia Yao retorted angrily, "What do you mean it's just gone? It's not like you." At that moment, both of their gazes turned to Jiangnan, who had also indulged in a soak. Did that mean he too was that? A shiver ran down Jiangnan's spine as he sensed their scrutinizing stares. This was it. His little secret had been uncovered. If this continued, his secret would soon be common knowledge. Xia Yao giggled. "So you two? TSK, you little rascal. Now, what shall we do about this? There's no problem that a big white rabbit milk candy can't solve. I tell you." "Oh no. 2 candies." Half an hour later, Jiangnan sat on the bed in a posture of distress. That moment, Zhong Yingxue was seated in a chair, wearing a satisfied expression. Each held a precious beauty elixir in their mouth. With another tucked away, Zhong Yingxue asked, "Now, tell us, what is going on?" Xia Yao chimed in. "Be honest." Jiangnan, looking sheepish, began, This thing is called a strength potion. Drinking it will enhance your physical prowess tenfold for 3 days. But the downside is hair loss. Using it in a bath can permanently enhance one's physical condition, but you already know the consequences." At this moment, both Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue gaped in astonishment. Is it truly that miraculous? They glanced at Jiangnan's pitiful expression, likely a victim of the strength potion himself. Jiangnan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, they hadn't accidentally ingested any during their baths. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be in dire straits today. Xia Yao pouted. "From this day forth, we must bathe in strength potion every day." "Got it." Jiangnan was taken aback. "Are you certain?" Xia Yao rolled her eyes. "Well, it's already gone, so what is there to fear?" Jiangnan chuckled. "You certainly have a carefree attitude." Zhong Yingxue interjected seriously. "This matter must remain confidential among the 3 of us." Jiangnan inquired, "Are you referring to the strength potion or the fact that it's all gone?" Zhong Yingxue's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot a fierce glare at Jiangnan. "What do you think? Everything must be kept a secret." Jiangnan grinned mischievously. "So, it becomes our little secret, doesn't it?" Zhong Yingxue bore no loss, but Xia Yao ground her teeth in frustration. The thought alone made the big white rabbit milk candy in her mouth taste less sweet. After tidying up, they would accompany Xiaonan to move. Tomorrow was Grandfather Zhong's birthday banquet, and they all had to make an appearance. Jiangnan was taken aback. Grandfather Zhong's birthday banquet? He was quite interested in attending, having always been curious about the Zhong family. However, due to Luo Tianxiang, his impression of the Zhong family had never been particularly favorable. In the afternoon, Xia Yao drove Zhong Yingxue and Jiangnan to his rented place, but a Mercedes G-Class parked at the entrance of the alley caught the attention of many elderly onlookers. The 2 women followed Jiangnan into the house, gazing upon the modest room of less than 20 square meters, meticulously arranged by Jiangnan. One cannot help but fall into a contemplative silence. Has he truly endured these past few years in such a manner? The gaze directed at Jiangnan bore a maternal radiance. Zhong Yingxue, with a gentle demeanor, reassured him, "Fear not, Xiaonan. I shall ensure you live a life of comfort." Xia Yao affectionately ruffled his hair, adding, "Little Nan need not fear. From now on, I shall look after you." Jiangnan, perplexed, thought, "What have I done to deserve such pity?" Indeed, women are prone to overthinking, a self-obsessed personality. For Jiangnan, who possessed a unique spatial awareness, relocating was rather effortless, especially since there was little to tidy up. After exchanging pleasantries with Aunt Shou, Jiangnan made his departure. Zhou Yuqing felt a lingering sadness, urging Jiangnan to return home frequently for meals. Standing at the entrance of the small house he had occupied for 3 years, Jiangnan lingered for an extended moment before breaking into a radiant smile. Let us go. Chapter 76. The joys of the wealthy are beyond our comprehension. The following day, Zhong Yingxue, busied herself with preparations for the elder Zhong's birthday banquet. Meanwhile, Xia Yao, hailing from a prominent family intertwined with the Zhong clan, was naturally obliged to attend. Jiangnan, having spent the day organizing his room, transformed it into a space reflective of his personal taste. Finally, in the afternoon, he found a rare moment of free time, eager to absorb some spiritual pearls and elevate his level. However, his door was abruptly opened. There stood Zhong Yingxue, adorned in an elegant white evening gown, her raven locks elegantly styled in an updo, resembling a regal white swan, so breathtaking that it left one almost breathless. Jiangnan stared in awe for quite some time before breaking into a grin. Shuel. You look truly stunning. Zhong Yingxue chuckled lightly. Only you would say that. Hurry up and get ready. The banquet is about to commence. Xia Yao then emerged from the side, having donned a daring black gown that revealed a generous expanse of her flawless back. Complemented by her striking short silver hair, an utterly captivating sight. You'll drive us, right? I'm not dressed for it. She instructed. Okay. Let us be off. Jiangnan replied, nonchalantly sliding into his flip-flops and heading toward the door. Both Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue were taken aback. Wait, you're going out in that? Jiangnan stood there in oversized shorts and flip-flops, topped with a white t-shirt emblazoned with a cartoonish expression of dismay. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Zhong Yingxue sighed. Oh, there is indeed a significant problem. In that attire, you might not even be permitted entry into the hotel. Xia Yao chimed in. I think I have a complimentary suit from when I bought my car. Let me fetch it for you. You can try it on and see if it fits. 10 minutes later, Jiangnan stood before them in a sleek black suit, exuding a nonchalant charm, complemented by his impressive height and striking good looks. Handsome enough to cause an explosion of admiration. He sported a dapper bow tie and had a white handkerchief tucked into his breast pocket. Both Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao nodded in approval. Not bad at all. Young man, you clean up quite well. Fantastic, let us proceed. Jiangnan, however, felt utterly uncomfortable, and no matter how he adjusted his outfit, it felt awkward. Nothing compared to the comfort of his baggy shorts and t-shirt. This time, Xia Yao did not opt for the Benz G-Class, but instead handed him the keys to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Upon settling into the vehicle, Jiangnan ran his fingers over the steering wheel. Skill activated, driving, beginner, LV0. Skill points added, 100. Skill upgrade, driving, proficient, LV0. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, Feitian Xiaojiner darted through the bustling streets. Xia Yao was taken aback. Xiaonan, you can really drive? I thought you didn't have a license. Initially, she had intended to make things difficult for Jiangnan. Seeking revenge for his previous embarrassment. To her astonishment, Jiangnan could indeed drive. Zhong Yingxue, equally curious, inquired, when did you learn? Jiangnan replied confidently, there is nothing I can't do. Just picked it up. Xia Yao scoffed. Humph, boasting. Zhong Yingxue stifled a laugh. At this rate, you do look quite the part of a driver, with a driver as handsome as me. Just enjoy the ride. They arrived at the Jiangqing Century Hotel. And as Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao stepped out of the car, they captivated everyone's attention. Look, look, these two are simply stunning. I can't take my eyes off them. Miss Zhong, Miss Xia. Wow, they are breathtaking. Wait, even the driver is this handsome? Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue, not wishing to be the center of attention, moved ahead. Just as Jiangnan parked the car and took a couple of steps out, a delicate-looking man approached him. Sporting curly hair, a white suit, and gold-rimmed glasses, their gazes met, and the air hung still for a full 10 seconds. The effeminate man then extended a car key towards Jiangnan with a gentle press. The nearby Porsche 911 flashed its lights. Here, Jiangnan's eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? The world of the wealthy is truly beyond comprehension, just because I glanced at you in the crowd. You're giving away a sports car? Wow, this is utterly extravagant. Even if I'm somewhat handsome, surely this is excessive. Jiangnan stammered. Is this really appropriate? The man insisted. Why so many questions? And with that, he pressed the key into Jiangnan's hand. Jiangnan thought, is this the joy of the rich? Wow, the key is literally in my hand. Why refuse? He tucked the key into his pocket, marveling at the absurdity of being gifted a car just for his looks. As he strolled, he pondered the surreal nature of his fortune, and no sooner had he walked a few steps than a well-dressed woman threw another car key his way. Jiangnan exclaimed, what is happening? Pressing the key revealed a Lamborghini. Is money just blowing in the wind for you affluent folks? You give cars to handsome strangers. After a few more strides, a portly gentleman tossed him yet another set of keys, this time for a BMW X7. Come on, you're giving me a BMW when everyone else is tossing supercars my way. That's a bit underwhelming. Nevertheless, Jiangnan graciously accepted it, acknowledging the sentiment behind the gesture by the time he exited the parking lot. He found himself with 17 car keys in his pocket, reflecting on the delightful perks of being handsome. This lifestyle is quite rewarding. When I have the time, I should attend more parties and perhaps even open a used car dealership. Just as he was about to enter the hotel, his eyes caught sight of a waiter dressed in an outfit strikingly similar to his evening attire. Tai Bao, just the same. A white handkerchief peeks from the pocket. With a radiant smile, he graciously receives guests, taking the car keys from their hands before heading to the parking lot. Before long, the young attendant returns, bewildered, exclaiming, "What's going on?" The parking lot is completely blocked. Over a dozen cars are jammed at the entrance, and who is responsible for this mess? Jiangnan glances at the 17 car keys in his possession, his expression darkening considerably. Has everyone mistaken him for a dedicated parking attendant? How utterly absurd. Have they ever encountered such a dashing service worker? With those two prominent eyes, are they merely gasping for air? Jiangnan initially thought these individuals harbored some peculiar obsession. Handing over their cars at the first encounter, "Xiaoyao, you scoundrel, what sort of tattered garment are you wearing?" They are practically identical. Jiangnan yanks off the bao and the white handkerchief from his pocket, tossing them into the trash bin. He then makes his way to the lost and found at the security booth, dumping all 17 car keys onto the table. The elderly security guard is taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth? What's happening?" Jiangnan, filled with resentment, responds, "These are the keys that others lost, and I found them." The old guard retorts, 17 keys lost at once. Are you not from the roadside stall that duplicates car keys?" Jiangnan glares, questioning whether he is a mere service worker one moment, and then a key maker the next. There's no end to this farce. Did they all conspire to lose them? From the elderly guard's resentment value 666. Chapter 77. Waiter, refill. Jiangnan pays no heed to such matters, striding directly into the hotel. As more guests arrive, the parking lot becomes a chaotic mess. The hotel manager is frantically searching for answers, inquiring about the whereabouts of the car keys. With no other option, they must contact the car owners. The owners are equally bewildered, having just handed their keys to the parking attendant. Could it be that they have encountered a car thief? They rush outside, only to find the parking lot in utter disarray. 17 car owners are left in a state of disarray. After considerable effort, they ultimately discover that their car keys have all been turned in to the lost and found. The hotel manager's face darkens. He curses. Who on earth is this? How utterly despicable. Collecting car keys without parking the cars, sending them to lost and found. What a ridiculous operation. Is that even human? How shameless. Just let me run into that fellow. I remember he was a charming young man with a radiant smile. Good grief, it has to be him. These car owners would never have imagined encountering such a farcical situation. At this very moment, Jiangnan, now in the banquet hall, is savoring pastries from Gao Jin's resentment value 1000. From Gu Beihai's resentment value 1000. From. The resentment values are refreshing rapidly, and Jiangnan finds amusement in it. Well, he feels considerably more at ease. At least he has gained something. The banquet hall is vast and opulent, filled with elegantly dressed men and women, exuding an air of affluence. Yet, he does not see Zhong Yingxue anywhere. Likely busy attending to guests, Jiangnan, however, cares little, as he is merely here to partake in the feast. As long as there is food, he is content, just as he is delighting in a cup of mousse strawberry sundae. A lady in a splendid evening gown approaches him. A cascade of ebony hair was elegantly styled atop her head, her makeup meticulously applied, presenting her as a youthful beauty in her 20s. Her gaze flitted back and forth among a collection of sundaes before finally settling on a target, her lips involuntarily moistening. "Excuse me, could you please bring me that mango sundae?" "Thank you." Jiangnan cast a fleeting glance her way. He retrieved the mango sundae and handed it to her, who then lowered her head to savor it delicately with a spoon, occasionally stealing glances at Jiangnan, her expression betraying an unspoken thought. Eventually, summoning her courage, she asked, "Can you indulge in this as well?" Jiangnan replied, "Why wouldn't I be able to eat?" The young lady whispered, "Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Jiangnan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What on earth? What's wrong with enjoying a sundae? Is it illegal? And why are you whispering?" His expression was one of indignation as he seized the last mango sundae from the table. "Not only will I indulge, but I shall relish too." The young lady was taken aback, realizing that the mango sundae she cherished had been snatched away by Jiangnan, causing her to pout in disappointment. Is this how assertive the waitstaff have become nowadays? From Gong Xiaoyu's resentment value 333. Finally finding a moment of solitude, Jiangnan was savoring his mango sundae to his delight. He discovered that Gong Xiaoyu had made an excellent choice. The mango sundae was indeed superior to the strawberry variant. Just then, a waiter approached, glaring at Jiangnan. Goodness, my friend, you ought to be more discreet. If you're going to indulge, at least do so subtly. Jiangnan retorted, am I stealing your uncle's snacks or something? Just as he was about to respond. The waiter handed him a tray. Stop eating. We're short-staffed. Hurry and deliver the drinks. Jiangnan stared at the tray in his hands, which was laden with 4 glasses of alcohol and a bottle of champagne. Utterly bewildered. So, is today the day I'm destined to be a server? Seriously? Even if you were to pay me, this isn't how it's done. As he was about to set the tray down, a young couple strolled over, arms entwined, and it was none other than the effeminate man. Waiter, refill. The effeminate man paused upon seeing Jiangnan, recognition dawning upon him. Isn't this the scoundrel who just returned all the car keys to the lost and found? Jiangnan glared, his anger flaring. Observing that the man still had half a glass of champagne left, he thought, you still have that much? Refilling? Not on my watch. He snatched the glass and gulped it down. Then, to the astonishment of the effeminate man and his companion, he consumed all 4 glasses of alcohol and the bottle of champagne from the tray. You think I'll let you refill? Hick, is this never-ending? Attending a banquet shouldn't be this difficult. Must I moonlight as a server too? Xiao Yao, come here this instant. I promise I won't harm you. The effeminate man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, angrily declaring, are you seeking death? Do you believe I won't make you disappear from Jiangcheng tonight? Jiangnan scoffed. Have you been playing too many games? Always talking about disappearing, this and that. You. The effeminate man was about to retort when the girl beside him pulled him back, saying, at the Zhong family banquet, don't cause a scene. She then turned her gaze to Jiangnan. Don't stoop to his level. It's beneath you. We'll deal with him later. The effeminate man narrowed his eyes. I'll let you off this time. Just wait. From Gao Jin's resentment value 1000. Jiangnan, clutching the bottle of champagne, beamed brightly. Don't leave just yet. Isn't it time for a refill? Allow me to pour it for you. Yet, the effeminate man was abruptly whisked away by the woman, leaving Jiang, and with a look of regret. He had intended to give him a taste of reality, to make him aware of what the color red truly signifies. Alas, the opportunity slipped away. Glancing at his own attire, Jiangnan resolved to remove his clothing. Otherwise, he feared he might not enjoy his meal this evening. As he deftly unbuttoned, a ragged girl in the hall couldn't help but fix her gaze upon Jiangnan. Clad in a dazzling gown adorned with sequins, she sparkled like a star, undeniably the center of attention. Her tall, curvaceous figure, complemented by sun-kissed skin and exquisite features, was simply breathtaking. Numerous gentlemen's eyes lingered upon her, yet none dared to gaze too long. Unperturbed by the stares, the girl strode confidently towards Jiangnan, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. As Jiangnan continued to unfasten his buttons, he suddenly found his vision obscured. Startled, he looked up to discover the girl had drawn uncomfortably close, her fragrance intoxicating. What in the world? Just as Jiangnan contemplated retreating, she lifted her delicate hand and caressed his cheek. Her large eyes shimmered with a soft light, and she leaned in closer, propping herself against the wall. Jiangnan thought, what the am I being wall-banged? She leaned in even closer, whispering softly into his ear, it's 11 o'clock. Room 69 awaits you. Be clever and don't let your sister down. With that, she blew gently into his ear, sending a shiver down his spine, leaving him both bewildered and exhilarated. Jiangnan, startled, was about to push her away when she flitted off like a dragonfly touching water. With a playful smile and a pat on his chest, she departed. Jiangnan exclaimed, what the hell? Someone just took advantage of me. Teasing me, wall-banging me, and blowing in my ear. What audacity! A quick search of his pocket revealed a room key cleverly concealed within the 3,000 yuan he had just received from her. Jiangnan's expression shifted. What was the point of undressing now? This server would be dealt with properly. Satisfaction guaranteed. Chapter 78. I adore your naivety. Bonus update. The sun-kissed young lady winked at Jiangnan before taking her leave. Jiangnan hastily donned his half-removed shirt. How could he let such a lucrative opportunity slip away? 3,000 yuan was within his grasp. The SE, there is something wonderful I wish to share with everyone. You know, it has rendered my business quite challenging. Jiangnan remains unwilling to accept this. After wandering aimlessly, he ultimately found himself standing beside a young lady who revealed a generous expanse of her beautiful back. Ahem, The young lady turned around and immediately linked her arm with Jiangnan's. Xiaonan, where have you been? I've been searching for you for ages. Jiangnan was taken aback. Xiaoyao, this is rather awkward that he certainly couldn't admit that he had been seeking business. Hastily shifting the topic, he retorted, how can you even say that? What do you think I was up to? I was pouring drinks for someone. Look at this tattered garment you've chosen for me. Just wait until I get home. I shall deal with you. Xiaoyao couldn't contain her laughter, her eyes gleaming with mischief. It seemed she had plotted this in advance, leaning in to whisper to Jiangnan. She said, who told you to make us look like twins? Humph, Jiangnan sighed. Women, truly, they are all the same. The waiter in the hall stood dumbfounded, gazing at Jiangnan in shock. What, he actually managed to ensnare another? She is the heiress of the Xia family. Where on earth can he justify this? This fellow didn't he come to work as a waiter? He must have come specifically to flirt. Meanwhile, the sun-kissed young lady had also set her sights on Xiaoyao, glaring fiercely in her direction. Xiaoyao glanced at Jiangnan, then at her, a look of confusion on her face. Yet, she showed no signs of backing down and shot a glare right back. Xiaonan, why is that woman staring at you so intently? Jiangnan wore a guilty expression. Ahem, perhaps it is due to my extraordinary handsomeness. Bah, shameless. Just then, Jiangnan sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Zhong Yingxue was engaged in conversation with the couple, then turned her eyes toward Jiangnan. The couple followed suit, casting their gazes in his direction. Xiaoyao waved her hand, and Jiangnan responded with a radiant smile. Shueshue's parents? Xiaoyao maintained her smile and replied, only in name. Jiangnan fell silent. Zhong Yingxue had been accompanying her parents as they entertained guests, exuding grace and poised at that moment. A cold, cutting voice broke through. Humph, what business do you, a pauper, have in a place like this? Wearing a waiter's uniform, no less? TSK. Surely, you haven't disguised yourself as a waiter to gain entry? Huh? I can't stop laughing. Jiangnan turned around to find Luo Tianxiang clad in an Armani suit. Sneering with utter disdain, Xiaoyao's lovely face turned icy. Watch your mouth. Don't think I am unaware of your sordid deeds. Luo Tianxiang scoffed. Even if you know, what then? Will you report me to the Zhong family? Old Master Zhong has consented to this arrangement. You have no place here. So, Jiangnan, will you just hide behind a woman? Is that all you are capable of? Jiangnan beamed a brilliant smile. Isn't this Luo Xiao? Have you only now dared to show your face after letting your hair grow? You boldly make a scene in the elevator without concern for discretion, and yet you still care about your reputation? Luo Tianxiang's face turned livid. His expression was as if he had just consumed something foul. Haha. Xiaoyao could no longer contain herself and burst into tears of laughter. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1,000. No one could fathom how he had endured this past month. Even his father gazes upon him with a countenance of disdain. Anyone who is aware of their son's conduct within the company would undoubtedly question the very meaning of existence. Do you think that video still holds any significance for me? Go ahead and play it. I am eager to see which media outlet dares to report on it. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your intentions. Should you dare to venture into Songjing Linwu, I, Luo Tianxiang, shall ensure your downfall. Jiangnan remained silent, absorbed in his phone, fiddling with it nonchalantly. Luo Tianxiang, what is the matter? A worthless piece of trash. Are you not even brave enough to respond? What are you doing? Jiangnan replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Me? I'm uploading a video, of course. Luo Tianxiang. Damn, you truly are posting it. Luo Tianxiang's resentment level 1,000. You dare. Jiangnan smirked. Sister Xiaoyao, this person is indeed peculiar. He clearly instructed me to post it. Changed your mind, have you? Luo Tianxiang, his eyes aflame, was indignant. How could he truly allow Jiangnan to post it? Manipulating the media requires time and effort. Who would have anticipated Jiangnan would decide to post the video on the spot? Hand it over. With his eyes blazing, Luo Tianxiang lunged to snatch it away. Jiangnan, embracing Xiaoyao, swiftly vanished from sight. Luo Tianxiang. TSK, you just wait. There was no time for idle threats. He quickly retrieved his phone to contact. Hello, Mr. Ma, I need a favor. He.S. really posting it. Hello, Brother Lu. About that matter I mentioned last time. Hello, Brother Ma. Damn it. Why can't I get through? Luo Tianxiang was drenched in sweat, frantically dialing. Meanwhile, Jiangnan had already whisked Xiaoyao to a nearby table. At that moment, Xiaoyao's face was alight with excitement. Wow, instant teleportation. This is my first time experiencing it. So thrilling. Jiangnan, I adore this unworldly side of yours. Xiaoyao's resentment level 999. Don't pinch me. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Humph, you are so mischievous. By the way, did you really post that video? Xia Yao asked, her face brimming with anticipation. Jiangnan chuckled. No, I have other grand plans. Xia Yao perked up. Quickly tell me. What wicked scheme do you have in mind? Jiangnan whispered in her ear. Gunyo 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 hee. You are so naughty. I absolutely adore it. Meanwhile, the sun-kissed young lady furrowed her brows as she approached Luo Tianxiang. At that moment, Luo Tianxiang had spent half an hour on the phone, his battery dead, parched and exhausted. Still, he wore an expression of trepidation. Xiaoxiang, who are you talking to? Luo Tianxiang was taken aback. Cousin? You've returned from Australia? You Runin. I'm asking you a question. No, nothing. Do you know that buzzcut handsome fellow? Clearly, her attention was fixated on Jiangnan. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth in frustration. Know him? How could I not? I recognize him even in ashes. Yu Runin exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't a waiter. Have you ever encountered a waiter with bronze 3-star spatial abilities? Yu Runin's face turned crimson in an instant. He is not a waiter. Is he a guest invited by the Zhong family? Then the room card I just handed him. Why Yu Runin felt utterly mortified. She wished for nothing more than to vanish into a crevice in the ground. Her heart seethed with resentment. Why are you wearing someone else's clothes if you are not a server? What kind of perverse inclination is this? Luo Tianxiang. Why do you blush when I mention Jiangnan? Is it possible that your cousin has feelings for Jiangnan as well? Oh my goodness. Jiangnan, I shall not let this matter rest. Chapter 79. Are you left with a bruised head? Even your own cousin has fallen victim to Jiangnan's treachery? Just look at that bashful demeanor, that expression of hesitance. Does being handsome grant one the liberty to act without restraint? I, Luo Tianxiang, refuse to accept this. Little do they know, Yu Runin is on the verge of madness. Her mind is consumed with thoughts of what will happen if he truly arrives at 11 o'clock tonight. Initially, she thought Jiangnan was merely a server, but now, from Yu Runin's resentment value 1,000. From Yu Runin. Meanwhile, Jiangnan has already sensed her lingering gaze. Who is Yu Runin? An acquaintance of Luo Tianxiang. Xia Yao glanced back. She is his cousin, seldom returns home, and her family wields considerable influence in Australia. What? Have you taken a liking to her? Jiangnan replied with a serious expression. How could that be? It is she who should be interested in me. Rather, let that surname Luo revel in his moment of pride. My thoughts have matured significantly. It was your sister who sent me, not I who sought her out. Just then, the entire banquet hall fell into a hushed silence. All eyes were fixed upon the main seat. The Zhong couple emerged. Pushing a wheelchair, in the chair sat old Master Zhong. His hair, white as snow, meticulously combed back. Even at over 70 years of age, old Master Zhong remained vigorous. However, his frail appearance was evident. With wrinkles dotting his face and age spots beginning to appear, his complexion was sickly pale, and he coughed incessantly, as if trying to expel his very lungs. Xia Yao sighed deeply. So this is old Master Zhong. A year ago, he was quite robust, but after being diagnosed with lung cancer, his health has declined year by year. It seems he may not last much longer, if old Master Zhong were to pass. What would become of Xue in the Zhong family? Jiangnan gazed at old Master Zhong. A flicker of recognition sparking within him. It was he who had taken away Zhong Yingxue all those years ago. Lung cancer? Indeed, that in the late stages. Jiangnan's eyes darted around. Lost in thought, as old Master Zhong made his entrance. The crowd flocked to offer their birthday wishes, and he graciously received each one, adhering to every formality. Come, little Xue, why do you stand so far away? Aren't you going to greet your grandfather? Zhong Yingxue approached with a smile. Grandfather, happy birthday. Here is a gift I prepared for you. Zhong Yingxue presented a beautifully crafted sandalwood box, containing a string of star and moon Bodhi beads. Haha, my granddaughter knows me well. She understands my fondness for this. Where is the girl from the Xia family? Grandfather, I am here, Xia Yao called out. Linking her arm with Jiangnan's as they made their way over. In an instant, they became the center of attention. Grandfather, do you like this pear? Starry Sky Lion's head? Old Master Zhong accepted the pair of walnuts, a benevolent smile gracing his face. You, my dear girl, you must have spent quite a bit, huh? I like it. As long as grandfather likes it. Meanwhile, Jiangnan stood rooted to the spot like a wooden block. Do I really have to present a gift? No one informed me of this. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Old Master Zhong. What is the matter? Is this your little boyfriend? The young man has a nose that is indeed a nose, and eyes that are unmistakably eyes. Not bad, not bad. Jiangnan. Listen to that. What in the world is being said here? You certainly have a unique way of complimenting people. What else could a nose be if not a nose? Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. He is certainly not my type? Old Master Zhong looked on in confusion. Then who is that? Jiangnan's expression darkened. 5 years ago, at the orphanage in Nancheng, I was the one who swung a wooden sword at you, leaving you with a head full of bumps. Upon hearing this, not only did Xiaoyao freeze in shock, the entire room fell silent. What on earth? This really happened. Only Zhong Yinxue couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter. Back then, old Master Zhong went to the orphanage to adopt Zhong Yinxue, but Jiangnan refused. He chased old Master Zhong around with a wooden sword, managing to give him quite a few bumps on the head. Old Master Zhong's expression darkened as their gazes locked. Truly a clash of titans. So it was you, young man. Zhong Yinxue smiled and said, this time, taking advantage of Grandpa Zhong's birthday, I specifically brought him to meet you. The group of servers was left dumbfounded. The 17 car owners were bewildered. So he is a guest of the Zhong family? Then why on earth is he wandering around in a server's uniform? And what was he doing in the parking lot tossing 17 car keys into the lost and found? Was he just idling about? Meanwhile, Gong Xiaoyu wore a puzzled expression, thinking Jiangnan was merely a server. Unaware of the truth. From Gong Xiaoyu's grievance value 333. From Wang Bo's grievance value 666. However, Luo Tianxiang could no longer sit still and stepped forward with a smile. I wish old Master Zhong blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity that rivals the South Mountain. This time, I have prepared a substantial gift that you will surely appreciate. As he spoke, he produced a fruit, releasing an irresistible fragrance. The surface of the fruit even shimmered with a supernatural glow. The moment this fruit appeared, the crowd erupted in astonishment. My goodness, the Yinkin fruit. The Luo family truly spares no expense. This is fetching nearly 30 million in the market, isn't it? A sacred medicine produced in the ancient forests of Zhidong Lingxiu. It is said to cure a myriad of ailments. So incredible. What about old Master Zhong's cancer? While it may not cure cancer, it should alleviate the symptoms. Looking at the Yinkin fruit, old Master Zhong was visibly moved. Smiling. The Luo family is quite considerate. I will graciously accept this token of goodwill. Luo Tianxiang chuckled. Old Master, there's no need to take it to heart. It's merely my duty as a junior. But what about that person, attending old Master's birthday banquet without even preparing a gift? Are you just here to mooch off the food and drink? His gaze inevitably fell upon Jiangnan. Zhong Yinxue's delicate face turned cold. Xiaonan was brought here by me. If you have any objections, direct them at me. Don't be so sarcastic. Grandpa Zhong, Xiaonan only just learned about your birthday, and he didn't have much time to prepare. Just as Zhong Yinxue was attempting to defend Jiangnan, Luo Tianxiang sneered. Prepare? A street vendor from a night market. A clown who relies on breaking bricks to draw attention. Even if he were to prepare something, what could he possibly offer? Hand-grabbed pancakes and grilled cold noodles. Huh. Jiangnan, this is not a place for you. Are you setting up a stall at the night market? Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. What? Is this an attempt to leverage the past connection with Zhong Yinxue in order to cling to the mighty Zhong family? In that instant, the gaze of the onlookers towards Jiangnan shifted, filled with disdain, mockery, and derisive smirks. Old Master Zhong did not intervene. Instead, he watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. Jiangnan's heart surged with indignation. What is wrong with setting up a stall? Xiaonan has grown up relying on no one. I will not allow you to speak of him in such a manner. Yet, Jiangnan merely grinned and replied, Xiao Xue, don't be angry. Who says I'm unprepared with a birthday gift? My present is exceptionally precious. It is a rare treasure I procured after battling the golden-level earth-breaking bear in the Tianqi Lingxiu. I risked my life to bring it out. That so-called Yinkin fruit doesn't even compare. Luo Tianxiang scoffed. Then let us see it. Otherwise, your words are nothing but empty boasts. Jiangnan retorted, I will not permit you to belittle yourself. Luo Tianxiang, taken aback, exclaimed, What the hell? Chapter 80. The invincible diamond. Luo Tianxiang was on the verge of exploding with rage. Why is it that Jiangnan always manages to strike back? He seethed, Fine. I'm eager to see what you can produce that can rival my Yinkin fruit. Jiangnan, with an air of mystery, proclaimed, Let me tell you, this treasure of mine is incredibly potent. It cures all ailments, replenishes qi and blood, and is exceedingly effective. At this declaration, curiosity ignited among the crowd. Is it truly that miraculous? Can it even cure old Master Zhong's lung cancer? Even Zhong Fu and Zhong Mu were drawn into the intrigue. Yet, Zhong Yingxue knew that Jiangnan was unprepared for a birthday gift. He had only been notified of the banquet recently. Had she known, she would have arranged something for him earlier. The pang of guilt washed over her. Xia Yao also wore an expression of curiosity, thoroughly captivated by Jiangnan's boastful claims, eagerly anticipating what he might unveil. Jiangnan, delving into his spatial abilities, began to rummage through an otherworldly space. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. A spatial ability? Could this boy possess spatial powers? Even old Master Zhong appeared momentarily stunned. There are fewer than 10 individuals worldwide with spatial abilities. And in Huaxia, there is but one, Li Daodian. Jiangnan is indeed a rare spatial ability user. Just as the crowd was reeling from the revelation, he finally produced his offering. Concealed within his palm, he presented it with utmost reverence. The eyes of the onlookers were filled with inquisitiveness. Behold, Jiangnan abruptly opened his hand, leaving everyone dumbfounded. In the center of his palm lay a thumb-sized ginseng. Appearing severely malnourished, it was withered and shriveled, with hardly any roots remaining. Its appearance was utterly abysmal, a pitiable sight indeed. Zhong Yingxue buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Xia Yao, that Zhong Fu and Zhong Mu, that old Master Zhong. Are you playing with a child? Is this ginseng even as big as a piece of way-long spicy strip? And you treat it with such reverence, curing all ailments? Spare me your nonsense. You've piqued our curiosity. Luo Tianxiang burst into laughter, nearly gasping for breath. What a joke. Such a minuscule ginseng root, and yet you treat it as a treasure. Is one enough to fill the gaps between your teeth? Jiangnan remarked lightly, is this insufficient for your dental crevices? Your gaps must be quite prodigious. Luo Tianxiang responded with a perplexed expression. Is that truly what I meant? What on earth do you mean by gaps? The room erupted with laughter. Xia Yao nudged Jiangnan and whispered, Hey, are you serious? If you can't present a gift, no one will hold it against you. Jiangnan maintained his composure. Do I appear to be jesting? Xia Yao retorted. When have you ever been sincere? Jiangnan replied. Must you understand me so well? Luo Tianxiang sneered. With such a pathetic item, how can you dare to compare it to my Yinkan fruit? Nourishing blood, curing ailments. I wager it was unearthed from some random garden. With nothing of worth to offer, you ought to refrain from embarrassing yourself here. Jiang and flashed a brilliant smile. What if it proves useful? Luo Tianxiang scoffed, gesturing towards the marble table. If it were useful, I would consume this table. And if it's not? Xia Yao observed Jiangnan intently, realizing something was amiss. This tactic seemed rather familiar. She had previously fallen into a similar trap with Jiangnan. All right. If it's useless, I shall kneel and call you father, Jiangnan proclaimed with resounding confidence. Luo Tianxiang smirked. Those are your words. Meanwhile, Xia Yao began contemplating how one might consume the marble tabletop. Old Master Zhong interjected. Let us not allow our youth to fracture our camaraderie. Regardless, it is Jiangnan's heartfelt gesture, and I shall graciously accept it. Jiangnan squinted and smiled. Come, old Master Zhong. Open wide, old Master Zhong replied. Must I eat it now? I must admit, I feel a tad apprehensive. This desiccated ginseng does look rather pitiful. It's not poisonous, is it? By the way, what do you two have to do with my predicament? Luo Tianxiang declared. Old Master, you should give it a try. If it fails, I still have the Yinkan fruit. Old Master Zhong retorted. What on earth? Why are you involving me in this? This insufferable brat has no sense of decorum. Yet, he reluctantly took the ginseng, placing it in his mouth and chewing. Huh, it's somewhat sweet. Zhong Fu asked, Father, how does it taste? Not much of a sensation. In an instant, every gaze turned towards Jiangnan. Luo Tianxiang wore a mocking grin. What of the effects? Jiangnan replied, Have you ever witnessed someone consuming a laxative and immediately needing to relieve themselves? There's bound to be a process, is there not? You should be aware of that. Luo Tianxiang glared. His face flushed with anger. You. Old Master Zhong felt a surge of anxiety. What nonsense. A laxative. Can this ginseng truly be trusted? Just then, the effeminate Gao Jin approached. While you may find this amusing, I cannot bear to watch any longer. You dare present such a wretched ginseng? Do you look down on old Master Zhong? Old Master, I have something you will undoubtedly appreciate. Saying this, Gao Jin produced an exquisitely packaged ring box and opened the lid. Upon the surface lay a magnificent blue diamond, the size of a pigeon's egg. Such a large diamond. The crowd gasped in astonishment, collectively inhaling sharply. Could it be? Is this the renowned heart of the ocean? It recently appeared at an auction in London, fetching a staggering 70 million. So it was acquired by the Gao family. What extravagance! Luo Tianxiang's expression soured, with the heart of the ocean in play. His own Yinkan fruit paled in comparison. Jiangnan interjected, "What? That pitiful ginseng of yours. You think this trinket is worthy? A measly diamond of such size, not even weighing a pound, and you dare present it to old Master Zhong?" At this, Gao Jin was taken aback. The Zhong couple was stunned. Zhong Yingxue was bewildered, while Xia Yao frantically hinted, "That is indeed the heart of the ocean." Gao Jin laughed heartily. "Not even a pound? Do you weigh your diamonds by the pound? Mine is the heart of the ocean. You should reconsider. Spare yourself the embarrassment, lest you become a laughingstock." Jiangnan scoffed. "What's wrong with the heart of the ocean? If you're so fond of it, you could have said so earlier. This is quite the hassle. I have a larger one." With that, he retrieved a diamond the size of a human head from the dimensional space and placed it on the table, creating a dent in the marble surface. At that moment, the entire assembly was rendered speechless. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. What? What in the world? Gao Jin nearly poppy. "I recall that Brother Zhong has also conducted research on gem appraisal. Correct? Might he authenticate its genuineness?" Father Zhong chuckled. "Well, I shall reveal my modesty." He too was curious whether this diamond bust was authentic. He stepped forward and retrieved a set of professional tools from his pocket. With a small magnifying glass pressed to his eye, he began his inspection. Zhang Yingshue's heart raced with anticipation. Xia Yao, standing beside her, frantically gestured. "It can't possibly be made of glass, can it?" Jiangnan remained unfazed. "What would I do with such a large piece of glass?" Xia Yao gasped. "Is it truly a diamond?" Jiangnan shrugged. As Father Zhong examined the piece, his astonishment grew, and his expression turned solemn. Rising to his feet, he declared, "It is indeed genuine, and of the highest quality. Devoid of any impurities, such a sizable solitary diamond, sculpted into a likeness, its value to is beyond estimation." Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. No one would dare doubt Father Zhong's words. He is a figure of authority in the world of gemstones. A 5-pound diamond, a genuine one. Is this even conceivable? Gao Jin's face contorted in disbelief. This is truly a genuine article. Luo Tianxiang's mind buzzed with confusion. Where on earth did Jiangnan procure such a gem? The gazes of all present turned towards Jiangnan with renewed intrigue. With such a treasure in hand, why would one bother to set up a mere stall? It would be best for the young brother to keep it hidden. Jiangnan replied, "Did I not mention I was gifting it to old Master Zhong? So it is now." Old Master Zhong was momentarily taken aback that a single Cullinan diamond weighing over a pound is already valued at $7.5 billion. What could the worth of this over 5-pound invincible diamond be? Old Master Zhong remarked. "This is indeed rather precious." Jiangnan waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. I still have over 200 pounds. The crowd nearly choked on their disbelief. What on earth? He still has over 200 pounds. Is he even human? Their worldview felt as if it was crumbling. Do diamonds truly weigh by the pound now? Xia Yao wore a look of exasperation. She realized Jiangnan was truly one of a kind. Whether it be spirit pearls or diamonds, he measured everything by weight. "Hey, where did you acquire that? Do you really have over 200 pounds? Xia Yao inquired softly. Zhong Yingxue also cast a questioning glance. "Did I not tell you? I unearthed it from the Lingshu, yet you still do not believe me." Jiangnan recounted how he had removed the diamond head, transforming even a robust man into diamond. Over 200 pounds is an understatement. Xia Yao, the Father Zhong, seeing that Jiangnan had no intention of reclaiming it, spoke gravely. "Young brother, this favor I shall remember for the Zhong family." Jiangnan smiled and nodded. Xia Yao, however, glared at Gao Jin and Luo Tianxiang with a look of triumph. "So, what now? You have no retorts left, do you?" The two indeed had no words to say, their teeth grinding in frustration. Even if they were to exhaust their fortunes, they could never procure a 5-pound diamond. Old Master Zhong laughed heartily. "Excellent. Excellent. What a fine young lad. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover," Jiangnan replied. "What do you mean by not judging a book by its cover? How am I not what I seem? Come, explain yourself. One moment, my nose is a nose, and my eyes are eyes. The next, it's about not judging appearances. If you cannot pay a compliment, then best keep silent." Old Master Zhong seemed rather vindictive. "It was merely a few knocks on your head. After all, as for you, Gao Jin and Luo Tianxiang have nothing of substance left to offer." Meanwhile, Jiangnan gracefully approached, a smile adorning her face. Not to mention, Her tattered attire undeniably captivated everyone's attention. Xia Yao swiftly covered Jiangnan's eyes, exclaiming, "Children must not gaze upon such things." Jiangnan protested. "What the heck? If you're going to cover my eyes, then do so. Why are you poking my eyeballs? Why can't I look?" Jiangnan laughed. "Old master, you must surely adore this imperial green ring," she added. "These little trinkets are merely a token of affection from the young lady." Old Master Zhong chuckled. "The girl is quite delightful." With a sweet smile, Jiangnan crouched down, saying, "Come, old master, allow me to adorn you." This squatting position accentuated her curvaceous figure, causing the gentlemen present to hurriedly avert their gazes. Fearing the consequences of lingering too long, Jiangnan coughed. "1 pound of diamonds. I beseech you, let me have a glimpse." Xia Yao pouted. "Not a chance. Don't even think about bribing me." At that moment, Jiangnan lifted Old Master Zhong's hand, preparing to place the grand ring upon it. Suddenly, Old Master Zhong's eyes widened in surprise, warmth surging through his body, causing his complexion to flush. The onlookers were taken aback. What on earth was happening? Was Old Master Zhong blushing because of Jiangnan? True to his seasoned nature, Old Master Zhong fought to suppress this wave of heat, thinking to himself that something was amiss. How could a man in his 70s still feel such attraction towards a young girl? Yet the more he suppressed it, the more intense it became. Unable to contain himself any longer, a torrent of warm blood surged forth from his nostrils, gushing uncontrollably. The force was so great that it caused Old Master Zhong to tilt his head back. This tilt, however, proved disastrous as he lost his balance. The momentum from the nosebleed propelled his wheelchair backward with astonishing speed, and it was hilariously stuck in reverse. Ultimately, the wheelchair came to a halt at the steps, sending Old Master Zhong tumbling forward. This unexpected scene left the crowd utterly stunned. Silence enveloped the space for a full 10 seconds before someone exclaimed in awe, "Old Master Zhong is impressive indeed." Age has not diminished his vigor. At over 70, his vitality remains so robust. Incredible. They marveled. The Yu family girl is truly a mesmerizing beauty. Even Old Master Zhong, at his age, cannot resist such temptation. What a powerful nosebleed. Jiangnan stood frozen, her face flushed with embarrassment. The image of Old Master Zhong's nosebleed replayed vividly in her mind. Could it be that Old Master Zhong truly harbored feelings for her? What should she do? Old Master Zhong, now thoroughly flustered, sprang to his feet with a swift motion, clutching his nose, and cursed vehemently. To hell with this vigor of old age. What kind of nonsense is this? The after effects are far too overwhelming. From Zhongshan, Resentment Value 1000. From Zhongshan. Chapter 82. Cured of cancer? Jiangnan chuckled to himself. Let them say that one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Let them say my nose is a nose and my eyes are eyes. Look at that. Watching the resentment value skyrocket was simply delightful at that moment. Old Master Zhong was a sight to behold. Drenched in blood. A truly alarming spectacle. No matter how one tries to cover it, the blood flows out with such ferocity that it resembles a miniature fountain. Old Master Zhong is in a state of panic. Having lived for over 70 years, he has never witnessed such an extraordinary display of nosebleed. The force rivals that of a high-pressure water gun. In just a short while, he has lost 2 or 3 pounds of blood. Could it be that he is on the brink of death? Is his birthday turning into a day of mourning? That would be quite the irony. Good heavens, the nosebleed shows no sign of stopping. How long has Old Master Zhong been holding this in? His spouse passed away early, and after all these years alone, he truly deserves sympathy. Yet, he never sought companionship. What a good man. Tisk, tsk. And here he is at over 70. Old Master Zhong exclaimed. I am certainly not holding back. Today he feels utterly humiliated. Is it mere coincidence that this happened while his granddaughter was kneeling down to put a ring on him? The Zhong couple wears expressions of embarrassment. What on earth has befallen their patriarch? Quickly, call for an ambulance. At this rate of blood loss, he may not last much longer to die from a nosebleed. That would be a rather unfortunate way to go. Suddenly, Old Master Zhong shouted. What nonsense about an ambulance? Come back here. I feel perfectly fine. Everyone stared in disbelief. Gao Jin insisted. This matter must not be taken lightly. It could very well be a case of returning light. We must rush to the hospital. Old Master Zhong retorted vehemently. What on earth are you talking about? Return light, my foot. He then bellowed. I said I'm fine. Bring me a tea mug. He ceased to cover his nose, allowing the blood to flow freely, splashing into the mug with a resounding sound, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. Within minutes, a large tea mug was filled to the brim. He then summoned another mug to continue the spectacle. Luo Tianxiang seized the opportunity, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiangnan. Speak. Was it you? Did you intentionally harm old Master Zhong? What on earth did you feed him? In an instant, all eyes turned to Jiangnan, their gazes laden with suspicion. After all, this is no trivial matter. If something were to go awry, the consequences would be dire. Jiangnan shrugged nonchalantly. What a fuss over nothing. This is a good thing. I've said it before. It's excellent for replenishing energy and blood. The crowd fell silent. Surely, replenishing energy and blood cannot be done in such a manner. This is excessive. I assent it. Could such a minuscule piece of ginseng be so potent? Old Master Zheng's face darkened. Today, I have unwittingly fallen for your trick. Jiangnan chuckled. Do not concern yourself with the details. The issue at hand is old Master's health. The notion of curing all ailments is not mere rhetoric. Why not give it a try? Zhongshan paused, suddenly recalling that he had just executed a remarkable leap. At over 70, he could still perform such acrobatics. Defying disbelief, he grasped the tea mug and, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, executed a backflip. The Zhong couple was left in shock. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao covered their mouths in disbelief. Surely, this cannot be a dream. Jiangnan was also taken aback. Old Master, you are quite the showman. Please, respect the natural order of things. At over 70, still performing backflips, and not a single drop of blood spilled from the tea mug? In your youth, you must have been quite the athlete, before anyone could recover from their shock. Old Master Zhong took a deep breath, only to exhale it shortly thereafter. He became utterly frozen. I thought I seemed to be well. Upon uttering these words, everyone was left in a state of shock. They instinctively understood the implication behind Zhongshan's words. Well, it must mean the cancer is gone. Zhong Fu stammered. Really? Truly well. Zhong Yingshue's voice trembled with anxiety as she asked. Grandfather Zhong, are you certain? Zhongshan nodded affirmatively. He was most aware of his own body, previously in the advanced stages of lung cancer. Even breathing was painful, but now his breaths were smooth and vigorous, brimming with strength. It was as if all ailments had abandoned him, even restoring a semblance of his youthful vigor. Yet, the nosebleed that was quite the embarrassment. Tears glistened in Zhong Yingshue's eyes as she leapt into Zhongshan's embrace. Her gaze filled with joy. With a countenance full of gratitude, Zhong Fu declared, Young brother, this medicine is akin to a rebirth for my father, for our Zhong family. This kindness will forever be etched in our hearts. If you require anything, do not hesitate to approach our Zhong family, whether it be wealth or any other need that as long as it is within my power. Old Master Zhong waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. He did not seek this for gain. Zhong Fu forced a wry smile. I was indeed short-sighted. A 5-pound diamond can be given away so casually. Can Jiangnan really be in want of money? Jiangnan. What? Am I really that shallow? What do you mean not for this? I am indeed here for that. I need the cash. I want the red bills. I want the small change. Old Master, are you doing this on purpose? Must you be so understanding? Jiangnan's mind was in turmoil, yet with such words from them, what could he do? It's nothing, just as it should be. As long as Xiaoxue is happy. Zhong Yingshue's heart melted as she gazed at Jiangnan with eyes full of tenderness. Such a precious ginseng, he had risked life and limb to retrieve it from the Lingxiu. How could she not be moved by a selfless gift to aid her grandfather's recovery? Jiangnan, meeting Zhong Yingshue's gaze, felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, women are prone to wild imaginings. It wasn't as arduous as they envisioned. A mere lottery win made it possible at that moment. Luo Tianxiang seethed with rage as he watched Zhong Yingxue look at Jiangnan. He was on the verge of shattering a steel tooth with his fury. A single ginseng cured lung cancer, and that 5-pound diamond, compared to Jiangnan's treasures, rendered his YK fruit utterly inconsequential. Just then, Jiangnan approached the marble table. He tapped it with his finger. This thing would likely be tough to chew raw. How about we grind it to a powder and mix it with water? What do you think, young Master Luo? I'll treat you to a meal tonight. Let me tell you, this dish is exceptionally tough. Luo Tianxiang's forehead throbbed with veins, his face flushed with anger. A nearly new marble tabletop. Could this dish not be tough? It was infuriatingly hard. To grind it into powder and mix with water? It seemed he had no choice but to consume it. Luo Tianxiang glanced around, all eyes fixated on him. The stares were so piercing they made him feel utterly ashamed. More unbearable than when he had to relieve himself in the elevator. Regret flooded his heart. Jiangnan, a mere street vendor. How could he possess such wondrous treasures? Why had he been so impulsive as to gamble with him in the first place? Just you wait. Once we arrive in Songjiang Lingwu, you shall see. With that, he left the banquet hall without a backward glance. Utterly unable to face the situation any longer, Jiangnan then remarked coolly, "Old Master Zhong, with such a lackluster character, surely he is not worthy of Xiao Shui, is he? What the Luo family can offer you, I, Jiangnan, can equally provide. That which they cannot give, I can also supply." As soon as these words were uttered, the entire room fell into a profound silence. To those who appreciate this, do remember to leave a 5-star review. Add it to your bookshelf, and click to urge for more updates. Sending you all my love. Mua. Chapter 83. Oh, Jiangnan's proclamation rendered the entire assembly speechless. His words brimmed with confidence, bordering on arrogance. Yet, one could not deny the veracity of Jiangnan's assertion. His extraordinary spatial abilities are indeed a rarity in the world. His stage is not limited to Jiang City, but encompasses the entire globe. Ultimately, it was old Master Zhong who let out a long sigh. Xiao Shui was originally adopted by me. She has no ties to the Zhong family. I had not anticipated living much longer. And should I perish, Xiao Shui would undoubtedly suffer in the Zhong household. I thought it best to facilitate a union with the Luo family. With their support, she would at least be shielded from bullying. The situation has grown increasingly complex, drawing in all manner of characters. At this juncture, old Master Zhong cast a disapproving glance at the Zhong couple, who hung their heads in shame. The Zhong family's enterprise was built through Zhong Shan's hard work, and he was well aware of the intricacies involved. It appears I still have a fair amount of time left. I shall refrain from meddling in the affairs of the younger generation. You may proceed as you wish. Zhong Shan patted Jiangnan on the shoulder, and their gazes locked, each understanding the unspoken sentiments in the other's eyes. However, the blood gushing from Zhong Shan's nose did rather distract Jiangnan. With a radiant smile, Jiangnan reassured, "Rest easy, old master." Zhong Yingxue could no longer contain her tears, biting her lip as she wiped them away. Her distress was utterly heart-wrenching, prompting Xia Yao to step forward and offer comfort. Old Master Zhong's words had finally unraveled the knots in Zhong Yingxue's heart accumulated over the years. How could she not be moved? Jiangnan's willingness to step forward was for her sake. Though he often jested, endearing yet exasperating, he had unwittingly resolved numerous predicaments that had plagued her. He had never disappointed anyone. Her heart melted. She truly longed to embrace Jiangnan, to cherish him, yet the presence of so many made her feel too bashful. At this moment, the gazes of all present toward Jiangnan had shifted. Having cured old Master Zhong's cancer, it was akin to granting a second life to the Zhong family. The 2 pats on his shoulder spoke volumes. Old Master Zhong, with a furrowed brow, grumbled, "By the way, when will this nosebleed cease? I've already lost 8 large teacups worth. If I were to donate blood, I would surely earn a small medal." Jiangnan replied, "Do not concern yourself with such trifles. It is merely a natural occurrence for men. A few days each month." Old Master Zhong. Xia Yao. Ha. Oh dear. She stifled her laughter, her face flushed, her entire being trembling. She even pinched her own thigh to suppress her mirth. Absolutely must not laugh. How could old Master Zhong be so shameless? From Zhong Shan's resentment value 1,000. Although he had cured my cancer, one should be overflowing with gratitude. Yet, why do I feel an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing? The banquet extended well past 10 o'clock, but old Master Zhong departed early. Ultimately, he had to make his way to the hospital with a teacup in hand. It was not out of fear of a nosebleed leading to his demise, but rather a desire for a thorough health examination. Upon receiving the results, even the doctors were taken aback. No ailments whatsoever. Moreover, his health was remarkably robust. They had never encountered such a vigorous septuagenarian. As the festivities concluded, Jiangnan and Xiao were already waiting in the car. Zhong Yingxue remained behind, accompanying her parents to bid farewell to the guests. Inside the vehicle, Jiangnan fidgeted restlessly. He occasionally glanced at the time. 10:43, still early, still early. No rush. Xiao, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Why do you keep checking the time? Are you anxious to return home?" Jiangnan's expression turned serious. "There is a promise awaiting my fulfillment. This is my duty, my mission." Xiao. "What on earth? It's so late. Where could you possibly be going?" Jiangnan. "To accomplish my unfinished business." Suddenly, Xiao's expression shifted to one of disdain. "You can't possibly be thinking of going to see that Yu Xiangnan." TSK. No wonder she keeps glancing your way. Jiangnan's face flushed crimson. You're talking nonsense. Damn, how did Xiaoyao catch on? Women are truly formidable. Xiaoyao chuckled mischievously. Am I speaking nonsense? Then why are you blushing? Jiangnan, I've had too much to drink. Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. A man who polished off 107 bottles. And you tell me you're tipsy? Spare me the lies. Why is your face so sweaty? Jiangnan, I thought the car is too warm. I have the air conditioning on. Do you think the air conditioning in my Rolls Royce is merely for show? Quick, be honest. Jiangnan, I can't take this anymore. If this continues, I will truly be exposed. He glanced at the time. 11 o'clock sharp. Wait for me. And in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Xiaoyao stared wide-eyed. Hey, you really are going. You scoundrel, Jiangnan. In room 69 of the Century Hotel. Yu Xiangnan's mind was in disarray that a flurry of thoughts swirled within her. Oh dear, would he really come? She had mistakenly taken him for a waiter. How vexing. Having cured old Master Zhong's ailment, such a handsome man. Surely he wouldn't show up, right? Men like him must detest women like me. What if he does come? Oh, this is so troubling. Just then, as Yu Xiangnan pondered, she heard the click of the door lock, followed by footsteps. Why Yu Xiangnan? Jiangnan truly has arrived. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Gathering her resolve, she thought, now that he is here, what can be done? Shall we just begin? Jiangnan nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Let us get started. But first, let me find a video to show you. Yu Xiangnan, we need to watch a video for this. Jiangnan promptly pulled out his phone and opened a video featuring Luo Tianxiang. Yu Xiangnan stared in shock at the image of Luo Tianxiang on the screen, her expression gradually shifting to one of distress. Yu Xiangnan, ugh, turn it off. This is utterly revolting. Yu Xiangnan gagged, even feeling queasy from the sight through the screen. Jiangnan chuckled softly. Now you understand who he is, don't you? You ought to be cautious. He is quite peculiar, and who knows what might happen one day. With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Yu Xiangnan exclaimed, What on earth? You come to my room at past 11 at night, just to show me the video of Luo Tianxiang in the elevator? I can't believe I agonized over this for so long. How utterly embarrassing. Are you even human? From Yu Xiangnan's resentment value 1000. In the next instant, Jiangnan reappeared inside the car. At that moment, Zhong Yingxue had returned as well. Xiaoyao looked utterly astonished. How did you come back so quickly? She scoffed. Only 3 minutes. You don't know. Jiangnan retorted. What do you mean only 3 minutes? What on earth? Zhong Yingxue. Her curiosity piqued, asked, Where did Xiaonan go? Xiaoyao chuckled. Why don't you ask Xiaonan? Just 3 minutes. Tis tsk. Jiangnan protested. What 3 minutes? I went to see Yu Xiangnan and showed her the Luo Tianxiang video. What did you think I was doing? Ugh, your thoughts are quite unhealthy. Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing. He had made a special trip just to show Yu Xiangnan the video. Uffed. Ha! I stand corrected. I was wrong. Xiaonan, you are quite the rascal. Ha! Zhong Yingxue, bewildered, inquired. What video? Jiangnan and Xiaoyao chimed in unison. It's a secret. Zhong Yingxue replied. Chapter 84. Through wind and rain. Waiting for you at the night market. Jiangnan certainly couldn't show the video to Zhong Yingxue. That would surely corrupt her innocent eyes. Watching the pair of giggling Jiangnan and Xiaoyao, Zhong Yingxue felt a headache coming on. What mischief were they up to behind her back? Let's go home. Jiangnan agreed. All right, let's roll. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhong Yingxue watched Jiangnan drive with remarkable skill and couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaonan, I want to learn how to drive too. Xiaoyao was taken aback. Shue, don't you already have a license? Why would you need to learn? Zhong Yingxue's face flushed. Having a license and knowing how to drive are two different matters. Now that Xiaonan is on our team, we can take a car into Lingshu. You both can drive, but I can't. I want to learn. Xiaoyao giggled. Great. I'll teach you. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. You, big wolf, should probably refrain from that if you gave the car wings. You'd take off. You don't even watch the road while driving. He couldn't help but recall the tragic state of the undercarriage of the Koenigsegg Blue Phantom after being scraped at. You insufferable Jiangnan. I'll strangle you. From Xiaoyao's resentment value 1000. Wait. Drive safely. Meanwhile, in a room at the Century Hotel, Luo Tianxiang was rampaging, smashing things in a frenzy. With bloodshot eyes, he howled at the heavens. This was the epitome of impotent rage. Just then, the phone rang. Hello, son. Is you there with you? Luo Tianxiang was taken aback. Yes? Dad. What does he want with my cousin? Luo's father replied. Tell you to come to the company tomorrow. We have a 1 billion business deal to discuss with her family. This visit serves a dual purpose. One is to celebrate the illustrious birthday banquet of Elder Zhong, and the other is to engage in this lucrative business deal. We must not neglect our guests. Do you understand? Luo Tianxiang was taken aback. 10 billion? Good heavens, that is no trifling sum. He could not help but thump his chest, assuring, rest easy. Father, leave it to me. Luo's father, his expression darkening, retorted, I certainly cannot rest easy. For your sake. I even replaced the company elevator. What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve a progeny like you? Meanwhile, Jiangnan had just departed, leaving Jiangnan blushing at the recollection of the recent encounter. Feeling utterly mortified, but when the content of the video crossed her mind, ugh, how could she possibly feel any enthusiasm? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door, causing Jiangnan to furrow her brows. At this late hour, who could possibly be seeking her? Could it be Jiangnan returning? The thought ignited a flicker of excitement within her, prompting her to rush to the door. Luo Tianxiang. Cousin, my father said, why you Jiangnan? Her face was awash with terror, involuntarily taking 2 steps back, covering her mouth. Ugh, Luo Tianxiang. No way. Is it really that bad? Did I truly repulse her the moment we met? How unattractive must I appear? Surely, she wouldn't be that disgusted at first sight. Cousin, what is the matter? Are you unwell? He moved to enter, but Jiangnan retreated further, hastily pushing him away. Quick! Get out! Don't come in. You are absolutely revolting. If there's nothing urgent, leave at once. Ugh, Luo Tianxiang. I am revolting. What is so repulsive? His face darkened entirely. He had been perfectly fine at the hotel. How could she now regard him with such disdain? Cousin, my father mentioned there's a 10 billion business deal he wishes to discuss with you. He asked you to come to the company tomorrow. Why you Jiangnan? Go away. I refuse to associate with someone as revolting as you. What business could we possibly discuss? You were in the company elevator. Ugh, I shall not set foot in your company. It's utterly disgusting. Go away. The sight of you makes me want to vomit. Do not contact me again. I have no cousin as loathsome as you. Bang. The door slammed shut with a force that left Luo Tianxiang utterly stunned. How did she know about the elevator incident? Did Jiangnan show her the video? That look of disdain she cast upon him was akin to viewing a pile of refuse. No business deal? 10 billion, for heaven's sake. Luo Tianxiang was on the verge of an explosive fit. His entire reputation was being tarnished. Moreover, it was quite late for Jiangnan to be visiting his cousin's room. Surely, nothing innocent could transpire. He could hardly believe that she had been shown the video from the elevator. Luo Tianxiang felt as if he were unraveling. Jiangnan. I, Luo Tianxiang, shall never forgive you. His voice reverberated throughout the hotel. Hello, son, did you get the message? Father, the 10 billion deal has fallen through. Luo's father. Wang Defa? You little brat. I swear. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up, Luo Tianxiang wore an expression of utter desolation. Meanwhile, back in her room, Jiangnan was diligently pouring water into a bottle, patiently tying strands of spiritual chives into heart shapes. During this period spent in the spiritual market, there had been little opportunity for her to set up a stall. The points of skill and resentment have nearly been exhausted. Jiangnan is still eagerly anticipating what delightful treasures might emerge following the beauty elixir. Thus, he plans to seize the opportunity this summer vacation to rake in a substantial profit. Coincidentally, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. With the addition of leeks and vigor, sales are bound to soar. He couldn't help but wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. How can one alleviate their worries? Only through the prospect of overnight wealth. Consequently, he pulled out his phone and posted a Weibo update. Nan Shun, from my iPhone 11 Pro Max, come rain or shine. I await you at the night market. See you at 5 o'clock tomorrow evening in the university town. Accompanied by a meme of 2 writing pens, the comment section erupted with fervent replies. I've been waiting for you so long that the flowers have wilted. I can't keep up with my assignments lately. Without leeks, I simply cannot survive. Shifting to the university town? New goods again? Anticipating. The image is quite suggestive. Wow, I can already smell the smoke of battle. Laughing face. Yesterday, I had leeks with vigor and took a yellow bean to detox. Guess what? You weren't halfway through. When is that brother upstairs still alive? Upon reading this response, Jiangnan's expression gradually turned to one of horror. Wow. This brother is remarkable. leeks with vigor and yellow beans. Jiangnan envisioned the scene, and a shiver coursed through him, prompting him to cover his face. What do you mean eating yellow beans for detox when you're just lazing around? The elder brother replied. Well, my girlfriend is gone. The house has been sold. No more to say. The hospital's Wi-Fi is pretty fast. It was that brother who bought my house, insisting on giving me 20,000 yuan, asking how I managed to crash through the ceiling. Jiangnan. Wow, is the force that great? Did he really crash through the ceiling? One can only imagine how desperate that brother's girlfriend must have been. Startled, Jiangnan hastily shut off his phone. Would he be in danger of being attacked when he sets up his stall tomorrow? With that thought, he realized the stall fee was paid in vain. Regardless, nothing shall deter me from setting up my stall. Little money is what Jiangnan loves most. Chapter 85. The Big-Tailed Wolf. The next morning, Jiangnan rose early to prepare the vigor potion and indulged in a delightful bath. While absorbing the spirit pearl in his room, he soon heard Xia Yao calling. Xiaonan, I forgot to bring my towel. Please fetch it for me. It's in the second compartment of my wardrobe. Jiangnan rolled his eyes, utterly reluctant to move that he raised his hand to open a spatial wormhole, extracting a towel from Xia Yao's room. Then, he opened another portal to the bathroom and handed it over. Xia Yao was happily humming a tune, relishing the sensations brought about by her enhanced physical abilities as for the issue of land desertification. She had long forgotten it. Just then, Xia Yao suddenly felt someone tap her shoulder. She froze, spinning around abruptly, only to see a hand materializing out of thin air, waving the towel back and forth. Terror filled Xia Yao's eyes. It was as if she had encountered a ghost. She leaped from the bathtub in shock. This. Indeed, within half a minute, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the living room. Clad only in a sports tank top, Xia Yao burst into Jiangnan's room. Her snow-white skin still glistened with droplets of water, and her silver hair was damp. With an expression of curiosity, she inquired, Xiaonan, what was that just now? Your spiritual technique? How could your hand emerge from the bathroom? With a radiant smile, Jiangnan created a spatial wormhole, and his hand appeared from behind Xia Yao, closing the door amidst her astonished expression. Xia Yao. The space wormhole of the void koi can currently be opened at will within a radius of 300 meters. Xia Yao. Is this truly a spatial spiritual technique? Isn't there a restriction on the spatial spiritual pearls in the country? How did you manage that? Jiangnan chuckled. I've got connections. Xia Yao scoffed, unconvinced, and promptly warned. You mustn't open spatial wormholes carelessly from now on. Understand? To prevent you from launching surprise attacks on me and Shue. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. With your sleeping posture, even if I were to surprise you, you wouldn't wake up. Xia Yao's face flushed red as she recalled being sealed up like a zongzi. From Xia Yao's resentment value 666. She couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. Just you wait. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. You'll learn what it means to be obliterated. Come over and be my sparring partner. Jiangnan. Sparring partner? What on earth? Xia Yao had him forcibly taken to the third floor of the villa. Upon reaching, they discovered an extraordinary space on the third floor. Not only was there an array of fitness equipment, but also a soft wrestling mat in the center. At that moment, Zhong Yingshui, clad in sportswear, was on the treadmill, glistening with sweat. Smiling at the two. Jiangnan's expression turned serious. Xia Yao knew that Zhong Yingshui's impressive standing in Songjiang's spiritual martial arts was not without merit. Surely she had trained diligently. Xia Yao, brimming with excitement, struck a pose on the wrestling mat, radiating vigor. Come, sister will teach you a lesson. The loser will get their head flicked, you know. Jiangnan smirked mischievously, feeling invigorated. Are you serious? Looking at Jiangnan's smile, Xia Yu felt an ominous premonition. No spiritual techniques allowed. No teleportation either. Jiangnan. All right then. Xia Yao chuckled confidently, as a melee fighter. She possessed profound skills. It was not mere talk. After countless forays into the spiritual realm over the past 3 years, she had honed her techniques through numerous practical battles. Today, she was determined to teach Jiangnan a good lesson and reclaim her dominance. She would flick his head 100 times. Suddenly, Xia Yao sprang into action, her speed astonishing. Like a silver specter, she launched a punch aimed at Jiangnan's eye. Jiangnan was taken aback. So fast? Unfortunately, it was still insufficient. With a swift step forward, he bent down, using his shoulder to brace against Xia Yao's abdomen, his hand centered on her waist. He forcefully pushed off his back leg, spinning to position himself behind her. Then, with a powerful upward thrust, he executed a perfect lift. Xia Yao felt the world spin around her. Before she knew it, she was thrown to the ground. Just as she attempted to rise, Jiangnan had already locked her arms with his legs. Pulling them flat, Kimura crosshold. Xiaoyao. What is going on? Why can't I move? Zhong Yingshui was equally astonished, forgetting to stop the treadmill. She nearly stumbled off. Xiaoyao was well aware of her own prowess. In close combat, few could match her, yet in less than 3 seconds, she had been subdued by Jiangnan. How could his close-quarters combat be so formidable? His movements, his reactions, absolutely impeccable. Do you accept the challenge? Xia Yao's delicate face flushed crimson. That doesn't count. I wasn't warmed up. Let's go again. Jiangnan had just released her when her small fist shot towards his eye. Oh, a sneak attack. Jiangnan swiftly seized her fist and executed a powerful throw over his shoulder. Xiaoyao felt as though her hips might shatter from the impact, her pained expression contorting. Before she could react, Jiangnan locked her in a death grip around her throat. Xiaoyao helplessly tapped his arm. Wow, are you cheating? How can you be so strong? Where did you learn this? Xiaoyao was nearly driven to madness. She had originally intended to teach Jiangnan a lesson, only to find herself used as a human punching bag. You, a spatial controller, shouldn't be this formidable in close combat. Jiangnan replied with a mischievous grin. Hee, I won't tell you. Xiaoyao pouted defiantly. Humph, I refuse to accept this. Today, I am determined to knock your brains out. With that, she struggled to rise, an overwhelming surge of energy enveloping her. Zhong Yingshui quickly exclaimed, Xiaoyao, you. Suddenly, Xiaoyao underwent a transformation. Her beautiful eyes morphed into silver vertical pupils. Fluffy wolf ears sprouted from her head, and 3 silver stripes appeared on each cheek, resembling whiskers. Her nails sharpened, and her figure became even more curvaceous. A fluffy, silvery wolf tail grew from behind her. She had transformed into a beast. Jiangnan was left utterly astonished. Fluffy wolf ears, a long silver tail. Her physique had become even more alluring, with defined muscular lines. Jiangnan was completely captivated. A beast-eared girl, a big-tailed wolf. How utterly adorable. Is this Xiaoyao's beast form? My heavens! Jiangnan's mind went blank in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyao charged forward and her fist landed squarely on Jiangnan's eye. After aiming for so long, she finally succeeded. Ha! Take that for daydreaming. Jiangnan clutched his eye, one socket bruised. Damn it. I've fallen for a trick that men often do. With a serious expression, he declared, I've made my decision. I want to let you go until I've won. After I win, I'm definitely going to touch your wolf tail. Xiaoyao's face turned crimson. Dream on. You must win against me first. Chapter 86. The iron fist of love. Zhong Yingshui covered her face in disbelief. Who would have thought that Xiaoyao would resort to partial beast transformation just to defeat Jiangnan? Wasn't this bullying the honest? Jiangnan wore a serious demeanor, for no reason other than to fulfill his dream of touching a beast-eared girl's tail. A man could unleash boundless strength. With Xiaoyao's partial beast transformation, her physical abilities soared, her speed reaching a level beyond Jiangnan's comprehension. Skill points added. 1,000. Skill achievement. Unarmed combat. Intermediate LV0. In pursuit of that tail, Jiangnan was wholly committed, pouring all his remaining skill points into the endeavor. Yet, even so, Xiaoyao continued to exert considerable pressure on him. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingshui watched intently. However, as she observed Jiangnan's movements and techniques, she was left in complete astonishment. It was as though Jiangnan could anticipate her every move. Merely by reading Xiaoyao's initial actions, he was able to predict the trajectory of her attacks and gracefully evade them, even going so far as to playfully stroke the fluffy wolf ears of Xiaoyao. Just watch me turn your other eye socket black and blue. Hee, come on, Zhong Yingshui managed a wry smile. Must you be so mischievous? Yet what followed from Jiangnan was a display of skill that was somewhat terrifying. In the face of Xiaoyao's onslaught, Jiangnan did not flinch in the slightest. Instead, he harnessed her force and effortlessly sent her flying. A mere 4 tails to move 1,000 pounds. His movements seemed to blend ancient martial arts, Sanzhou, MMA, and Muay Thai. His techniques shifting with such variety, like the antelope's horns, elusive and unfathomable. Yet, at the same time, it exuded the ease and elegance of a master. Zhong Yingshui was utterly captivated, unable to tear her gaze away for even a moment. How could Jiangnan possess such extraordinary abilities? How old could he possibly be? Just how many surprises must Jiangnan unveil to satisfy her? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Xiaoyao was now drenched in fragrant sweat, panting heavily. The glistening beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks. Her silvery hair now damp. Throughout the entire encounter, aside from the initial strike to Jiangnan's eye, she had not laid a finger on him again. It seemed she could continue until dawn without landing a blow. Frustrated, she exclaimed, I'm done. You can touch it. With that, she turned around, presenting her tail right before Jiangnan. Upon seeing the fluffy silver tail, Jiangnan could not help but swallow hard. I really can touch it. Xia Yao rolled her eyes. Oh, come on. If I let you touch it, you must accept the terms. But turning back, she added, however, after you touch it, you must take responsibility. I want to learn your close combat techniques. Zhong Yingxue quickly chimed in. I want to learn too. Jiangnan patted his chest and declared, sounds good. Gazing at the white wolf tail before him, Jiangnan wore a look of utter delight. A beast-eared girl. This has always been my ultimate dream. I never expected it to be right in front of me. For a moment, Jiangnan found himself somewhat at a loss, yet Xia Yao grew impatient, exclaiming, hurry up and touch it. This is so embarrassing. At that moment, Xia Yao's charming face flushed a deep crimson, urging him on. Jiangnan took a deep breath and let his hand rest upon the tail, stroking it gently. Wow, so soft. Wow, the fluffiness is incredibly comforting. Wow, this wolf tail is simply amazing. Xia Yao furrowed her brows, her entire being bristling, her face reddening to the roots of her ears. Jiangnan. It was merely a touch on the tail. Is such a reaction really necessary? At this moment, Jiangnan was curious about where the tail of her beast form actually sprouted from. Was it an extension of the caudal vertebrae? As he continued to stroke the tail, he pondered. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. I must discover the principle behind this tail. With that, he lifted the wolf tail and gave it a gentle tug. Xia Yao. How dare you? In a flash, Xia Yao abruptly reverted from her beast form, her face ablaze with embarrassment. She raised her small fist and aimed it directly at Jiangnan's other eye socket. Jiangnan widened his eyes, surprised. Oh, playing sneak attacks. Instinctively, he opened a spatial wormhole in front of his eye. Xia Yao's small fist struck fiercely, breaking through and emerging from the other side. It landed squarely on her own eye socket, instantly turning it black and blue. Xia Yao. Ah, Xiaonan, I'm going to strangle you. With that, she lunged at Jiangnan like a ravenous wolf. Jiangnan, looking sheepish, coughed. Ahem. I must go set up my stall. And with a flash, he vanished without a trace. Xia Yao turned around, her eyes filled with a pitiful gaze directed at Zhong Yingxue. Xue, are my eye sockets dark? Zhong Yingxue covered her face and replied. Puff, not very dark. Xia Yao exclaimed. How infuriating. Xiaonan, just you wait. Hey, big guy, I'm setting up a stall. Come over here. Let's meet at the university town. All right, Nango, I'll be there in a moment. Wu Liang was also taken aback. Why was Jiangnan calling him for a stall? The two met at the university town. Wu Liang gazed at Jiangnan's darkened eye sockets, utterly astonished. What happened, Nango? Who did this to you? Jiangnan forced a smile. Domestic violence. It's domestic violence. But since I got to touch the tail, I can't say I lost out. It's just that I don't really dare to go home now. Otherwise, I would surely be bitten to death by that ferocious dog. Xia Yao. However, this did not hinder Jiangnan from making a bit of pocket money. He had his own motives for calling Wu Liang. That night, the foot traffic at the university town night market surged threefold. It was truly a case of people crowding together, all drawn by Jiangnan's presence. As the two appeared, the entire night market was set ablaze with excitement. Holy smokes, South God, why are your eye sockets still bruised? Quick, make way for him. We've been waiting for him. Despite the dark circles, South God's charm remained undeniable. He was simply irresistible. I don't know why. Just looking at him feels quite satisfying. Jiangnan. Can we not mention my eye sockets? This is the iron fist of love, you know. As soon as Jiangnan arrived, the previously congested crowd instantaneously parted to create a pathway leading straight to the stall, with several streamers already setting up their phone stands, ready to ride the wave of popularity. Su Yuan was the first among them. Wu Liang was astonished. Jiangnan's charisma was truly terrifying, wasn't it? It was just a stall. Are you sure this isn't some sort of cult? The street stall cult? Jiangnan spread out his stall cloth, sat on a small stool, and showcased his wares, powerful tonics, detoxifying yellow beans, spiritual leeks, and how brand shorts were all on display. The spiritual leeks were even tied into little hearts, adorning the tops of the tonic bottles. Bundled sales, however, the most eye-catching were the Hao brand shorts. Boasting an extensive variety and numerous styles, Jiangnan bellowed with enthusiasm. Come, come, the latest products are freshly out. Hao brand shorts, unbreakable, unterrible. Brothers might betray you, girlfriends might betray you, but these shorts will never betray you. Priced at 10,000 per pair, the gathered crowd was left dumbfounded. Just one pair of shorts, you've turned it into such a grand affair. What kind of outrageous claims are these? Is this some sort of promotional gimmick? 10,000 per pair? Are these golden shorts? Unbreakable? Unterrible? Are we supposed to pass them down through generations? Chapter 87. The Side Effects of How Brand Shorts. Bonus update. As Jiangnan unveiled his new products, the crowd erupted in a chorus of jeers. The few female streamers brought by Su Yuan wore expressions of utter disappointment. The live stream chat read, "South God is clearly not up to par anymore. After such a long time without a stall, I thought he was saving up some big reveal, selling a few ragged pieces for 10,000. Does he really think we're that foolish? South God has also begun to cash in on easy money now. Shorts used to be $10 for two. Now they're 10,000. Su Yuan further chimed in, "South God, I have brought people here to support you. These lovely young ladies have come solely for you." Do not let them down. The few female streamers behind him pouted, yet upon gazing at the pile of shorts laid out, their cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Have we truly fallen behind the trends of the times? This is utterly exhilarating. Jiangnan scoffed. You lot know nothing. His voice dripped with disdain. A complete beast transformation. At that moment, Wu Liang finally grasped the purpose of Jiangnan bringing him along. Was it to showcase his impressive physique? The thought ignited a spark of excitement within him. All right then. With a swift motion, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the nearly 2-meter-tall Wu Liang transformed into a towering 4-meter-tall black bear. His jeans and short sleeves burst at the seams, delivering an unparalleled visual shock. In that instant, the venue fell into silence. The onlookers were momentarily petrified, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. My eyes. What on earth am I witnessing? Damn, my worldview is utterly shattered. How much educational material must I consume to mend my wounded soul? Jiangnan, too, was in a state of bewilderment. This was not the intended effect. He turned around to behold an unforgettable sight. A 4-meter-tall black bear. Clad in Pikachu-themed shorts, Wu Liang's bare face wore a proud smile as he struck a bicep-flexing pose. Jiangnan exclaimed, "What the hell? Why did you change into Pikachu again? Hurry, change back. If you don't, you'll frighten the children in the audience." Wu Liang reverted to his human form, prompting a wave of gasps from the crowd. At 2 meters tall with muscles like a steel tower, paired with Pikachu, it was simply explosive. Wu Liang reveled in the attention. Yes, this was the sensation he craved. Thrilling, Jiangnan pondered. Has Wu Liang awakened yet another bizarre attribute, following his explosive wardrobe malfunctions and transformation into a muscular hunk? Has he now developed a social anxiety syndrome? What on earth? Su Yuan and the 2 female streamers were equally bewildered. What in the world was this outrageous display? The live stream chat erupted in chaos. Alas, I am uneducated, and all I can utter is, what the hell is happening? If only there were a steel pole. The Bulgarian demon queen has found her successor. Jiangnan seized the moment. Did you see that? Everyone, did you see that? These shorts are a boon for beast transformation abilities. They allow you to transform freely during battle, avoiding any awkwardness. A must-have for muscular men. Cute girls can't escape, even Hulk-approves. Fashionable and trendy without a care. Just 11,000 for a pair, instantly outshining the campus beauties. Jiangnan's promotional pitch soared, leaving listeners dizzy and entranced. Meanwhile, Wu Liang, in sync with Jiangnan's brainwashing, transformed completely into a beast once more. Showcasing his muscles from every conceivable angle. At that moment, the onlookers were genuinely moved. Since it was a university town, many were students, and a considerable number possessed beast transformation abilities. Sharing the same frustrations as Wu Liang, the How brand shorts have perfectly resolved their dilemma. Look at Wu Liang, such a dramatic transformation. The Pikachu snugly fits his form. Goodness, bring me 2 pairs. I want to alternate wearing them. Me, and I too, desire 3 pairs. A handsome fellow exclaims, "Bring me 1. Jiangnan, astonished, replies, "1 pair is hardly sufficient, my brother. We must have an extra for replacement." The brother responds, "If the front gets dirty, we can simply turn it inside out." Jiangnan's face turns pale with horror. What on earth is this contestant? Forget I said anything. With Wu Liang's demonstration, the How brand shorts are flying off the shelves. Meanwhile, the 2 female streamers who accompanied Su Yuan crouched down to select their own. Jiangnan, unable to contain himself, asks, "South God, are there no discounts for the ladies? I want to choose this one." The girl picks up a cherry Maruko. Discounts? Not a chance. What's wrong with the ladies? Does having a little money make one less attractive? Don't be so heartless. I'll wear it home and send you a picture. Will you gift me a pair? Please. The female streamer is practically batting her eyelashes, sending flirtatious glances. Su Yuan. Seriously? Is this really happening? His imagination runs wild. and he quickly covers his nose. Is this even allowed? Jiangnan, with a serious expression, responds. Discounts can be arranged. If you try it on here, I want to charge you. The female streamer. Her face darkens. Try it on here. Are you serious? With so many people? Wouldn't that mean everyone sees everything? You're truly wicked. From Li Qin's resentment value 666. Su Yuan chuckles. Little Qin, I'll cover the cost for you. When you get home, will you send me a picture? Li Qin shoots Su Yuan a sidelong glance. In your dreams, Su Yuan. Why is it okay for Jiangnan to see it, but not for me? I'm the one paying. Jiangnan beams brightly. Do you wish to know where the gap between you and me lies? Su Yuan, taken aback, promptly inquires. Where? Jiangnan points at Li Qin and then at himself. Do you see? This is a character of elegance. Then he points at Li Qin and gestures towards Su Yuan. What is this? Su Yuan ponders for a moment. A character of beauty. Jiangnan shakes his head. No. It's a character of charm. That is the difference. Li Qin bursts into laughter, tears streaming down her face. Su Yuan, what on earth? How's that elegance? Why does it turn into charm with me? Charm. Isn't that just a girl plus a little awkwardness? There is no need to insult me indirectly. If you lack culture, you truly can't comprehend. From Su Yuan's resentment value 1000. Just then, the previously bustling crowd clamoring for the Hao brand shorts suddenly fell into silence. Jiangnan, bewildered, turned around, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He was so startled that he fell off his small stool. Wu Liang had transformed back from a bear into human form. Unlike before, this time the Hao brand shorts did not revert with him, but instead lost their elasticity. They slowly slid down from Wu Liang's body, cascading down to his ankles. Jiangnan. Wu Liang, Chapter 88. What kind of contestant is this? After all, not only the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Even Jiangnan was taken aback. The crowd fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into a cacophony of astonished gasps. The sudden flashes of cameras and the relentless clicking of shutters were almost blinding to Jiangnan's wide-eyed astonishment. Did his pants just fall off? Wu Liang was left without a shred of cloth on him. No one could have anticipated such a melodramatic turn of events. Jiangnan was still contemplating that the Haokai brand shorts might be the best consolation prize the system had to offer. No side effects. After all, little did he know that before he could even express his admiration, he was struck by an unexpected blow. The side effect of Haokai shorts was a limit on usage. Approximately 30 times. Exceeding that limit would render them devoid of elasticity. How could they have discovered this revelation so late? Wu Liang was standing there completely exposed. At that moment, the male onlookers instinctively covered their faces, shutting their eyes in a reflexive response. Only by immersing themselves in frenzied study could they cleanse their minds of this mental pollution. The young lady screamed in shock, yet couldn't resist stealing glances. Meanwhile, the older women were clucking their tongues in astonishment, offering unsolicited commentary. Goodness, look at this young man. Oh my, this is more than what my husband. Well, it was worth coming here. The two female streamers were utterly dumbfounded. What kind of competitor is this? From Wu Liang's resentment value 666. At that moment, the tall figure remained unfazed. What great storms had he not weathered? He had encountered similar situations in the alley before. He just hadn't expected the second occurrence to arrive so swiftly. 2 instances of being the center of attention, both due to Jiangnan, that Wu Liang's face darkened ominously. Brother Nan, could you possibly be any more of a burden? Jiangnan covered his face and handed Wu Liang a pair of shorts. Enough of the chatter. Quickly put these on. Wu Liang looked at the shorts Jiangnan offered and shook his head. I want the triangular ones. Jiangnan. Seriously, even at a time like this, you're still fixated on whether they're briefs or boxers. How stubborn can you be? Brother Nan, you have no idea. Triangular is a matter of faith. Spare me the nonsense. Faith, my foot. What if someone comes along and catches you as a pervert? Ultimately, he managed to get Wu Liang into a pair of triangular shorts. Jiangnan cleared his throat a couple of times to mask his embarrassment. Everyone has seen it, right? The Haokai shorts have a limited number of uses, so please be cautious when transforming. Just as Jiangnan was explaining, a sudden cry echoed through the night market. Ah-da-da! 2 screams, accompanied by a wailing akin to a slaughtered pig, reverberated across the venue. It was the 2 female streamers, along with Su Yuan. At that moment, the phone screen displayed a message. This live stream has been banned. Please watch other streamers. Su Yuan was in tears. The 2 female streamers' faces were twitching. They had initially hoped to ride the wave of popularity, but ended up losing their own live stream. After all, this scene had unfolded too suddenly. Who would have thought that after all that showcasing, Wu Liang would end up bearing it all? Su Yuan cast a resentful glance at Jiangnan. Last time, he got hit with a brick while trying to gain attention, and this time, he lost his live stream? Why is it that every encounter with Jiangnan leads to misfortune? From Su Yuan's resentment value 1000. From Li Qin's resentment value 666. From Zhou Xiang's resentment value 999. Jiangnan was secretly delighted. This has nothing to do with me. You all chose to come and ride the wave. Don't blame me. Jiangnan, ever the seasoned veteran, swiftly shifted the conversation. Don't just focus on buying shorts. Today is Valentine's Day, and we are launching a new product, Mighty Leaks. Enhance the bond between couples and nurture romantic relationships. Special Valentine's discount. Only 15,000 at that moment. The crowd snapped out of their fervor for shorts. Mighty Leaks? No need for contemplation. They immediately reached for their wallets. Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. Having assumed they were all returning customers, to his surprise, the initial buyers were middle-aged women, fervently snatching up the product without a hint of negotiation. Glancing around, he noticed a group of men in their 30s and 40s lingering by the roadside, each with a forlorn expression, their eyes sunken and faces gaunt, resembling souls on the brink of ascension. In stark contrast, the middle-aged women appeared radiant, their complexions flushed and glistening, exuding an aura of vitality. A shiver coursed through Jiang as he recalled the lively dog, Wonkai. From the neighbor's house, he wondered if it was time to leave work yet. The glances from the men directed at Jiangnan were laden with unspoken resentment. Meanwhile, the resentment meter was wildly fluctuating. Jiangnan chuckled to himself. It has always been said that no land can be overworked. Only the oxen can be exhausted. Suddenly, a man, perplexed, interjected. Wait a minute. Previously, Mighty was 11,000 a bottle, and leaks were 1,000 each. That totals 11,000. So why the Valentine's Day special price of 15,000? What kind of trickery is this? A reverse discount? Jiangnan shrugged. No problem. It's a 14% discount. The man replied, I've heard of 10% and 5% discounts. But have you ever heard of a 14% discount? ISNT that just raising the price disguised as a discount. From Wang Tianho's resentment meter 666. Heartless profiteer, Jiangnan scoffed. Buy it or don't, the man grimaced. Of course I'll buy. What else would I do? If I don't buy, I can't submit my assignment. With that, more university couples joined in, generously opening their wallets. Jiangnan was raking in profits. In just a short while, sales had surpassed 1 million. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Nanshan, save some for me. Leave some. Zhang Wei pushed through the crowd with a girl in tow, finally making it to the front. Come on, call Nanshan. The girl, fashionable and tall, wore a bodycon skirt and sported glamorous waves in her hair, truly a sight to behold. This is my girlfriend, Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong flashed a sweet smile at Jiangnan. I've met Nanshan. Jiangnan was taken aback. I don't recall her being the one I brought last time. Jiang Hong paused for a moment, then shot a fierce glare at Zheng Wei, stepping on his foot with her high heel. Zheng Wei yelped. Ouch, what do you mean she is not the one? Wait, let us clarify this. I can't explain this situation. From Zheng Wei's resentment meter 666. Those two are my teammates. Not my girlfriend. Nanshan, please don't tease me. Zheng Wei was on the verge of tears. Jiangnan beamed. So, do you still want Mighty? Zheng Wei, with an air of extravagance, declared. Bring me 3 tubs. I heard there is a new product? Jiangnan casually tossed a bottle of Mighty Leaks his way with a wink. Leaks with a boost. There is a surprise. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zheng Wei, whose eyes lit up at the mention of the new product. Unable to resist the allure of that gleaming bald head, he plucked the chives and consumed them on the spot. Jiangnan, a group of men by the roadside. Holy smokes, brother, you're impressive. Eating right here and now? Zheng Wei felt a surge of heat rush to his head. His eyes turned crimson. He seized Jiang Hong's small hand. Hong, we must leave at once. Jiang Hong. What is the matter? A grave situation has arisen. From Zheng Wei's resentment points 1000. Chapter 89. Next destination. Jiang Hong, bewildered, was pulled away by Zheng Wei, feeling as though his hand was as hot as a red-hot iron. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Didn't we agree to finish browsing the stalls before indulging in spicy hot pot? Zheng Wei felt a surge of blood rising, nearly ready to explode. His ears rang, and he was drenched in sweat. Wasn't tea that chives from the southern god a bit too potent? It took effect the moment it hit his stomach. What is the point of eating spicy hot pot now? Let us get straight to the point. Jiang Hong. What do you mean by getting straight to the point? Where are you taking me? Yet Zheng Wei was determined to move forward, his resentment points skyrocketing. Never again would he carelessly consume anything from the southern goddess stalls. This was far too perilous. In that moment, Zheng Wei felt dizzy, on the verge of collapse. Jiang Hong anxiously inquired, "What on earth is wrong with you? Should we head to the hospital?" Zheng Wei shook his head vigorously. "No, the hospital cannot save me. We are almost there, and I can hold on." Looking up, he saw their destination was right before them. Jiang Hong followed his gaze, and her face darkened. "Wasn't he at the themed hotel? So this is what you meant by getting straight to the point. I thought you were in trouble, and that the hospital couldn't help you. Is the hotel your savior?" "Zheng Wei, you are inhuman. I traveled countless miles to Jiangnan to find you, and you want to even treat me to a 7 yuan bowl of spicy hot pot. But instead take me to a hotel? I spit on you. You scoundrel." Zheng Wei was on the verge of tears. "Hong Hong, this isn't my fault. It's all because of those chais from the southern goddess stall. They were too overpowering. I feel like I'm going to perish. Only here can save me." Seeing Zheng Wei's pitiful expression, Jiang Hong ultimately softened her heart. She assisted him into the hotel. Zheng Wei leaned against the front desk, his eyes bloodshot. "A room, please, front desk lady. I'm sorry, but we are fully booked. Today is Valentine's Day, and without a reservation, you won't be able to secure a room." "Zheng Wei." Zheng Wei rolled his eyes and collapsed on the floor, frothing at the mouth and kicking his legs. How could it be so unfortunate? Fully booked. The front desk lady looked horrified. Did this gentleman really get so enraged that he was frothing at the mouth? Jiang Hong was terrified. "If the themed hotel can't save you, we must head to the hospital. Quick, call an ambulance." From Zheng Wei's resentment points 1,000. From Zheng Wei, Jiangnan, having closed up shop, was joyfully walking home. He had given Wu Liang 10 small triangles as wages, earning 5 million in one night. After the system deducted 9.99 as stall fees, he still had a whopping 0.01 left, amounting to over 50,000. This was indeed a substantial sum, not to mention the over 300,000 resentment points he had accumulated. His skill points had also reached 49,500, sufficiently satisfying for oneself. Indeed splendid. Moreover, the resentment continues to accumulate. Jiangnan has already prepared himself to unleash a fierce retaliation upon returning home. He must attain the rewards following the exquisite beauty elixir. As Jiangnan strolls along in high spirits, nearing his abode, a sudden cacophony of revving engines pierces the air. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class careens around the bend with reckless abandon. The immense centrifugal force causes one side of the vehicle's wheels to lift off the ground. As it lands, the engine roars once more, accelerating furiously. Jiangnan. What on earth is happening? Isn't that Xia Yao's car? What could she possibly be doing out at this hour? Yet, the Mercedes shows no signs of deceleration. Continuing to speed up, Jiangnan. Damn, has Xia Yao lost her mind? It was merely an accidental bruise to her eye socket. That was self-inflicted. What does it have to do with me, Jiangnan? Is she truly intent on committing vehicular manslaughter? Whatever. Let her vent her frustrations, I suppose. Jiangnan does not evade. Instead, he opens his arms wide, welcoming the embrace of the G-Class. Bang. With a thunderous crash, Jiangnan is launched into the air, spiraling upwards. He rotates a staggering 7,200 degrees. He is forcefully propelled over 30 meters. He crashes down onto the sidewalk. A flawless landing, accompanied by the screeching of brakes. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue hastily exit the vehicle. Zhong Yingxue, on the verge of hysteria, exclaims, "Wow, was that really Jiangnan?" Xia Yao, scowling, "Yes, it was him, and you just sent him flying over 30 meters. Zhong Yingxue, bewildered. "Ah, it turns out the driver was not Xia Yao at all, but Zhong Yingxue." The two rush towards Jiangnan, who is now surrounded by a gathering of onlookers. Goodness, he was flung over 30 meters. Surely he must be finished. What terrible luck, to be struck while merely walking, and at such a young age. TSK. What a waste. Hastening to Jiangnan's side, they find him half buried in the greenery, with only his legs protruding to, oh no. Could it be that Jiangnan is no longer among the living? Xia Yao covers her face. A normal person would surely be gone by now. Just then, Jiangnan's legs twitch slightly. With a swift motion, he extracts his upper body from the foliage, covered in leaves. Gazing at the circle of onlookers, Jiangnan spits out the leaves from his mouth. He brushes his hair back with a hand and, with an air of calm composure, declares, "Next one, Zhong Yingxue, Xia Yao." The bystanders stare wide-eyed at Jiangnan. Goodness, do you seriously want to be this impressive? One collision isn't enough? Are you addicted? You've made quite the spectacle of yourself. Chapter 90. Come, let us run her over. Bonus chapter. Observing Jiangnan, who, aside from a bit of dirt, appears completely unscathed, one might wonder, is he even human, an invincible fool? In that moment, the onlooker's gazes towards Jiangnan transform. Thumbs are raised in admiration. This display is worth a perfect score of 100. When will I ever achieve such excellence? Now they understand what one ought to say after being struck by a car. Next one. Unassuming yet dignified, elegant yet profound. Remarkable. I've learned something today. However, first and foremost, you must be able to rise. Jiangnan rolled his eyes in exasperation. You all truly are something else. You've blown this way out of proportion. This is merely a routine procedure, is it not? I find your navette quite amusing. With the continuous enhancement of the powerful potion, Jiangnan held great confidence in his physical strength. Otherwise, how could he possibly risk it all? Zhong Yingxue rushed forward and embraced Jiangnan. You're fine. This is simply wonderful. I was utterly terrified just moments ago. Jiangnan gently patted her back, offering her quiet reassurance. Then, with a scolding glare, he remarked, Big-tailed wolf, how ruthless you are. Have you vented your frustrations now? Let us consider this matter settled, shall we? No biting, Xiaoyao. What on earth? Why am I the big-tailed wolf? Why am I ruthless? I was just so worried about you. Humph. Xiaoyao's resentment value 666. You don't think it was me who collided with you, do you? Am I that reckless? Jiangnan was taken aback. Not you? He noticed Zhong Yingxue nestled in his embrace, her face flushed to the roots of her ears, not daring to meet his gaze. I thought I was the one who crashed, Xiaoyao, and I had just set out to practice driving when, Jiangnan? Was it Zhong Yingxue who was driving just now? Goodness, that car was certainly driven rather aggressively. Xiaoyao wore a smug expression, arching an eyebrow at Jiangnan. The implication was clear. See, you've wronged me. Haven to you. Why not praise me? Jiangnan, this is all your fault. How did you teach Xue to drive? If she had collided with a cat or dog, that would have been dreadful. There's no way Zhong Yingxue could be at fault. Absolutely not. Humph. Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao's resentment value 1,000. Ah, I'll bite you to death. She instantly erupted, lunging at Jiangnan's arm and taking a playful bite. Hey. That hurts. You really did bite. In the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Jiangnan was seated in the passenger seat, sporting bite marks on his arm. Xiaoyao sat fuming in the back seat, while Zhong Yingxue, her delicate face filled with anxiety, occupied the driver's seat. Hesitantly, she spoke. Really, Doc, can I drive? Xiaoyao froze for a moment, quickly fastening her seatbelt and gripping the armrest tightly. Zhong Yingxue's face turned even redder. Jiangnan reassured her. It's all right. Just listen to me. I'll teach you. Now, press the clutch. Shift into first gear. Gently lift the clutch while pressing the accelerator. Jiangnan's tone was soothing, and Zhong Yingxue felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. The car slowly began to move. Little Xue, you're doing great. Press the clutch. Shift into second gear. Lift the clutch. Give it some gas. Under Jiangnan's careful guidance, the car finally hit the road. Cruising at a leisurely pace of 30 miles per hour, Xiaoyao looked on in astonishment, truly believing Jiangnan had taught her. At this speed, it was hardly commendable. Zhong Yingxue's face also radiated joy. Just then, an elderly lady appeared crossing the road ahead, about 300 meters away. Jiangnan asked, Did you see that lady? Zhong Yingxue nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. She's crossing so slowly. Humph. Let us run her over. Zhong Yingxue's eyes widened. No, that's not right. Is it? Jiangnan covered his face. What's this? From your tone, it sounds as though there's a possibility, to Jiangnan's dismay. Zhong Yingxue truly stepped on the gas. In the enchanting Jiangnan, one can easily envision that in a mere 10 seconds, the elderly lady will be flung over 30 meters, spiraling into the sky, executing a perfect 360-degree turn and landing flawlessly. However, whether she can rise to announce the next Jiangnan remains uncertain. No, not yet. Are we still not braking? Zhong Yingxue's face flushed crimson, resembling a large apple, with a firm press on the brake. The vehicle finally halted before the crosswalk. Jiangnan was left in a state of astonishment. How delightful this little snow was, so obedient, it made Jiangnan reluctant to tease her further. Puffed. Ha! Xiaoyao in the back seat laughed until she doubled over, continuously slapping her thigh. Zhong Yingxue's face was so red it seemed on the verge of bleeding. Casting a reproachful glance at Jiangnan, Jiangnan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. All right. All right. I won't tease you anymore. When the green light comes, we shall proceed, okay? With a red light lasting 99 seconds, a line of over 10 cars formed behind it last. The green light appeared. After the incident with the elderly lady, Zhong Yingxue grew even more anxious. Upon starting, the engine stalled. Restarting, it stalled once more. The seasoned drivers behind her began to honk impatiently. Zhong Yingxue could not help but feel flustered. Don't rush. Let us take our time. As the green light was about to expire, Zhong Yingxue's anxiety intensified. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened. Suddenly, there was a loud crack. Silence enveloped the car. Jiangnan nearly popped his eyes out. Xia Yao sat in the back, utterly bewildered. Zhong Yingxue had completely wrenched the steering wheel off. At that moment, her mind went blank. Holding the steering wheel she had just detached, she stood frozen in shock. Jiangnan, what the heck? You pulled off the steering wheel with your bare hands. Such strength. What on earth are we to do now? Xia Yao. Huh? She laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face, even emitting pig-like squeals that in truth, Jiangnan was also on the verge of losing it. Steering wheel. I'm utterly defeated. The seasoned drivers behind erupted in fury. Damn, why aren't we moving? Another red light. What is going on? Is she even capable? A female driver, huh? Is the G-Class really that impressive? Beep, beep, beep. Why don't you just drive already? A cacophony of honks and shouts ignited a blaze of indignation within Zhong Yingxue. Why the rush? Rolling down the window, she extended the detached steering wheel out into the world. The seasoned drivers. In an instant, silence fell upon the scene. What the heck? She actually ripped off the steering wheel. How on earth do we drive now? Apologies. Sorry for the interruption. This girl has some serious strength. For the sake of survival, goodness. Zhong Yingxue looked at the steering wheel in her hands with a look of utter grievance. Jiangnan felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy. It's all right. I have a solution. It's just a steering wheel. Saying this, he reached into an alternate dimension and began rummaging around. Under the astonished gazes of Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, Jiangnan produced an adjustable wrench. He managed to clamp it onto the steering column. Xia Yao, using an adjustable wrench as a steering wheel, twisting the wrench to turn. Are you serious, Xiaonan? Xia Yao's resentment level 333. What kind of bizarre operation is this? Truly incredible. Zhong Yingxue, with a serious expression, said, I want to give it a try. Xia Yao swallowed hard and pulled the other safety belt over, crossing it over herself. Safety first. Indeed, safety is paramount. With a radiant smile, Jiangnan declared, let us set off. This chapter serves as today's update. The weekend has arrived. Friends, let us charge ahead. Kindly lend your support with a 5-star review, urging for more updates, and a triple click on the bookshelf. Thank you. Chapter 91. The Cola Bottle? After a period of practice, one could see Zhong Yingxue deftly grasping the adjustable wrench, making minute adjustments to the angle, skillfully maneuvering the vehicle. The speed gradually increased, though her expression grew increasingly tense. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the road, unwilling to allow even a moment of distraction. Jiangnan, seated beside her, held the steering wheel she had detached, offering careful guidance. Meanwhile, Xia Yao discreetly pulled out her phone, capturing candid shots from the back seat, her face breaking into a mischievous grin. A wrench driving. Such a rare spectacle. Come on, it's time to accelerate. Shift to third gear. Zhong Yingxue nodded briskly. Okay. Her demeanor was tense, her gaze unwavering from the roadside. Depress the clutch. Shift gears. Why can't I find the gear lever? Perhaps it needs to be moved a bit further right. After a moment of fumbling, she finally located the gear lever. Jiangnan, unable to suppress his astonishment, glanced at Zhong Yingxue's small hand with a look of horror. Hey. The gear lever is just to your left a little. You've grabbed the wrong spot. You're holding onto the cola bottle by the armrest. Yet, Zhong Yingxue, blissfully unaware, wore a satisfied expression, somehow managing to shift into third gear while holding the cola bottle. Jiangnan was on the verge of losing his mind. It was my first time witnessing someone shift gears with a cola bottle. Are you shifting into solitude? Zhong Yingxue, however, looked perplexed. Why isn't the car speeding up? Behind her, Xia Yao, watching Zhong Yingxue clinging to the cola bottle, bit her lip, nearly bursting with laughter. She was pinching her own thigh to stifle her amusement. Just as she was about to speak up, Jiangnan shot her a warning glance. Doesn't Yingxue care about her dignity? With her delicate sensibilities, once reminded that she's using a cola bottle to shift gears. She might want to find a crevice to hide in. Perhaps she'd give up learning altogether. We should afford her a bit of grace. With one hand casually in his pocket, Jiangnan discreetly activated the spatial wormhole. Shifting Zhong Yingxue into third gear, the vehicle indeed began to accelerate. Zhong Yingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, it really is going faster, Jiangnan chuckled. Perhaps the car's response is a tad slow. You're doing wonderfully. Xue, truly remarkable. Here, a thumbs up for you. At that moment, Xia Yao pressed her face against the headrest, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Must you be so considerate? You'll spoil Xue. Seeing the car speed up, Zhong Yingxue clutched the cola bottle and shifted into fourth gear. Jiangnan exclaimed, "Could you please let go of the cola bottle? Just give the gear lever another feel, would you? At this rate, the gear lever will feel quite lonely." However, Zhong Yingxue was far too anxious to take her eyes off the road. She dared not release her grip, fearing that if she let go, she might not find it again, with no other choice. Jiangnan had to surreptitiously shift gears once more. In a short span, they had already reached the highest gear. The car sped along the highway, with traffic increasing. Zhong Yingxue's palms were slick with cold sweat. Xiaonan, I can't do this. There are too many cars. I'm scared to drive. How do I stop? Jiangnan replied gently, to press the brake and pull over to the side. Zhong Yingxue nodded nervously and pressed her foot down hard on the accelerator. Vroom! The engine roared violently, unleashing a formidable power as the tachometer soared to 8,000 RPM. The car lifted, and a powerful sensation pushed Jiangnan back into his seat. Jiangnan. Zhong Yingxue, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Why is it going faster? At that moment, he began frantically twisting the wrench, dodging vehicles on the highway as if he were playing an exhilarating racing game. Jiangnan, it's because you're pressing the gas pedal. Hey, Xia Yao's face turned pale with fright as she hurriedly fastened both safety belts around herself, gripping the handle tightly on her side. Jiangnan remained calm. Don't panic. You pressed the wrong pedal. The brake is next to the gas. Press the one in the middle. Zhong Yingxue nodded incessantly, but just then, the car sped over a speed bump. There was a loud bang. Jiangnan was jolted from his seat, his head crashing through the car's ceiling, creating an unintended sunroof. The fierce wind rushing in distorted Jiangnan's face. Zhong Yingxue pressed the brake with all her might, her eyes filled with urgency. I'm pressing the brake, but it's not working. Xiaonan, what should we do? Turning to look at Jiangnan, she discovered that while his body remained in the car, his head had already poked out of the roof. Zhong Yingxue, Xiaonan you. Jiangnan exerted great effort to pull his head back through the hole. The brakes. The three individuals stood by the roadside, their faces soot-streaked and darkened by the smoke. Gazing vacantly at the roaring inferno of the burning vehicle, Jiangnan coughed lightly. I believe it would be best if we refrain from learning to drive. Zhong Yingxue, her cheeks flushed, exclaimed, No more lessons.